In a land of immortal cultivation, there was a stack of defective talisman papers discarded in a corner. Their price was dirt cheap, and the quality of the talismans drawn from them was equally pitiful, making everyone lose interest in them. But the moment I saw them, I decisively spent all my savings to buy them. Others secretly mocked me for being foolish, but only I knew in my heart that this stack of talisman papers was the key to this impoverished cultivator's rise to power. At this moment, as I gazed at the night outside my window, my thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the experiences of this lifetime. Unbeknownst to me, I had already wasted 20 years on the path of immortal cultivation, yet I had only reached the third level of chi refining. Fortunately, I had become a talisman master, no longer needing to live a life of licking blood off blades like those who hunted demonic beasts. However, now I found myself stuck at bottlenecks in every aspect of my cultivation, unable to break through. Under such circumstances, returning to the mortal world to enjoy a life of wealth and luxury seemed like a decent alternative. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. The visitor was my long-lost good friend Li Erniu. After he entered, we exchanged pleasantries. Then, remembering the purpose of his visit, Li Erniu wore an awkward expression and whispered, "Brother Lin, the higher-ups have issued an order to intensify the land reclamation efforts. I'm afraid your plan to return to the mortal world will have to be postponed for a while." Hearing this, I felt a wave of helplessness. Just as I was about to give up on returning to the mortal world, this happened. Every 3 years, there was a land reclamation campaign here, and those who didn't want to participate had to pay a tax. This time, it was clear that the higher-ups had increased the pressure, and the corvée tax would likely double. "I understand. It seems I'll have to pick up my old trade and work hard for a while longer," I said, shaking my head in resignation. When Li Erniu heard me say this, he looked around cautiously, then pulled out a cloth bundle from his robe. Unfolding it, he said, "Brother Lin, here are 26 spirit crystals. Take them for now." It was clear he knew I was preparing to return to the mortal world and had likely exchanged most of my spirit stones for mundane supplies. I didn't refuse his kindness after all. I was truly penniless at the moment. "Erniu, thank you." After seeing Li Erniu off, I rubbed my temples and slowly sat cross-legged on the bed, circulating the evergreen technique to replenish my energy. Drawing talismans was an extremely meticulous task, demanding great focus and vitality. Just as I was circulating my energy, a sudden flash of light appeared, and my eyes widened in shock. "It's here!" Seeing the panel appear, my heart surged with wild joy. The golden finger I'd waited 40 years for had finally arrived. However, I quickly calmed down. The most pressing matter now was the corvée tax Li Erniu had mentioned. In previous years, it had cost 5 spirit stones, but this time it would likely be at least 10. With only the 26 spirit crystals Li Erniu had lent me, I had to find a way to earn more as soon as possible. I checked the Golden Light Talisman skill on the panel and saw it was only 2 proficiency points away from leveling up. I realized this was a system based on practice. By continuously drawing talismans, I could improve my skill level. However, purchasing talisman paper and metal attribute cinnabar would cost 40 spirit crystals, far more than I had. Just then, I suddenly remembered a stack of low-quality, discounted talisman paper in the shop. If I could make good use of it. With that thought, I immediately headed out to the market and spent 20 spirit crystals on the paper and cinnabar. A short while later, I had all the tools and materials ready. Taking a deep breath, I picked up the talisman brush, dipped it into the special cinnabar, and let gentle spiritual energy flow from my palm through the brush tip. The strokes danced across the paper like a dragon, a motion my body had repeated countless times. Almost instinctually, suddenly, flames erupted as the talisman paper spontaneously combusted. I waved away the smoke and took out another sheet, repeating the process. Golden Light Talisman +1, proficiency 499/500. Finally, after 3 failures, the panel in my mind flashed with data the moment the 4th attempt succeeded. I stared at it for a long moment before exhaling deeply. So that's how it worked. Golden Light Talisman, Mastery 0/1000. The Golden Light Talisman skill had advanced. As a high-quality talisman appeared on the table, it felt like an epiphany. My mind flooded with insights and realizations about the craft. So that's how it was. Looking down at the talisman, I realized how many mistakes I'd been making before. A short while later, 8 golden light talismans were neatly arranged on the table. I also realized that only by focusing entirely on drawing the talismans would my proficiency increase. Otherwise, even if I drew hundreds of golden light talismans, my proficiency wouldn't improve at all. After discovering the correct way to use this cheat, I spent the entire night drawing talismans until my mana was nearly depleted. Only then did I stop. The next day, I went straight to the Jinbao Pavilion. "Fellow Daoist Lin, you're quite early today," The familiar middle-aged shopkeeper Meow greeted me with a beaming smile. I nodded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I took out 20 golden light talismans and 8 swift movement talismans. When shopkeeper Meow saw the quality of one of the golden light talismans, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. A premium golden light talisman? Shopkeeper Meow, your discerning eye is truly remarkable, I replied with a smile. Only then did shopkeeper Meow snap out of his daze and say, fellow Daoist Lin, your talisman-making skills have greatly improved. What a joyous occasion. Facing shopkeeper Meow's congratulations, I nodded with emotion. Who would have thought that at my lowest point, I would actually make a breakthrough? Shopkeeper Meow also shared some heartfelt words before asking, fellow Daoist Lin, would you like to exchange these for spirit stones or materials? Spirit stones. Hearing these 2 words, I felt a surge of emotion. After 20 years of cultivation, I finally didn't have to settle for just spirit crystals anymore. Shopkeeper Meow, give me 2 stacks of talisman paper and a bottle of metal attribute cinnabar. Coming right up. With shopkeeper Meow's cheerful shout, 2 thick stacks of yellow talisman paper and a jade bottle were quickly placed before me. These materials cost 40 spirit crystals in total, and this premium golden light talisman can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. Looking at the spirit stone, no larger than a baby's palm, I couldn't help but show a delighted expression. The value of a premium golden light talisman had actually increased 5-fold. Shopkeeper Meow was also all smiles, as a talisman master capable of crafting premium talismans was undoubtedly destined for great things in his eyes. After bidding farewell to shopkeeper Meow, on my way back, I bought 50 caddies of spirit rice and 10 caddies of demon beast meat. Although I was in a phase of rigorous cultivation, I never skimped on food and drink. This wasn't just to satisfy my appetite, it was also for the sake of my cultivation. Time flies, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. These past few days, I've been cultivating at home, and the numbers on my panel have also increased. Evergreen Technique plus 1.2, Proficiency 490.2/500, Realm, Chi Refining 3rd Layer, 95.1/100, Eating Spirit Meat, Spirit Rice, and supplementing with Spirit Stones has indeed sped up my cultivation. However, cultivation has only just begun, and right now, I need to quickly earn Spirit Stones, first to repay Liurnia's debt and then to prepare the Spirit Stones required for the corvée tax. Only then can I cultivate in peace. For the next period of time, I completely immersed myself in a secluded life of rigorous cultivation. One day, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Fellow Daoist Lin, it's me. I opened the door and greeted the person outside with a smile. Old he, you're quite the rare visitor. Young Lin, I heard you're planning to return to the mortal world soon. This old man is worried about you. Looking at old he, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly, but I didn't say anything and invited him inside. Although most practitioners in the same field are competitors, old he specializes in drawing fireball talismans, which differs from my expertise, so there's no real conflict between us. After chatting for a while inside, old he revealed the purpose of his visit. It turned out he was preparing to send his grandson to the Blazing Fire Palace and wanted to prepare a few more talismans for his grandson's protection on the journey. However, the spirit stones he usually earned had all been spent on laying the foundation for his grandson's cultivation, so he came to borrow 2 golden light talismans from me. Hearing old he asked to borrow talismans, I couldn't help but tense up. Old he, the road to the Blazing Fire Palace is dangerous. At your age, don't push yourself. Young Lin, both of us started as rogue cultivators. If such an opportunity were presented to you, would you give it up? Old he said slowly. Hearing this, I fell silent. After a moment, I placed 2 high-quality golden light talismans and 1 swift wind talisman next to the teacup. Old he's eyes grew slightly moist at the sight. I smiled, not even glancing at the 2 talismans, and said, 2 spirit stones, don't even think about skipping out on the debt after your business is done. We exchanged a glance and both smiled. Under the glow of the setting sun, it felt like we were back in our younger days, one a burly man wielding a broadsword, the other a newcomer to the world of cultivation. It's been over half a month since old he borrowed the talismans last time, and there's still no news from him. I couldn't help but feel worried for old he, hoping everything went smoothly for him. After all, I owed him a favor from back in the day. That day, as I looked at the table full of high-quality golden light talismans, I fell into deep thought. Now that my golden light talisman skill has reached mastery, I can produce 40 or 50 high-quality talismans a month. Under normal circumstances, producing 3 or 4 high-quality golden light talismans a month would already be impressive. Even if someone could make 5 or 6, they'd only be considered to have just broken through a bottleneck. With a bit of talent, but producing dozens in a month? That would raise too much suspicion. It would practically be announcing to the world that I have a special opportunity. I took a deep breath. The world of cultivation is ever-changing, and while money-making opportunities are rare, caution is still paramount. Another month passed, and my materials for drawing talismans were almost used up. I went to the familiar Jinbao Tower to find Manager Meow. When Manager Meow saw the 6 high-quality golden light talismans I brought out, his smile nearly overflowed. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said, "By the way, the shop recently acquired a batch of golden marrow pills. Would you like to buy one and give it a try? Maybe it'll help you break through your cultivation." Seeing Manager Meow's eager sales pitch, I was indeed tempted, but I still shook my head. I'd better save up for the corvée tax first. Fair enough. Recently, a lot of rogue cultivators from outside have come to the market, all waiting for the officials to organize land reclamation next spring. Seeing my lack of interest, Manager Meow stopped pushing and instead chatted cheerfully about the latest happenings in the market. Similarly, Lin Chang'an also saw a lot more unfamiliar faces in the marketplace. Green Bamboo Mountain Market, under the rule of the Fire Palace, which the top is ready to increase efforts to open up the land, will naturally attract a large number of foreign casual cultivators. When Lin Chang'an first entered the workshop 20 years ago, he had also been attracted to the various benefits of opening up the land. I've heard that the upper echelons are not small this time, releasing a full 5 foundation establishment Dan quotas. Boss Meow's offhand remark instantly caused Lin Chang'an to shiver coldly. Is this one so big? It reminded him of the time he first entered the marketplace to open up the land, and it was only the temptation of 2 foundation establishment Dan, and the result was that the corpses were all over the place. That's why I said to be careful lately. This group of foreign loose cultivators are the most unruly. Don't you know that most of these chances come with a life, but not a life to enjoy? Boss Meow couldn't help but cautiously remind him, and when he spoke of the foreign casual cultivators, he even shook his head for a while, as if he was signaling that the workshop was going to be unsettled. Fellow Daoist Meow, 1 golden marrow pill, plus a storage bag. Suddenly, Lin Chang'an slapped the spirit stone that had just arrived in his hand and had not yet warmed up, and when Boss Meow saw the 5 spirit stones, he immediately smiled with joy. 2 spirit stones apiece for the golden marrow pill and 3 spirit stones for the storage bag. Good grin. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Lin. This time I'll pick you a best quality pill and send you a bunch of talisman paper. With fellow Daoist Lin's solid cultivation and this evergreen kung fu's notoriously thick and thin, you're sure to make a breakthrough this time. And here's the storage bag. Under the crowded smiling cheeks of Boss Meow, Lin Chang'an walked out of the store with an exquisite storage bag in his arms, as well as a jade bottle. Watching people come and go in the marketplace, with a cool breeze blowing by, remembering the smiling face of shopkeeper Meow, Lin Chang'an seemed to realize something. It's really a workshop to make money workshop flower, a respectively want to take home. At this moment, Lin Chang'an burst into tears and laughter, but in his heart, he was also grateful for Boss Meow's reminder, even though it was also to push him to spend spirit stones, but he knew better. This kind of cultivation-enhancing elixir had always been a bestseller, especially since so many foreign casual cultivators had come to the workshop recently. Walking on the streets of the marketplace, watching people come and go, with so many more unfamiliar faces, made Lin Chang'an more and more nervous. He remembers vividly the big effort to open the land 20 years ago. The influx of countless scattered cultivators didn't just represent opportunities, but also chaos. It seems that this stabilizing aura within the workshop is going to be broken. Although there were usually foreign casual cultivators coming, there weren't this many and it didn't ruin the atmosphere of the workshop. Only those old men who had had experience knew what this represented, and Lin Chang'an was also getting a bit urgent. One must hurry to raise their cultivation and break through to the middle stage of qi refining in order to have the power to defend themselves. Lin Chang'an sighed in his heart as he walked, unknowingly passing in front of an attic with carved beams. There were 2 large red lanterns hanging at the door, and the misty pink light exuded an ambiguous atmosphere, especially since the lights were on inside in the middle of the day. 2 young female cultivators yawned and couldn't help but have their eyes light up when they came out of the doorway to see their familiar guests. Gu, isn't this Taoist friend Lin? After you left last time, the sisters were still too drunk to stand up the next day. This time the sisters are giving you a cheaper price. Come in and sit down. Have a cup of hot tea before you leave. That's right, I've heard that fellow Daoist Lin has been able to produce a fine golden light talisman. How can this bitter cultivation be any more pleasurable than being here, coming with my sister to have a good time? The 2 female cultivators were dressed in thin, cicada-like red palace dresses. Perhaps they had just woken up from a nap, and their faces still had a hint of lazy weariness. Her pretty face, graceful and curvaceous figure, charming temperament, and her body exuded a seductive aura, especially when she saw Lin Chang'an. Her eyes were glowing. This look, and that Boss Meow were practically the same. Ahem, it doesn't happen today. Another day, another day. Lin Chang'an smiled awkwardly. This boring cultivation days, a few days ago, disheartened to come here to get drunk. It is also considered to be a combination of labor and relaxation. The relaxation must also be relaxed, but it hasn't really been a coincidence lately. Don't go. fellow Daoist Lin. There's no charge for spirit crystals for a cup of tea. A voice like a heart demon came from behind, but Lin Chanan was a strong-willed person and quickly left the place. Now he is anxious to go home to try this storage bag. These red powder skeletons do not want to bat his heart. Chapter 6 Breakthrough. 4th level of Qi refining. When Ernio comes back, hurry up and pay back the spirit crystal only, otherwise carrying the account. The heart is always not steady. Before going home, he went to look for Ernio, but it turned out that Ernio was not at home, so he could only turn his head and go back. But on the way, he bought another 10 pounds of demonic beast meat before going back. However, for most of the night, Lin Chanan in the house did not sleep. Instead, he was in high spirits and kept playing with the storage bag, watching the green bamboo swords constantly going in and out. The smile on Lin Chanan's face when he came back home never stopped. Storage bag? I didn't expect that I would possess this treasure. It wasn't that I couldn't afford it before, but it was too extravagant and unnecessary. But times are different now. Looking at the talisman on the table, Lin Chanan couldn't help but glance at the sky outside. Then his expression became grave. Now my cultivation. Go to the workshop market to peddle high-quality talisman or some risk. Or first enhance the lower cultivation is more stable. After all, now we are also a person with status. The current him wasn't the unorthodox loose cultivator who once had to hunt demonic beasts to the death for a little bit of spirit crystals. Isn't it true that in this life, people are making progress? This night, Lin Chanan hugged his storage bag and slept an extremely peaceful night. A few days later, the doors and windows of the house of the family are plastered with golden light charms. At this moment, Lin Chanan sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals, his 5 hearts facing the sky. Under the operation of the wood system gong method evergreen gong, as if it was blending with the heaven and earth, this day finally came to a critical point. Boom! It was like thunder, but silent. As the shackles were broken, every limb and every inch of the body seemed to be leaping and cheering, with endless energy. At the same time, the mana in his body was also turbulent. Lin Chang'an tightly guarded his mind and operated Changchun Gong until after several weeks, the mana in his body gradually calmed down. Halftime. After calming the mana in his body, Lin Chang'an slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. After 20 years of cultivating immortality and not being confused, I have finally stepped into the middle stage of Qi refining, the 4th level of Qi refining, which was also the threshold of the middle stage of Qi refining. He had finally stepped in. Under Lin Chanan's despondent sentiments, his face was filled with too many emotions, both excitement and the heartache of this journey over. However, after feeling the changes within his body, Lin Chanan finally took a deep breath. So this is the middle stage of Qi refinement. No wonder they say that the 4th level of Qi refinement is considered the first step into the immortal path. The 5 senses were enhanced several times, especially after the breakthrough. There was a burst of clarity in the mind, and the memories of 2 lifetimes that had long been blurred were incomparably clear. The ears are bright, the marrow is cleansed and the mind is opened. So this is the real gap between cultivators and mortals. The mana in his body had also become more solid, doubling even more after the breakthrough. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 4098. Realm, 4th level of Qi refining, 0/100. Technique, Changchun Kung Fu. Proficiency, 8/1000. And that's when the data on the panel changed after the breakthrough. Changes in realm breakthroughs are normal. He could understand that his life expectancy had increased by 10 years. After all, the would attribute everlasting spring technique that he practiced originally had the effect of prolonging life and residing in the face. But Changchun Gong's proficiency level unexpectedly broke through. 2. Having broken through the 4th level of Qi refinement myself, I have a deeper understanding of the evergreen technique. After all, this is my own personal experience, so it's surprising that so much experience has risen in the column of techniques all of a sudden. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chang'an somewhat understood the reason for the progress of the Gong method. The proficiency of a Gongfu corresponds to how deep one's perception of the Gongfu is, which is commonly known as enlightenment. Limiting the speed of cultivation is personal enlightenment in addition to the spiritual route. If I have a deeper understanding of the techniques, then the speed of my cultivation will likewise be able to make up for a portion of the gap in the spiritual route. At this moment, Lin Chang'an's eyes were radiant, bursting with a look of confidence. After advancing to the 4th level of Qi refining, Lin Chang'an's heart was a bit more solid, and he even went outside to purchase some spirit fruits that he usually couldn't afford to eat. It's so hard to break through. You have to celebrate. Immediately after that, Lin Chang'an lived his life at home again, drawing talismans, practicing cultivation, and adding an extra daily routine of comprehending Gongfu in his spare time. Days passed by, and half a month after the breakthrough, Li Ernio finally returned. Ringo, Ernio, you're back at last. Li Ernio, who had just returned, came with a smile on his face carrying 2 jugs of spirit wine, and just as he entered the house, under his habitual observation, he saw the demonic beast meat stewing on the stove, as well as a few precious spirit fruits placed on the table. Liurnio couldn't help but be shocked upon seeing this, but after 20 years of immortal cultivation experience, he had long since ceased to be the naive and uneducated peasant boy he was. Big brother Lin Yu, you're making a breakthrough. Turning his head, he saw that Lin Chanan's body exuded an imperceptible emptiness around him, which was not at all the same as before when he was able to see through the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi practicing at a glance. I bought a golden marrow pill at the True Treasure building some time ago and got a lucky breakthrough. Lin Chanan also smiled in response, yet it was hard to hide the hooked corners of his mouth, causing Liurnia to excitedly go up and pat his shoulder. Brother Lin, great, so we can cultivate together in this workshop until we grow old. Years make people grow up, but Ernie was still the same simple and honest person in front of Lin Chanan. Liurnia even placed the spirit wine on the table with an excited smile on his cheeks. Today these 2 jugs of spirit wine are just right for Brother Lin to celebrate. In the immortal cultivation world, it was rare to have a confidant and friend, and the 2 of them skillfully placed the stewed meat, as well as the spirit fruits on the table. Lin Chanan didn't need to make another trip and returned the spirit crystals he had borrowed earlier to Erniu. Spirit wine was poured into the wine cups, and the 2 of them didn't say anything, and directly drank the first cup, before they began to move their chopsticks. Brother Lin, first the talismanic art was improved, followed by a breakthrough in cultivation, completely verifying the characteristics of the evergreen gongs thick and thin. The immortal path can be expected in the future. Congratulations, Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded his head. Cultivation breakthrough, and he was still modest. Who was he pretending to show? It might not be worth mentioning to a great cultivator at the late stage of Qi refining, but for casual cultivators like them who had risen up from the bottom, every progress was worth celebrating. After 3 rounds of wine, Liurnia's flushed face also opened the box. It's not that I'm saying that with your craftsmanship of creating a fine golden light talisman, Brother Lin, you've already proven to possess the skill to create a first-order mid-grade talisman, and now that you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation, Brother Lin, this matter should still be considered sooner rather than later. I understand. Lin Chagan also nodded with a grave expression. The high-quality golden light talisman that he had made before was only a first-order lower-grade talisman, and even though it was claimed to be infinitely close to a first-order middle-grade talisman, there was still a gap. The most obvious is the price difference. The skills of drawing talismans that were widely circulated in the immortal cultivation world were all first-order lower-grade talismans, and further up, except for some powerful cultivators, they were almost all monopolized by immortal cultivation families and clans. After all, precious stuff that gets out into the world? But this Ernio looks naive, but he is actually as wise as a fool. The 2 looked at each other before breaking into smiles. There was no mention of anything else between the 2, but Lin Chang'an also understood that if he wanted to obtain the skill of a first-order medium-grade talisman, he would have to pay for it. At his age, the clan would forget about it, and at most, he would be a talisman master under the industry that the clan was responsible for. Either that or defect to these immortal cultivation families. Chapter 7, Local Cultivators' Pitfalls and Deceptions. Ernia's meaning. It's almost obvious that the Imperial Beast Zhou family has a talisman-making heritage, but think about it, after all, this Imperial Beast Zhou family has hundreds of years of heritage. Looking at the night outside, Lin Chang'an frowned under his brows and ended up with a pang of emotion. I didn't think that before I was still running around for spirit crystals, but as a result, it's only been less than half a year, and I've actually started to reckon with first-order medium-grade talisman-making skills, so it's true that people's nature is greedy. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. A first-order lower-grade talisman, a span from spirit crystals to spirit stones. Then the span of first-order medium-grade talismans is even greater, starting at 3 spirit stones. But it's not that there aren't any out there. It's just that they're all in the hands of a very small number of cultivators, and there are also some auctions that occasionally appear. But the disadvantage of defecting to a cultivation family is that it lacks in terms of freedom. But this time the workshop market is opening up such a large amount of money. I'm afraid that it won't be peaceful in the next 2 or 3 years, and this is the time when all the big families will open up conditions that are a bit more lucrative. Lin Chang'an secretly analyzed, and his hands were not idle, constantly controlling the green bamboo sword, constantly entering and exiting the storage bag. It wasn't until after the night had deepened and the marketplace had fallen into silence that Lin Chang'an raised his head and looked outside. Let's go to the black market first. It's good to take a chance. The main thing is to exchange some spirit crystals. With that, Lin Chang'an took the thick stack of first-order lower-grade divine traveling talismans that he had drawn during this period of time and put them into his storage bag. The The green bamboo sword was also included in the storage bag. He had this period of leisure to constantly control the magic weapon in and out of the storage bag, not just a novelty to play. Rather, it was for the sake of skillfully finding the best position to be able to take out the spell first time. Peddling some first-order lower-grade talismans used by poor people. What the hell kind of mid-chi refining cultivator could look at this? Unless it's poor and crazy. Staring at the mirror, a smile appeared on Lin Chahan's face. However, in the next moment the muscles in his face began to squirm, and even his figure changed a bit. The face full of horizontal meat, a fierce-looking silhouette appeared, even more contrary to the previous appearance. After looking at the skill that he hadn't used for a long time, Lin Chahan revealed a satisfied smile. This also makes going to the black market much safer. Before he entered the immortal world, he practiced martial arts in the mortal world, and as the saying goes, when you learn the art of literature and martial arts, the goods will be with the emperor's family, and he chose to enter the capital. Unexpectedly, by chance, he met Lu Lao Lu, immortal master within the royal residence, which led to his next 20 years of experience in immortal cultivation. But don't be careless yet. After the proficient grade breath concealment technique was used, it hid one's breath to the second level of chi refining. With this hand, Lin Chanan was confident that unless it was a cultivator above the 6th level of chi refining, an ordinary cultivator at the 4th or 5th level of chi refining would not be able to see through it. Looking at his image, Lin Chang'an nodded in satisfaction and changed into a black robe and bucket hat, and before leaving the house, he also took a mundane realm sword that he had purchased earlier from the doorway. Under the night, a shantytown on the outskirts of the workshop market already had a number of silhouettes. This is the so-called black market, in addition to some of the things that are not allowed to see the light of day, or afraid of being missed here to peddle. In fact, there is also a more important point, that is, the black market here stall fee is extremely low. Demon beast meat, talismans, pills, etc., and even magic weapons were all available here. The people who came here were in a hurry. All of them bowed their heads in silence and whispered to shoot what they wanted and left immediately. After all, the extremely low stall fees corresponded to relative insecurity. That's why people who come here are trying to hide themselves. The black market, which only existed for 2 hours a day, would be empty as soon as the day dawned. There was no yelling, just a sign erected in front of one of the stalls. Demon beast meat, 1 tail of spirit crystals, 12 caddies, firebomb talisman, 2 crystals each, 10 crystals for 6. For the black market, Lin Chanan was no stranger to it, paying a spirit crystal, a fierce look under his bucket hat that made many people who saw it bow their heads, and a sign was placed in front of his stall. First order lower grade divine movement talisman, 2 spirit crystals apiece, 10 spirit crystals for 6 pieces. Talismans belong to consumable goods, especially those that increase the chances of survival, such as the divine walking talisman and the defense class, which had always been in short supply. 6. Lin Chanan just set up a stall. Less than a few moments there was a figure with a bucket hat came over, and no nonsense, directly lowered his voice and threw down 10 spirit crystals, and Lin Chanan was silent as he indifferently pulled out 6 divine traveling talismans. The first transaction is completed. He knew that if he set out 10 spirit crystals for 7, he would be able to peddle them all in less than a moment, but it would easily attract attention. Maverick, unless you have the strength. When there is no ability to resist, integration is the way to survive. Sure enough, a lot of people have come to the marketplace during this time. While Lin Chanan set up his stall, he was secretly observing the silhouettes here. He had also lived here for 5 years before walking out in the first place, and was familiar with the place. Obviously, with the opening of the workshop market, it attracted a lot of casual cultivators to come, and the number of people increased by at least 3 times more, causing the outermost goods to be peddled especially fast. In less than half an hour, Lin Chanan's divine traveling talisman had already been peddled out, yet he was not half relaxed. Instead, he was a bit worried. There were more cultivators, and although the goods were better out of the way, it likewise meant that there were more outsiders. And the biggest problem with outsiders is that they don't follow the rules. Let's just hope there's not too much turmoil this time. After living here for 20 years, and having experienced such things several times, Lin Chanan was also considered an old man, and he secretly shook his head in his heart. Fortunately, he had long since stopped living in this periphery. Then he got up and closed the stall, and went inside the black market, to try his luck and see if there was really a first-order mid-grade talisman making handbook. As a result, after strolling around, the corners of Lin Chanan's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he still fought too well. It wasn't that there wasn't any, but that there was too much. Talisman making handbook, alchemy Dan formula, even the handbook and array diagram of weapon refining, but the price can be outrageous to the point that the cheapest a few spirit crystals, expensive enough a dozen spirit stones. Sure enough, there are more outsiders, and likewise the old men of the square market have begun to come out of their stalls to pit people. If the outsiders were unruly, then the local cultivators were pitiful. Who dares to buy this stuff indiscriminately? After all, No one can guarantee that it's real, and it's a black market, so you can't even find anyone when you come back after being cheated. Of course, the experienced ones can tell at a glance just by looking at what is revealed, but the fear is that there are some pros that show you parts that are real and all the back that are fake, and that's the black market. There's no such thing as the black market. In spite of this, the immortal cultivation world still has an unknown number of new cultivators zipping in every year, dreaming of flying swords and galloping between heaven and earth to become a party of Foundation establishment cultivators. Looked at a bunch of them and they're all fakes. I thought that I might be able to pick up leaks based on my experience, but as a result, Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head, and it was true that those in the immortal cultivation world who were not moving to pick up leaks only existed in the rumor mill, a first-order mid-grade talisman making handbook. It's really a scarce commodity. Unwillingly, he turned around again, and finally Lin Chang'an gave up helplessly. Even without the luck of picking up the pieces, it's not like there hasn't been unseen goods in the black market. It was not unheard of for this unseemly thing to appear on the black market after that unlucky rune master, or descendant or heir, was slaughtered and licked the bag. But unfortunately, Lin Chang'an didn't have that luck. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still light, Lin Chang'an left the black market under a shake of his head. It's better to keep your feet on the ground. And Lin Chang'an had just left the marketplace when he was targeted. Under the night, 3 silhouettes walked out of the black market one after the other similarly. Big brother, it's this kid. I've been staring for a long time, and after 3 rounds of shopping I didn't buy anything. The 3 figures nodded darkly. To come to the black market, it is impossible to have nothing to come and hang out. And if you didn't buy anything, there is only one possibility, and that is to be shy. Shyness in the pocket is equal to being poor. A poor man, on the other hand, represents a low level of cultivation. A low cultivation level is tantamount to being a good bully, able to slaughter. Chapter 8, Foreign cultivators not abiding by the rules. On both sides of the gray and cloudy streets, an outsider's casual cultivator, without a trace, sized up the silhouettes coming out of the black market. Lin Chang'an, who had just immersed himself in the joy of the future, had just stepped out of the marketplace when he felt that he was being watched. Just then, a cultivator ahead of him, who was hurrying along with his head down, brushed past him for a moment, and a hand skillfully reached inside his shirt. Pop! His wrist was grabbed violently, and looking at Lin Chang'an's fierce face, the figure showed panic and hurriedly smiled. Fellow Daoist, forgive me for my poor eyesight. I apologize to you. However, while speaking, the other party's other hand was skillfully grabbing the sword at his waist, while at the same time the 2 silhouettes beside him were casting ferocious light towards this place at the same time. Habitual offenders, or gangs, with a clear division of labor and control of the blades, the other 2 could then take advantage of the attack. However, a green light flashed, and under the splattering of blood, this young face still retained an unresponsive compensatory smile. The palm of his hand froze and grasped the sword, yet his mouth had already been penetrated by the green bamboo sword. One hit kills. The other party died without reacting to how this person hit so hard. Green bamboo sword, mana outward. Damn it, it's an old ghost in the middle stage of chi refining. Retreat! The other 2 silhouettes looked at the outwardly released mana shields and lost their voices in shock, yet they were not given any time to react at all. The green bamboo sword slashed cleanly, blood splattered everywhere, and the other 2 pairs of incredulous eyes had already lost their life. Before they died, they were still thinking that their 3 brothers had been careful enough to just keep an eye on the poor man, not realizing that they had always walked by the river and today they really got their shoes wet. Damn mid-refinement old geezer posing as a novice at the 2nd level of refinement. The local cultivator is too shady. Is it fun to troll them poor bastards? It was all in a flash. From the opponent's skillful means of surprise, to Lin Chang'an's counterattack while not forgetting to cast a mana shield, all in the blink of an eye. It's too fast. Middle stage of chi refining. At the same time, this instantaneous counterkilling also caused the pupils of the black shadows around the alley that wanted to pick up a bargain or watch the fun to shrink and hurriedly flee. Mana was released externally to form a mana shield, which was a sign that only mid-stage chi refining cultivators had. Bah! Unruly foreign casual cultivator. After watching the hidden black shadows around him being scared into scattering and fleeing in all directions, Lin Chang'an, who had a fierce face of horizontal flesh, gave a rude cold snort, which was also considered to be a full display of the style of a great cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining. However, a gust of wind blew by, and Lin Chang'an's figure that dashed away was no slower than these people. Under the gray sky, the street was filled with only 3 progressively colder corpses. This was all too normal in the immortal cultivation world, and the bodies were picked up without even waiting for the sun to rise. After all, immortal cultivators, even corpses have value. Lin Chang'an returned home before dawn after 7 rakes in the marketplace. Then at the first opportunity, on the doors and windows, a fine golden light charm was applied. 3 foreign casual cultivators, how dare they mess around. Poor thing. Looking at the scavenging to a total of just 24 spirit crystals, this caused Lin Chanan to despise it for a while. 1 chi refining 3rd layer, 2 chi refining 2nd layers. I don't know if I should say that it's a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers, or if I should say that it's stupid. With this kind of goods, even if you didn't run into him, sooner or later, something would have happened. It wasn't that he was xenophobic, but he hated this kind of unruly, peace-destroying cultivator the most. The black market also had the rules of the black market, and those who broke the rules were the first to be unlucky were this group of cultivators with the lowest cultivation level. After 20 years in the immortal cultivation world, I have long been a veteran who has experienced an unknown number of things, and I am used to it. The first thing I did when I got home was to remove the clothes that had masked the odor, while restoring my original appearance. Looking at the spirit crystals within his storage bag tonight, Lin Chanan couldn't help but reveal a smile. It's a bit of an adventure, but it's all worth it. After all, the first-order lower-grade divine traveling talismans he was selling, cultivators in the middle stage of chi refining couldn't even look at them, and only these external low-ranked loose cultivators would be hungry for them. Who the hell stares at this stuff in the middle of chi refining? Still, it's a bit of eye candy to know about the green bamboo sword. 20 years ago, when this newly constructed workshop was first opened, the leaving fire sect took out hundreds of lower-grade magic weapons, the green bamboo sword. Therefore the other party was scared away directly after seeing the green light, thinking that they had run into an old ghost. After all, it was possible to get this magic weapon 20 years ago, coupled with Lin Chanan's disguise and ruthlessness, and his cultivation in the middle stage of chi refining. Whoever put it aside would think that it was an experienced old ghost who dared to walk at night. However, when he saw that the doors and windows inside the house were all guarded with fine golden light talismans, Lin Chanan couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. I never thought that there would be a day when I would worry about drawing too many talismans. Extravagant. It's too extravagant. These could have been exchanged for spirit stones, yet now they could only be placed coldly in the storage bag, and even affixed to the door of the room. At this moment he finally realized the pain of being alive but not daring to squarely exchange talismans for spirit stones. It's too hard. Going to the black market, before there's a safe channel. For the time being, we have to focus on first-order lower-grade divine traveling talismans. For the sake of peace of mind, Lin Chang'an gave a heartbreaking sigh. He could obviously go and peddle fine golden light talismans to earn spirit stones, but as a result, he could only go down a notch and earn spirit crystals. After advancing to the 4th level of chi refining, Lin Chang'an also became more and more motivated. Cultivating, drawing talismans, eating demonic beast meat and sleeping, once again repeating the house life that was boring in the eyes of others, but he was happy to live in. Outside on the street, who is this? Stewing demon beast meat in the morning, not afraid of catching fire. A cultivator who had just come out was sour when he smelled this meaty aroma. It wasn't that cultivators couldn't afford to eat meat, but demonic beast meat was a bit costly in terms of spirit crystals. But anyone who wants meat, go outside and walk around. There are plenty of ordinary beasts. Shoo, just keep your voice down. This meat aroma is coming from Master Rune Lin's house. Surprisingly, it's Rune Master Lin. This middle-aged cultivator was first shocked when he heard it, and then it was a strong envy, and then it was even more sour. It's said that unorthodox talisman masters are worse than dogs. This uptight talisman master is really faster than us outlaws in coming to spirit crystals. Spirit crystals? You're joking. Fine talismans are all worth 1 spirit stone. When this Lin talisman master is skilled for a while, and later learns the first-order mid-grade talismans, they'll all start at 3 spirit stones by then. On the street, 2 cultivators said enviously, "This thing is a cultivator, almost all will draw talismans, but can draw a fine talisman. 1 in 1,000 is not too much." This day, Li Erniu, however, was in a hurry, with a touch of urgency on his face, knocking on the door. Brother Lin, Elder Lu was very sick and dying. What? Upon hearing this news, Lin Chang'an also had a worried look on his face, followed by a great deal of emotion. Elder Lu, the very same immortal master who had guided them into the immortal cultivation world 20 years ago, and even when the 2 of them had failed the examination, Elder Lu had guided them down the path behind them. Erniu, we have to go give Master Lu one last ride. Although they are not master and disciple, they have the grace of rebuilding. He and Erniu should be called Lu Shi. As for why Ernie would be the first to get the letter, this could only be said to be the benefit of being a flunky, the stability of the royal Beast Zhou family. Unlike him, a first-order casual cultivator may have to change residence one day, compared to the letters sent to the Zhou family is more convenient. Even if something happens to the 2 of them, the Zhou family will be the first to reply. Chapter 9, Reunion of Fellow Students. Clearwater Bay. It was also the closest cultivator gathering place to the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop, under the rule of the Leaving Fire Palace, and Master Lu resides here. After learning that Master Lu was seriously ill, Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu immediately set out for Clearwater Bay. "Brother Lin, we'll be at Clearwater Bay soon." The two of them rode their spirit maras day and night, and they arrived at the 3,000-mile journey in only 3 days. This spirit cult was domesticated from a demonic beast, and as a flunky of the royal Beastjo family, it was not difficult for Ernia to borrow 2 spirit cults from the clan. Only, because of his status as a flunky, Li Ernia still needed to report to the family when he left the marketplace. Early in the morning, when the sky was still gray, the sound of crisp hooves appeared in the street. "Brother Lin, we're here." The two of them rolled over and dismounted, and saw this Clearwater Bay marketplace, which was built along the river bay. The difference is that Clearwater Bay is a bit cooler. Before entering the workshop market, the two first took out their identity jade tags, also known as road guides, before coming in through the formation. Looking at the familiar scene, the two of them were a little nostalgic. 20 years ago, when they failed to be selected, they were brought here by Master Lu, and after 2 months of teaching, they were introduced to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop. The two of them wended their way to Master Lu's former residence, Lu Lao. There weren't many people in the small yard that hung white and cold. Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu walked into the courtyard, looked at the tablets on the spirit hall, and could not help but weep. They were still a step too late. "Elder Lu, we're late." Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu, two people, look solemn. Solemn incense to kneel and kowtow. 20 years, a snap of the fingers. Elder Lu cultivated the evergreen kung fu, and at the age of 138 years, he was considered to have lived a long life, which was already rare in the immortal cultivation world. "Brother Lin, Brother Li, Brother Shen." Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu's eyes lit up, and they then stepped forward to arch their hands. After the three met, Shen Lai, the once small marquis, did not have any frame, but instead melancholy went forward and pulled the two a burst of emotion. Elder Lu left with a smile on his face, and also Sheriff Yun came and his comforting senior sister Lu within the house at this time. When he heard Shen Lai's words, Lin Chang'an was also stunned, while Erniu was even more surprised. "I've heard that the little county mistress is already an inner disciple of the departing Flame Palace. I didn't expect that she would be here as well." The 4 people at the beginning were Yunyao County Princess, Junior Marquis Shen Lai, Lin Chang'an, the expert swordsman within the royal family, and Li Erniu, the farmer's boy, and the said senior sister Lu was Elder Lu's granddaughter. Unexpectedly, both Brother Lin and Brother Li have broken through to the middle stage of qi refining. The young Marquis Shen Lai is full of emotion, and there is not the slightest look down in his expression, while Lin Chang'an shakes his head and arches his hand. Not as good as Brother Shen. Shen Lai's cultivation was already at the 5th level of qi refining, the 3 of them by age. Lin Chang'an was the oldest, Erniu was the second youngest, and Shen Lai was the youngest, but the immortal cultivation world emphasizes strength. Therefore, between addresses, they called Brother Shen to show their respect. "All these years, I've only heard that you, Brother Lin, and Brother Erniu, went to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, and I didn't expect that when we met again." It was already 20 years later. In the beginning, the 3 of them were all lower-grade spiritual roots, and all of them were brushed down. The difference was that Shen Lai relied on his connections, and his cultivation resources were naturally not comparable to theirs. After all, the dynasties in the mortal realm were all backed by major clans. As the 3 whispered stories to each other over the years, the courtyard, which had been cold and quiet, was gated to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the young Marquis Shen Lai could not help but lower his head with a contemptuous smile and sent a voice message to the 2 of them to explain. This group of people, under the guise of being fellow students or being favored by Elder Lu, or merely hearing that County Mistress Yunyao has arrived. So it is. After hearing these words, Lin Chang'an drifted off, and his mind couldn't help but think of the little county princess who was once powdered, but pretended to be an adult. Yunyao, inner disciple of the leaving Fire Palace, upper grade spiritual root, water attribute affinity degree, but also rumored to be just 1 step away from reaching the Earth spiritual root qualification. Put into the Fire Palace, such a big clan, perhaps not what the great pride, but put into the eyes of the bottom of their cultivators, properly unattainable. Condolences, Senior Brother Shen, Lu Lao He. One by one, after the cultivators came in, some people came forward despondently and said that they had once been favored by Master Lu, and some people were also brazen enough to say that he was also introduced to the path of immortality by Master Lu in the first place. They were sort of in the same class, and the young Marquis Shen Lai, just now the color of contempt, has long disappeared, replaced by a face full of sadness, and talk with the crowd is more comfortable. Counselor Yun is already a cultivator at the 9th level of qi cultivation, and has begun to start preparing for the sect competition, and has a high chance of building a foundation in the future. After hearing little Marquis Shenlai's voice transmission explanation, Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu revealed envy. The fellow students who had crossed the immortal path together. Others had already begun to plan for their future foundation establishment, while they had only just broken through the middle stage of chi refinement. This is the difference between spiritual roots. Sheriff Master and Senior Sister Lu have come out. As the backroom house opened, the cloud of people gathered outside put away their whispers of mutual friendship. Lu Yiqing had a small family appearance, but today a white morning dress slowly walked out with a sad face, while the figure on the side attracted everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming to give Elder Lu a ride. The voice was clear and cold, but it carried its own nobility. A suit of plain clothes and strong clothes of Yunyao County Lord, eyebrows like green peaks, appearance clear and beautiful, valiant in the cool, seems to tell the crowd. At this time, the sadness in her heart. The young girl who was a pink and white girl is now a very different person. Lin Chagan, who saw this scene, felt a pang of emotion. You're welcome, fairy. Fellow Taoist Yun is polite. The crowd also had a variety of names for this little sheriff. Many of the cultivators who had the favor of receiving guidance with Elder Lu licked their faces and addressed them as Senior Sister Yun. The cultivators who claimed to have favors with Elder Lu, on the other hand, called Yun Yao a fairy, as well as a Taoist friend. After all, Yun Yao cultivation is profound, and because of the cultivation of water attribute technique, appearance is still a young girl appearance, not a person called sister, but instead called Taoist friends in fairy mostly. After all, everyone here was not too young, and as for the title of County Lord, it was merely a term of endearment between the four of them in the beginning. The crowd had a look of sadness and emotion, but it was unknown exactly how much was true and how much was false. Under the auspices of Yun Yao, a late-stage chi practicing inner disciple of Lihua Palace, what was supposed to be a cold funeral turned out to be a gated community. It also once again allowed Lin Chang'an to appreciate the reality of the immortal cultivation world. It was not until the burial was over that the place once again returned to its usual coldness. As for Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu, the two of them have self-awareness. In the crowd until the Sen Lushur burial is completed, they are ready to leave. However, at this time was called by the young Marquis Shenlai, Brother Lin, Brother Erniu, the county lord is invited at the gathering of immortals. A party? Lin Chanan was stunned, while Erniu was also a bit at a loss for words. He was the one with the lowest status in the first place, and now he was facing the county lord who was all ready to plan for foundation building. This disparity in status, instead of closing, is getting wider. It's just our class reunion. Seeming to see Erniu's uneasiness and Lin Chanan's consternation, little Marquis Shenlai explained with a smile on his face. Sheriff looks a little cold. In fact, people are very good. When we agreed together to meet once every 5 years, but you two are far away in the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, and I also followed the royal lineage of cultivators on the run, and County Princess Yun was even within the sect, neither of which had any time to spare, so it's a rare occasion to get together. As the young Marquis Shenlai explained, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but have the image of what happened after he failed the test in the first place come to mind. When they first entered the immortal world, the 4 teenagers and young girls with different identity classes seemed to have left behind their identities in the mundane world, and had an agreement to get together once every 5 years under the reluctance of parting. But then, the 4 of them walked each other hard on the path of immortal cultivation. At most some letters were exchanged, and the date of meeting was nothing more than the passing of youthful ignorance. Cultivation world can't help itself, especially under the sky. Chapter 10, Lost Again. Gathering of Immortals Building, Tianzi Private Room, Yun Yao, Shenlai, Lin Chagan, Li Erniu, as well as also Wei Ichio. 5 people shared a table. Wei is not easy, is also the same batch to participate in the examination in the beginning, and they are different. People are the son and daughter of Lu Lao's best friend. At the foot of the sect examination mountain, they only met, and the 4 of them came together from the mundane to this strange world of immortal cultivation. Originally, this party was without him, but given that people also rushed to give Lu Lao a last ride, plus when it was also considered half of the same classmates, so it was still called up to come together. Fairy Yun, there's no need to excuse yourself. Strength is honored in the immortal cultivation world, so you can sit in the main seat. Yun Yao didn't push back and sat on the main seat. Seeing each other again after 20 years made the 5 of them burst with emotion, and the faces of the teenagers at the time had already matured. Especially Yun Yao had changed the most, having become a great cultivator of chi practicing perfection in their eyes. We can all meet again after 20 years, so let's toast ourselves first. The young Marquis Shenlai, who was usually the best at making connections, had his eyes redden a little when he raised his glass. Only by personally crawling through the immortal cultivation world can one realize the heartache involved. 20 years of time they still all in, even meeting again, already luckier than many. Asterisk. None of the people said much, even Yun Yao, who had a cool demeanor, had a slight change of color at this time. Lin Chang'an also drank a cup of it with great emotion. With the passing of a glass of wine, the strangeness between the people gradually dissipated and the atmosphere became more cordial, especially after learning that Ernio had made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the Zhou family and also gave birth to a son with a spiritual root. Shenlai and Wei Ichi both scared and wondered. Who had ever thought that the peasant boy who had the lowest status in the beginning had instead mixed well and was considered to be completely rooted in the cultivation world? Even the young Marquis Shenlai was a bit tasty and envious. If I had known, I would have gone to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop with Ernio and Big Brother Lin in the first place. Although Shenlai had cultivated to the 5th level of qi refining, the hardships of these years were only clear to him. However, Lin Chang'an, didn't I hear that you're all set to return to the mortal realm? Wei was not easy to smile. However, when he turned his head to look at Lin Chang'an, he asked with feigned surprise and curiosity. This scene caused Yun Yao and Shenlai to frown. When this Wei was not easy to look down on their group of people from the mundane world with some condescension. I didn't realize that 20 years later, it was still like this. No, Wei Dongyao's character had gotten much better. At the very least, his attitude wasn't like this when he was looking at Yun Yao and Shenlai. Even when looking at Li Ernio, he didn't have the same contempt that he had at first. Ran Li Ernio a glare. When it was this surname Wei most unpleasant. 20 years later I did not think it was still so. Surname Wei, this is where you're wrong. Brother Lin can already skillfully draw first-rank lower-quality fine talismans, not a half-assed alchemist like you. After Ernia disliked the past, Lin Chang'an nodded with a smile. At first, I did have the intention to return to the mundane, but I didn't think that after I put down the obsession in my heart, I would instead have an epiphany and become enlightened. Lin Chang'an said with a smile, but his heart was already calculating. He was disheartened and ready to return to the mortal world this matter. In addition to the 2 oxen, but also sent a letter to the Lu division. The 2 oxen cannot be. Lu division is not such a person. And then associated with this way not easy to mix these years is not as good. And Lu sure has died. Still have not a lot of family business. Lin Chang'an seemed to understand something, but he merely smiled. With this county princess around, protecting this little senior sister was easy. A first-order lower-grade high-quality talisman. The crowd was not a little cutie, which meant that Lin Chang'an already had the ability to learn to make first-order medium-grade talismans. This caused Wei Yi's face to blush and he couldn't help but snort in embarrassment. It was a slip of the tongue. First dry. Way not easy. This kind of people change their faces extremely fast. End of the shelf, but also can pull down the face. Pick up the wine cup and drink, to express their apologies. First rank medium talisman. I wonder what is next for Brother Lin. Yun Yao's pair of spiritually beautiful eyes landed on Lin Chang'an's face, and she couldn't help but flash through a flash of memories. And after hearing the title Big Brother Lin, Lin Chang'an's heart gave a beat. Recently, the Square City is going to increase its efforts to open up the land, so I'm going to go back and check on the Zhou family. Lin Chang'an said with a smile. Thinking about it, he was going to ask Ernio when he went back. Since he talked about it here, there was no need for him to hide it. The Ernio on the side heard this, but his face showed joy. Wouldn't this mean that he would be able to be with Big Brother Lin every day again in the future? Then I'd like to congratulate Brother Lin first. Shenlai excitedly raised his cup to congratulate him. The identity of a first-order middle-grade talisman master was worth much more than he. A cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining. So much the better. Yun Yao didn't know what came to mind and nodded gently. We are all cultivators of immortality. We don't need to maintain the name of this world. How about we call ourselves Taoist friends in the future? Lin Chang'an smiled and raised his cup down, and even took the initiative to propose. Although the eyes were looking at Shenlai, the young marquis, everyone knew who was being spoken of. Yes, I hope that after 100 years, we can still call ourselves Taoist friends. The young Marquis Shenlai was the most mellow, and under his influence, the atmosphere gradually melted. However, Yun Yao glanced meaningfully at this Big Brother Lin, but she was also the first to open her mouth to address him as Taoist friend Lin. And under Lin Chang'an's smiling talk with the crowd, his heart sighed secretly. It's not that he's timid, but he's been through too much. An inadvertent mistake in the world of immortal cultivation could invite a killing. A female cultivator like Yun Yao, who had good talent, high cultivation, and excellent looks, was most likely to attract right and wrong. I just need to work steadily now, and it's not impossible to build a foundation in the future, so I can't be careless enough to cause others to target me. Lin Chang'an secretly pondered. This golden finger of his only gave him an unlimited future, but it didn't give him the strength to cross over. You have a bright future ahead of you. You can't afford to waste it. Wei Ichio also joined in, exchanging up their cultivation tips with each other and talking about the strange stories of the immortal cultivation world. There was no banquet that would not be broken up. As Lin Chang'an and his group walked out of the Gathering of Virtues building, saying goodbye to each other and blessing a word of immortal road to everlasting youth, the group parted ways. Gathering of Sages Pavilion. Looking out of the window at a departing back, a plain white strong suit of Yun Yao, at this time, but softly said, Turnip. you've seen it all too. What do you think? With Yunyao's soft voice down, Lu Yiqing unexpectedly walked out from behind the screen. Yet there was a steady gaze in the eyes of the small family's pretty face. Sister Yun, you said before that Brother Lin is the most suitable, but what I see is 20 years of bitter cultivation without ever giving up. Even now, when it comes to being a person with a firm heart of the Tao, yet it's not suitable for starting a family. Lu Yiqing gently shook her head. She wasn't the kind of female cultivator who had no insight or was blind. She clearly knew about this lower-grade spirit root qualification of hers. If you climb up the ladder, you won't have the capital to do so, and you'll only be a sidekick later on. There is also this way not easy. The last 2 years returned to the Clearwater Bay, on the grounds of worldly friendship frequently come and go, but I also know in my heart, no more than staring at this family business. Utilitarianism is too heavy. Lu old man in the world, although only the 7th level of refining, but accumulated a lifetime of family business and connections. Way not easy to father died early. These years in the outside world did not mix a look, obviously want to even eat and take. When she said this, Lu Turnip even shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. Before, when Brother Lin came to write a letter, Grandpa sighed long and sadly. Way is not easy to hear just a little bit, and today, he is acting like this. When you know that in the immortal cultivation world, even a heavenly pride like you, Sister Yun, still needs to be careful, and he's afraid that he'll cause great trouble in the future if he acts like this. I'm not afraid of an improper mind, but I'm afraid of this lack of self-awareness. Listening to Lu Turnip's comment, Yunyao gently nodded her head inside. You're right, this immortal cultivation world is changing. It's not that easy. As Lu Lao's granddaughter, Lu Turnip has no ambitious goals and only wants to live her life in a down-to-earth manner. Way is not easy to be greedy for this industry. Lu Turnip does not mind. After all, there are a few in the immortal cultivation world that are not greedy. But today, he secretly observed some. Wei did not easily let her shake her head in disappointment for a while. Originally, Li Ernia was simple and practical, the most suitable, but he has long been a son-in-law of the Zhou family, directly excluded. If Lin Chanan knew about it, I am afraid that he would again be suffocated. When the Zhou family recruited a son-in-law, he was eliminated because of his face, and today he was even eliminated because of his firmness in his moral heart. Instead, Li Erniu, with his simplicity and down-to-earthness, was the preferred target all the way. This cultivation world is so unfair. The young Marquis Shenlai, smooth character, good at making connections, know how to advance and retreat, and do not have too much ambition, and grandfather left behind connections, with the passage of time will fade. Perhaps little Marquis and I can open a chamber of commerce for Sister Yun to earn some spirit stones used for cultivation. In the end, Lu Turnip pondered for a moment and looked over at Sister Yun and spoke softly. Thinking about it? Think about it. Lu Turnip revealed a smile. Her greatest strength was her self-awareness. Right now her only dependence was Yunyao, but with the departure, this dependence would gradually fade under time. So right now evening this dependence was the best choice. Not only would she be able to preserve the foundation and connections left behind by her grandfather, but in the future, in case Yunyao really builds her foundation, her backing would be even stronger. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to icing on the cake, but it's hard to send charcoal in the snow. In that case, I'll introduce you to Shenlai, and as for whether it works out or not, it's up to your destiny. Yunyao gave a gentle nod, a smile blooming on her face. She had a delicate mind, so could she not see what was going on in Lu Turnip's mind? But it was also this knowledge of what was going on that didn't make things difficult for her. After all, as the only descendant of Master Lu, in fact, the best candidate was Lin Chang'an, and as Lu Yiqing brushed the green silk at her temples, she inadvertently swept a glance at Sister Yun. As for Yunyao, at this moment, she was looking through the window at the long disappeared back, and the emotions in her gaze were gradually dispersing. The maidenly feelings of youth have long since faded as she grows in experience and then looks at the silhouette of the man who has fallen from the clouds. Only this meeting did not show her the sunken mediocrity she had imagined, but instead the same confident dark eyes she had had in the beginning. However, the gap between the two today. Yunyao smiled bashfully. This was just a memory on her life's path. Now she only had one firm goal in mind. Tsukiji, Chapter 11, Robbing the Cultivator. Big Brother Lin, I see that little sheriff master is still quite nice, and surprisingly didn't look down on us. After leaving Clearwater Bay, the two rode the spirit pony borrowed from the Zhou family, and this time did not rush to catch the road, but took a rare trip out to leisurely catch the road. Good people? Watching Ernie or praising, Lin Chang'an was speechless. This little ninny has grown up and has more heart. It's not as simple as it looks. Is it normal that just after arriving on the front foot, the rumor of so many people coming to the workshop comes out on the back foot? If analyzed purely in terms of benefits, this time Yunyao had earned a reputation for her character. How many places could there be in the sect's foundation building pills, leaving aside those fellow sect members with family lineage, inheritance, and origins? How many were left? similarly both being cultivators with upper-grade spiritual roots. Yun Yao did not have an advantage. Character reputation, maybe not important, but better than nothing. Of course, he was only acting from a place of interest in all of this, and judging from Yun Yao's treatment of them, it wasn't just a false sentiment. Isn't it good that we're not looking down on us? In the future, once fellow Taoist Yun establishes his foundation, we'll also be able to follow the light. Lin Chang'an digressed and smiled as he talked about the benefits of Yun Yao once she had built her foundation, and Ernio couldn't help but reveal a look of yearning after hearing this. Lamenting. Foundation establishment cultivator. Even in the Zhou family I've only seen it from afar. But in the future, this little sheriff cannot be called. Li Ernio sighed with emotion. The figure of the little county princess in his memory had faded away, replaced by the figure of Yun Yao, the valiant ninth-layer cultivator of qi refining. After hearing Ernio's sentiment, Lin Chang'an also shook his head with a light smile and rode on the back of the spirit pony and lowered his head to once again look at the evergreen Kung Fu handbook in his hand. This was a written journal that recorded the experience of Lu Lao, a late-stage qi refining cultivator, with the evergreen gong. Changchun Kung Fu plus 10, proficiency, 23/1000. As the experience that surfaced in his mind elevated, some new epiphanies caused Lin Chang'an to reveal a dazed look. It turns out that the proficiency of feats can be quickly improved through the experience of certain seniors, and if that's the case, the same would work in the art of talisman making. It's as if you're groping around alone practicing cultivation a little bit, versus suddenly having a cultivation note from a late-stage qi refining practitioner pointing you in the right direction and telling you how to. Naturally, the latter would be easier and faster to cultivate. The biggest gain this time was this book that Lu Turnip had given them as a gift in the name of Lu Lao before they left. What was given to Li Erniu was a secret house art, swimming dragons playing with pearls, which Lu Lao had acquired by chance during his lifetime. However, Li Erniu's is the original version, and on this handwritten journal of his, the clear handwriting, permeated with the faint fragrance of ink orchids, is obviously the hand-copied version of Lu Turnip's own handwriting. It seems that this junior sister is also a thoughtful person. Lin Chang'an smiled gently, although he was not sure what was given to Shen Lai and Yun Yao. He and Erniu were doubly fond of this junior sister who had not interacted much, even not only the four of them, perhaps, even the reckoning did not hit way not easy. I'm afraid that it is also full of joy to remember the good of this little sister. Lin Chang'an shook his head down and received the handbook inside his storage bag as he walked out of the safety zone of the workshop. After all, they were out in the open, and there was no harm in being careful. Big brother Lin, is this a storage bag? Li Erniu looked enviously at Lin Chang'an's storage bag. He had seen this thing before, but 3 spirit stones? Too expensive. It's not that I can't afford it, it's really that 3 spirit stones would be better spent on cultivation. Looking at Erniu's envious eyes, Lin Chang'an smiled and encouraged. Don't worry, Erniu, sooner or later you'll have one too. Brother Lin, don't say you're joking. With these 3 spirit stones, I'd rather buy dozens of pounds of top-grade demonic beast meat to use for cultivation. Li Erniu waved his hand repeatedly. He didn't have the talent to draw talismans. As the same qi refining 4th-layer cultivator, there was still a big gap between those who possessed a skill and ordinary cultivators. Once he was able to draw first-order mid-grade talismans, he would be able to sell more than 3 spirit stones for a single one, and putting aside the costs, it wouldn't be hard to earn a dozen lower-grade spirit stones a month. And Li Erniu's such skills did not start good luck, such as Erniu into the family and the royal beast Zhou family, usually in the family arrangements. There are still a few pieces of spirit stones per month into the account. Most cultivators, however, could only venture out to open up the land to hunt demonic beasts, living a life where risk was often accompanied in exchange for cultivation resources. Of course, this kind of risky and with a bit of luck can be highly rewarding. Between the mountains, the two of them rushed their horses to the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market. There was naturally a reason why the Zhou family could be labeled as the imperial beasts. This spirit pony can not only travel thousands of miles per day, but also cross water and climb mountains as if it were flat. When they went to Clearwater Bay, they traveled day and night and arrived in only 3 days, but this time they were much slower when traveling back and forth. Seeing that there was still one more day to go to the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop, Erniu, when he traveled to a mountain forest, Lin Chang'an seemed to have discovered something and frowned out. Brother Lin, the tacit understanding between the two when they first entered the immortal cultivation realm was still not forgotten now, and Li Erniu's hand had already touched his greatsword. Recently there have been more and more foreign casual cultivators in the marketplace. This place is less than a day's journey from the marketplace, and the terrain is treacherous and suitable for an ambush. Ambush, Li Erniu frowned down, then said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, then is it prudent for us to take a detour? Lin Chang'an nodded without hesitation and turned his horse around. Erniu, take these 2 fine golden light talismans, and the divine walking talisman. Good. Li Erniu didn't squirm in the slightest and directly took the talisman. What happened? Why did those two boys in the distance suddenly turn back? At this moment, there were several cultivators hidden on both sides of the mountain forest in the distance looking at each other. A burly man with a fierce face at the head of the group revealed a look of indignation. Whatever. Anyway, it's just two early chi refining stages, and at a glance, they're also casual cultivators from outside who want to come here to have a fight. Boss is right. This bird day is too hard. Get some spirit crystals and go back to have demonic beast meat to eat. In the mountain forest, a group of 6 silhouettes quickly chased towards the direction of Lin Chanan's duo. Chase to a mountain forest. Eyes are about to catch up. A line of people excited. The leader of the face with a fury refining gas midstage strong man is a shrinking pupil. On the backs of the 2 spirit ponies in the distance were clearly 2 straw men draped in coats and temporarily tied with tree branches. No good. Fell for it. Just at this moment a piercing whistling sound came violently from behind, and the fiery breath was even more overwhelming. When the crowd of robber cultivators looked back, what flickered in their horrified gazes were a dozen lantern-sized flames. A bunch of alien loose cultivators. How dare they mess around here at Green Bamboo Mountain? Li Erniu, who utilized the spirit pony grassman to attract the robbing cultivator and sneak attack from behind, was even more furiously roaring to vocally drink people. How can it be? You guys are in the middle stage of chi refining. The strong man with a fierce face who was the leader of the robbing cultivators was the first to react and also the first to flee backward when he happened to meet Ernia, who was holding a big knife. The moment the two sides exchanged blows, this robber cultivator stout man stared straight in the eyes. Nima, what kind of early chi refining newbie are you pretending to be at the 4th level of chi refining? At this moment, a large tree on the side violently flashed out a green light. Sneak attack. Damn it! The robbing cultivator's strong man head was alarmed. These two people's tactics, how are they more skillful than his robbing cultivator tactics? It was Lin Chagan, who had cast invisibility, disguising himself as the same color as the trees, who had launched his attack the moment the spell failed. Chapter 12, External Talisman Master. Green ons flashed and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, the blood and flesh on one side of the robber cultivator's cheek was picked off by the green light, revealing the hideous gums, which looked very horrible. Damn it! I'll kill you all. The robber cultivator's strong man was horrified. This strike sneak attack almost cost him his life. He couldn't care less about the flesh pain. He directly released a golden light talisman that was close to his body, ready to fight hard. In an instant, a mana shield was formed under the flickering golden light around his body. Erniu, Lin Chanan and Li Erniu, on the other hand, did not hesitate to abandon him and headed in unison towards the 5 early-stage chi practicing robber cultivators in the distance who had been blown up by the firebomb technique in a dusty manner. Under a miserable scream, the duo of Li Erniu and Lin Changan were simply tigers entering the flock, and under skillful coordination, they directly decimated 2 robber cultivators. Li Erniu practiced earth system techniques. His great sword slashed down with great force, while the green bamboo sword magic weapon in Lin Chahan's hand was like a viper spitting out its letter. A direct hit to the heart. Coupled with the fact that mid-chi refinement was beating early chi refinement, it was simply a crushing game. The robber cultivator head strong man behind him exclaimed in shock and anger after seeing this ruthless tactic. Misunderstanding. Both of you Taoists, this is all a big watery Dragon King temple. A misunderstanding. This robbing cultivation strong man is obviously mistaken Lin Chan on 2 people or peers. After all, this rich ambush experience means, just like a veteran First, he used the spirit pony to bait him, then suddenly attacked him from behind, and after forcing him to use the golden light talisman, he didn't hesitate to abandon him and turn his head to kill the others. This was because there would be some restrictions on movement after using the golden light talisman. These 2 were clearly more experienced robber cultivators than him. However, in this instant, the 4 early-stage chi refining robber cultivators had already been chopped down by the Lin Chanan duo. There was also a robber cultivator who had just been burnt to a crisp by the flames. Count your local robber cultivators as ruthless. Looking at the ruthless means of the 2 people's hands, the burly robber cultivator shouted angrily, and without any nonsense, he put on the divine traveling talisman and turned around to escape, not with the slightest hesitation at all. Even when escaping, this robber cultivator strong man clenched his teeth and threw out his storage bag directly in the other direction under the ruthlessness, while also putting down a sentence. 2 fellow Taoists, today I'll admit defeat. In a short moment, there were 5 more bodies. The 2 of them, Lin Chagan and Li Erniu, didn't go after them, but didn't hesitate to pack up the loot. Lin Chagan, on the other hand, used his jacket, and after getting his hands on the storage bag that the other party had thrown out, the 2 of them turned around and rode their spirit ponies away from the scene. 2 hours later, the duo confirmed that no one was following them before they breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lin, this man is a veteran. not bad. When this person fled, he didn't run towards our spirit pony. Instead, he fled towards within the mountains and forests. It is evident that he has a lot of experience. In case of a chase, there might be traps. They could set up an ambush to kill back, and the other side could likewise set up a trap. After all, they are all scattered cultivators who came out from the bottom. Which one is not a person who was experienced in killing and fighting? Lin Chanan was also a bit sad. After all, he had also set up traps on the spirit ponies. After so many years of crawling around in the immortal cultivation world, although their cultivation was slow to improve, the way of survival had long been engraved in their bones for so many years. Brother Lin, these 5 people actually have 42 spirit crystals, but it's a pity that they don't have a single magic weapon. After checking the loot for traps, Li Erniu excitedly flipped out a handful of spirit crystals, and Lin Chanan also checked the storage bag, and sure enough it was poisonous. After using their mana to blow away the poisonous powder on the storage bag was indeed empty after the two of them had prepared for it. Brother Lin, this man is treacherous. Li Erniu was a bit indignant upon seeing this. At a glance, I just don't know how many people I've harmed. Lin Chanan nodded his head gently. This person's cultivation is at the 5th level of chi refining. We may not be able to get away with a hard fight. Hijacking and cultivation is indeed the first choice to get rich, but riches are also lost in danger. Although the storage bag was empty, the storage bag itself was worth 3 spirit stones. However, the next moment, Lin Chanan threw this cleaned up storage bag over. Brother Lin, this. Looking at the storage bag in his hand, Li Erniu scratched his head awkwardly while Lin Chanan was teasing. Didn't I say before that maybe someday you'll have a storage bag? And look, here it is. Facing the flirtation, Li Erniu scratched his head awkwardly, but he still grinned at the storage bag and played with it lovingly. The storage bag thing, one can't afford to buy it, but this picked up is different. Erniu, remember to change this storage bag when you return, lest you be recognized. Don't worry, big brother Lin. The two were in disguise along the way, and were not afraid of being recognized when they encountered them. But it's hard to say with this storage bag. Who knows if there are any hidden markings that will be recognized by acquaintances. Therefore, robbing the cultivation of the proceeds of the things, turn the head to be hurried to spend, lest by the intentional people to find out. Li Erniu got the storage bag and also gave Lin Chang'an the 42 spirit crystal trophies. Lin Chanan didn't push back. Between people, even if they are good friends, it's better to distinguish in front of interests. The exchange of spirit crystals for spirit stones was inherently at a premium. Just as Erniu was about to return the Golden Light Talisman and the Divine Travel Talisman as well, Lin Chang'an didn't take them and instead opened his mouth. It's better to be careful on this journey. Wait until we get back to the workshop market, and we'll also have to trouble Erniu to ask the Zhou family about the conditions of this external talisman master. Li Erniu scratched his head awkwardly. As a flunky, he was not in a position to negotiate terms. Then, big brother Lin, I'll go back and ask around for you. Lin Chanan nodded with a smile. He naturally knew that this bit of ability of his might be enviable among ordinary loose cultivators, but in front of an old foundation building clan like the Zhou family, it was nothing at all. Unless he possessed the ability to create first-order upper-grade talismans, he would be able to receive the Zhou family's courtesy and be employed as an envoy. Offerings and external talisman masters. This is not to be confused. The two of them finally made their way back to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop without any problems, and this time when he came back, Lin Chang'an realized that the number of cultivators in the workshop market had increased again. The gathering of cultivators with unfamiliar faces brought more bustle and business opportunities to the marketplace, but it likewise brought instability. And after Erniu returned to the Zhou family to first return the spirit pony, he went straight to the family stewardship, a cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining. Even if he was a first-order mid-grade talisman master, was not qualified to alarm the clan's foundation establishment ancestor, Lin Chagan, the casual cultivator who came to the workshop with you 20 years ago. Zhou Antai, a late-stage chi refining cultivator, over 80 years old, with white hair and beard, is now the steward of the Zhou family. Facing this old man, Li Erniu respectfully nodded his head repeatedly. Grandpa Zhou, big brother Lin was already able to produce a fine first-order lower-grade golden light talisman some time ago, and now he's also broken through to the 4th level of chi refining. Li Erniu reported everything in detail. After all, a large foundation establishment clan like the Zhou clan would not be able to easily recruit foreign cultivators. There would be no negligence on the most basic bit of identity checking. Unless you were a first-order upper-grade rune master, privilege comes with ability. This man has a clean life. Zhou Antai lightly stroked his white beard and secretly nodded his head. These 20 years have been spent in bitter cultivation, and he has not invoked right and wrong. After ascertaining his identity, Zhou Antai nodded his head and commanded, "All right, since this person has a heart, let this person come tomorrow." Thanks. Grandpa Zhou. Li Ernia's face was full of smiles after hearing this, and he arched his hands repeatedly. And this scene watched as Zhou Ontai revealed a smile. His favorite among the flunkies was Erniu, not just his descendant married Erniu. Most of all, it was Ernia's simple nature that didn't have so many twists and turns. Just as Erniu was about to take his leave, Zhou Ontai was the one who reminded him, "Erniu, there is some unrest in the marketplace lately. If nothing happens, go outside less. And that storage bag of yours, go down and replace it with one from the clan, lest you be targeted at this juncture." Yes, Erniu retreated with joy. Not only the storage bag, but more importantly, Lin Chanan's matter has been settled. Chapter 13, Old He Too is back. Day 2, the reception main hall of the Zhou family. Little friend Lin, can you draw a talisman on the spot and verify it? On the main seat, Zhou Ontai, who was dressed in a top-grade Dharma robe, filled with a kind and approachable smile, without any semblance of a stance. Lin Changan can know this one. Don't look like a kind old man. 20 years ago when he opened the land of the mighty figure. But he had witnessed, Elder Zhou, the kid will make an offering. Lin Changan knew that people also wanted to see what he had become. And likewise this was just what he wanted. The only way to get better conditions was to reveal one's talent in talisman making. Certainly not too much or it wouldn't be normal. Just show some talent. Lin Changan was not ambiguous, and walked directly in front of the table that people had prepared, and did not directly get on the table, but closed his eyes and rested his mind. And this scene did not surprise Elder Zhou. Instead, he even raised his hand and signaled the other two young Zhou family cultivators in the room, asking the two of them to watch carefully. Half an incense stick later, none of the people present were impatient. Right at this moment, Lin Changan slowly opened his eyes, with an appearance of adjusting his essence to the best, and lifted his brush to dip it into the special Dan sand used to draw the golden light talisman. Swish! Lin Changan, who was holding his breath, had focused and serious eyes, and his movements were even more fluid as the tip of his brush stroked across the talisman paper. Zhou Ontai secretly nodded his head as he watched the scene. Halfway through the day, the 8 golden light talismans were flickering with spiritual light, especially 2 of them. The spiritual light was obviously a bit more intense. Good. Little friend Lin's craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. Elder Zhou couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration, while Lin Changan took the towel handed over by the 2 young men and wiped off the sweat that rose from his forehead due to the exertion of his mind, and humbly arched his hand and said, "It's all thanks to this top-grade talisman brush and Dan sand. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to form 2 first-order lower-grade high-quality golden light talismans." Lin Chanan's words weren't really modest, but the spirit brushes and Dan sand provided by others were indeed more advanced than the ones he used. The old man does not like to come to these false. My Zhou family can provide my young friend with a first-order golden light talisman follow-up middle-grade crafting inheritance. And in the future, if my young friend's skills are more advanced, my Zhou family also has a first-order upper-grade talisman master's inheritance. But little friend Lin must promise to provide a certain number of first-order mid-grade talismans each year, as well as cultivate 1 or 2 juniors for my Zhou family. Lin Changan secretly thought, the Imperial Beast Zhou family is worthy of being a great foundation establishment family in the Square City. These conditions are indeed within a reasonable range. The other Zhou family provided the method of making first-order mid-grade talismans, and there were also monthly cultivation resources. He only needed to deliver a certain amount of talismans every year, and incidentally help the Zhou family train 2 juniors who were ready to concentrate on drawing talismans due to their poor qualifications. To put it simply, it means that the Zhou family has paid his salary in advance, and he is going to play a long job for the Zhou family. Elder Zhou, aren't these 15 years a bit too long? Now that I'm over 40, a minimum of 10 years, and you should know that we also provide little friend Lin with a cultivation dojo that is rich in spiritual chi, and we are even responsible for all of the materials needed to make talismans. Elder Zhou, can the amount of talismans delivered each year be lowered by 20%? I am willing to teach 2 more juniors. Lin Changan also made a symbolic bargain, but in fact, he was already cool inside. One must know that in the future, the Zhou family would provide some of this talisman drawing material, and he would be able to maintain his best condition all the time. Wouldn't it mean that if he used the Zhou family's materials to draw the talisman, he would earn the rest in addition to the amount delivered? He even had the Zhou family behind him as a backer. In the end, Lin Changan and Elder Zhou discussed for a while before revealing satisfied smiles. We'll have to trouble Rune Master Lin in the future. I wouldn't dare. I will do my best to pass on the teaching, except for the first half year when the amount of talismans delivered was a little less. The latter were all consistent, and at the same time, as agreed, he would dutifully train talisman masters for the Zhou family. With a family as large as the Zhou clan, there were many people with inferior spirit root talent within the clan, and these people could only hover at the early stage of chi refining for almost their entire lives. In addition to matters within the family, they are more likely to learn a skill and continue to serve the family. After all, the inferior spirit root was even worse than his inferior spirit root. Inferior grade vestments. I didn't think I'd have one so soon. After being personally escorted out by Erniu, Lin Chanan looked at his vestments and was even more satisfied as he gently patted them a few times. Silky smooth in the hand. This thing can be more than a simple dustbuster and a good looker. It has some defense, if you put it in the mortal world. This is the gold silk soft armor that is invulnerable to fire and water. No wonder mid-chi refining cultivators would present a crushing situation for the early stages. Lin Chang'an was overwhelmed with emotion. The gap between the early and middle stages of chi refining was not only in terms of mana and spells, but also in terms of magic weapons. Many cultivators in the early stages of chi refining didn't even have a single inferior magic weapon, and most of the ones they used were divine weapons. But these mortal divine weapons couldn't even break through the defense of the lower grade Dharma robe. Even the cultivation dojo is allocated. If I had made a breakthrough in drawing charms earlier, I wouldn't have to break through to the 4th level of chi refining only at this age. Although he was lamenting, Lin Chanan was rushing towards his home with a red face. Go back and pack. He's moving. There was also the corvée tax. Under the Zhou family's shelter, he only needed to pay half of it. Sure enough, the old ancestors were right. It's good to have your back to a big tree. Boo-hoo! I had just gotten home and was ready to clean up when there was a knock on the door. Old Hojo? After disappearing for more than 2 months, old he too reappeared, an even more haggard old face, but at this time, it was permeated with a red light. After seeing Lin Chagan open the door, old he too's old face grinned a smile. However, Lin Chagan keenly had already noticed that old head his left hand was missing 4 fingers, as if it had been bitten off by a demonic beast. Lin kid, this time it's really thanks to your golden light talisman. Otherwise the old man almost couldn't come back. Old he too did not hide his injured left hand at all, but instead grinned to reveal his old yellow teeth that were missing several pieces. You brat, why don't you pay your respects to your Uncle Lin? At this time, behind the old head of he, a handsome young man dressed in damask hien walked out, usually modest smile, this time but a little perfunctory. However, Lin Chanan was keenly aware that this hien was actually wearing a magic robe as well. Uncle Lin. Before Lin Chang'an could think more about it, old he too, who grinned and showed his old yellow teeth, smiled and couldn't stop smiling. This kid is lucky. Not only has he been spotted by the Foundation Establishment Great Clan Wang family, he has also passed the entrance examination of the Departure Fire Palace. No wonder. At this time Lin Chagan suddenly, at this time and then look at He Yan's complexion, is not exactly young and frivolous. That's a real congratulations to you, old he head. Stretching out his hand, Lin Chang'an smiled and congratulated him, while old he too also looked like he was showing off, grinning excitedly. Grandpa, obviously, He Yan, who had evening the Wang family and become an outer disciple of the departing Flame Palace, had changed his mentality, and there was some impatience in his demeanor. In the future, he is going to become an inner disciple of the leaving Fire Palace, and this place is no longer the quagmire that trapped him. So naturally, he is unwilling to talk more with these mud-legged people. Old head he, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but show a stunned look after suddenly seeing Lin Chanan's vestments. Lin kid, you're the Zhou family. The Zhou family rewarded the Dharma robes, which naturally had markings that represented the identity of the Zhou family's cultivators. The sharp-eyed old he too, naturally sharp-eyed, noticed it, while Lin Chang'an also smiled and nodded his head. Well, this first-order mid-grade talisman inheritance is hard to find, and only these families have it. The words were already obvious. He was joining the Zhou family, so that's how it is. That's a real congratulations. By the way, this is the spirit stone from the previous golden light talisman. Old he too was also full of smiles to say hi, and when he took out these 2 spirit stones from his bosom plus one of his original divine traveling talismans, it was obvious that he was still a bit uncomfortable using his left hand. This is nothing for me. It's still little Yen who was able to worship in the leaving Fire Palace. The future is promising. Listening to Lin Chanan praising his grandson, old he too smiled from ear to ear. Wasn't that exactly what he had been obsessing about all these years? After the two of them congratulated each other, old he too couldn't wait to go to the other neighbors to show off. This old he head, still so stingy. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head, and when he was about to put the spirit stone away, he looked at this divine traveling talisman but narrowed his eyes. It is, only on this divine traveling talisman, there were obviously a few tiny fluffs, and there was a bit of blood on one corner. This is the fluff of a black-winged wolf pup. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly mutter. This old he too was really bold enough to sneak around and discover a wolf's den. No wonder he is still so red-faced even after being injured. Just this demonic beast cub is enough for this old he head to retire. This made Lin Chang'an envious and at the same time a little emotional. Personal chance, he's not bad. As for He Yen, the teenager with the middle-grade spiritual root, if he was once, he might have envied people for this opening. But right now he had a bright tomorrow and wouldn't be affected by some random people. The road was still long, and the 40 years that had preceded it were but a blizzard on his way here. Chapter 14, The Conspiracy of the Wang Family. Inside the workshop, Lin Chang'an packed up and moved to the residence that the Zhou family had arranged for him. This is a courtyard compared to the previous residence. There is a small courtyard. The environment is beautiful in no way, and the accommodation is much better than before. Golden Light Charm +5, proficiency 18/1000. Inside the room, Lin Chang'an looked at the first order medium-grade Golden Light Talisman handbook provided by the Zhou family, the beeps flooding his mind. Yet his expression was in deep thought. Because of the longevity column, he seemed to have discovered an important issue. Life expectancy, 4098. Although I can earn spirit stones now, and even my cultivation level has broken through to the middle stage of chi refining, there seems to be one thing that hasn't changed. When the golden finger did not come, I also lived this 100 years of age. The golden finger came, I still live this 100 years of age. Then the golden finger is not in vain. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an's previous good mood was suddenly gone. Perhaps stimulated by this gathering and seeing that everyone else had already begun plotting to build their foundations, mainly still awakened too late, if early 20 years, now he is estimated to also begin to prepare for the foundation, which use like now, even began to worry about the longevity. Foundation cultivators, lifespan of 200 years to start. Relying on the talent I've awakened now may not be overly ambitious. Although the golden finger did not grant him the ability to live forever, it did give him unlimited opportunities. The more Lin Chang'an thought about it, the more energized he became. After age over 60, the chances of building a foundation will only get smaller and smaller. There are still 20 years to go. Let's set a small goal first. Break through the 7th level of chi refining within 10 years. If you can't make a breakthrough before you're 60, you have to enjoy it while you still have a few decades left, or else you didn't come for nothing. With a goal in mind, Lin Chang'an was energized and put down the handbook in his hands and came to the long-prepared table for drawing charms. Lin Chang'an, who was holding his breath, took a deep breath, and without closing his eyes like other talisman masters, he lifted his talisman brush and dipped it into the Dan sand without hesitation. Swish! The tip of the pen stroked across the talisman paper, and the movement was even more fluid. Put! A thick cloud of smoke rose up, choking Lin Chang'an as he coughed for a while. It was obvious that the first-order medium-grade talisman in his life had failed. Again! Other talisman masters needed to adjust their state again after failing, yet he was so gifted that he didn't need to at all. Lin Chang'an wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Instead, with his full concentration, he once again began to lift his brush to draw the talisman. The mid-grade Golden Light Talisman, not only in terms of material and mana consumption, but more importantly, it was much more tedious and complex, which elevated the level of difficulty, and was not at all comparable to the previous simple version of the lower-grade talisman. Swish! As white smoke rose from each piece of talisman paper, finally on the 6th piece, a golden aura flashed. It's done! Under his face full of smiles, Lin Chang'an looked at the first-order medium-grade Golden Light Talisman in his life, and even more so, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. I never thought that there would be a time when I would be able to draw a first-rank mid-grade talisman. Half a year ago he was still disheartened, ready to return to the mundane deserted life of the 3rd layer of chi refining cultivator. The result is just less than half a year. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 4th level of chi refinement now, he was even able to craft a first-order mid-grade Golden Light Talisman, a first-order mid-grade talisman, and a defense-type Golden Light Talisman. It's worth 4 spirit stones when it's set aside outside. From 1 spirit stone to 4, he had achieved another qualitative breakthrough. In the following days, Lin Chang'an once again returned to his residence life. In the eyes of the Zhou family, Lin Chang'an was a talisman master with some talent, who had eaten his way through and produced his first medium-grade talisman in just 2 months. From the 3rd month onwards, Lin Chang'an began to teach the 4 apprentices arranged by the Zhou family. The king's house. Inside the secret room, a wailing demonic beast cub was trapped inside an iron cage, and 2 of them even bared their teeth ferociously. Grand Elder, we've captured back a total of 38 Black Wind Wolf Pack demonic beast cubs, and 2 of them possess the bloodline of a Wolf King 2nd rank demonic beast. Inside the dimly lit secret room, listening to the report, this Foundation establishment elder of the Wang clan nodded with a satisfied smile. Good, very good. This time we will definitely make the Imperial Beast Zhou family plant a big head. While this Wang clan's late-stage chi refining Grand Cultivator who was following behind him was a bit fleshed out after hearing this. Grand Elder, are these 2 second-order bloodline demonic beasts to be discarded as well? It wasn't that he was petty, but once this second-order demonic beast was nurtured to adulthood, it could rival a foundation establishment cultivator. However, this Grand Elder let out a cold snort. Demonic beasts, not to mention the difficulty of cultivating it. Let's just say that the time and resources spent on cultivating a one is not good to use on my clan's later generation of cultivators. Our Wang family is thriving, not the Zhou family that is with us. Yes. This great cultivator of the late Qi refining stage arched his hand. Be careful. Looking at the cage within the secret room, a greedy smile appeared on the face of this Grand Elder of the Wang clan, taking advantage of the current chaos in the marketplace to put these wolf cubs in the black market. The Zhou family will definitely not let this opportunity pass, and then we will let the wind out to give the Zhou family a strong voice. Let all cultivators know one thing, that the Imperial Beast Zhou clan has obtained 2 more second-ranked demonic beast cubs, the late-stage Qi refinement cultivator of the Wang clan on the side. Upon hearing this, similarly revealed a sinister smile. Elder, don't worry. When capturing the wolf cubs, I personally led the team, leaving behind all the Zhou family disciples' clothes, talisman scents, and even the broken armor of the Zhou family's town spirit beast Xian Shui turtle. This group of think they must have already gone berserk when the demonic beasts attack the marketplace. This hat, he'll have to wear it even if the Zhou family doesn't. After the Wang family's Grand Elder heard the Xian Shui turtle, a touch of hatred was even revealed in his eyes. 20 years ago, it was because of this head. If not, this marketplace would have long been the world of my Wang family. This time I must take down the Zhou family. 20 years ago, the Wang family and the Zhou family had a grudge because of the resources of the market. The Zhou family relied on the bottom of the Xian Shui turtle so as not to lose, but the same vitality was greatly injured. It was also because of this that Li Ernia had the opportunity to join the Zhou family. In the Cloud Mist mountain range, an oozing wolf whistle came from a valley. Under the moonlight, one could only see that one of the wolf dens had been hollowed out, and there were still traces of cultivators fighting with demonic beasts at the scene, especially since the scene was gruesome, littered with parted wolf pups and she-wolves. Extremely vicious, it seemed more like a revenge than anything else. Under a pair of oily green beast pupils emanating human anger surfaced. Above the valley, 2 black-winged wolf demonic beasts emanating a terrifying aura appeared, deadly staring in the direction of the green bamboo mountain workshop. He then looked up to the sky over the valley under the moonlight. The sound wave of wolf whistles shook the valley rubble rustling and rolling down, and the countless demonic beasts 100 miles away seemed to sense something, instantly frightening countless demonic beasts to panic and explode their hair. At the same time, the valley followed the sound of even more intensive wolf whistles. Under the night, under the leadership of the Wolf King, the dense black shadows swished and rushed out of the valley, but the target was not the green bamboo mountain workshop, but the depths of the Cloud Mist mountain range. The leading Wolf King, as he led the wolf pack towards Cloud Mist mountain, glanced back in the direction of green bamboo mountain's workshop, a pair of oozing beast pupils revealing a humanized and engraved hatred. As the wolves disappeared, the silence under the night was terrifying. However, on the outskirts of the valley, on a large tree, a human figure slowly emerged. What a terrifying aura! I'm afraid that this Wolf King's aura already has a late second stage, and there's also an early second stage demonic beast, the silhouette that was revealed, after looking at the wolf's shadow that disappeared in the distance, but there was a sinister smile on his face. A group of people now obediently go to the mountain range to drive away the demonic beasts. At that time, the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop will reproduce the tragic situation of 15 years ago when the demonic beasts attacked the workshop. Under the hoarse laughter, the man still couldn't help the color of fear surfacing in his eyes after recalling the image of the demonic beast attacking the marketplace 15 years ago. But this time it's different. At that time, the anger of all the cultivators in the marketplace will be vented on the Zhou family. The silhouette smiled grimly underneath, then threw out a flying boat and directly disappeared into the night. The Black Wind Wolf demonic beast, not only was it extremely vindictive, its IQ was also extremely high. When facing the human workshop, he did not impulsively launch his revenge, but rather chose to rush into the mountain range as the Wang clan had expected, using his advantage to drive countless demonic beasts to run out, and thus causing chaos to the workshop. Chapter 15. A turmoil will begin. Inside the courtyard. This talisman is easy to learn but hard to master, although your spiritual roots are poor, but cultivating the immortal 100 arts emphasizes the word enlightenment. Inside the sunny courtyard, the 4 Zhou family's inferior spirit root teenagers and girls were resolute in their expressions as they drew talismans with their brushes before the table, especially after Lin Chang'an mentioned that drawing talismans was about enlightenment. It was almost like he was motivating them. The spiritual root was already a foregone conclusion, but the drawing of charms had just begun, and this word of enlightenment. But it is difficult to stop thousands of cultivators. Some people when they first touch it will be an epiphany. and there are also people who study hard for dozens of years, but suddenly after an epiphany, it will be uncontrollable, and such examples are countless in the immortal cultivation world. Lin Chagan, who was dressed in green robes, was like a pedagogue, carefully teaching the 4 apprentices of the Zhou family. After all, to take the benefits of people's Zhou family, he naturally has to teach by heart, but will not hide a hand like others, taking money from people. He's really doing something. After all, in the Talisman course, he relied on his own talent, which was something that no one else could learn. Bo is not as good as the best. This golden light talisman, Lin Chanan poured out his teachings without reservation, even seriously pointing out where each person had made mistakes. It wasn't until 2 hours after the sun had risen that the 4 early-stage chi refining Zhou clan teenagers stopped due to their minds and mana being overly consumed. Rune Master Lin, you've spoken so well. We've also heard it from Rune Master Huang, but not as detailed as you have. The 4 of them came forward with compliments full of joy, but they were from the heart. Originally inferior spiritual roots, they were far more mature than their peers, and naturally could see who was being taught by heart and who was being perfunctory. And in the face of the 4's compliments and currying favor, Lin Chang'an frankly enjoyed it and pointed out with a smile, "Don't flatter yourselves. I'm taking your Zhou family's spirit stone resources, so naturally I have to teach seriously, or else I won't be kicked out by your Zhou family." The 4 of them smiled. Under the 2 months together, from the apprehension at the beginning to the familiarity now, they had also adapted to this easy-tempered Rune Master Lin. Recently, the marketplace has been bustling with activity. The scattered cultivators are coming one by one, and I heard that the marketplace is all set to expand, and has already begun to build on the periphery. Recently within the marketplace, there have been quite a few loose cultivators who have gotten lucky, and I've heard that quite a few black wind wolf cubs have been bought by loose cultivators. But from what I heard, it seems to be a tame spirit beast from our Zhou family. As the conversation of the 4 people as they went away reached his ears, Lin Chanan was darkly contemplative. This marketplace is getting more and more lively, and although opening up the land will represent some chaos, it's a good opportunity all the same. Taking this opportunity, he could secretly peddle down talismans and earn some cultivation resources. Perhaps a small amount of first-order mid-grade adamantine talismans can also be offered some. After all, the workshop market is so bustling right now. First-order mid-grade talismans aren't rare. Just as Lin Chanan was secretly pondering, Ernia's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Brother Lin, look what I've brought you." Li Ernia stepped directly into the courtyard carrying 2 bottles of spirit wine under a full smile, looking at Lin Chanan dumbfounded. "Ernia, this spirit wine is not cheap." "Brother Lin, this is what you thought wrong. This is a reward from the clan. All mid-chi refining cultivators within the clan have a bottle of top-quality spirit wine." When he heard that it was top-grade spirit wine, Lin Chanan couldn't help but smile. This was the benefit of joining a big clan. Not only did you have a backer, some festivals and happy events, there would be rewards from the clan. This top-grade spirit wine isn't cheap. It costs at least 1 spirit stone. Is there some happy event within the clan? It's the clan chief who has captured 2 black wind wolf cubs of the second-order bloodline. If this is cultivated, it will be 2 Foundation Establishment realm spirit beasts in the future. The greatest advantage of this class of demonic beasts, the black wind wolf, was the short cultivation period. Unlike the Zhou family's current town spirit beast, the Xian Shui turtle, which had been cultivated for nearly 200 years before it reached adulthood, that's 2 or 3 generations sent away. 2 demonic beasts of the second-rank bloodline. This is really a happy event. As Lin Chang'an received the spirit wine with a smile on his face, an aura suddenly flashed through his mind, and instantly the smile on his face stiffened a bit. He had black wind wolf cubs. The Zhou family shot 2 second-order demonic beast cubs. Any one of them, as if it is nothing, but this is all connected. How to be more and more some wrong. Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Chang'an suppressed the suspicion in his heart and casually inquired without moving, "Erniu, I've recently heard that there are quite a few black wind wolf beast cubs up for auction in the marketplace?" Li Ernia didn't think much of it. Instead he smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, even the black market has heard of it, and it's already been bought by so many late-stage chi refining cultivators that even I wonder if it's the clan taking advantage of this opportunity to peddle spirit beasts." When he said here, Li Ernio countered with a look of yearning and lamented, "If one day I can also break through to the late stage of chi refining, I'll also buy a spirit beast cub from the clan for the brat at home." Looking at Li Erniu with this expression, Lin Chang'an seemed to have caught something and frowned. "Erniu, did you just say that it's the Zhou family that's out there peddling spirit beasts?" When Li Ernia heard this, he smiled with some pride instead. Although the clan didn't recognize it, throughout the entire Green Bamboo Mountain marketplace, who doesn't know the golden signboard of the Imperial Beast Zhou family? Looking at Erniu, the smile on Lin Chang'an's face stiffened even more. Even the Zhou family's own people thought so, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. This front foot of his joined the Zhou family, just rejoiced that he had a backer. the back foot of how he felt like entering a vortex of intrigue. The Chow family. Father, are you saying that there have been quite a few black wind wolf cubs peddled within the marketplace in recent days? Zhou Runmao, the head of the Zhou family, had just auctioned off 2 second-order demonic beast cubs from outside, and the joy on his face was gone, replaced by gravity. Not bad. Almost immediately after you transferred spirit stones from within the clan and auctioned these 2 spirit beasts outside on the front foot. This kind of thing appeared in the workshop market on the back foot. The Zhou family's foundation establishment ancestor, with his hair and beard white, revealed a touch of gravity on his cheeks. The king's family. Father and son, this one before and after a pair of accounts. After looking at each other, Face Ugly spit out the person behind the curtain. Damn it, this Wang family is really shady. Although Zhou Runmao was angry, as the head of the Zhou family, he calmed down and came up with a response. It takes time to cultivate spirit beasts, not to mention second-order spirit beasts. This time, the opening of the land is imminent, and the Wang clan is deliberately depleting our clan's reserves, just like that time 15 years ago, utilizing the opening of the land to continuously consume my Zhou family. Even the second-order spirit beast will be the final straw that drags down my Zhou family. When he said this, Zhou Runmao even gritted his teeth and said, "This Wang family is still so insidious." Second-order spirit beast cubs were already expensive, and once the Zhou family got stuck in the mud and missed the best period for cultivating a spirit beast, the spirit beast would be wasted. Stabilize first, no matter what. 2 second-rank spirit beast cubs are a good thing for the family. Let's make a bigger noise this time, and at the same time take advantage of this period of time to pull in more people from the scattered cultivators outside. This Zhou family foundation establishment ancestor pondered for a moment. Their Zhou family could only passively defend now. After all, there was still a gap in the strength of the 2 great families. Although the Zhou family had 2 foundation establishment cultivators, his lifespan would be around these 30 years at the most, and even if you counted the Jin clan spirit beasts, there were only 3 foundation establishment cultivators. On the contrary, the Wang family, a family of 5 foundation building, the oldest 2 old things now have 50 or 60 years of life. The remaining 3 are even in the prime of life. Only water can come to earth. Chapter 16, Exchanging Spirit Stones. Square City. As the opening gets closer and closer, the marketplace comes to a rare flourish. The streets were filled with cultivators setting up stalls and hawking. This chi benefiting pill of mine not only possesses the effect of regulating breath, but it can also increase strong mana. First-ranked medium-grade adamantine talisman. For or against. How is this enough? Oh hey, you do not go change, I change not. The disguised Lin Chang'an blended in with the crowd, looking at the pills exchanged in his hands and nodding secretly in his heart. There were more casual cultivators, and although there would be some confusion, the same benefit was that he could fish in troubled waters. Or rather, he didn't need to take the risk of going to the black market. With so many cultivators in this big daytime marketplace, there were more foreign casual cultivators, while some chambers of commerce would also seize the opportunity. This point of his medium-grade golden light talisman was not normal when it was put on an individual, but when thrown onto the market of the workshop, it could not even splash up a wave, regardless of whether there is a conspiracy or not. Taking advantage of the prosperity of the workshop market during this period of time, we have to hurry up and clear out the inventory in our hands. Only when our own strength is strong will we be able to secure peace and stability. Blending in with the crowd, Lin Chang'an disguised himself as a casual cultivator and changed his attire and face again after coming out through a remote alley. Having survived here for 20 years, he knew exactly how to get down that alley. Repeatedly, in less than a day, he had almost cleared his stock for the period. First-rank mid-grade firebomb talisman. I'll trade you 2 first-rank mid-grade golden light talismans for 3. Fellow Daoist, are you not joking? Finally, in front of a stall, Lin Chang'an revealed his true face and bargained with this alien stall owner. In the end, 2 for 2. The other side added a bottle of pesky potion. As if he was more satisfied with this time, Lin Chang'an arrived inside a restaurant run by the Zhou family, leaned on the window, and ordered a table of spirit wine and spirit meat. As an external talisman master of the Zhou family, you can enjoy certain discounts in the Zhou family restaurant industry. Based on the principle that there was no need to waste this treatment, Lin Chang'an even circled around a few streets before arriving here. Inside the lively restaurant, did you hear that the Shen family couple also purchased a black wind wolf cub? What's wrong with that? Although the black wind wolf is a first-order demonic beast, it still has to be that flaming tiger that is fierce. I heard that there are already several demon hunting squads ready to join forces. You really don't have a bit of insight here. Just look at how many black wind wolf cubs have appeared in the marketplace recently. A rather old, long-bearded cultivator spoke proudly, causing the cultivators at the same table to cast curious looks. You guys are still young. You only see one side of the story. You don't think about it. So many black-winged wolf cubs, it's obvious that someone has terminated a large nest of wolves. Is this something that an unusual demon hunting squad can do? And that Imperial Beast Joe family even claimed to the public that the clan had obtained 2 second-order black-winged wolf bloodline cubs. So guess what's going on? A wave of envious comments resounded in the tavern for a while. This time the Imperial Beast Joe clan has really earned a lot. Who says it isn't? In the entire marketplace, besides the Imperial Beast Joe family, who else has this big deal? Lin Chang'an listened to the various news, but was secretly alarmed. Even he realized that something was wrong. I am afraid that the Zhou family has also long been aware of it, right? I'm just an external talisman master. If something really goes wrong, the condition I signed is just to provide talisman facilitation. It's not like the group of cultivators who sold their lives. Holding the idea that the tall man would take the blame if something went wrong, Lin Chang'an ate and drank enough and then headed towards home. He is only a small cultivator of the 4th level of qi refining. Worrying about more is useless. The only way to enhance the strength is the hard way. For several days in a row, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Chang'an occasionally went to the workshop market, usually just practicing hard and teaching apprentices. Inside the chamber, Lin Chang'an leisurely opened his eyes and couldn't help but feel the strand of mana that had grown within his body. What kind of days did I live in before? But if I had the aid of spirit stones and pills for my daily cultivation, I would have broken through long ago. There was no harm without comparison. Now he consumed more cultivation resources in a month than he once did in half a year. Habitually, he opened the panel and looked at his cultivation progress. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 4098. Realm, 4th level of qi refining, 2/100. Technique, Zhangchun Kung Fu, proficiency, 869/1000. Skills, Golden Light Charm, proficiency 18/1000. Divine Travel Charm, proficiency 1/1000. Spells, Firebomb, proficiency 458/1000. Concealment, proficiency 219/1000. Invisibility, proficiency 130/1000. Dispel, proficiency 488/500. After glancing at the realm, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a smile. As one's proficiency in the evergreen technique increased, the speed of one's cultivation became faster and faster, showing an accelerated state. Thanks to the handwritten notes sent by this junior sister, his understanding of the evergreen technique could be said to have grown by leaps and bounds. After all, it was the sense of a late-stage qi refining cultivator. However, before he could be happy for long, his mind recalled the chaos of the marketplace in recent days, as well as the vague uneasiness in his heart, and all of a sudden, any good mood was gone. According to this progress, if I want to break through to the 5th level of qi refining, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 years. But right now, the opening of the land is imminent, and I'm afraid that the marketplace won't be able to settle down for a few days. Must accelerate the cultivation, but right now the 1st order medium grade talisman. I only know the Golden Light Talisman. I have to hurry up and think of another 1 or 2 medium-grade talisman making methods, so that I can muffledly accumulate cultivation resources. Having enjoyed this kind of spirit stone-accelerated cultivation, he was naturally unwilling to go back to the slow times, especially at his age. There was no room for delay either. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an took out all the spirit stones he had exchanged over the past few days from within his storage bag. Clattering, a pile of shiny spirit stones appeared between his legs in a flash. In 3 months' time, you've earned more than 90 spirit stones, and that's not even counting exchanging them for pills and such used for cultivation. If this is told, who would believe it? Even Lin Chang'an couldn't help but see so many spirit stones for the first time. His eyes glistened and he was secretly shocked. An ordinary 1st order mid-grade talisman master, costs aside, would only earn a dozen or so spirit stones a month, but with his talisman drawing status locked, he could earn hundreds of spirit stones a month by engaging in full force. Every opening is a rare bonanza, where normally precious and scarce magical artifacts, spirit pets, the inheritance of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, and even the foundation establishment pill will appear. This is equally his opportunity. He didn't dare to think about the foundation establishment Dan, but the talisman inheritance could still be moved. To be prudent, secretly learn another 1 or 2 first-order mid-grade talismans, so that you can also avoid revealing your hand. After all, some senior talisman masters can tell from the same type of talisman whether it's the same person's hand or not. Talismans are divided into attack, defense, recluse, and many other aspects. Different talismans used to the material. The technique is completely different. Even if it is from the hand of one person, it is difficult to be seen, but the same kind of talisman would be easy to be discovered. So during this period of time, the people he went to secretly sell to were also some demon hunting cultivators. Because this type of cultivator, the talismans purchased or exchanged are used by themselves, and they are also big consumers of talismans. I have to learn at least 1 or 2 other first-order mid-grade talismans, and under the premise of ensuring that I don't waste my cultivation, I'll probably be able to earn around 100 spirit stones a month. Costs aside, Lin Chang'an secretly contemplated under. His spiritual root qualification was poor, but he could completely make up for it with spirit stones. Now the urgent thing was to improve his cultivation in order to survive in this stormy world of immortal cultivation. He had already wasted 40 years of his life, and if he didn't put up a fight, he might as well return to the mortal realm to enjoy his riches before it was too late. Chapter 17, Chunlai and Little Sister's Arrival, Requests for Follow-Up Reading. 3 months later, Lin Chang'an sat on his knees, exhaled a long breath, and looked at his data panel with a satisfied smile on his face. Realm, 4th level of Qi refining, 11/100. Sure enough, with the supply of spirit stones, my cultivation speed has increased quite a bit. In just 3 months, the progress had gone from 2 to 11. If he followed this speed, he would not need 3 years to break through. Spirit stones? In the end, there are still spirit stones to be earned. After looking down at the spirit stone in his palm, which had already been taken in the spiritual qi and was somewhat whitened, Lin Chang'an smiled, and under the force of his palm, the spirit stone was instantly pinched into pieces. The complete lower-grade spirit stone was hard as hell, but it was now a waste stone. Getting up, he straightened his vestments and at the same time cleaned the dust from the spirit stones in the house, lest he be noticed. After all, relying on spirit stones to cultivate every day, even ordinary cultivators within the great clans didn't have such a luxury. If I go all out and can keep having 3 spirit stones per day to use for cultivation, then my speed of cultivation can be doubled again. However, Lin Chang'an then shook his head again. In this way, he would have to earn hundreds of spirit stones every month to be able to do so. Not that he didn't have the ability to do so. Rather, it was a bit risky, and lately he had been able to cultivate so lavishly thanks to the increasing chaos in the marketplace. Ringo, walking out of the house, he saw the cleaned-up Li Erniu, and Lin Chang'an went forward to greet him. I didn't expect little Marquis Shenlai to organize a chamber of commerce with little sister. Along the way, Li Erniu was overwhelmed with emotions. How long has it been that his best friend from back then is actually coming to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop? And Lin Chang'an nodded with a smile, and inwardly, he was also a little envious. First it was Erniu, and then this Shenlai. Obviously everyone is a lower-grade spiritual root that failed the examination, but as a result, Erniu has joined the family, and even this Shenlai looks like he is going to be a good thing with the youngest senior sister. When he fell out of the trio, he wanted looks. He had looks. He wanted spiritual roots. Everyone was half a caddy. The result was like this every time, which made Lin Chang'an wonder for a while. Could it be that the face of the immortal cultivation world was not useful at all? Engaging in this now, Lin Chang'an could only comfort himself. Fortunately he had awakened his talent and his future wasn't too bad. Shenlai and Junior Sister's Chamber of Commerce, although not large, was organized under the leadership of the junior sheriff. Some time ago Shenlai came with a letter, telling them about their organization of the Chamber of Commerce preparing to come to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop. Now that he, Lin Chang'an, was also attached to the Zhou family, this letter could naturally be sent to the Zhou family for him, unlike before when he had to pass letters from Erniu here. Yes, the young sheriff is truly a genius. Even Li Erniu lamented and envied, while Lin Chang'an nodded his head in agreement. This little county princess's vigor was not small. Obviously, behind the Chamber of Commerce that Shenlai and his junior sister had organized was this little county princess Yun Yao, in order to prepare the resources needed for foundation building. Once the little county princess Yun Yao succeeded, it would be a party of foundation building powerhouses, and their status would rise, and they would be able to earn back exponentially what they had paid for all these years. Win-win situation. The two of them lamented and made their way to the main gate of the workshop to prepare for the welcome. However, as the time passed little by little, it was not until noon that the familiar caravan was seen from afar. It's the little Marquis and the others. Li Erniu had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw the silhouette, he immediately revealed a smile. Lin Chang'an, on the other hand, frowned, but realized that this long caravan seemed to be a bit messy, as if it had gone through some twists and turns. Brother Lin, Brother Li. After seeing the waiting person from afar, Shenlai also revealed a smile, rolled over and dismounted from his horse, and went forward for a big hug. This time this little Marquis also sort of remembered Erniu's last name instead of Brother Erniu. Xiao Ho, Brother Shen, what's gotten into you that you're a bit gray? Li Erniu habitually still wanted to open his mouth to call little Marquis, but also immediately reacted and changed his name. But looking at the line of people's gray heads, he couldn't help but show a curious look. Don't mention it, it's been an unlucky ride. It was fine if he didn't say it, but when he mentioned it, Shenlai flung his sleeve in a bad mood. We hired a team of outer sect disciples from the Leaving Fire Palace as escorts. Originally all the way was fine. How could we ever think that when we still had 3 days to travel, we unexpectedly encountered demonic beasts one after another, even that golden light leopard. After hearing these words, Lin Chang'an could not help but feel his heart jump and looked at Shenlai in shock. Golden light leopard. Isn't this a demonic beast that survives in the depths of the cloud mist mountain range? How could it be encountered in this periphery? Just then, the carriage lifted off, and Lou Turnip walked down, looking at them with a familiar smile and spoke. We also found quite a few traces of demonic beasts infesting the depths of the cloud mist mountain range along the way, so we think that with the opening of the workshop market just around the corner, too many cultivators have come and disturbed the demonic beast's territory. Little sister, senior sister Lou, Lin Chang'an and Li Ernia's duo also smiled and arched their hands. Obviously, they were the ones who were in the same class, but it was as if this little senior sister was not even remotely close to them. Also, it's not like this didn't happen before the workshop opened. Li Ernia nodded his head in agreement. The demonic beasts usually had a fixed territory, but with the sudden increase in the number of cultivators constantly coming out, it would also affect the demonic beasts. Alright, let's hurry up and enter the marketplace, but Ernio and I have already prepared a reception banquet for you. Lin Chang'an suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and with a smile on his face, he reached out to entertain Shenlai and his party into the workshop, and although Shenlai was a bit dusty, he couldn't stop the joy on his face as he looked at the bustling marketplace. They have bet a lot of goods to arrive this time. Isn't it because they have their eyes on the Green Bamboo Mountain marketplace? The more foreign casual cultivators there are, the more spirit stones they can earn. As for the demonic beast riot, for the Chamber of Commerce, isn't this the perfect opportunity to earn spirit stones? Gathering of Immortals, Lin Chang'an, Li Erniu, Shenlai and Lu Yiqing, the four of them were sitting in the box. As for the guards of the merchant brigade, they naturally settled the spirit stones after entering within the marketplace, while Shenlai, the little marquis, was also enthusiastic to set up a table for this group of cultivators at the Juxian building. This group of 5 mid-stage Qi refining Palace of Flame Departure disciples led by a late-stage Qi refining stage also treated Shenlai and Lin Chang'an and the others with smiles. After all, no one dislikes a generous employer, and they are also the ones who know who the real employer is. Come on, cheers! I didn't realize we'd be together again so soon after our last encounter. With the spirit wine, spirit meat came up. Shenlai was full of smiles. This set aside who was also a self-acquaintance befriending wrist. No wonder can be Yunyao fancy, become the head of the Chamber of Commerce. At the wine table, Shenlai was full of smiles and once again mentioned the meaning of the previous letter. After all, Lin Chang'an and Li Ernia were also considered local snakes and knew more about this place's market than they did. Lin Chang'an put down his wine glass and nodded gently. Ernio and I have helped you identify quite a few men in the past few days, all of whom have clean identities and whose parents are both cultivators within the marketplace, or whose children are within the marketplace. Since he was going to set up a chamber of commerce, he naturally needed to recruit some manpower, and the advantage of recruiting cultivators from the local marketplace was that they could quickly integrate into the understanding. Lin Chang'an naturally understood that these ordinary cultivators who dragged their families and had children were relatively more peaceful. In that case, thank you Senior Brother Lin and Senior Brother Li. At the wine table, Lu Turnip, the senior sister, was also gentle and atmospheric, and raised her wine glass in a toast. This scene made Lin Chang'an and Li Ernia both secretly mutter, "This little sister treats people with means of bathing in the spring breeze, and this Shenlai is really the same kind of person." A wine banquet. The four people are also considered to be more familiar with each other. Chapter 18, A Night of Chaos, Request for Catch-up Reading. Under the bustling marketplace, there were many chambers of commerce arriving every day, and the merchant brigade of Shenlai and Lu Yiqing did not attract attention. After all, there were too many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the prosperity of the marketplace to make a fortune. In just 3 days, Shenlai and Lu Yiqing picked out a place, paid the spirit stones, and opened the stores very quickly. After all, with the lively situation in the workshop market at the moment, wasting one more day is one less day of earning spirit stones. Under the name of the inner disciple of the Leaving Fire Palace, the store opened very quickly. Inside the store, Brother Lin, Brother Li, it's really thanks to you. Brother Shen, this is not my merit, it was the clan that asked me to come. Li Ernia's face is slightly red. His own family knows his own business. This procurement list, but the Zhou family borrowed his hand for. However, this scene fell into Lin Chang'an's eyes, but it was darkly contemplative. It was understandable for the Zhou family to befriend Yunyao. After all, it was easy to add flowers to the brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Although Yunyao has not yet built the foundation, but in advance to make good will not lose, even if not successful in building the foundation, but also to make good a departure from the fire palace of the inner disciples. In case you really build a foundation, it's not a loss in any way, but the Zhou family seems to be making some big moves lately. Lin Chang'an frowned darkly. In the past few days he had noticed that the Zhou family was recruiting cultivators from the outside world, and their movements were obviously a bit large. Senior brother Lin, it's really thanks to you, junior sister Lu Turnip said with a smile, while Li Erniu, who was on the side, also nodded his head in a naive manner. As a talisman master, big brother Lin has known more people and made more connections than me over the years. Senior sister is polite. Lin Chang'an smiled and waved his hand. Whether it was out of elder Lu's grace of receiving him, or this little sister's gift of a book, or personal interest, he had to do this favor. During this time, Lin Chang'an had also introduced quite a few ordinary talisman masters, as well as some other cultivators. After all, the stores opened by the inner disciples of the departing Fire Palace were always much more reliable than some random stalls outside. However, next, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lin Chang'an's face, a scene that happened to fall into Lu Turnip's eyes. Senior brother Lin, could it be that you have something difficult to say? After Xinlai and Erniu on the side looked at it, they also snorted and pretended not to see it, preparing to evade. However, Lin Chang'an was gently shaking his head. It's not anything, it's just that recently the workshop market is mixed with dragons and snakes, and some of the talismans and pills that are not allowed to see the light. I don't know. Although the latter words were not explicitly stated, Lin Chang'an had already made it clear. Senior brother Lin need not worry. After hearing that it was this, not only was Lu Turnip not surprised, but instead revealed a look of delight as she smiled and nodded her head. As long as the quality is fine, I don't think anyone would dare to move earth on the head of the leaving Fire Palace. This junior sister Lu Turnip's tactics were also formidable, and under her seemingly gentle voice, she spat out the dependents behind her word by word. Yun Yao was at least an inner disciple, and the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce had naturally been reported to the sect. With a clan as a backer, one could avoid many problems. That's good. Lin Chang'an nodded his head gently. The cultivation world was full of cultivators who had committed crimes, or were hiding from their enemies, or had a corrupt character. This kind of people, high not low, Immortal Cultivation family is reluctant to recruit this kind of cultivator. The same kind of cultivator also dare not easily show their face, can only be hidden in the workshop market. He has been mixing in the workshop for 20 years. Although he didn't know a few big cultivators in the late stage of qi refining, he knew a lot of cultivators from the 3 religions and 9 streams. It's still you, big brother Lin. As for Xinlai and Lu Yiqing, they were also full of smiles as they negotiated with Lin Chang'an about the base price offered. People last longer when they have favors for each other. Lin Chang'an also nodded his head in agreement, while secretly calculating that a small amount of his talismans would be relatively safe to go through this channel from Xinlai for the time being. But if he wanted it to last, he really had to hurry up and learn another first-order mid-grade talisman. If not, it was always a first-order mid-grade golden light talisman, and there were still a lot of them. Sooner or later, it would arouse suspicion. Brother Lin, do you think little Sheriff Master will be able to build her foundation this time? On the way back, Li Erniu couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Chang'an shook his head for a while after hearing this and sighed longingly. Erniu, even the competition for the inner disciples of the Lihua Palace is so fierce. One can imagine how difficult it is for ordinary cultivators such as myself to seek foundation establishment. Li Erniu shook his head in bewilderment for a while after hearing this. Luckily, we're only at the 4th level of qi refining, so we don't have to think about it that much. To Erniu's optimistic attitude, Lin Chang'an smiled dumbly, lifting his heads to look at the bustling marketplace, his eyes glowing with complex emotions that were impenetrable. How many people came for the foundation building pill this time, but how many of them would succeed in the end? If he hadn't awakened the golden finger, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to hope for the word foundation establishment. The calmness before the opening of the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop was suddenly shattered on a night 10 days later. Lin Chang'an, who had been cultivating within the house, was jolted awake when he suddenly heard the roaring sound emanating from the marketplace. How? This familiar sound caused Lin Chang'an's face to change drastically, because it was the sound of the Green Bamboo Mountain Market's mountain protection array. The last time it had rung out was during a wave of demonic beasts 15 years ago, and it was still fresh in his mind. Quickly taking out the lower-grade magic weapon Green Bamboo sword from his storage pouch, he had only just stepped out of the house when he saw the formation boundary shrouding the sky over the marketplace at night. Brother Lin, what's going on here? Li Erniu next door was even more horrified as he dragged his family and rushed over with his children. Someone is attacking the workshop. Erniu, quickly hide. Lin Chang'an's heart was alarmed under the fact that the most dangerous thing at this time was not the enemy attacking the marketplace, but his own people inside the marketplace. Under the night, the bright light flickering from the formation above the marketplace illuminated the marketplace, and Li Erniu's fearful pupils floated out to the scene of 15 years ago. At the same time, the entire marketplace boiled up and became incomparably noisy. The cultivator who rushed in covered in blood before the opening of the formation boundary of the workshop market was alarmed. It's demonic beasts. The demonic beasts in the Cloud Mist mountain range have rushed out. On the outskirts of the marketplace, under the sound of a wolf whistle, it drove countless demonic beasts to rush towards the direction of the marketplace. And at this time the Wang family, old ancestor, this group has finally arrived. The Grand Elder of the Wang clan could not help but laugh even more this time. The square market grand formation is on. This time I'd like to see how many more medium-grade spirit stones his Zhou family can have to maintain the grand formation. The 2 second-stage demonic beast cubs from before were a bait. Demonic beasts attacking the marketplace was not called a matter. But if the marketplace formation had problems, that would be a matter. The Wang family and the Zhou family, both of which were families dependent on the rule of the Leaving Flame Palace, and being based in the marketplace, they needed to take on the responsibility of stabilizing the marketplace. In the Green Bamboo Mountain Market, the Wang family and the Zhou family, one in the east and one in the west, were responsible for the operation of the market's grand formation. And what this level of formation consumed was medium-grade spirit stones. The medium-grade spirit stones, on the other hand, were precious existences for even Foundation establishment cultivators. Royal Beast Zhou family, but also rang the bronze bell. Countless cultivators, also spirit beasts, have annoyed roar. The great array of the town hall market. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Royal Beast Zhou family had a face of shocked anger, and at this moment, he finally understood the sinister intentions of the Wang family. It's too hard. That's the bottom of the barrel. Gather all the cultivators of my Zhou clan to prepare for the enemy. Meanwhile, some of the mysterious cultivators who had blended into the marketplace were wide-eyed. What's going on here? We haven't even started the operation yet. Why is the marketplace in chaos? The leading cultivator looked at the chaotic manner, a hideous smile on his face. Sooner or later, our Divine Sword sect is going to start a war against the Li Fire Palace anyway, so this is a heavenly opportunity. There were 3 major clans in the Yu country, which were the Divine Sword sect, the Leaving Fire Palace, and the Xianyin Pavilion. Among them, the Divine Sword sect was the strongest. However, there was no need for the Divine Sword sect's hidden cultivators to create a commotion in the workshop market at all. The workshop market array had only just been turned on, and the interior of the workshop was already in chaos. There were excitement and agitation on the cheeks of all the cultivators, and there were many others whose faces were hideously twisted. Burning and looting, all kinds of stores were smashed, and the greed and killing between cultivators was nakedly displayed. I don't know who shouted "Foundation building Dan," resulting in countless cultivators reddening their eyes. Chapter 19. Some are happy, some are sad. A chaotic night in the marketplace. Brother Lin, if I die, please help me take care of my wife and children. At the Zhou family's summons, Li Ernia spoke with a pleading face full of grief. Lin Chagan, as an external talisman master, naturally didn't need to pay attention to this summoning order. Even if he went over there, I'm afraid that the Zhou family would still think that he had second thoughts. Don't worry, Erniu. The square market formation isn't that easy to breach. You'll be fine. With regards to Li Erniu, Lin Chanan's complexion gazed down as he took out 2 first-order mid-grade golden light talismans and 2 first-order lower-grade divine walking talismans from his storage pouch. Erniu, be careful. Don't be impulsive. Li Erniu glanced at his family with a face full of reluctance, and after receiving the talisman, he left without looking back. Hide inside the hole in the ground. Lin Chahan's habit for many years, dug within the house of his own house has a hole in the ground. Did not think that this just dug a new house, but also used. After arranging for all of Erniu's family members to hide inside the hole in the ground, Lin Chanan looked grave as he created a sign of a hasty escape. Under the reddish night sky, Lin Chang'an knew that it was a sight illuminated by firelight. Stealing up to the house, Jean let a tingle of scalp when she saw the distant sight of the marketplace again. Countless cultivators were already red-eyed, frantically smashing and looting. There are too many cultivators this time, all thinking of taking advantage of the chaos. Lin Chang'an hurriedly hid on the eaves of the house, simultaneously casting the proficient-level stealth and breath convergence techniques to minimize his own aura. The night sky of the marketplace was filled with spells exploding in various colors, and the cries were even more incessant. The Chao family, old ancestor, there are quite a few cultivators in the marketplace who are looting our properties, and among them, the figure of the Divine Sword sect's looting cultivators has been spotted. Old ancestor, the clan is running out of medium-grade spirit stones. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out if we have to maintain 8 formation nodes in the Zhou clan. At this moment, the Zhou family's foundation establishment ancestor was listening to the reports from the people below without anger. Run Mao, are you saying that the Divine Sword sect robbed the cultivators? At this urgent moment, this Zhou family foundation establishment ancestor seemed to have grasped something and couldn't help but secretly transmit his voice with his own son. And after this generation's family head Zhou Run Mao heard it, he also secretly transmitted his voice back. Can't be wrong. It was Iron Mountain who escaped and came back to say so. Yes, at this moment, this aged Zhou family foundation establishment ancestor seemed to have seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Run Mao, abandon these 3 formation nodes and do it yourself. Father Yu. Zhou Runmao was first stunned, but after seeing his own father's gleaming eyes, he instantly realized, I see. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Runmao, the Zhou family's family head, directly erupted his terrifying foundation establishment chi, and squarely led his clan's disciples towards the array nodes in support. As for the Zhou family's old ancestor who was watching this scene, his cloudy eyes looked in the direction of the Wang family with a touch of ruthlessness. This time the Zhou family is not going to be good, and your Wang family will not be able to get away with it either. Demonic beasts attacked, and there were robber cultivators from the Divine Sword sect out and about. Favorably, the formation node of his Zhou family's township was attacked, causing problems, while the Wang family is safe and sound. Then the Wang family is suspected of collaborating with the enemy. The unrest, which had been chaotic all night, subsided only after dawn on the second day. It also announces the end of disorder. Some people laugh, some people cry, a few are happy and a few are sad. Some people take advantage of the chaos and get rich. Others have been taken advantage of in the chaos. Erniu, is everything okay? Li Erniu, who was limping with one leg, came back, and the color of the aftermath of the robbery was still in his expression. Thanks to your 2 medium-grade golden light talismans from Brother Lin, I almost couldn't come back. When he saw Lin Chang'an again, Li Ernia had a snotty nose and a tearful face, full of the color of the aftermath of a robbery. And it was only at this moment that Lin Chang'an suddenly realized. The biggest difference between Li Erniu and him was that Ernia had a family to hold on to, and had long since ceased to be the casual cultivator who could not take his life seriously. Li Ernia wiped his wretched appearance while telling the situation last night. What? The Wang family colluded with the Divine Sword sect to rob the cultivators? Lin Chang'an was shocked, not expecting so many changes in just one night. Yes, even the family head was injured last night. I heard that the robbing cultivators were vicious and destroyed 3 formation nodes, causing many demonic beasts to rush into the marketplace. And these robber cultivators are, according to the family head, the robber cultivators of the Divine Sword sect. Nice guy. First, the demonic beasts attacked the marketplace, followed by the destruction of the marketplace formation by the robber cultivators, and the revelation that the Wang family colluded with the robber cultivators. While Lin Chang'an was secretly thinking, Li Erniu was full of excitement as he held his wife and son who came out of the hole in the ground. Lin Chang'an, on the other hand, fell somewhat silent. The backer that he had just thought he had found for a major foundation building clan didn't seem that reliable. It wasn't as if the Zhou family had abandoned him last night. After all, the contract between them didn't have that level of relationship either. Getting the handbook for making a first-order medium-grade golden light talisman, he would have to exchange as much as he could on a regular monthly basis for 10 years, and this relationship was more like a loan. The only thing to rely on is your own strength. Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating. He had to raise his strength quickly. The marketplace was in turmoil, and with crisis came opportunity, and this was his best chance. At noon, Lin Chang'an arrived on the streets of the marketplace. Brother Shen? Little sister? Looking at the looted stores, Lin Chang'an's face changed. I don't know how many chambers of commerce were unlucky in last night's turmoil. Just as Lin Chang'an was looking for someone to inquire about the whereabouts of this store's cultivator, other voices of discussion and argument came from the streets at the same time. Damn it, this time it's all because the Zhou family has captured the cubs of second-ranked demonic beasts, or else this group of black wind wolves wouldn't have driven the demonic beasts to attack the marketplace like crazy. I heard that the Tian cultivator couple who purchased the black wind wolf cubs a few days ago were both buried in the mouth of the wolf. Nonsense, it's clearly the Wang family colluding with the robbing cultivators. Last night, we saw the Wolf King with our own eyes from a distance after the formation broke open. Each has a point, and they're all throwing mud at each other. Brother Lin. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, and Lin Chang'an turned around, only to see that it was none other than the somewhat wretched Lu Turnip within the alley in the distance. Junior sister, are you guys alright? Where did Shenlai go? Brother Lin. Shenlai is fine. He was injured a bit last night when he was protecting me to escape. He is now recuperating inside the house. I came over to see how the store is doing. However, looking at the messy store, Lu Turnip's smile was a bit rueful, and Lin Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and comforted. It's good that people are here. Following Lu Yiqing, he arrived at the residence. At this time, Shenlai's face was pale and he was weakly lying on the bed. Shenlai, it's good that you're okay. However, the weak Shenlai was crying out. Brother Lin, what do you call this? All of these goods can be prepared for foundation establishment by Taoist Cloud, and as a result, we lost so many. It's okay to lose so much if it's all your own, but this is all someone else's. Lin Chang'an also sighed in his heart after hearing this. This Yunyao little county princess is really unlucky enough. The Chamber of Commerce, which was carefully supported, turned out to be all gone just as this was getting started. the loss was not thousands of spirit stones, but 700 or 800. Chapter 20, Prosperity After Chaos. Anyone who brutalizes fellow travelers and violates the rules of the marketplace for no reason, we, the disciples of the Lihua Palace, will never condone it, and now that demonic beasts are rampant outside of the marketplace, a curfew will be imposed from now on, and the clan's support will be able to arrive in 2 days. On the streets, the cultivators sitting in the Leaving Fire Palace led the way, utilizing voice transmission spells to admonish all the cultivators. The Wang clan and Zhou clan were also out in force, assisting the Leaving Fire Palace cultivators in calming the situation in the marketplace. At this time, the Wang family's great elder is even in the clan cursed. He calculated everything, only did not calculate that there is a third party to intervene. The result was a failure, and under the temporary suppression of the Leaving Fire Palace, the cultivators in the marketplace settled down for the time being. After all, the support from the departing Fire Palace would arrive 2 days later, and the outside of the marketplace was still fearful demonic beasts last night. Then 2 days later it was tantalizing spirit stones. Walking out from visiting Shenlai's home and walking on the streets of the marketplace, the road had long since been cleared of bodies, and only the blackened blood still testified to what had happened last night. Let's hope that someone grabbed some talisman inheritance last night, Lin Chang'an muttered darkly. After living here for 20 years, killing between cultivators had long been commonplace. Last night was just a bigger scene. Upon arriving at the redemarcated trading area of the square market, the bustle of the place was in complete contrast to the quietness of the other residential areas. In just one night, everyone seemed to go back to before, and the killing and chaos of last night seemed as if none of it had happened. The noisy marketplace was now like a festival. A large number of looted items were being placed on the stalls at low prices, surrounded by the cultivators of the Leaving Fire Palace on cold alert. Only, on this day, no matter if it was the stalls hawking or the cultivators entering the marketplace, each and every one of them was dressed in black with a bucket hat, hiding their appearance. A first-rank middle-grade golden light talisman and 5 spirit stones? You're crazy for spirit stones. If you don't buy, roll. In a couple of days, when the support from the Leaving Fire Palace arrives, they will have to clean up the demonic beasts outside. If you don't buy, there are plenty of people to buy. With his black bucket hat and fierce gaze, Lin Chang'an exuded a fierce and rude aura, driving away the poor people who could not afford to buy them. What a time! Other things might depreciate in value at this time of the year, but talismans and magic weapons that directly affect the battle power to save one's life are all absolutely sought after. You? Go aside if you don't buy. Don't affect my business. The disguised Lin Chang'an glared ferociously at the bargaining cultivator. I'll take it. In less than an hour, after selling 8 first-order medium-grade golden light talismans, Lin Chang'an put away his stall and got up, blending in with the crowd to secretly change his appearance once again. First-rank mid-grade firebomb talisman. I'll trade you 2 golden light talismans for 3. Get out, fellow Daoist. Don't be so angry. I'll add 3 more spirit stones. In less than half a day's time, Lin Chang'an had taken off all of the golden light talismans that he couldn't take off before, leaving only a few to protect his body temporarily. After looking at the pills, cultivation materials, and dozens of lower-grade spirit stones traded in his storage bag, Lin Chang'an muttered darkly, sure enough, there are dangers and opportunities. There will never be such a good clearance opportunity again. After all, more than 70% of the goods in the workshop market now are second-hand goods. This point of his first-order mid-grade talisman, thrown into the marketplace, could not even make a splash. Coming to the stall that he had long been eyeing, Lin Chang'an said in a cold voice, fellow Daoist, is this first-order mid-grade flying sword talisman jade slip of yours fidelity? In front of the stall, a mutilated jade slip still had cracks in it, and it was obvious that it had been fiercely fought over. Seeing someone coming, this masked old man cultivator directly revealed a hoarse voice. Fellow Daoist, first-order mid-grade flying sword talisman handbook. This thing is usually not seen much. Go and ask around, even if it appears in the auction. But any handbook of first-order mid-grade talisman is 100 spirit stones to start with. 3 spirit stones, I'll bet once. Lin Chang'an silently didn't listen to the other parties bragging and directly spat out a price. Roll. I'd rather pout. The masked old man stared straight. Nima, hundreds of spirit stones of treasure. You 3 spirit stones. Want to fart, eat it. However, Lin Chang'an laughed coldly. If you dare to keep it real, it's naturally worth hundreds of spirit stones. But do you dare? The other party is directly angry at the wide-eyed not to speak, but where he dares to guarantee the authenticity. Who comes here to sell? It's all looted and there's some damage. Otherwise, who would come here to set up a stall? Lin Chang'an, however, stared calmly at the little red mark that was mutilated at the end of this mutilated jade slip, which he could be too familiar with. At the auction 18 years ago, it was this flying sword talisman jade slip that was auctioned off for 153 spirit stones. To this day he remembers it vividly, because the red seal that was mutilated at the end of the first root of this jade slip, the full version should be a plum blossom seal. So far there have been 18 years, counterfeiting if you do this he also recognized. A few pieces of spirit stones only, trial and error cost is low. Nowadays, there are a lot of muckraking fish in the workshop market. You don't even dare to guarantee it yourself, and you still dare to sell it for hundreds of spirit stones? Lin Chang'an looked like you were an idiot, which made this old man's face redden. This period of time in the workshop market to come too many foreign casual cultivators. This fake goods naturally also more. Last night he also just picked up a cheap. Ghosts know whether it is fake. That can't be 3 spirit stones, the old man said unwillingly. Yet Lin Chang'an sneered contemptuously and directly got up. Right now there are not 100, but 200 stalls in the workshop market that have first-order middle-grade talisman handbooks, and even the complete version of the first-order talisman inheritance. So going to anyone's house is not a gamble. Looking at Lin Chang'an who was about to leave without any hesitation, this masked old man slapped his thigh and said in an urgent voice, "Gu, Taoist friend, you look at what you anxious. Do not go wow. Ask for the price in the sky. Land return money well, we are decent people, and then discuss." However, when he saw Lin Chang'an heading directly towards another stall with a medium-grade talisman handbook, this old man was truly anxious. Fellow Daoist, 3 spirit stones is 3. Good. Money and goods. When Lin Chang'an got the rest of the jade briefs, he couldn't help but rub his hands together secretly. After more than 20 years of cultivating immortality, this luck should be his turn. However, the next moment Lin Chang'an looked at the latter part of the content within the jade slip and directly stared in disbelief. My 3 spirit stones, which is what flying sword talisman handbook, obviously a rotten first-order lower-grade firebomb talisman handbook. However, when Lin Chang'an turned back, the pendulum stall in which can still be found. This old thing is obviously a shot to change a place. All day long you fight geese, today you are packed by geese. Lin Chang'an secretly gritted his teeth in hatred. It was so hard to think that he was going to pick up a leak once, but it was such a blow. And at this time in the crowd, the old man from before changed to a new place, with a smile on his face, and once again took out an identical mutilated jade slip from his bosom. Only you old geezers who think you're experienced are greedy. How can you earn spirit stones if you don't take out something crushingly good for such a good opportunity? Touching the hardened spirit stones in his storage bag, the old man revealed a smile. Having made another fortune, it also has to be these old geezers, one more than the other, who are chicken-ass and think they have experience, but don't realize that being smart is not good enough. The true treasure building, open to the public for talismans, Dan formulas, artifact refining and even array inheritance. Lin Chang'an, who had thought that he had failed to pick up a leak, was ready to return to prepare for the big plan of drawing talismans, and then eat a wave of benefits ruthlessly tomorrow. When he heard such a news, this caused Lin Chang'an to be a bit shocked. Chapter 21, First Order Medium Grade Talisman, True Treasure House, the property of the Leaving Fire Palace. No matter how chaotic last night was, no one dared to risk robbing the True Treasure House. There is a saying that muddling through the water is fine as long as you don't get caught. But if you dare to move the True Treasure House, then the Leaving Fire Palace won't talk about any evidence. Talismans, alchemy, and other high-level inheritances are monopolized by these great clans and families, and this time they're actually open to the public. After Lin Chang'an heard this news, he once again disguised himself and headed towards the True Treasure House. For them, the casual cultivators, this was good news, but it also exudes a danger signal all the same. How could the good old Leaving Fire Palace be so generous? Don't say anything about the square market turmoil. This might be a big deal for them, the scattered cultivators. However, for a large clan with 3 Jidan elders, none of them were qualified to disturb people's purity. However, when it came to the true treasure building, the corner of the eye of the extremely camouflaged Lin Chang'an twitched. He was worried about being recognized, but with so many people coming, who cares to keep an eye on you? The opening of the land is imminent. My Lihua Gong clan, for the sake of the majority of cultivators, is open to the first-order middle-grade talismans, Dan formulas, refining, methods, and even some rare first-order middle-grade and top-grade Dan talismans are open to the public. You've caught a good time, and the price is clearly marked for children. Good lord, Lin Chang'an saw the crowded crowd right outside. Usually, he had never seen so many cultivators with wealth. Some were running for some precious pills, and some were running for life-preserving talismans. In the crowd, Lin Chang'an was shocked that there was even a top-grade rank-breaking pill, which was a blessing for many cultivators stuck at the 6th level of chi refining. First-rank medium-grade flying sword talisman, fire bomb talisman, and earth-stabbing talisman. 100 spirit stones for the attack type and 120 spirit stones for the defense type. First-ranked middle-grade flying sword talisman inheritance. This is 100 spirit stones. When he saw the explicit price, Lin Chang'an couldn't think of anything else. Of course he had to get his hands on such a good opportunity. Signed the spirit contract, plus 15 spirit stones, when he heard that he had to pay another spiritual contract money. Although Lin Chang'an had a meat-ache, but he couldn't be heartbroken about this little bit when he had paid for the big one. Still, in his heart, he cursed the old man who had pitted him of 3 spirit stones earlier. At the same time, gloating, this old thing's business is afraid to be yellow, and some heart-blocking is that there is no more deceived fellow travelers. Alright, this is a first-order mid-grade flying sword talisman jade slip. Lin Chang'an had lost everything this time, and there were only a few spirit stones left in his storage bag. Spirit contract, similar to the oath of the heart. To put it bluntly, it is for you to make an oath with the heart of the Tao, and you are not allowed to spread it out. Not even your children, grandchildren, or disciples. If you want your offspring to learn it, then you'll have to spend another spirit stone to buy it from the true treasure house. This is also considered an alternative method of inheritance protection in the immortal cultivation world. Once you violate it, you will suffer the backlash of mana. Of course, the first order spirit contract binding only corresponds to the refining stage. As long as you break through the foundation building stage, you will naturally be able to break free from the binding. But once really to the foundation realm, the first order of the middle grade talisman inheritance is already within reach of things. This is the difference between the circle of survival of the cultivators. Not even letting you take a jade sketch. It's really too stingy. In the crowd, the disguised Lin Chang'an left with a downcast look, as if he didn't have the spirit stones to purchase his desired item. After experiencing the marrow cleansing and enlightenment, mid-refinement cultivators possessed the ability to forget everything, and there wasn't much in the way of inheritance content for a first-order mid-grade flying sword talisman, but he had finally gotten it. A few twists and turns though. When he walked out of the true treasure building, turned around 7 times, changed his disguise a few times, and finally revealed his true disguise and rushed towards his home, Lin Chang'an couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. First-rank middle-grade flying sword talisman, metallic offensive talisman. After sacrificing the talisman, it will manifest a golden sword blade that is incomparably sharp. However, upon returning home, the latest news from the Zhou family also made Lin Chang'an freeze. Brother Lin, this is a good thing. All the external talisman masters and Dan masters will be able to get another copy of the medium-grade skill inheritance, although they need to sign a spirit contract. But I've heard from the clan, as long as one performs well, or marries with the clan can raise its hand when the offspring born wants to obtain the inheritance. Just returned home, I saw the envious eyes of Erniu. After all, he belongs in the cultivation of immortality. 100 arts is 10 know-how through 9. 1 know-how, not that talent. I'm not like Big Brother Lin, who is a talisman master. The clan has rewarded me with a spell. But have you noticed, Big Brother Lin? Only Li Erniu lowered his voice and whispered with a grave expression. First the Leaving Fire Palace, and then the Immortal Cultivation Clan. I heard that the Li family is starting to do the same. Isn't there something wrong? This seemed to be all about boosting the power of the cultivators, while the great clans were also pulling in the cultivators. Lin Chang'an glanced at Erniu, then smiled dumbly and shook his head. Erniu, there's a tall man to hold the sky when it collapses, and our cultivation level can't change anything if we know about it. However, this time, listening to Lin Chang'an's comforting words, Li Erniu's expression fell a little silent, and then his mood became a little low. Brother Lin, you know, last night I thought I was going to die. Under despair, I thought of my family. My children are still young. I don't want to lose them. This kind of powerlessness of destiny. Looking at Li Erniu's low mood, Lin Chang'an helplessly let out a long sigh. How could he not be? Except that in times of turmoil he was glad to be alone and without any drag. But again, in normal times he was alone, while the 2 cows were happy and enjoyed the warmth of home, and naturally had to take responsibility for it. Erniu, all we can do is to cultivate hard. It's useless to think more. Under Lin Chang'an's comfort, Li Erniu gathered his emotions and took his injured limp leg before leaving. Marriage. It seems that these big families have gotten some news. Lin Chang'an shook his head and smiled. Without strength, he naturally couldn't reach higher circles. Right now improving strength is fundamental. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 40-99. Realm, 4th level of Qi refining, 15/100. Technique, Changchun Kung Fu, proficiency, 932/1000. Skills, Golden Light Charm, proficiency 36/1000. Divine Walking Charm, proficiency 3 out of 1000. Flying Sword Charm, proficiency 128/500. Inside the secret room, Lin Chang'an, who had just drawn a lower grade flying sword talisman with his brush, couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief. as expected. If expected, my talisman drawing skills are already at the middle grade of the first rank, and my newly learned flying sword talisman will be familiarized with it very quickly. His earlier fears hadn't happened. The skill is my own, so I'm just like a normal talisman master. A first-order lower-grade talisman can be initiated to reach the proficiency stage very quickly, and only needs to be honed for a period of time before it breaks through to the first-order middle-grade stage. Looking at his attribute board, Lin Chang'an revealed a smile. Flying sword talisman. From introductory 0/100 to the current proficiency, it was only a night's time, and he was certain that he would reach proficiency within the rest of the month. It was also the skill of a first-order medium-grade talisman. After all, one law is all-powerful, and his own ability had already reached it, and his first-rank middle-grade runic master ability was also real. It's just another talisman for a different kind of talisman, and you'll be up to speed in no time. Now that the first-order middle-grade talisman inheritance, I already have two kinds of golden light talismans and flying sword talismans, and as for the Zhou family's so-called ability to learn another one, and the marriage alliance, it's not for nothing. Just like that night, the market was in turmoil, and Ernia had no choice but to go and fight for the Zhou family. Lin Chang'an's heart was like a mirror. He was merely an external talisman master. To put it bluntly, he had taken out a loan to learn the technology from the Zhou family, and likewise signed a 10-year-long debt repayment agreement. Let him fight for his life? It's not like he lacks that resource. Even because of this opening, the entire market would experience a major upheaval, and it would be easier for him to secretly sell talismans for resources instead. With this opening up of the sects and the great clans, he could all but imagine that the underlying cultivation world under the rule of the departing Flame Palace would see a blowout in strength. The biggest difficulty for casual cultivators, besides poor spiritual roots, was the lack of resources. With the goosefeather snow falling from the sky, two majestic and huge flying boats pierced through the clouds and mist. Appearing over the green bamboo mountain workshop, a substantial mana aura was emanating from his body, suspended in midair. Two flying boats, representing the gilt flame markings of the leaving fire palace, and one with purple floral markings. As for the three foundation establishment cultivators on the flying boat of the leaving fire palace, they led nearly 100 disciples of the leaving fire palace down from the flying boat, and Yun Yao was even among them. This scene caused the gazes of countless scattered cultivators in the marketplace to flicker, and in Lin Chang'an's gaze, the bright and dazzling little county princess Yun Yao of the Gathering of Immortals building in the beginning. This moment was like a cluster of stars, but no longer so luminous. Chapter 22 News brought by Yun Yao. Green Bamboo Mountain Square Market. Under the wind and snow howling, it was still unable to cover up the clamor of the marketplace. The demonic beasts that were in chaos within a radius of 1,000 miles had now become spiritual stones in the eyes of many cultivators. Sheriff, Turnip and I lost the goods. Inside the house, the young Marquis Shenlai dragged his weak and injured body to apologize to the arriving Yun Yao. As for Lu Turnip, who was on the side, she also faced it in silence, without giving any defense to herself. How much was lost? However, Yun Yao, who had just arrived at the marketplace, had a straight face, seemingly unchanged by the collapse of Mount Tai. However, while listening to the specific losses, this little county princess's whitened knuckles trembled slightly, letting Lin Chang'an know that this little county princess was afraid that her heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Think about it, 700 or 800 spirit stones of goods, originally wanted to take advantage of the lively market to earn a fortune, to pave the way for the future of their foundation building. Who would have thought that it would come straight into this mess? Shenlai and Lu Yiqing asked for forgiveness, and Yun Yao did not blame them much, but just let out a long sigh and chose to continue to use the two to preside over the Chamber of Commerce. After all, the duo would be lucky to stay alive in the midst of the chaos. The person was still alive, and the Chamber of Commerce would continue to earn spirit stones for her. Inside the restaurant, this time, Lin Chang'an and Li Ernia were the hosts, receiving Yun Yao, an inner disciple of the Li Fire Palace. Inside the box, the atmosphere was a bit low, and seeing this, Lin Chang'an digressed and inquired curiously, "Fellow Daoist Yun, did something big happen in the territory of you this time?" Yun Yao was also a person with a firm heart and was the first to display a smile, as if the previous loss was not even on her mind. One of the Divine Sword sect's elders broke through to the late Jidan stage, and the sect has allied with the Xianin Pavilion. Only with Yun Yao's explanation did Lin Chang'an and the others come to a realization. No wonder the support for just one workshop this time was so loud, and there was even a flying boat that didn't belong to the departing Flame Palace. There were three major clans in the Yu country, which were the Divine Sword sect, the Leaving Fire Palace, and the Xianin Pavilion. The Divine Sword sect was already the strongest, and now it was the first of the three major clans in the Yu country to have a late Jindan Grand Cultivator appear, which caused the Leaving Fire Palace to feel a sense of crisis. And this time, the Divine Sword sect's elder who broke through to the late Jindan stage is too young. not even 300 years old. After hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Even they understood what was going on. A late Jidan great cultivator who was less than 300 years old. This was a great chance to become the first Yuaning true lord of Yu. But for the leaving fire palace and the Xianin pavilion, it wouldn't be a good thing. No wonder the true treasure building is so generous this time around, as all of the various cultivation 100 arts of the first order middle grade have begun to open up to the public. Lin Chang'an secretly smacked his lips, while Yun Yao nodded even more gruffly after hearing this. Not only that, the leaving fire palace and the Xianin pavilion have formally allied with the outside world, and all the markets under their rule will be fully open. Even Li Erniu, who had the most naive character, sensed something and couldn't help but lose his voice. Could it be that a war is about to break out? Cultivation war, a strange yet familiar term. Not for a while, but its advanced preparation. This time, with the alliance between the two great sects, not only the middle grade skill inheritance, but even the upper grade skill inheritance and the foundation establishment pill will be open to the public. As Yun Yao revealed the news, it made Lin Chang'an and the others' hearts flutter while their hair tingle a little. There is no such thing as a free meal. The foundation establishment Dan had always been controlled by the three major clans, but now that the Lihua Palace and the Xianin Pavilion were officially open to the public, as long as you took out the materials, the Dan masters from the two major clans would help you refine it. Again, the conditions are extremely harsh. That is, you have to sell your life. There are avenues of ascension, either selling their lives as cannon fodder for the two major sects, or going to the divine sword sect's rule and creating chaos to behead cultivators of the same realm. Lin Chang'an was secretly alarmed. Looking at this, I'm afraid that the robber cultivators will be even more rampant in the future. After all, the loose cultivators that you, leaving Fire Palace and Xianin Pavilion, can use as cannon fodder to consume, likewise the divine sword sect can as well. When the clans went to war, the first ones to be unlucky would be their group of loose cultivators who were used as expendable cannon fodder. The impact brought by this time, even the naively Erniu, worried eyes are also a little stupid. This time, Yun Yao's purpose of coming to the workshop is obvious. For the sake of foundation building, the core spirit material of the foundation establishment pill was not a secret in the immortal cultivation world, and it was not irreplaceable under the lack of core spirit medicine. The alternatives were the demon core of a second-order demonic beast, and the demon core of a third-order demonic beast had already metamorphosed into an endoderm. The Cloud Mist Mountain Range is the best hunting ground. A somewhat depressing reception banquet dispersed, Shenlai and Lu Yiqing blamed themselves and continued to organize the Chamber of Commerce. Under the drifting wind and snow, a Xianin pavilion building had appeared in the marketplace on the side of the true treasure building. One has to marvel at the speed of the cultivation world. Brother Lin, do you think little Sheriff Master will be able to build her foundation this time? On the way back, Li Ernia scratched his head and lowered his voice to whisper, Second-order demonic beasts. These are all foundation establishment realm demonic beasts, and the little county princess is only at the 9th level of chi refining. Lin Chang'an lowered his head and transmitted his voice. Erniu, little Sheriff Master's foundation establishment will do us no harm, but we can't do anything to help in this matter. Even Li Ernia saw the problem. This time the two major sects had come with so many people. It was obvious that they were preparing to go deeper into the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. The Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market, on the other hand, was to be the big backyard of the alliance between the two great sects. Streets, have you heard? Xianin Pavilion has come with a second-rank alchemist. We just need to prepare enough materials to refine the foundation establishment pill. How can it be that easy? Even if we desperately prepare enough foundation establishment pill materials to be able to luckily establish a foundation, then what next? The big sects are obviously using us loose cultivators as cannon fodder to consume. But if we don't put up a fight, we're not even qualified to be cannon fodder. A late-stage chi refining cultivator looked resolute, which caused many of the casual cultivators who heard this to secretly nod their heads. Fear is afraid that you are not even qualified to be used as cannon fodder. Along the way, the news of the alliance between the Lihua Palace and the Xianin Pavilion had already spread out, and Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu fell silent after looking at each other. It's a bit of a cruel statement, but it's also a reality. Can become cannon fodder. You still have value. As long as there is value, everything is still hope. But if you even have no value of cannon fodder, then you cannot see a tiny bit of hope. The Green Bamboo Mountain Market is definitely going to be expanded, and it will even become a marketplace jointly operated by the two clans in alliance. When that time comes, the number of cultivators who will come here will increase exponentially, especially those in the late stage of chi refining. Lin Chang'an, who had returned home, was secretly calculating. He was not very cultivated, but there were good and bad things for him. The good thing was that the cultivators in the marketplace had increased exponentially, and it would be easier for him to secretly peddle some mid-grade talismans. After all, the market was big, and this bit of his couldn't even be counted as a splash. The downside is also obvious. Chaos ensues, and maybe one day a war will start. Cultivation World Clan Wars. This is really familiar and strange. Lin Chang'an sighed despondently. A glimpse of a spot can know the whole picture. Just the workshop market opening this turmoil are enough to let him be careful. Not to mention this kind of war of the big clans. The alliance between the departing Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion. This was an attempt to take the initiative. After all, they were the ones in a hurry right now, not the Divine Sword sect. Chapter 23, Clouds of War. After the wind and snow, the spring rain once again fell on the eaves with a pattering sound. Inside the room, with the slow lifting of the spirit brush, a medium-grade flying sword talisman had been completed. Lin Chang'an could not help but slowly exhale a breath. A year had passed since the awakening of the talent last year, and the Green Bamboo Mountain market had expanded dramatically in just a few months. And under the combined development of the two sects, it was already a large market known far and wide. Countless scattered cultivators flocked to him, and during this period of time, he also experienced the benefits of prosperity, and it was exceptionally easy to sell medium-grade talismans, which also allowed him to cultivate a lot faster. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 41/99. Realm, 4th level of Qi refining, 58/100. Technique, Zhanchun Kung Fu, Grandmaster, 138/5000. Skills, Golden Light Charm, proficiency 106/1000. Divine Travel Charm, proficiency 16 of 1000. Flying Sword Charm, proficiency 9 out of 1000. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. Elder Lu's Changchun Gong Handbook has helped me a lot, but come to think of it, it's at least a summary of the experience of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator who has been immersed for more than 50 years. With the deeper understanding of the evergreen technique, coupled with the assistance of the spirit stones, it allowed him to accelerate his cultivation speed once again. The extra year of longevity added is the effect of the longevity extension of the everlasting spring technique. If proficiency corresponds to a middle-grade skill, then a patriarch is an upper-grade skill. This period of time of groping allowed Lin Chang'an to know that skills were also only proof that your ability had reached a certain level, and that a corresponding inheritance was also needed. The skills of a first-rank mid-grade talisman master will allow me to quickly master the newly learned talismans, and the mid-grade talismans I have today are enough for the moment, though only the Golden Light Talisman and the Flying Sword Talisman. Lin Chang'an looked at his progress on the Flying Sword Talisman. A few months had already allowed him to skillfully be able to master making a mid-grade Flying Sword Talisman. The cultivation of the 4th level of Qi refining is still a bit weak for the moment. One must speed up to improve their skills in order to obtain more resources. A first-order upper-grade talisman inheritance. He could do without it, but the skill had to be attained first. With a few months of changes, the workshop was also as if it was a newborn, expanding several times more than before. The marketplace was even more noisy with people coming and going. As for the previous demonic beasts, they had long since become spiritual stones in the eyes of countless cultivators, and even the late second-order Wolf King had suffered heavy injuries and fled away. Walking out of the yard, he happened to see Ernio's children, playing with a few children from the Zhou family. Zhou Yifan, you're not allowed to have the last name of Zhou. That's right, your father's name is Li. You should be called Li Yifan. Beat this foreign name. Under a group of children playing and jostling, Ernio's child, Monday Fan, who was also detected as possessing a spiritual root, was angrily jostling with a few children older than himself without the slightest bit of fear. Yifan, you naughty waif. Li Ernio walked out at this time. After seeing this scene, the bones do not want to cause trouble. Hurriedly stepped forward and picked up his own child's ear. At the same time, also scared, the playing children dispersed in a flurry. Just in time, when he saw the returning Lin Chang'an, an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Big brother Lin, you're here. These kids are too rowdy. Here, call Uncle Lin. Li Ernio even pulled out his son, Monday Fan, behind him. Although he was only 5 years old, this child was perhaps related to his environment. Lin Chang'an only saw stubbornness and tenacity in this child's eyes. Lin Chang'an gently stroked the child's head, shook his head inside. How can there be so many smooth things in life? And it's a family matter. Ernio, that leg of yours looks much better. Lin Chang'an laughed and digressed, while Li Ernio patted his healed leg. It's healed. However, this time when he came out, Lin Chang'an looked at the hanging red of the Zhou family with some doubt. Ernio, is this Zhou family having some kind of happy event? Big brother Lin, a lot of resources have been discovered in the recent openings, and the clan and the Wang family are preparing to join forces. Li Ernio looked godly and somewhat complicated. The two big families that fought and killed each other some time ago, but now they have started to marry each other. Two female cultivators from the Zhou family who possessed the talent of spiritual roots married into the Wang family, and similarly the Wang family married over 3 female cultivators. After hearing this, Lin Chang'an's heart was clear. With the expansion of the workshop market during this period of time, Not only were there more foreign cultivators, but at the same time, there were also quite a few foreign cultivator clans. The most typical was that there were two foundation establishment family branches coming over to settle under the Xianin Pavilion's rule, which made the native Wang and Zhou families clearly feel threatened from outside. The Wang and Zhou families could only face this onslaught by joining forces. So it is. Lin Shannon was not too surprised by this. After all, the family was not a person that could act recklessly. While the two were talking, Monday Fan, a child who knew what he was doing, bowed his head and had returned home. As for Li Erniu, he looked a bit embarrassed, and eventually scratched his head. Big brother Lin, there have been recent resolutions within the clan, so I'm afraid I won't be able to be neighbors with you. Lin Chagan, who had heard this, smiled and nodded his head. This is a good thing, Erniu. Before, the Zhou family also did not expect something to happen within the marketplace. Now that you are allowed to move to the clan, you do not have to worry about the safety of your wife and children. Before, perhaps it was carelessness or lack of attention, but right now, although Erniu was not strong, he was at least a cultivator of the 4th level of qi refining, so naturally, he deserved to be taken seriously. Facing Lin Chanan's congratulations, Li Erniu also revealed a smile, and then the two of them chatted about the development of the workshop market during this period of time. During this period of time, the disciples of the departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion have led many cultivators, but they've hunted and killed many demonic beasts, and I've heard that even the wolves that laid siege to the marketplace last time have been crippled. The young county princess has also gone deeper 3 times, and some time ago, she killed a late first stage demonic beast, and the business of the stores is gradually improving. Lin Chanan listened with emotion. Everyone is trying to live. However, I heard from within the clan that there have been quite a few robber cultivators out there recently, and it seems that many of these robber cultivators' identities have been tempted by the Divine Sword sect side. Lin Chanan's heart was clear after hearing this. If the Lihua Palace and the Xianin Pavilion could do it, people from the Divine Sword sect could naturally do it, utilizing the scattered cultivators to create chaos and consume the opponent's power. Before the clan went to war, the power of the scattered cultivators in the territory of Vietnam was either integrated in their hands or depleted. It's the law of survival of the weak and the strong. This is no longer a simple workshop fight, but could escalate into a war between the 3 great clans at any time. The Yu country has become a place of right and wrong. Lin Chanan's gaze was dark underneath, secretly calculating. He would like to run away, but cross-country leave, not to mention whether there is a doorway, just his small body. Is not it obvious to tell others that he is a little fat sheep? It would be more dangerous to leave here instead. At the very least, the cultivation must have late-stage qi refining strength, so that even if war breaks out, only then will you have the power to defend yourself when you leave. At this moment, Lin Chang'an was again a bit thankful that he did not have the same family ties as Erniu. How could Li Erniu know that at this time, Big Brother Lin, who was traveling with him, was already considering the option of running away? Chapter 24, Old Hitu's Agony. Green Bamboo Mountain Square Market. Did you hear about it? The recent bounty order from the Divine Sword sect. Killing an inner disciple of the departing Flame Palace will allow you to go to the Divine Sword sect to exchange for a top-grade magic weapon. What's wrong with that? Both the departing Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion still have bounty orders within, as long as one kills the corresponding Divine Sword sect spies or robber cultivators. Depending on their identity and strength can be exchanged for rewards, and even Foundation establishment pills are available. Inside the bustling marketplace, between the people coming and going, many cultivators had a fierce aura between their brows. Even the marketplace had seen a large amount of goods like demonic beast meat and leather armor. True treasure house. Rune Master Lin, you're a rare guest now. The familiar Boss Meow's face was recently flushed with the arrival of the sex cultivators, and after seeing Lin Chang'an arrive, he even revealed a smile. Boss Meow, don't make fun of me. If I had known that the leaving Fire Palace would be open to the public, who wouldn't be selling their bodies? Lin Chanan shook his head down. He was also helpless to the core inside. Who would have thought that he would end up in this mess just after he got on the Zhou family's good side? After seeing Lin Chanan's displeasure, Boss Meow smiled and arched his hand. Rune Master Lin, aren't you joking? The news from above. Even I haven't heard a single word about it. Boss Meow said carefully, but Lin Chanan shook his head down and didn't say anything more, directly slapping the table. 5 spirit stones plus a medium-grade golden light talisman. Egu, Master Lin Rune, your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Looking at Boss Meow, who had changed his face so quickly, Lin Chanan couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Alright you, good medium-grade Dan sand and talisman paper, as well as cultivation-enhancing pills, every month. In addition to paying the Zhou family in advance for the talismans, he would naturally take the rest and sell it outside. However, in order to cover his tracks, he came to the True Treasure building to purchase Dan sand, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was an ascetic monk. Medium-grade talismans. The workshop market is a bestseller. There is no worry about buyers. Master Lin Talisman. we do have the legacy of other mid-grade talismans here. Just 100 or so spirit stones. After delivering the Dan sand and pills, this shopkeeper Meow skillfully marketed them, while Lin Chanan listened with a look of being shy but hard up. Bo is not as good as essence, and with over 100 spirit stones, I would need a year even if I don't eat or drink. Not to mention that I still owe the Zhou family up to 10 years. Right after getting the pills, Dan sand and talisman paper, Lin Chanan didn't leave, and Boss Meow also had a knowing smile. After all, there were quite a few things that were open to the public in True Treasure House during this period of time. Rune Master Lin, it's not too peaceful out here lately. I've heard that there are all robbing cultivators committing crimes within the workshop. The store now has everything, whether it's defense spells or spells. Looking at Boss Meow with a smirk that wanted to squeeze him dry, Lin Chanan was speechless for a while, but still nodded his head. Boss Meow, you also know that I'm worth this much. I don't want to think about defense spells or anything else. I just want to ask if there are any spell experience handwritten notes from some high-level cultivators. Talisman experience handbook is also fine. Yes, of course. Boss Meow was full of smiles. As long as he did business with him, he was happy. Cultivating wood attribute techniques. The lifetime spell cultivation experience of a late-stage chi refining grand cultivator. 80 spirit stones. A handbook of the experience of a top-grade talisman master. 180 spirit stones. After hearing this price, Lin Chanan fell silent as to whether he could break it up and buy it separately, such as a handbook of experience in a single spell. The resultant response was a smiling nod from Boss Meow, but after the next sentence about still needing to assume a spirit deed, Lin Chanan left without looking back. A separate handbook of experience in the firebomb technique is only 10 spirit stones, yet you have to endure another spirit deed worth 15 spirit stones. Black. Too black. After leaving the True Treasure building, Lin Chanan looked like he was shy and suffocated, choosing to take his chances outside. However, after 7 turns, Lin Chanan had already changed his outfit in disguise. Half an hour later, the grey-clothed and bucket-hatted Lin Chanan once again appeared in the Jumbo building. Usually there is no experience handbook outside. This time the opportunity difficulty, although expensive, is a little expensive, but wins in the real treasure building fidelity. Before, when he came to True Treasure House to chat with Boss Meow for so long, he was also just secretly observing. There are several palms on the first floor, all in charge of different ones. Half an incense stick later, the grey-clothed, bucket-hatted Lin Chanan walked out of the True Treasure building and quickly disappeared into the crowd. 235 lower-grade spirit stones. How black. Under 7 turns, Lin Chanan felt the jade slip inside his storage bag with a meaty feeling. A handwritten journal of the experience of a top-grade talisman master. 180 spirit stones. Handbook of experience in the art of controlling fire at the late stage of chi refining. 30 spirit stones, a spirit contract worth 15 spirit stones, and the last 10 spirit stones were purchased from this special jade slip with a forbidden system. Only his mana could see what was on the jade slip. The immortal cultivation world's sense of anti-theft is really ridiculously strong. He hadn't been exposed to it before and wasn't quite sure, but right now Lin Chanan could indeed understand why these clans were so powerful. These legacies alone are an inexhaustible treasure. No outreach is allowed. That alone is a constant source of leaks. But I'm different. Blending in with the crowd, Lin Chanan had a meaningful smile on his face. For unusual cultivators, other people's experience, at most, would deepen the next sense and understanding, and be useful for cultivators with enlightenment. But for most cultivators, it's a bit of a chicken scratch. But it was different in his case. Each of his epiphanies was a permanent enhancement. One proof for all time. This was his strongest talent. 200 or so spirit stones. It's not worth mentioning for the True Treasure House. It shouldn't attract attention. And I also purposely purchased a copy of the fire control technique. He had purchased the art of controlling fire, and he also wanted to be mistaken for a talisman master who practiced fire attribute techniques. Under 7 turns, Lin Chang'an vigilantly changed his disguise several times in a row. And finally, after transforming into his original attire, he completely blended in the crowd of the marketplace. First rank middle grade demon beast meat. Give me 20 pounds. Great. Looking at the fresh demonic beast meat, Lin Chang'an revealed a satisfied smile, and after paying the spirit stone, he raised his hand when he just took the meat back into his storage bag. Suddenly a familiar huddled figure in the distance was being driven away. Go go go. You old little cutie. Don't interfere with the old man's business. No no. Fellow Taoist, I'm just here to find my grandson. Have you seen my grandson? My grandson is a genius. A scruffy old man, under delirium, keeps pulling people in and showing off to show off his grandchildren. Old he had. Lin Chanan was shocked. The old man in front of him with dry, white hair and a waxy face was actually old he too. Lao he head of this miserable state. The spirit is obviously some abnormal, and a cultivation has fallen to the early stage of chi refining. Unconsciously, he had returned to the street where he used to be, while his former neighbor acquaintances saw Lin Chang'an and couldn't help but respectfully address him as Rune Master Lin. AI. This old he-head is also pitiful. On the side of the meat seller, Luo, surnamed Taoist friend, shook his head inside under, spoke up the situation of the old he-head. Net out that when Yen passed the examination and a group of his peers left the marketplace, on their way to the leaving fire palace, they happened to encounter a demonic beast attacking the marketplace. The result was predictable, and the old he-head became like this when he learned of it later. Surprisingly, Lin Chang'an let out a long, quiet sigh. I'm afraid that the biggest irritation was after knowing that it was the Black Wind Wolf that drove the demonic beasts to attack the workshop. It's equivalent to the old he-head getting his grandson killed because of his greed. Old he too. Go, I'll take you to your grandson. It's fellow Taoist Lin. Let me tell you, my grandson is a genius. Old he had broke into a smile after hearing that he was going to be taken to his grandson, and Lin Chang'an gently nodded his head in agreement. Not that he had a good heart, but this essence of old he too. It was obvious that he had already run out of gas and could not live for a few days. He was merely doing what he could to make old Ho's walk more honorable. And when this scene was seen by the cultivator surnamed Luo, who was selling demonic beast meat, he shook his head and let out a long sigh. Old he-head is not bad. At least there is someone to collect the corpse. Under the setting sun, Lin Chang'an took an old man with him and headed towards the distance. Chapter 25, 3 years. 3.5 years later, under the governance of the two sects, the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, the Green Bamboo Mountain Market had become one of the most prosperous markets under the rule of the two sects. Inside the chamber, the fluctuation of mana on Lin Chang'an's body was completely upgraded a notch from 2 years ago. 6th level of chi refining. Almost there. Under the operation of the thick mana, Lin Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 44/106. Realm, 5th level of chi refining, 89/100. Technique, Evergreen Kung Fu, Grandmaster, 1890/5000. Skills, Golden Light Charm, Grandmaster 139 of 5000. Divine Walking Charm, Proficient 987/1000. Flying Sword Charm, Grandmaster 873/5000. Spells, Firebomb, Mastery 893/1000. Concealment, Grandmaster 236/5000. Invisibility, Grandmaster 85/5000. Exorcism, Mastery 963/1000. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Chang'an looked down at the 3 spirit stones in his palm that had lost their spirituality. 3 years old, with enough cultivation resources, the speed of cultivation far exceeds expectations. With a lift of his hand, the 3 spirit stones had been reduced to pieces, at which point Lin Chang'an even revealed a satisfied smile. As expected, putting aside the cultivation resources, as the proficiency of the evergreen gong technique increased, the speed of cultivation also became faster and faster. Cultivation is still one step short of breaking through to the 6th level of chi refining, but in these 3 years or so, the skill of drawing talismans was the first to break through. And according to the immortal cultivation world, I already possess the ability to make first-order upper-grade talismans, with the longevity all raised to 106 after his cultivation had progressed greatly. That is to say, not only had he not wasted his time after 3 years of cultivation, but he had also earned a few years. No wonder so many people are obsessed with cultivating immortality. This longevity alone is enough for countless people to go crazy. Over the years, he had sort of figured out that the 4 levels of introductory, proficient, and grandmaster corresponded to the comprehension of feats and techniques. Introductory corresponds to beginner, proficient corresponds to early, lower, adept corresponds to middle, and sovereign corresponds to late, upper. In terms of the comprehension of the evergreen technique, it all relies on this handwritten journal of Elder Lu. Otherwise I wouldn't have been so fast in my cultivation. Lin Chang'an sighed with emotion. Of course, he had made good progress in cultivation over the years, and more importantly, he relied on having sufficient spirit stone resources. Perhaps it was because of the Changchun Gong Fit. The progress of the convergence technique and invisibility technique on the spells item was surprisingly not slow either. Step out of the yard. Lin Chang'an passed by the back of the workshop, and there was an extra pot of wine in front of an earthen grave. 3 years ago, when the old head of he was brought back by him to wait for his grandson, he waited for 3 days and then slept in this mound, never opening his eyes again, and likewise never waited for his grandson until his death. And this grave, it cost 2 spirit crystals for old he too to be buried here, along with his grandson. Yan's clothing grave, gathering of immortals, big brother Lin, junior sister and the others have arrived. Li Erniu, who arrived first, saw Lin Chang'an's figure at the door and went forward to greet him. Erniu. Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded as he saw it and went up. I didn't expect junior sister to open the Clearwater Bay's immortal gathering building here, Lee Ernius said with emotion. This gathering of immortal building is Lu Lao's industry in his lifetime, and now in the hands of Lu Turnip is also considered to develop and grow. However, after finishing this sentence, Lee Ernius secretly transmitted his voice and whispered, Big Brother Lin. This time, Little Senior Sister has taken the lead, but the purpose is still for the matter of Little County Mistress's foundation establishment. What do you think? In this gathering, before, Junior Sister Lu Yiqing had privately and implicitly said that Yun Yao had been preparing for foundation establishment for several years and was now at a critical juncture. The purpose of this occasion is self-evident. That's why Erniu asked. While Lin Chang'an heard this, he nodded his head without moving. Erniu, you've seen it in the past 2 years. The robbing cultivators are rampant, and the aura of war is getting stronger and stronger. I'm a casual cultivator. If fellow Taoist Yun can build a foundation, perhaps there's one more way to retreat. Lin Chang'an's meaning was already self-evident. He wanted to bet on Yun Yao. Once successful, then there will be a foundation cultivator as a backer. In this turbulent situation, how better than he fought alone? And Li Ernia nodded heavily after hearing this. In fact, having been acquainted for all these years, Little Sheriff Master has not been arrogant with her cultivation status and looked down on us. But you know my situation, Brother Lin, that I can only take out a maximum of 30 spirit stones. When he heard that Ernia was going to take out 30 spirit stones, Lin Chanan was a bit surprised. I'm afraid this wasn't just Ernia's personal savings. While Li Ernia's eyes were clearly a bit evasive, Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. This Erniu, too, has got a little mind of his own yet. Lin Chang'an nodded. It's enough to live within one's means. Seemingly afraid of misunderstanding, Li Erniu awkwardly scratched his head and lowered his voice to transmit an explanation. Brother Lin, I want this child Yifan to be able to help Little Sheriff Master take care of the estate. Li Ernia wasn't greedy and didn't think about his child with a lower grade spiritual root worshipping the leading fire palace. He just wanted to find a way back for his son. And when Lin Chang'an heard this, he also lamented that Ernia was also considered a father. I told you that you, Ernia, where did you get so many spirit stones? Li Ernia scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, which was a decision he and his wife had made together. Although his wife's name is Chao, the child is also flesh and blood, and this mother is doing her best to pave the way for her child. Helping out, again, is a bet. Ernia, in fact, this is a good choice for you. Although the Zhou family is a large family, there may not be much resources that can be shared, and the little sheriff's industry has done well over the years. Lin Chang'an lamented that the cultivation resources obtained by the young Marquis Shenlai and Lu Yiqing in the past few years of taking care of the industry were not bad, and Yun Yao once the foundation is built, the water rises under the boat. Naturally also need manpower. Zhou Yifan although not yet 10 years old, but the relationship this layer, it is advisable to be sooner rather than later. All these years the clan has said that you, Brother Lin, have talent in the talisman path, which is much stronger than mine. Li Ernio couldn't help but be envious. Not only did talisman masters earn more, they were also stable, and Lin Chang'an smiled without answering. Between the two of them talking, they had already walked up to the gathering of Immortals building. You two are here just in time for Turnip's freshly brewed tea. The young Marquis Shenlai was more composed than before, and under the easygoing smile, he reached out to indicate the youngest senior sister Lu Yiqing inside the house. Big Brother Lin, Big Brother Li, you guys came just in time. Sister Yun won't be able to come until later. Just in time for you guys to try this newly picked Cloud Mountain tea. Lu Turnip was dressed in a blue robe, much more mature than 3 years ago, and her once capable green hair was combed into a coiffure, which was less playful and more mature. Quickly take a seat. On the side, Shenlai was also red-faced and greeted with a husband and wife. This scene caused Lin Chang'an to be envious for a while. The duo of Shenlai and Lu Yiqing had gotten married last year. It's not that he's red-eyed, but he's a little depressed about the reasons why he falls short every time. The four people talked and laughed, but also talked about Wei not easy, although he also came to the Green Bamboo Mountain Marketplace. Wei Yiqian did not join the Chamber of Commerce, but married a widowed cultivator and inherited a family business. Plus, after finally becoming a first-order middle-grade Dan master a year ago, the days had become more and more nourishing. I've kept you fellow Taoists waiting. Half an hour later, the dusty Yun Yao finally arrived. A white dress power suit, cool temperament, flowery face blossomed a trace of apology, but between the eyebrows there was a touch of fatigue that could not be concealed. Chapter 26, First Order Upper Grade Rune Master, Gathering of Immortals Building, Tian City Private Room. This party was not easy for Wei, and the atmosphere was very cordial. although Yun Yao's cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refining great perfection. In the art of language, she still had to be this little senior sister. Lu Yiqing, under the auspices of Lu Turnip, the youngest senior sister, it was relaxing and enjoyable to sip tea and discuss the Tao, exchanging insights on cultivation with each other, as well as some insights, especially when it came to cultivating spells. Most of them were instructed by Yun Yao, which seemed to have touched on her strengths as well. Seeing the sun setting and the evening sunlight spilling through the windows inside the private room, Yun Yao finally mentioned the main topic of this gathering. For fellow Taoists, this time, with the invitation of junior sister, Yun Yao has something to ask for. When talking about the matter of foundation building, Yun Yao looked sincere. Little fellow Taoist Yun, we all understand about your preparations for foundation establishment, so feel free to ask for anything. Li Erniu, who has a straight heart, said it directly and cheerfully. Xin Lai and Lu Yiqing also nodded in agreement, and Lin Chanan nodded with a smile. After all, the fact that everyone could come already said it all. Yun Yao took a deep breath. Although the hearts of people in the immortal cultivation world were treacherous, it was already rare for them to be able to get together after so many years. With that, under Yun Yao's extremely sincere gaze, she narrated the preparations for foundation building. All these years I've been constantly going deep into the Cloud Mist Mountain range to hunt demonic beasts and search for spiritual herbs, as well as the Chamber of Commerce's accumulations, and I've already gotten it all together, except that I'm still missing the most important main ingredient for building the foundation. The demon core of a second-order water attribute demonic beast is extremely hard to come by, and even more so, there is no market for it, so you can only take the risk of going deeper into the Cloud Mist Mountain range. As Yun Yao's clear voice echoed down, although it was said with ease, the crowd was able to hear the risks involved, especially with the exhaustion between Yun Yao's brows and the snowy neck vaguely revealing a hideous scar. One could imagine the situation of several deeper penetrations into the Cloud Mist Mountain range that she had spoken of in a calm tone. At this time, Yun Yao had a major difficulty in not having a top-quality defense magic weapon. She almost lost her life last time, and this time she also wanted to purchase a top-quality defense-type magic weapon. The Chamber of Commerce can only take out 500 spirit stones right now. Any more will affect business. Under her condensed voice, Lu Yao spoke all about the Chamber of Commerce's books. She was going to get on Yun Yao's boat from the very beginning. In addition to the Chamber of Commerce, our couple has some savings. Xin Lai also nodded solemnly. These years the instability of the workshop market, but where there is a spirit stone or something, everyone is almost always the first to use it to enhance their strength. There's really not much to save. However, the duo of Xin Lai and Lu Yiqing had managed well over the years, perhaps also because of their guilt from 3 years ago, and had actually taken out nearly 200 spirit stones, which was undoubtedly their entire fortune. Fellow Taoist Yun, I have 30 spirit stones here. Compared to the spirit stones taken out by Xin Lai and his wife, Ernia's 30 spirit stones might not be much, but they had startled the crowd. After all, we all know about Ernia's situation. But the next moment Ernia scratched his head awkwardly and directly arched his hand. My family, that kid Yifan, although the talent is not very good, but wins in the people really. In the future if appropriate, let this kid to the Chamber of Commerce to help. Li Ernia didn't hide anything and directly stated the purpose, which instead made everyone smile. Yun Yao was even more solemn with a nod. Let Yifan usually follow the two of Turnip and Xin Lai first, no matter if it's cultivation or business matters. They're enough to give pointers. After getting what he wanted, Li Erniu immediately revealed a smile. Finally Lin Chanan gave a slight nod. Fellow Taoist Yun, I have some savings here. It's not much but it's still 100 spirit stones. When he heard that Lin Chanan could directly take out hundreds of spirit stones, Li Erniu directly exclaimed, this rune master is making too much money. At this time, Li Erniu is a little red-eyed. All are in the middle stage of qi refining. This earning capacity is completely incomparable. Lin Chagan, however, smiled and teased. I've already shown Yifan the first explanation of the talisman, and in the future, if there is this talent, there is no need for me to do so. The Zhou family will naturally cultivate it. 100 spirit stones. Even Xin Lai was a bit surprised. They have so much as a couple purely because of all the years of business and the fact that they have old money. However, right after Lin Chanan brought out a spirit stone pouch, under the crisp sound of spirit stones, the earlobes of Lu Turnip, who was on the side, was gently trembling, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. After looking at everyone's help, especially Lin Chanan who even took out hundreds of spirit stones, Yun Yao looked resolute and didn't say much in the way of sensational words, and Lin Chanan smiled and flirted. I still have 2 more golden light talismans here. I hope that the next time we meet, fellow Taoist Yun will already be a major foundation establishment cultivator, and we will have a backer. When the crowd heard this, they also congratulated themselves in advance, and Yunyao also revealed a rare smile to arch her hand with the crowd. In the immortal cultivation world, the word auspicious is also emphasized. In the end, the people said goodbye. After all, the marketplace was not too stable in the past 2 years. Outside the Gathering of Immortals building, looking at the departing back, Xinlai couldn't help but barf his lips. No wonder Ernia said earlier that the Zhou family all appreciated the mastery of Taoist Lin's talismanic skills. For this family background, it can't be bad. The Lu turnip on the side heard this, but she gave her husband a blank look. You really think that bag is 100 spirit stones? What do you mean? Xinlai looked at his wife with some consternation, while Lu Yiqing was pointing at her ears without any good humor. These ears of mine. I grew up helping my grandfather with his accounts at the Immortal Gathering building, and I can guess how many spirit stones and crystals there are in this, with the slightest sound of a collision. In the end, Lu Yiqing glanced at the disappearing back in the distance with her afterglow, and she didn't know what she was thinking inside. But after turning her head and seeing the husband she had picked out, Xinlai, she instantly shook her head and smiled. If she had to do it all over again, she'd still choose that way. Self-knowledge and avoiding harm is what her grandfather taught her. It's estimated to be 120 spirit stones. When Lu Yiqing said this, Xinlai on the side couldn't help but smack his lips. No wonder it is said that the cultivation of the immortal 100 arts, as long as the means of earning spirit stones after the entrance is far more than the same level of cultivators. How come we don't have this talent? Under envy, Xinlai finally looked at his wife, Lu Yi, and whispered, why don't we give birth to a gifted one? Asterisk 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 Q. Lu Turnip didn't have the good sense to glare, but a pair of earlobes were already burning. She hadn't actually told the truth. She inwardly judged that the spirit stones Lin Chang'an had lent to Yunyao should be around 150. However, at this time, on the pavilion floor of the Gathering of Immortals building, 183 spirit stones. Yunyao was a bit stunned. Did talisman masters earn so much money? Moreover, they had all seen Lin Chang'an's cultivation over the past few years. However, after seeing the 2 talismans in the spirit stone pouch, Yunyao's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of shock. It was also under the influence of these 2 talismans sandwiched in the middle that caused a miscalculation in Lu Turnip's hearing. This is a first-ranked intermediate-grade high-quality golden light talisman. These 2 golden light talismans with even more intense light made Yunyao shocked and at the same time seemed to understand something. A first-order mid-grade high-quality golden light talisman, infinitely close to a top-grade talisman, which would be able to save her life at critical moments. This was equivalent to Yunyao possessing 2 disposable defense spells, a first-rank upper-grade talisman master. So that's how it is. At this moment Yunyao's beautiful eyes flickered as she seemed to understand something, and Lin Chang'an, who did all this, was secretly calculating in his mind on the way back. The complete first-order talisman inheritance is not sold to the public at all by the departing Flame Palace or the Xianin Pavilion, and with the growing tension outside, and his cultivation, if he wanted to protect himself in the chaotic world, he had to find a backer. The Zhou and Wang families, he didn't even think about it, and Yunyao was his best choice. Things that were precious and incomparable within the circle of qi refining cultivators could not be the same within the circle of other People's Foundation establishment cultivators. With Yunyao's status in the Leaving Fire Palace, it wouldn't be difficult to get the complete inheritance of the first-order golden light talisman. Lin Chang'an secretly calculated the upper-grade talisman inheritance he needed. Even if it fails, with Yunyao's age and heart, she definitely still has to impact the Foundation establishment, and at that time, in order to shorten the preparation time, then it is even more necessary to have him, a first-order top-grade talisman master. If successful, then with Yunyao, a Foundation establishment cultivator, as a backer, one's own safety was guaranteed, and the top-grade talisman channel was also available. That's why he was even more important to Yunyao now. Yunyao might have made a blood profit, but he definitely didn't lose. Behind Yunyao is the Leaving Fire Palace. If my cultivation improves some more, I might have a chance to leave here and find a safe and stable place to continue my cultivation. Lin Chang'an was secretly calculating. Nowadays he was the one with infinite possibilities. What was the point of playing with his life? You think it's some 1,000-year-old elixir, not a base-building pill. Chapter 27, The House of Many Treasures. It had been half a month since the last time the Immortal Gathering House. Today, Yunyao personally came to his door to present a gift, and ended up telling him a piece of news that shocked him. The friction between the 3 great sects has intensified again. It's still too dangerous these days. Even the loose talisman masters and Dan masters are being offered bounties to start with. Lin Chang'an was secretly shocked. Before it was all about secretly rewarding each other's sect's disciples. For example, for the inner disciples of the Leaving Fire Palace, There were bounties based on their cultivation as well as their status, and even for some important figures, even the foundation establishment Dan was established. The tactics are really ruthless enough, rewarding the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin pavilions, but only not these clans that depend on the sects. This is clearly a naked disassociation plus lure. There will always be people who cannot stand the temptation, especially the foundation building Dan. And this time, there is a bounty for the middle grade Dan masters and talisman masters among the scattered cultivators, which is clearly to utilize the scattered cultivators to create chaos. I didn't think that I would be offered a bounty one day, but how come my bounty is only this small? Lin Chang'an slapped the table angrily. He wasn't annoyed at the low bounty, but he had to be careful when he went out now. Anger was anger, but immediately afterward Lin Chang'an seemed to think of something and couldn't help but touch his chin in dark thought. It seems like the pros outweigh the cons for me. There are pros and cons to everything. For him, the benefit was that he was afraid that the cultivators such as talisman masters and Dan masters in the marketplace would hide their identities, except for defecting to clans or great clans. This made it easier for him to peddle talismans. After all, everyone was sneaking around. It wasn't like he was alone. In that case, it looks like I'm still going to make a killing. Lin Chang'an, after thinking about this, couldn't help but reveal a smile. Other talisman masters didn't have the talent of locking in his state. It's totally giving him the chance to make a big splash. Not bad. Yunyao really deserves to be a disciple of a great sect. These spells that have a price outside are even able to be taken out. At this moment, Lin Chang'an lowered his head and looked at Yunyao's return gift for the help. Wood Spirit Thorn? Wood Spirit Thorn? This is surprisingly an advanced spell cast in conjunction with a magic weapon, with the advantage of consuming very little mana and being extremely stealthy. The difficulty lies in the cultivator's power of comprehension of his own wood attribute technique, and mastery of mana, as well as the need to also pair it with a concealed weapon-type magic weapon in order to bring it into play. When he saw the introduction in the Jade Slip, as well as the detailed cultivation process and the matching magic weapon to perform it, it made Lin Chang'an secretly wonder if the immortal cultivation world was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It seemed that Yunyao had long since seen that he was already no less than a late-stage chi refining cultivator in terms of his comprehension of the evergreen technique, or else she wouldn't have given him such a self-defense spell. That introduction, though, wasn't an exaggeration. Lin Chang'an frowned down. This method is 100 years ago a Fire Palace cultivator, according to the primary spell Popping Spirit Finger created, had relied on this method. There was a one-man solo battle with the same level of 3 cultivators, creating a record of 1 dead, 1 disabled and 1 escaped. It was well known that the advantages of wood attribute gong methods were longevity, as well as the mildness of mana, and only those with high cultivation would display the characteristics of prolonged and thick mana. Try. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Chang'an raised his hand and a medium-grade golden light talisman directly appeared to shield the wall. Under the faint golden light, Lin Chang'an held the idea of trying, and a wooden thorn appeared between his raised hands. As the mana surrounded it, the green light flickered. With a ding, the golden light on the wall merely appeared in little ripples, and the wooden thorns had been reduced to pieces. However, Lin Chang'an was able to see what was going on and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air in shock. That was fast. Moreover, it was extremely stealthy, and under a close-range sneak attack. Even if he was at the 5th level of chi refining cultivation, it would be difficult for him to dodge it if he was not careful. And this attack, after waiting until the golden light talisman mana on the wall had been lost to only an inferior level, Lin Chang'an snapped his fingers to instantly fire 5 consecutive shots. Chugging. On the 5th time, it actually directly pierced through the defense of the golden light talisman, leaving a shallow crater in the wall. Surprisingly powerful. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be shocked. This wall is also exceptionally hard. This is still just ordinary wood spikes, but when it comes to a cultivator's body, it's also directly a bloody hole. Wouldn't it be even more powerful if it was accompanied by a corresponding flying needle type of magic weapon? But this spell is also extremely demanding on the cultivator himself. Lin Chang'an looked down at his reddened fingers and frowned darkly. If according to the Gongfu enlightenment and mana control, he was already not inferior to the unusual late-stage chi refining cultivators, but it's only been a couple of times, and my fingers are surprisingly swollen. Extreme compression and rotation, as well as instantaneous explosion. Is one missing? Wood Spirit Thorn plus 48, introductory 98/100? Wood Spirit Thrust plus 80, proficiency 78/500? In just a few moments, the Wood Spirit Thorn spell, he had already broken through from an introductory level to a proficiency level. If it's coupled with a magic weapon that specializes in mana shield flying needles and the like, doesn't it mean that I can even easily threaten cultivators of the same rank? For a while Lin Chang'an's heart was on fire, and more importantly, the consumption of this spell was so low that it could completely hold him up to quickly brush up his proficiency and reach the Grandmaster realm. A concealed weapon type of magic weapon. Although it's a little expensive, it's totally worth it compared to a life. As it became more and more dangerous, dangerous outside. For the next few days, Lin Chang'an went back to living at home in a house. Apart from cultivating and drawing talismans, he was restoring his mana through spirit stones and then majoring in this spell. Of course, it's just one more thing that's been added recently, and that's the regular application of some topical elixir to the fingers to ease the swelling and pain. Yun Yao, on the other hand, had disappeared since the last time she borrowed a spirit stone. After hearing that she had spent nearly 1,000 spirit stones on a defensive top-grade magic weapon. 3 months later, doppelganger. On this day, Lin Chang'an disguised himself as a horse old man and wore a bucket hat as he walked into the multiple treasure house opened by the Xianyin Pavilion. If the Leaving Fire Palace was known for its strong battle power, then the Xianyin Pavilion was most famous for its diverse range of pills, talismans, and refineries, in addition to its female cultivators. Although this attic has a spirit-stealing array added to it, which can better help cultivators hide their identities, it's still better to be careful. Lin Chang'an walked in after coming, secretly nodded. These 2 years of tension, treasure building and multi-treasure building, in order to better sales, is also explicitly set up this array. It's to tell everyone that they have more security here. Fellow Daoist, please. As soon as he entered, there was a pungent aroma and 2 female cultivators in revealing clothes, greeting him with smiles on their faces. This made Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel how good it would be to have peace and be here daily. I'm going to buy better quality spells. However, after thinking about today's business, Lin Chang'an didn't hesitate and directly spoke hoarsely, while one of the female cultivators immediately brightened up after hearing this. Senior, upstairs please. This female cultivator changed her face so quickly that Lin Chang'an couldn't help but smack his lips. He just didn't know if it was the same at night. Being able to name a better quality magic weapon, how it must be a medium-grade magic weapon. The 2 female cultivators naturally greeted them with a smile. However, the 2 female cultivators, who were merely inferior spirit roots, were naturally not qualified to go up to the second floor except for their looks to put on a facade. When Lin Chang'an walked up to the second floor, directly after, there was a shopkeeper waiting at the door. Fellow Daoist, please. Spiritual tea and spiritual fruits were served along with the beautifully shaped maid, and this slightly chubby shopkeeper arched his hand with a smile on his face. I don't know what quality of magic weapon you want. My multi-treasure house has everything. Even the very best magic weapons are auctioned every year. Fellow Daoist is polite. I just want to find 1 or 2 medium-grade magic weapons to defend myself. Lin Chang'an's hoarse voice echoed down, putting on an aged appearance. Everyone's cultivation could not be seen through under the spirit-stealing formation, unless it was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. If he didn't come over to purchase a mid-grade magic weapon, which Foundation Establishment cultivator could starve like this? And when the fat shopkeeper heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider. Chapter 28, Targeted. Doppelganger. Fellow Daoist, this is the yellow Luo umbrella, offensive and defensive. It's definitely a rare piece of fine magic weapon. There's also the Xian iron flying sword, which is incredibly sharp. The shopkeeper's mouth was full of smiles as he continued to introduce the store's magic weapons, all of which were mid-grade magic weapons. And after Lin Chang'an looked at it, he admitted that his heart was moved. But after considering his spirit stones, he still let out a slight sigh. The family's money had been used for cultivation over the years, even if he didn't have much left over. Boss, can you have a wooden attribute flying needle concealed weapon type of magic weapon? It's best to have one that possesses the effect of restraining the body protection spirit light. Although the shopkeeper was trying his best to sell his treasures, Lin Chang'an was still mindful of his purpose and couldn't help but open his mouth to interrupt the other party's continued introduction. This spell, Wood Spirit Stab, favored flying needles as a class of spells in order to maximize its effect. Wood attribute, concealed weapon type of magic weapon. The shopkeeper was also slightly stunned. After all, the concealed weapon category also has to favor the wood attribute. The next moment he thought of something, and could not help but reveal a smile. There is, how could there not be? Fellow Daoist, let me put it to you this way. If the treasure you're looking for, multiple treasure house, say that there isn't any, then you don't need to bother with the entire Green Bamboo Mountain workshop. I only saw this shopkeeper patting his chest with a proud look, showing off the Xianyin Pavilion's heritage all the time. But his hands were not slow. As he raised his hand, 2 brocade boxes floated out from the back of the box. Fellow Daoist, please look. As the 2 vermilion brocade boxes opened, the shopkeeper pointed at the first one under a proud smile. Drill nail, a top-grade item even among the middle-grade magic weapons, contains corpse poison and is definitely a must-have for self-defense. There's also the second Chui feather arrow. Fellow Daoist, don't underestimate this short arrow. This magic weapon is its own wooden material, contains a strong poison. Good guy, 2 pieces in a row. The first one was obviously a coffin nail, or a corpse nail, which made the corner of Lin Chang'an's eyes twitch. This multiple treasure house really had everything. This first one is a little big, and the second one is a little long. Lin Chang'an shook his head. This spell needed to be of the easy to hide category, otherwise the effect wouldn't be that good. Chief, The shopkeeper was stunned. It turned out that it was because he resented the fact that these two magic artifacts were big and long, and they were really something special. But it didn't matter. Only the next moment this shopkeeper, since he kept his smile, fellow Daoist is not in a hurry. According to your requirements, the category of mid-grade magic weapon is really hard to find, but the timing is right for you to come today. There is a broken top-grade magic weapon that seems to fit right in with your requirements. Only to see the shopkeeper raise his hand down, the rear array ripples flickered. This time it was a small and delicate brocade box that appeared on the table. Fellow Daoist, please look. As the brocade box opened, 3 dark green wooden flying needles that shimmered with spiritual light appeared. Fellow Daoist, this is refined from the poisonous thorns of the stems of the 10,000 poison flowers in the Cloud Mist mountain range. This poisonous thorns will cause pain even if a second-order demonic beast is stabbed. This is a rare top-grade magic weapon. Among the magic weapons, the category of concealed flying needles was expensive in itself, not to mention the complete sets. Lin Chanan was a little moved after seeing the 3 wooden spiked spells, but when he thought of the top-grade spells, he couldn't help but pull his mouth out and shake his head. Fellow Daoist, the top-grade magic weapons are all worth around 1,000 spirit stones. I can't afford it. He really looked at it. Being shy is one thing. More importantly, if the top-grade magic weapon is given to him, he may not be able to cast it smoothly. Chi refining cultivators generally manipulated lower and middle-grade magic weapons, and only some chi refining great circle cultivators could still manipulate some upper-grade magic weapons by hand. As for the extremely high-grade magic weapons, they were already manipulated by Foundation Establishment cultivators. Looking at Lin Chang'an with some interest, the shopkeeper was smiling and shaking his head. Fellow Daoist, you misunderstand. This magic weapon original 13 for a set. Unfortunately, the previous owner went to a trip to the Cloud Mist mountain range, did not come back. Even this set of top-grade magic weapon are only left with 3. After hearing this, Lin Chanan's eyes were glowing and at the same time, his heart was secretly alarmed. Cultivators who possessed top-grade magic weapons had disappeared when they said they hadn't, so one could imagine the recent crisis outside of the workshop, and the shopkeeper even narrowed his eyes and extended his thumb and forefinger to gesture. 800 spirit stones. Fellow Daoist, why don't you go and grab it? At this price I can purchase a top-grade magic weapon if I add more. Lin Chang'an stared straight out of his eyes without a good breath and said hoarsely, this shopkeeper is too dark. However, in business, this shopkeeper also shook his head and explained, fellow Daoist, this dark weapon flying needle type of magic weapon is expensive in itself. A complete set can be sold for 1,500 spirit stones. That's 13 bars short of that price, and you've only got 3. Fellow Daoist, you can't calculate it like that. After these 3 sticks some gold essence has been added, it can be said that it's already a new magic weapon. It's going to cost a minimum of 750 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones, dog. After both sides haggled for a while, in the end, this set of 3 crippled with thorn-type magic weapons was taken by Lin Chanan for 690 spirit stones. It's dark. When walking out of the multi-treasure house, Lin Chanan had a look of heartache on his face, but feeling the magic weapons inside his storage bag, he felt a lot more at ease. Flying needles, a type of magic weapon. It self-restrains mana shields, and then with this spell of his, it's like a tiger with wings. It may be scrappy for others, but it's just right for me. However, Lin Chang'an had just stepped out of the Duo Bao building with his front foot when he sensed a sense of prying behind him if nothing else. Big brother, I saw this old guy come down from the 2nd floor. The 2 middle-aged Hulk robber cultivators, one in front of the other, came down and spoke in a voice to each other. Be careful and find a remote place before you do it. The disguised Lin Chang'an mingled in the crowd as if nothing had happened. If he had suspected it at first, then and he had now confirmed it. Targeted. At least he had been in the immortal cultivation world for more than 20 years. But if he didn't have some caution and experience, he would have already died many times without knowing how many times. After circling around, Lin Chang'an secretly probed down with his divine sense and found that the 2 people he was following were one at the 6th level of chi refining and one at the 5th level of chi refining, which caused him to be dazed. No wonder the guts are so big. Unfortunately, you people will never know the riches of a rune master. Under Lin Chang'an's bashful smile, his figure had already entered the alleyway where he had made preparations before coming to Duo Baolu. Instead, the 2 robber cultivators who were following them sneered and chose to go around the road one after the other to intercept them. One of the robber cultivators had just come in when a silhouette walked up to meet him. It is another disguise as a flower-bearded old man Lin Chang'an, hunched over and hoarse under the welcome. This stout hijacked cultivator, but the eyes are bloodshot. Unbelievable look at the person in front of him. Wood spirit stinger. A green light flashed, and the robber cultivator's pupils shrank. with only one thought before his consciousness fell into darkness. What happened? And looking at the limp silhouette in front of him, Lin Chang'an gently wiped the wood spirit thorn in his hand as he brushed past with a bland expression, the same touch of shock in his eyes. Wood spirit thorn? This spell aptitude was unexpectedly strong. Chapter 29, Wood Spirit Thorn. Inside the alley, Lao San, as the other robber cultivator came from the other end, he couldn't help but be shocked and furious at the sight of the figure sprawled on the ground, and hurriedly went forward to utilize the repel technique to support his brother. After realizing that there was no fraud, he realized that the oldest had already lost his life, which made him look horrified. Killing his brother so quickly? No way, must hurry. However, as he was preparing to leave, he smoothly touched his hand to his own brother's storage pouch. However, in the next moment, a scorching heat struck him, reflecting red on his cheeks. No good. The light of the fire was reflected in his pupils, and just at the moment he hurriedly released his mana shield, a green light flashed across his back, and under the flickering of the mana shield, a tiny crack showed that it had been pierced by something. Boom! Under the burning firelight, Lin Chang'an in the shadows calmly swept past his body, while raising his hand to put the two storage bags that could no longer speak into his arms. Inside the silent alley, the firelight blew away in the wind, and there was only a little trace of the burned past in its place. Along the way, he changed his disguise a few times within the marketplace, and even made a trip to a restaurant full of rouge and powder and decadent sounds to confuse the smell of his body. At the same time, the two storage bags were pinned, and there were only a dozen or so spirit stones inside. After repeatedly confirming that no one was following him, Lin Chang'an returned home. Inside the cultivation room, combined with a magic weapon, it's surprisingly powerful. After returning home, Lin Chang'an could not hide his shock in his heart. These were two actual cultivators of the same rank. Although the sneak attack accounted for the main reason, the more important thing was that the mana shield was unexpectedly pierced through in a matter of moments. For cultivators of the same rank, how could a mana shield be so easy to pierce through? Try, only to see Lin Chang'an attach a medium-grade golden light talisman to the wall under his gloomy expression, and in the next moment, he unleashed this minor divine ability with the lift of his hand. Pust! Green light flashed. Under the dull sound of piercing stone, the moment the golden light talisman on the wall was pierced through, the light golden light glow slowly dissipated. A mid-grade golden light talisman. It actually penetrated in one strike. He had tested the power of this spell before, but the power of it when paired with a magic weapon made Lin Chang'an unable to stop himself from swallowing his saliva. The defensive power of a mid-grade golden light talisman was equivalent to the mana shield of a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. That is to say, under the same level of combat, as long as the close range without defense, he can instantly kill the opponent. Of course there was another prerequisite, and that was that the other party didn't have any defense spells either. What if it's a fine intermediate talisman? Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Chang'an took out another talisman under his gloomy expression. Fine intermediate golden light talisman, which was claimed to be infinitely close to the mana shield defense of a late-stage chi refining cultivator. Same steps. Wood spirit thorn? Pust. This time under the naked eye, the light golden mana shield resisted for a split second, but was still pierced through. How is this possible? Lin Chang'an was shocked under. At the same time the sound of a skill breakthrough appeared in his mind. Wood spirit thorn plus 80, perfect 1/10, 000. During these 3 months or so, relying on low consumption and under the recovery of spirit stones, he had directly brushed up to the sovereign realm. Of course, there was another reason why he had improved so quickly, and that was the handwritten journal that Yun Yao had sent his hand to. The cultivator who had created this spell had recorded everything in detail, allowing him to comprehend in order to be so fast. I hadn't realized that there was even a level after skill cleric. Under the perfect grade skill sense, it allowed Lin Chang'an to once again immerse himself in a marvelous sense of enlightenment. At this moment it was as if he had become the cultivator who had created this small spell. From the simplest flick of the spirit finger to the development of an extremely powerful small divine ability in conjunction with a magic weapon. So it is. Only after a long time did Lin Chang'an suddenly open his eyes, and these epiphanies made him no less skilled than the original in the attainment of this spell. Assuming, of course, that the other side isn't hiding anything outside of the private sector. It turns out that the perfection level actually allows cultivators to reach a level of complete conformity with their creator. When he raised his hand, 2 wooden spikes flew out of the wall covered in fine pit marks, and a smile appeared on Lin Chang'an's face. 3 Wood spirit thorns. This spell is no wonder it can be titled as a minor divine ability by a foundation establishment cultivator. The power is somewhat astonishing, which means that the current me has the power to put up a fight even when facing a late-stage chi refining cultivator. Of course this is only under close-range sneak attack, really against each other. There are too many factors to consider. Not only were the 5 senses of late chi refining cultivators sharper, but they also had more magic weapons, so they weren't the paupers of the middle and early stages of chi refining. If you have a protective spell, the chances of flipping are high. one can only say that the perfection level could rival the cultivator who created this spell with a killer weapon. It's still this crippled top-grade magic weapon, Lin Chanan thought greedily, but then shook his head and sighed lightly. The top-grade magic weapons, they all cost thousands of spirit stones, although he would be able to earn it in a year. A complete top-grade magic weapon, which his cultivation level was not yet able to utilize its full power, would also be more likely to attract the greed of others. There's really 1,000 spirit stones. It's enough for me to cultivate to the late stage of qi refining. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head, but then he thought of Yun Yao. It's been almost half a year since he last borrowed a spirit stone. Hopefully it will come back. After all, Yun Yao owes him a lot of spirit stones. If we really can't come back, we'll lose all this favor. After having the means of protection, Lin Chang'an and Ernie went to the Gathering of Immortals building together, and the young Marquis, Shen Lai and Lu Yiqing, were also worried. But Yun Yao's cultivation was stronger than theirs, and they didn't know what the other party had gone to do. I can only pray that nothing happens, or at least that I come back safe and sound, and that there will be plenty of opportunities as the days go by. After that, Lin Chang'an once again lived his daily routine of drawing talismans and practicing. And of course, he also practiced an additional spell of Spirit Wood Thorn. Only the walls within the chamber were a bit unlucky, densely packed with pinholes, as if they had been plowed through by a dense rainstorm of pear blossom needles. However, on the night half a month later, the tranquility of the marketplace was once again broken. There are demonic beasts again. The entire marketplace was once again in commotion for a while, and countless cultivators looked at the formation that had opened up in the sky above the marketplace in shock. However, this time when the turmoil just appeared, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion coldly shouted, and in an instant, the entire marketplace was illuminated as if it was daytime. This is the split-winged eagle. Walking out of the house, Lin Chanan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the night sky above that was like daytime, only to see the huge second-order demonic beast split-winged eagle circling in the sky above the marketplace, densely packed with dozens of them, which were second-order Foundation establishment-level demonic beasts living in groups. Who is this who stabbed the lair of a second-ranked demonic beast? After seeing the scene hovering over the marketplace constantly attacking the marketplace boundary, Lin Chanan couldn't help but curse this person. God damn it, this wasn't a black-winged wolf, but dozens of second-order Foundation building demonic beasts. It is still a flying type of demonic beast, and under the same cultivation level. In the sky, human Foundation cultivators do not have an advantage at all. On this night, the marketplace was sleepless, and the Foundation establishment cultivators from all the major clans, as well as the Foundation establishment cultivators from the departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, unleashed their spells, inside the marketplace under the wrath. Through the knot, under a feast of colorful and dazzling spells, the bird that has been fighting all night. No, it was the hawk. Chapter 30, Yun Yao's Foundation Establishment. Day 2. Brother Lin. The bird last night was horrible. Li Ernia looked at the azure sky and said with a palpitating heart, while Lin Chanan nodded his head and stared. Ernia, don't go out of the workshop easily during this period of time. This split-winged eagle is not only powerful, but also very vindictive. Obviously, it was not unheard of in the past for this opening to be so strong that it caused chaos to occur among the demonic beasts of the Cloud Mist mountain range. However, this was the first time that a group of second-ranked demonic beasts had come to attack. The entire marketplace was in a bit of a state of panic. Magic weapons, talismans, pills, and these had actually started to increase in price. I'm not stupid, Big Brother Lin. Even Li Ernia knows one thing, that is, flying demonic beasts cannot hit the next. This Qingju Mountain workshop is a turtle shell that will not move. More importantly, I'm afraid this turtle shell will wear out. Once the formation that maintains the workshop market is turned on, it will consume a large amount of medium-grade spirit stones, and if this second-order demonic beast, the split-winged eagle, can't be resolved, the workshop market's formation will definitely not be able to hold up first. Lin Chanan shook his head down, and because of this, the prices within the workshop market had risen. But the ones who should have a headache weren't these small cultivators of theirs, but rather the leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion. Sure enough, on the night of the third day, more than 30 second-ranked demonic beast split-winged eagles arrived as expected, opening another night of attacks. However, this time, the leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion teamed up with the rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the marketplace to open a gap during the demonic beast's attack, and then quickly closed it again. The 3 second-order demonic beasts, the split-winged eagles, were directly killed by the crowd of Foundation establishment cultivators in the marketplace. After this time, for several days in a row, the cultivators in the marketplace breathed a sigh of relief. 5 days later, goosefeather snow drifted down under the cold wind. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 45/106. Realm, 5th level of Qi refining, 99/100. Technique, Evergreen Kung Fu, Grandmaster, 1899-5000. Skills, Golden Light Charm, Master 158/5000. Divine Travel Charm, Proficient 993/1000. Flying Sword Charm, Master 879/5000. Spells, Wood Spirit Thorn, Perfect 195/10,000. Firebomb, Proficient 921/1000. Concealment, Grandmaster 365 of 5000. Invisibility, Grandmaster 102/5000. Exorcism, Proficient 986/1000. Inside the secret room, as the spirit stone in his palm dimmed, Lin Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. In half a month at most, we'll be able to break through to the 6th level of Qi refining. After casually crushing the waste spirit stone in his palm into pieces, Lin Chang'an felt a wave of emotion. Who would have thought that 5 years ago, he was still depressed, disheartened and ready to return to the mortal world as a small cultivator of the 3rd level of Qi refining. As a result, in 5 years' time, not only had he become a first-order mid-grade talisman master, even his cultivation was about to break through the 6th level of Qi refining. Although it's not as good as a genius like Yun Yao, at my current speed, I'm still expected to plan for foundation establishment before I'm 60. Lin Chang'an's face was full of joy. It is said that the year of calamity does not starve the craftsman. This saying is also suitable for the immortal cultivation world, cultivating the immortals in all the arts, but all those who have achieved something, earn spirit stones far more than the same level of cultivators, but also more stable. Just as Lin Chang'an blew out the fire candles and prepared to rest in peace, suddenly outside on the snowy night, there was a mournful scream. Countless cultivators were immediately awakened. Something's wrong. Lin Chang'an instinctively held the magic weapon in his palm, carefully opened the door and climbed up the wall. However, just as he climbed up the wall, there was the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground in the distance, followed by a tiger's roar. Demonic beasts fall from the sky. Lin Chang'an's eyes widened as he witnessed a demonic beast falling from the sky in the distance, directly smashing into a cultivator's home. Immediately afterward there were miserable, terrified cries, and the roar of spells. What the hell? Even if Lin Chang'an had been based in the immortal cultivation world for more than 20 years, he was still confused at this moment. It was completely beyond his insight. Since when can demonic beasts fall from the sky? However, it wasn't over yet. In the snowy night of the marketplace, plopping, heavy and dull sounds kept falling, and for a while the whole marketplace was brightly lit, especially the scattered cultivators in the shanty towns. Because their cultivation levels were relatively low, the demonic beasts that fell were almost all late first-stage demonic beasts. It's like a tiger falling into a sheep pen, and it's the most straightforward way to start a kill. Asterisk. Right at this moment, with an angry roar down in the marketplace, in an instant the night sky defense boundary of the marketplace opened up, as well as the spells of the foundation establishment cultivators illuminated the night sky. It was only at this moment that countless cultivators could see the scene in the sky. Lin Chang'an even stared straight. It's this group of wind-splitting eagles again. Nima, this is an eye-opener. Only to see more than 30 split-winged eagles circling down in the sky above the snowy night, and a few more grasping living demonic beasts. This demonic beast that fell from the sky was clearly this group of second-order demonic beast split-winged eagles that were up to no good. That was enough to show the intelligence of the demonic beasts. I heard that the leader of this group of split-winged eagles is already a late second-stage demonic beast, so it's better to hide for a while. Lin Chang'an's neck shrank as he looked at the commotion in the marketplace and the cultivators hunting demonic beasts. He's a noble rune master. How many spirit stones is this one demonic beast? What's the point of playing with your life? On the second day, the entire marketplace was bustling with activity. Last night was really scary. I heard that a second-order foundation establishment demonic beast even fell down from the Eastern District. If it wasn't for the Xianin Pavilion Foundation establishment cultivator's hand, I don't know how many people would have to be killed. This is too messy. What do you know? Now the entire workshop within the low-ranking cultivators are naturally terrified. But the late refining Qi cultivators one by one eyes are red. This does not need to take risks to find. As long as the luck of the joint forces to kill, we'll be able to get a demon core. Damn! Which cultivator has provoked this group of people again, and is so crazy to retaliate? In the distance, Lin Chang'an and Li Ernia rushed towards the Gathering of Immortals building, and Ernia's face was even more sorrowful. Big brother Lin has been too dangerous lately. When will it end? Lin Chang'an let out a helpless sigh after hearing this. Ernia, lately you and I should be more careful. Don't go out of the workshop market easily if you don't have to. Recently there have been frequent robberies of cultivators outside, hijacking cultivation, killing and seizing treasures, there are professional hijacking cultivators, and there are also greed together. Improvised guest appearance. As long as there is a slight turbulence, it's possible that the next door neighbors will all get greedy together and keep an eye on your spirit stones. These few times don't look slightly turbulent. All rely on the cultivators of the two major sects, Li Huagong and Xianin Gu, within the marketplace to suppress it. If not, it would have been a mess. This time the duo came to the Gathering of Immortals building. It was entirely because Lu Turnip, the little senior sister, had entrusted someone to tell them that there was news about the little county princess Yun Yao. Only then did the two of them pair up and head towards the Gathering of Immortals building. What? Junior County. Yun Sr. has already built a foundation. Coming to the box in the Gathering of Immortals building, the two of them had just sat down when they heard such a news. Li Ernia was even more shocked and lost his voice. Brother Li, I only learned about it last night as well. Only to see Lu Turnip explain with an innocent look. We're not sure when Sister Yun came back. Last night the disciples of the departing Fire Palace sent a letter notification saying that Sister Yun had already succeeded in building her foundation within the sect 2 days ago, and that she would come back to the Square City after a while. Not only Erniu, even the young Marquis Shenlai was shocked after learning about it, and while Lin Chanan was shocked, he also somewhat understood why this little county princess Yunyao was so cautious. Foundation building was such a big deal, but if a bit of information was leaked, who knew what changes would occur in the middle? Not to mention the cultivators outside. I'm afraid there are people inside the sect staring at it as well. Who would have thought that this little county princess would suddenly return within the sect and directly close the door to make a breakthrough? Act decisively and without delay. Chapter 31 Reunion at the Gathering of Immortals. The wind and snow whipped down. This group of second-order split-wind eagle demonic beasts seemed to hold a grudge against this human cultivator's workshop. A lot of demonic beasts were driven out from the Cloud Mist mountain range, and they threw demonic beasts down every night. During the daytime, they also sneak up on the demon hunting teams that go out from time to time, causing panic in the marketplace. After all, there were more than 30 second-stage Foundation Establishment realm demonic beasts in the sky. However, the two major sects, the Xianin Pavilion and the Leaving Fire Palace, after a period of silence, suddenly one night, used a net-like magic weapon. It was only then that the group of second-ranked demonic beasts were heavily defeated, allowing the marketplace to settle down for the time being. But everyone could sense that the situation was getting grim. Gathering of Immortals. Congratulations fellow Daoist Yun. Congratulations Elder Yun. In Yun Yao's return to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, he had thought of a small gathering at the Gathering of Immortals building, but it turned out to be hardened by all the big clans into a small celebration of foundation building. It's just that this little celebration doesn't seem to have anything to do with the word little. It turned out that after Yun Yao succeeded in building the foundation in the sect, she was even accepted as a personal disciple by the Jidan elder of the Leaving Fire Palace. These big clans that got the news, how could they not rush to make friends? Even the Xianin Pavilion's Foundation Establishment cultivators, all came. After all, Foundation Establishment cultivators are also divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on, and if there is a Jindan master teacher behind them, then they are not ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators. This day, the Gathering of Immortals building was exceptionally lively, and it was also considered to be Yun Yao's foundation building celebration after she returned home in her clothes. Until the evening, when the clamor dispersed, inside a box in the Gathering of Immortals building. Congratulations to Sister Yun for certifying Foundation Establishment. Congratulations to Senior Yun for establishing the foundation. At this time, Lin Chagan, Li Erniu, Little Marquis Shenlai, Lu Yiqing, and even Wei Ichi had come. Under the five people's dawning, Yun Yao, who usually didn't speak or smile, didn't stop smiling on her face today. All of you are Yun Yao's old friends. The certified foundation establishment even more all of you help. Yun Yao cannot thank you enough. I dare not arrogance. We should be called friends of the road. Yun Yao in a fairy dress was exceptionally dazzling and eye-catching. I don't know if it was because of the foundation building or because of the people's joyful spirit, but it seemed to be a few points more beautiful. However, the crowd was also secretly emotional after seeing Yun Yao refer to her as a Taoist friend in this manner, not forgetting their friendship. There's too much human warmth in the immortal cultivation world, and Lin Chang'an had undoubtedly experienced too much. And after seeing this sincerity of Yun Yao, he also praised with rare emotion. Inside the private room, 6 people gathered at a table. The last time was 5 years ago when Lu Lao died. Unexpectedly, 5 years later, the congregation gathered again, having known each other for 25 years. This friendship was already rare and precious in the immortal cultivation world, especially since all 6 were still alive. Fellow Taoist Yun has been promoted to foundation establishment and doesn't forget his old friends. Such character and purity is truly admirable. Among the five, Wei Yiqiu was even more flushed and excited as he got up to raise his glass in a toast. This was a foundation establishment cultivator. I didn't think that he would be able to climb into a friendship. Wei not easy this face, Ledley Ernia cannot help but despise. However, Yun Yao first gently nodded his head, seems to notice something, cannot help but relaxed. Wei not easy, you switch seats with fellow Taoist Lin. Ha, yes. After hearing this, Wei Yenyuan was first stunned and instantly reacted, awkwardly getting up and switching seats with Lin Chanan. Big brother Lin, you've made a breakthrough. Li Erniu, who had a straightforward personality, directly blurted out in shock, while Xinlai was also in a daze after seeing Lin Chanan nodding with a smile. I've kept up with the resources for cultivation by drawing charms over the past few years, and I made a lucky breakthrough 2 days ago. Lin Chang'an modestly smiled slightly. He really did break through to the 6th level of qi refining 2 days ago. Among the 6, besides Yun Yao, the genius, Lin Chanan was considered the second to break through to the 6th level of qi refining, and now Xinlai and Li Erniu were both still stuck at the 5th level of qi refining, and Wei Yi was also at the 6th level of qi refining, yet he was switched seats by Yun Yao, which caused him embarrassment and at the same time, inner remorse. It wasn't like he didn't know when Yun Yao borrowed the spirit stones, but it would be good to have 1 out of 100 qi refining cultivators wanting to build their foundations. Moreover, back then, Yun Yao clearly wanted to go to the Cloud Mist mountain range to take a risk, and with this hesitation, he chose to have something at home in the face of the gathering at the Immortal Gathering building. The result is predictable: missed opportunities and regret. With the seats switched, Yun Yao looked at the young Marquis Xinlai and arched his hand. These past few years have dragged down fellow Taoist Shen's cultivation due to the business of the Chamber of Commerce. Fellow Taoist Yun, what are you talking about? In the face of Yun Yao's shame, Xinlai, however, gave a bashful smile and waved his hands in succession. In the end, we have been blessed by fellow Taoist Yun. You are now a foundation establishment grand cultivator. With Xinlai's joking remark afterward, the atmosphere of the scene melted. However, this time was different from the party 5 years ago, and it was obvious that Wei was not easy to be a bit out of place, which made him go crazy with jealousy inside. There would have been a chance for him to be like everyone else. This time, the Cloud Mist mountain range was also a 9 deaths. After luckily obtaining the demon core, I was already seriously injured at that time, and there were quite a few cultivators in the workshop who knew that I was preparing to build my foundation. Therefore, to be cautious, I returned directly to the sect, and with the prepared foundation building materials, I finally refined a foundation building pill, which led to a lucky breakthrough. Wine cup down, although Yun Yao said easily, but the people know in their hearts, the demon core is so easy to get. The foundation building cultivator has long been Rotten Street. Cheers to fellow Taoist Yun's proof of foundation building. 1,000 words, too many heartaches to say, but in the end, in this simple cup of wine, after 3 rounds of wine, although Yun Yao had become a foundation establishment cultivator, she didn't put on any airs and graces. Instead, she sincerely thanked everyone one by one in front of everyone. Fellow Taoist Li, thanks for your help earlier. Here's a medicinal bath formula that's just right for Yifan, this child, to build a foundation. Yun Yao did not return the spirit stones that they borrowed before, but the things that were returned were the things that everyone wanted, and their value was far more than the previous borrowing. Li Ernier heard even more flushed face, excitedly arching his hand. I can't speak with my stupid mouth, but I still have to thank you, fellow Taoist Yun. And Yun Yao nodded with a light smile. The Chamber of Commerce happens to have the herbs for these medicinal bath formulas, and I'll send someone to the Zhou family afterward. First the prescription, then the delivery of the medicine. The 30 spirit stones that Ernio had borrowed in the beginning were now worth more than 100 spirit stones that Yun Yao had repaid. Afterwards, under Wei Yi's eyes that were so green with remorse, Lu Yi and Shenlai likewise had thank you gifts that were worth twice as much. Big brother Lin, thanks to you before. When it was Lin Chanan's turn, Yun Yao even touched her neck with palpitations. If it wasn't for the last 2 golden light talismans, she almost couldn't come back. Fellow Taoist Yun is polite. How can I be of any help with this trivial trick of mine? Lin Chang'an smiled and waved his hand down. However, he did not refuse the gift that Yun Yao sent out. After all, they were equally invested before aside from their friendship. But whenever Yun Yao is at the 8th level of qi refining, he will look for them to borrow spirit stones to plan for foundation building, and you will see if someone borrows it. Brother Lin, this is the jade slip of the complete version of the inheritance of the First Order Golden Light Talisman. When Yun Yao took out this item, the crowd was shocked. A First Order Golden Light Talisman jade slip. Wei Ichio on the side was even more wide-eyed. This was the complete version of the inheritance. You have to know that none of the inheritances of the First Order upper grade are open to the public. Even if the things obtained by defecting to a party are bound by a spiritual contract, they cannot be easily passed on to future generations. And now this talisman inheritance. once in hand, is a treasure that can be passed down for generations. And Lin Chang'an was a bit shocked when he saw this heavy gift, but he was not modest about this heavy gift. For them the gift was heavy. But for Yun Yao, the favor of certifying the foundation was even greater. So many thanks to fellow Taoist Yun. Previously, he had a headache about how to get this top-grade talisman inheritance. Joining the major forces would get it, but he would lose his freedom. And the situation at hand made him a little hesitant. Just be afraid of joining his side and falling into the fire. As a result, Yun Yao unexpectedly sent it up directly, which was no less than the 2 talismans he had secretly gifted earlier. Brother Lin is polite. With your talent in talismans, I think it won't take more than a few years for you to make another breakthrough. Yun Yao nodded her head with a light smile, and although she did not explicitly say so, the crowd was shocked. No one is a little cutie. And from reading between the lines they were able to analyze that the current Lin Chang'an already possessed the ability of a first-order upper-grade talisman master. Under a wine banquet gathering, this time only Wei is not easy to be embarrassed. At the same time, inwardly has long repented of his intestines. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Chapter 32, First Order Upper Grade Talisman Master. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 45/109. Realm, 6th level of Qi refining, 1/100. Technique, Evergreen Kung Fu, Grandmaster, 1899-5000. Skills, Golden Light Charm, Master 159/5000. Divine Travel Charm, Proficient 996/1000. Flying Sword Charm, Master 879/5000. Spells, Wood Spirit Thorn, Perfect 198 out of 10, 000. Firebomb, Proficient 923/1000. Concealment, Grandmaster 378/5000. Invisibility, Grandmaster 116/5000. Dispel Object, Proficient 992/1000. Returning home, Lin Chang'an had the rare smell of alcohol on him. I didn't realize that the first-rank upper-grade talisman, which I didn't have a clue about before, would be available now. Looking at the inheritance jade slip of the first-order golden light talisman in his hand, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, with high risk comes high reward. Previously invested in Yun Yao, once failed are likely to be reduced to nothing, but the rewards of success are worth it. It's really the same person with a different life. Not only did he become a foundation establishment cultivator, but he also worshipped a Jidan elder as his teacher. This luck, there's simply no one else. Lin Chang'an sighed with emotion, recalling that this was still a little girl back then, and the 4 of them were assessed together. As a result, in a short span of 25 years, the identities are already vastly different. A foundation establishment cultivator with a 200-year lifespan. It's really eye-catching, Lin Chang'an said somewhat sourly. Now he is 45. Although the cultivation of Changchun Gong has the effect of prolonging life, but this is not a little bit worse compared to the foundation establishment cultivator. You must attempt to build the foundation once before you turn 60, and even if you fail, you will have no regrets. When he thought of this, a look of determination appeared on Lin Chang'an's face. After so many years of bitter cultivation, and now with the talent in hand, at the very least, the nebulous foundation building in the eyes of others was not yet impossible in his mind. First-ranked upper-grade talisman masters. The opportunity to build a foundation may be hard to come by, but if 10 first-ranked upper-grade talisman masters are supplied, then there may not be no chance. After thinking that he could always stay in the best condition, Lin Chang'an revealed a smile. First-order lower-grade talismans were worth between 2 spirit crystals and 1 spirit stone. Middle-grade talismans were worth between 3 and 7 spirit stones, and upper-grade talismans were worth directly between 30 and 50 spirit stones. An unusual first-rank upper-grade talisman master, in good condition, and then throw away the costs, can earn about 100 spirit stones a month, while I'm 10 times that. This was still if he hadn't given up his cultivation time, or else he could have gotten more. The first-order upper-grade talisman has extremely high requirements for talisman paper and Dan sand, although there were purchases before, but in the eyes of outsiders it also belongs to normal behavior. After all, there isn't a talisman master who just resigns himself to the status quo, but once a large number of purchases are made it's easy to arouse suspicion. At this moment, Lin Chang'an frowned, and it wasn't that easy for a first-rank upper-grade talisman to go unnoticed, and the inheritance of the first-order top-grade talisman can't be hidden, not after Yun Yao thanked him face-to-face at the wine table. At this moment, Lin Chang'an secretly thought, but Yun Yao was also helping him, appointed as one of the foundation establishment cultivators sitting in the marketplace. I'm really envious of being able to have such a Jidan elder as a backer. A person like Yun Yao, who had just built her foundation and was able to come to the great rear, was obviously appreciated by this Jidan master, otherwise how could she have arranged such a good errand? A first-rank upper-grade talisman master? It seems that it won't take more than a few days for the word to spread. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head down, taking out the few precious talismans that were left, as well as the Dan San that was only a tiny bit. A complete golden light talisman inheritance of the first rank is much more delicate and requires more precise control. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chang'an, under a gloomy expression, lifted his spirit brush and dipped it into the precious Dan sand, slowly drawing on this talisman paper that was different from the ordinary ones. Golden light charm +2, Patriarch 161 5000. A faint golden light lingered, and at this moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chang'an's face. A first-rank upper-grade talisman master. Day 2. Ringo. The first one to come to the door was surprisingly Li Erniu. At this time, Erniu looked a little embarrassed. Obviously the Zhou family had asked him to come, and after Lin Chang'an saw this, he secretly thought that this Zhou family was really cunning. Brother Lin, the matter of the young county princess and leaving us to gather at the Gathering of Immortals building last night is also known within the clan, and this morning Grandpa Zhou Antai asked me to come and look for you. Li Erniu is also a simple person. Do not want to spoil the relationship between the two. Door to the first thing is to make things clear. Erniu, you and I don't have to be like this. Lin Chang'an waved his hand with a light smile. He naturally understood Erniu's difficulties. After seeing that Lin Chang'an didn't blame him, Li Erniu let out a sigh of relief, and then took out the things the family had given him from his storage pouch. Brother Lin, Grandpa Zhou Antai asked me to give you this item. Upon seeing what Erniu took out, Lin Chang'an was first stunned. Then he secretly praised that this Zhou family was worthy of being a great clan that had stood for 100 years. Doing things is just being open. This object was the external contract he had signed with the Zhou family 5 years ago, and the Zhou family's meaning was already clear. A first-order upper-grade talisman master might be worth pulling in, but this talisman master was also friends with a foundation cultivator who had a Jidan power behind him. Then this identity is different. This Zhou family is really willing to give up. Lin Chang'an let out a light laugh as he held the deed, while Erniu, who was on the side, scratched his head awkwardly and whispered, Brother Lin, actually, Grandpa Antai has also given me a lot of benefits. Lin Chang'an immediately smiled. Well, this Erniu is still sincere. However, thinking about it, this is also considered a disguised friendship with a foundation establishment cultivator with a background. This point of things, naturally shed. Erniu, give this spirit talisman to Senior Zhou and say thank you for me. Since the Zhou family was open, he, Lin Chang'an, was not that kind of person, and under a bold smile, he directly took out a talisman as a return gift, and after seeing this talisman, Li Erniu's eyes widened. Big Brother Lin, you really broke through to become a first-rank upper-grade talisman master. It wasn't that Erniu was shocked, it was really because 5 years ago Lin Chang'an was still depressed, but as a result, he first broke through to become a first-order mid-grade talisman master. Now that he had become a first-order upper-grade talisman master again, this gap in status. At this moment Erniu felt as if he had become the bottom of the heap. Even the young Marquis Shenlai was married to his youngest sister and was now taking care of the young county princess Yunyao's Chamber of Commerce. Luck, drilling for 25 years, and finally getting started on the talisman course. Lin Chang'an said with a modest look of emotion. This experience of his, others would only consider it as thick and thin. The immortal cultivation world has too many drilling for dozens of years without making an inch of progress, only to suddenly have an epiphany. A first-rank upper-grade talisman master. How many spirit stones do you have to earn in a year? Li Erniu said enviously. If he had the skill, he wouldn't be worried about the brats at home. In addition to spiritual root talent, immortal cultivation was more concerned with the word resources. The two of them are just delayed because of resources. Big Brother Lin, don't worry, I'll go back and report to the clan, and it'll be considered a delivery. Lin Chang'an did not make things difficult for Erniu, and likewise Erniu had completely put aside the Zhou family's tasks except for explaining them at the beginning. Looking at Erniu patting his chest, Lin Chang'an also revealed a smile and nodded his head. Since the Zhou family had given goodwill, he naturally wouldn't be arrogant. After all, more friends make more roads. Chapter 33, Thief. How dare you harm my grandson, the Chao family. First-rank upper-grade talisman master. This person is a talent, but it's a pity that he's a bit old. Zhou Runmao, head of the Zhou family, shook his head down, seemingly lamenting the fact that Lin Chang'an was still persisting in his bitter cultivation at such an age, believing that it was merely a case of not recognizing reality. And Zhou Antai from below nodded his head. Family master, this person's identity is clean, but a good seedling. I had Erniu vaguely reveal it before, but unfortunately, this person still persists in bitter cultivation as usual, and his heart towards the Tao is undead. Earlier, Ernio had vaguely mentioned that the Zhou family was preparing for a marriage, and that Lin Chang'an's status as a talisman master would be perfectly suited to marry a woman from the Zhou family who had a spiritual root. To the heart of the way, Zhou Runmao, head of the Zhou family, had somewhat complicated eyes, as if he thought of the countless familiar figures that had all fallen on this road one by one. A first-rank runic master, and with this genius foundation building disciple of the leading flame palace behind you, this favor is worth our Zhou family pulling in. You've done a great job. Zhou Runmao, the Zhou family head, spoke appreciatively. A first-order runic master was not enough to make them put down their stature like this, but the person behind it was a different story. In particular, there is their Zhou family son-in-law. This layer of relations can make good. Do not offend, is his Zhou family's way of life? Recently, the family is preparing for the matter of the foundation building pill within the family. It's an eventful time. Later on, you'll personally go to the Yun's Chamber of Commerce in the name of the Zhou family and place a batch of long-term orders. Remember, there is no need for deliberate concessions. Pick some and find out which Chamber of Commerce is so order. Listening to the family head's arrangement, Zhou Ontai, an old man who had fought for the Zhou family for his entire life, respectfully saluted. Family master, I've already asked the people below to do these things. Regarding the steadiness of this cousin of his, Zhou family head Zhou Renmao revealed a satisfied smile and nodded his head. Recently, let all the people below be more cautious. Father old man, his lifespan is coming to an end. The matter of the foundation establishment pill will easily be targeted. At this moment, this Zhou family head's face was extremely grave. It's also because we were lucky this time. The previous split-wind eagle's attack on the marketplace coincided with our Zhou family obtaining a wind attribute demon core. Zhou Ontai, who was on the side, also revealed a touch of relief between his brows after hearing this and nodded his head in agreement. Family master, this is God's favor for our Zhou family. Young Master Feng happens to be a heterogeneous spirit root. Foundation establishment is definitely a sure thing. However, after hearing Zhou Ontai's comforting words, this Zhou family head Zhou Renmao frowned and then shook his head. No, this is the time and the place. I don't know how many people are staring within the light marketplace. If our Zhou family wants to hold up in the midst of this turmoil, it's far from enough to rely on me alone. At the same time, the news that the Zhou family had prepared the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill and had asked the Dan master from the leaving fire palace to refine it had also spread. I don't know how many people in the marketplace were staring at it for a while. Gathering of Immortals. Brother Lin is so thick that he even produced a first-order upper-grade golden light talisman. He really hid it from us. The young Marquis Shenlai looked envious. First to say goodbye and flirt, but then the relationship between the two is very close. In particular, this distance was maintained in just right, so that Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel good about it. Brother Shen, don't be sarcastic. Lin Chang'an smiled and waved his hand, lamenting again. Half a year ago was just a breakthrough in skill. It's still immature. I haven't wasted a lot of spirit stones dealing with fellow talisman masters in these half a year, and thanks to the complete inheritance of the golden light talisman gifted by fellow Daoist Yun. What he said was also true. Purchasing first-order top-grade talisman paper and Dan sand, as well as visiting other talisman masters to discuss their experiences. But of course all of this was done for outsiders. Looking at Lin Chang'an said with a breezy look, yet the heartache in it Shenlai was overwhelmed with emotion. It's not that easy, only in the immortal cultivation world to know. A casual cultivator, step by step by relying on the talent to struggle up how hard it is. Just half a year of trying. Shenlai understands that the sweet and sour bitterness of it is afraid that only Lin Chang'an himself can experience it. However, Shenlai did not know the sweet and sour. Lin Chang'an only experienced the sweet. Brother Lin, I'm not going to talk nonsense. Now that it's so chaotic out there, the Chamber of Commerce of first-order upper-grade talismans isn't making any money, but yet they can't live without it. Or else the casual cultivators are all snobs as well. Talking about the Chamber of Commerce, Shenlai was headstrong, and did not want to take advantage of anything, but smiled and nodded. Brother Lin, your talisman is yours. Just give it to me. I guarantee you won't suffer. Lin Chang'an also smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, then one thing is not enough for two masters. The special talisman paper for the top-grade talismans of this rank, as well as the Dan sand, will have to trouble Brother Shen. Shenlai after hearing this instantly smiled with a wide-eyed smile. The thing about courtesy and favors is that there has to be an exchange of them, and he's not buying this talisman paper and Dan sand from whoever he's looking for. Don't worry, although in business, but Brother Lin, all these years you have given the Chamber of Commerce not less introduction of talisman masters, talisman paper and Dan sand. Absolutely top quality goods do not raise the price. After the two looked at each other, they let out a hearty laugh. The two had known each other for 25 years, which was rare enough in the immortal cultivation world to still keep in touch. Shenlai then set up another one for him at the Gathering of Immortals. Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded, and the two of them chatted freely in the box. Nowadays, a third of the talismans he produced every month had to be sold to the Zhou family's Chamber of Commerce. After all, people had just given him a face. He couldn't really just raise his eyes high. He was self-aware that this courtesy from the Zhou family was still more out of respect for Yin Yao, who possessed the status of a Jidan elder disciple of the departing Flame Palace. He's just a piggyback. After Lin Chang'an broke through to the first rank of upper-grade rune master, his neighbors in the past within the marketplace, or cultivators who had had a little friendship, came to his door to congratulate him. The status of a first-order upper-grade talisman master could be higher than that of a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Lin Chang'an at first also smiled to receive each acquaintance. After all, are all Dao she brought gifts to the, as the saying goes, reaching out does not hit the door to send gifts to people. However, with the fact that it had begun to affect his normal cultivation, he had then chosen to notify the public of his closed-door cultivation, which had allowed the bustling gate to cool down. It's definitely not that you can't see the gift-giving tripe. However, the days of peace and quiet hadn't lasted long, when another upheaval occurred in the marketplace. This is the battle of a foundation establishment cultivator. Under the loud roar, even Lin Chang'an, who was drawing charms inside the house, was startled and stepped out of the house to leap onto the roof, looking at the scene in the distance with shock. The square market Grand Array formation has actually shattered. From afar, one could see that on the east side of the workshop market, there was a huge formation boundary, and now under the loud rumbling, a huge gap had clearly appeared in the formation boundary. It was precisely for this reason that the battle within the formation which had alarmed the entire marketplace. This is the might of a foundation establishment cultivator fighting. Lin Chang'an's entire body was numb. This peaceful day still allows people to live. The instant the formation shattered and the aftermath of the battle leaked out, several angry shouts came from the direction of the Zhou clan and the Xianin pavilion. "Thief! How dare you harm my grandson?" An enraged roar came from the direction of the Zhou clan, accompanied by a beastly roar. The next shocking scene that countless people in the marketplace saw was that the Zhou family's clan-suppressing spirit beast, the Xian Shui turtle, even appeared. "Thief cultivator, stop!" Several petulant shouts also came from the Xianin pavilion, and in an instant, two foundation establishment cultivators headed towards the direction of the turmoil. Chapter 34, The Lure of the Foundation Pill. In broad daylight, the foundation establishment battle that appeared in the Green Bamboo Mountain Market attracted the attention of countless cultivators. The formation's spiritual light flashed, and the sound of the spells rushed up to the sky. When Lin Chang'an, who was far away, saw this scene, he was shocked and even more filled with yearning. Is this the battle of a foundation establishment cultivator? The entire marketplace was similarly shaken by this foundation establishment cultivator battle, and the hearts of countless young cultivators were on fire. The countless cultivators in the late Qi refining stage were even more determined in their eyes. "Ha ha, Zhou family old bastard. This wind spirit root grandson of yours is not bad. He even knows to send us the foundation establishment Dan, and now he's giving it back to you." Under the roaring sound of the distant formation, a magnificent maniacal laugh was heard at the same time. At this moment, countless people in the marketplace came to a sudden realization. The Zhou family had recently planned for the foundation establishment Dan. This was something that everyone knew, but they didn't expect that the Zhou family had already obtained the foundation establishment Dan. But again, something seems to have happened. Windy. Underneath the roaring explosions came the beastly roar of a giant tortoise, as well as the heart-rending, rage-filled roar of the Zhou clan's ancestor. "You're a remnant of the devil cult." Suddenly a female foundation establishment cultivator of the Xianin pavilion came a cry of alarm and anger. However, the figure that fled in a state of distress was looking back with a hideous laugh. "Ha ha, the head of this young girl from the Xianin pavilion is enough to go to the Divine Sword sect to exchange for a foundation establishment pill." Under the raging wild laughter, the next moment the array of the workshop market let out a roar. It turned out that there was another manpower that was taking over, directly breaking open the array of the workshop market. Lin Chang'an, who was hiding on the roof, also scrunched his neck, listening to the meaning behind these words. Not only were the foundation establishment pills of the Zhou clan and Xianin pavilion disciples taken, but even the head of a genius from the Xianin pavilion could be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill. A bold idea even inexplicably surfaced in his heart, instantly causing Lin Chang'an to break out in a cold sweat. "Even I am moved, let alone the others. Foundation building pills. Who wouldn't be moved by this?" The momentary battle between the foundation establishment cultivators stunned the countless casual cultivators in the marketplace. The appearance of the foundation building pill, on the other hand, was a heartbeat away. The marketplace calmed down, yet everyone knew that there were dark currents underneath this calmness. Gathering of Immortals. On the second day, with the seeming calmness of the marketplace, Lin Chang'an was unable to resist his curiosity and came to the Gathering of Immortals building to pry for information. "Brother Lin, I just found out about this. something big has happened. Just met. The young Marquis Shenlai is even more ugly, lowered his voice and said, the Zhou family has hidden a wind spirit root offspring, and I don't know when they actually married a female cultivator family from the Xianin pavilion, and I've heard that both sides are extremely talented. This has only just come out from where the second-order Dan masters are, and one person has a foundation building Dan, so I thought that I would be in the marketplace, and there are still foundation building cultivators escorting me, which I never thought that I would even be targeted. Shenlai was shocked and at the same time, he couldn't help but gloat a little, and Lin Chang'an couldn't help but marvel. Surprisingly so, it seems that there is an influx of quite a few foreign robber cultivators in this workshop. More than that, Shenlai shook his head for a while, looking at the marketplace through the window with some stupidity and worry in his eyes. I'm now both worried that the marketplace is going to be in chaos and somewhat looking forward to it. After all, only with chaos can the chamber's business be better. Shenlai's undisguised words left Lin Chang'an speechless for a while, but after careful consideration, it seemed to be true. For him, it seems to be the same. The more chaotic the marketplace was, the easier it would be to sell his talismans. The two seem to have something on their minds at this moment. It's not that simple. However, just at this moment, Lu Turnip, who has become a woman with coiled hair, pushed the door and walked in, with a touch of gravity in her expression. Little sister, ma'am. Shenlai scratched awkwardly while Lin Chang'an addressed the youngest senior sister. However, Lu Turnip, who walked in, shook her head and let out a long sigh. I've just returned from Sister Yun's place. Do you guys know what's going on with the remaining members of that demonic sect? The two of them were at a loss. Even Lin Chang'an had never heard of it. However, Lu Turnip shook her head and explained. The devil religion was originally the Xianin god religion. More than 400 years ago, the devil religion's Yuan Yingxingjuan did not know where to go. And then this devil religion was in chaos. The whole country of Yu was even more chaotic for nearly 100 years. And only then did the three great clans appear and stabilize the situation. Listening to Lu Yiqing's words, Lin Chang'an and Shenlai were shocked beyond belief, not realizing that there was still this history in Yu. But those are nice words, and none of the three are cuties. To put it bluntly, the three great sects of today may be derived from this Xianin sect. So it is. However, this kind of thing, Lin Chang'an and Shenlai, two people under the indistinct, no one explicitly said, and Lu Yiqing even said in a condensed voice, I heard Sister Yun say that this Xianin cult fled the 10,000 demons sea more than 300 years ago, and I never thought that there would be remnants. The deaths and injuries of this one are still secondary. What's more important is this human heart. With Lu Yiqing's words, both Shenlai and Lin Chang'an looked a bit gloomy. They might be happy with a little turbulence outside because of their own interests, but if it's too chaotic, then it affects their own safety and security. I'm not afraid to laugh at you, big brother Lin. Even little sister was a bit moved when she first heard it. Lu Turnip patted her chest with some afterthought, while Lin Chang'an also sighed with a long sigh. Not to mention you, junior sister, the lure of the foundation establishment pill. I'm afraid that no one in the marketplace will not be moved. Now there are 3 ways to engage in base building, Dan. The first is to prepare for yourself. It takes a long time. It is extremely difficult to hunt and kill second-order demonic beasts, and it is also necessary to prepare other materials, and it is even easier to do the work for others during the collection process. The second was to rob someone else's foundation establishment, Dan. Even though this person had a foundation establishment cultivator behind him, the difficulty of the second-order demonic beasts that he hunted was no worse than taking on a foundation establishment cultivator. The more important point is that it's only a one-time risk. As a result, the Divine Sword Sect's bounty now gave countless casual cultivators a third option. That is to hunt the geniuses of the 2 major sects and also get the foundation establishment pill. No matter how talented you are still in the late stage of chi refining. Although the 2 major clans could also counteract it, it was the lesser of success to go to an unfamiliar place and assassinate, or to be in a place that one was familiar with. Again, it's a fight, so why not pick the least difficult one? The storm is picking up. This immortal cultivation world is going to be unsettled. Lin Chang'an let out a long sigh, then shook his head and threw the matter out of his mind. He is only at the 6th level of chi refining now. The matter of foundation building is still early. And how many spirit stones is a foundation establishment pill? What's the point of playing with your life? As long as he was given the time, with his earning power of a first-ranked upper-grade talisman master, it wouldn't be difficult to purchase a foundation establishment pill. And this time the one in trouble is the Xianin Pavilion for 100 years. The strongest genius Nei Shang Xianzi's clan sister. Lately in the marketplace everyone should still be careful. It's the Nishang fairy whose cultivation has reached the late stage of of foundation establishment and is only one step away from being able to form a dan, Shen Lai exclaimed out in disbelief, and even Lin Chang'an was a bit dazed, a flash of reminiscence coloring his eyes. The last time they heard this name was when they had just entered the immortal cultivation realm, and on the road before the examination, Elder Lu had told them the legend of the geniuses of the three great clans. One of them, this Nishang fairy, was known as the first genius of the three great sects in the past 100 years. In other words, at the same age, they had only worshipped and started cultivating, and others had already built their foundations. People are more angry than people. Chapter 35, Cloudy Clouds in the Marketplace. It's simply impossible to hide something this big from the Zhou family. In less than a day's work, the ins and outs of this matter had already spread throughout the marketplace. The king's house. Good old Ghost Zhou, truly treacherous. After the Wang family's grand elder knew about this, he was pleasantly surprised, shocked that the Zhou family even hid a wind spirit root, and even more so, he almost succeeded in marrying a certain foundation establishment family in the Xianin pavilion. Joyfully, the Zhou family had failed. Not only was the foundation establishment pill and the marriage all gone, even the wind spirit root genius was gone. Old ghost of the Zhou family, this can only mean that your Zhou family is not blessed to enjoy it. Under the hideous smile of the Wang family's great elder, originally the Wang family and the Zhou family alliance is forced by the outside world pressure. As a result, you Zhou family even want to play Yin, leaving him Wang family alone to carry. Now he wanted to see how the Zhou family would get through this. The Chao family. Father, windy him, Zhou family head Zhou Runma was filled with sadness. This was his most optimistic son. Moreover, he raised the whole family's efforts to cultivate the genius but it was so lost. Devilish demons, this group of robbing cultivators, it's too much of a bully. The Zhou family's oldest ancestor was a handful of years old, but at this time, he was also infuriated by this shocking change, and his face was blue and ugly to the extreme. Father, right now, our clan has lost our external support, and we're without Fenger in the foundation establishment pill. This time the Zhou family could be said to have suffered heavy losses. The wind spirit root genius was gone, the foundation building dan was gone, and more importantly, the various efforts that had been put in before, and the external allies that had been so hard to find, were also gone. It's not the worst time yet. As the head of the family, what you need to do now is to stabilize the hearts of the clan. The Zhou clan's oldest ancestor snorted coldly, yet the deathly aura between his brows caused Zhou Renmao to look sad. While my old bones can still last 20 to 30 years, the relationship with the Xianin pavilion cannot be severed. Now you immediately transfer the resources of the clan and bring those 2 second-rank spirit beast black wind wolf cubs with you as well. Upon hearing these words, Zhou family head Zhou Renmao took a deep breath and forcefully endured the flesh pain to chop and sink his voice. Lord Father, I understand. With 2 second-rank spirit beast cubs, plus the family's resources, it won't be difficult to exchange 2 more foundation establishment pills from the Xianin pavilion. Without Fenger, my Zhou family still has Taishan, Zhou Taishan, the strongest of the younger generation of the Zhou family in the open. Less than 40 was already in the Qi refining perfection realm. Originally, their previous plan was for the Zhou family's wind spirit root to marry the daughter of the Xianin pavilion's major foundation establishment family, the Lian family, and the 2 major foundation establishment families to join in marriage and alliance. Then he would prepare for Zhou Taishan to build his foundation, and once that was accomplished, the Zhou family would leap forward. Unexpectedly, it has now fizzled out. Let's hope that Taishan can successfully build his foundation. The Zhou family's old ancestor's expression was incomparably grave, and now he could only look forward to Zhou Taishan. If it was the wind spirit root from before, a foundation establishment pill would be almost 8 or 9 times as likely. But Zhou Taishan was only an upper-grade spirit root, and the chances were only half. Father, don't worry, with Taishan's qualifications, 1 foundation establishment pill might be enough. Zhou Runmao, the Zhou family's head, said comfortingly, even if it was like his Zhou family's heritage. The next time he took out 3 foundation establishment pills, it was still hurting. What's more, today's situation has caused the various materials for foundation building to rise. Let's hope so, and have Iron Mountain ready from today, right here in the clan. Yes, the Zhou family had already had an accident once. It definitely couldn't happen a second time. The marketplace was surging with dark currents, while at this time Lin Chanan was hiding at home, grasping the time to cultivate and draw talismans every day. Golden Light Charm +1, Patriarch 183/5000. As a complex and exquisite light golden talisman was drawn on the tabletop, Lin Chang'an revealed a satisfied smile. It's worthy of being a first-order upper-grade talisman. Although it's a bit more cumbersome, the spirit stone income is also quite substantial. Thanks to the recent market turmoil, His defensive talisman has risen a lot. Before 40 spirit stones can be bought, and now shelves outside have to 45 spirit stones. 45 spirit stones for a defense golden light talisman. Even a great clan cultivator wouldn't dare to build one at will. Lin Chanan lamented despondently. Although it was good that the talisman market was rising, it equally corresponded to the situation getting worse. However, he also relied on this craft and the large amount of spirit stones coming in every month to maintain his high cultivation speed. That or he didn't dare to let go completely. It's a shame to keep the treasure mountain empty. Lin Chanan secretly sighed softly. First-rank upper-grade talismans. He could only secretly peddle a few of them to avoid being discovered. Even most of the time he was peddling first-order mid-grade talismans, although the volume was large. But after eating a talisman with dozens of spirit stones, then looking at this one talisman with only a few spirit stones, this disparity made him depressed for a while. At the immediate stage, there's still a need to get another type of first-order upper-grade talisman to make it work. Lin Chanan frowned down. First-order upper-grade talismans could not be easy to get. After all, these could be within the clans and great clans. Let's stabilize it first. When the cultivation level breaks through to the late chi refining stage, maybe we can try it. Prudence dictated that he chose not to be so greedy in the first place. After all, there are some things that are a big loss if you have the life to take them but not the life to enjoy them. Big Brother Lin. Something big has happened within the clan this time. Half a month later, Li Ernio's face was full of helplessness, talking about the Zhou family's encounters during this period of time, as if he had already treated himself as a member of the Zhou family. This scene, watching Lin Chang'an sighed in his heart. No wonder the Zhou family chose the naive Erniu over them in the first place. Mindfulness, Ernia's naivety, lack of insight and ambition, and a mindset that only wants to live a peaceful life, is the best choice. Erniu, it's fine. The Zhou family is at least an old foundation building clan with an extremely strong heritage. In response to Lin Chang'an's consolation, Li Ernia pulled a far-fetched smile on his face and nodded. AI. Recently the clan has begun to prepare the resources for the preparation of the foundation establishment Dan, and many people in the marketplace are staring at it. So let's hope that everything will go well. Looking at Erniu, Lin Chanan shook his head down and then took out a talisman from his storage bag. Erniu, it's been an eventful time lately. Take this talisman to protect yourself. Brother Lin. This is too expensive. Li Ernia's face changed, hastily raised his hand to refuse. First-order top-grade talisman. Now shelved outside one is 40 spirit stones. Now empty his family background is not enough. At the same time, Li Ernia looked at Lin Chanan with some envy. First-rank upper-grade talisman master. Brother Lin, you'll definitely have no problem becoming a late-stage chi refining great cultivator in the future. Even Li Ernio could know that the ability of a first-rank upper-grade talisman master to earn spirit stones was enough to push Lin Chanan's cultivation up. It's kind of what I borrowed from you. Lin Chanan shook his head under the second half of the sentence. You also do not want to let your wife and children worry about it. Li Ernio awkwardly received in the hands. This top-grade talisman was like a hot iron in Li Ernio's hands, making him embarrassed. Ernio, the Zhou family is also kind to me, and I will trade more with the Zhou family stores for the talismans I draw in the future. Lin Chanan digressed to talk to Li Erniu. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Putting aside his heart, is a false name useful? When you need it then it's useful. When you don't then it's not. Like Yun Yao. If they were usually just cold and arrogant looking down on everyone, then they wouldn't have invested when preparing for foundation building. By the same token, this kind of practice by Lin Chanan was nothing to the Zhou family, but after this was spread, many people in the marketplace would feel good about him. The little things can sometimes be the fuel for the big things. To put it most bluntly, some late-stage chi refining cultivators, also visiting the door to ask for talismans. Who would they choose? Even when he went to the Zhou family stores to purchase cultivation resources, the Zhou family first did not say that the discounts were not. At the very least, they had to all be top-quality goods. There is such a thing as vanity, unseen and unattainable, but it is also in the human heart. Brother Lin, I'll take my leave now. Be careful lately. I heard that the disciples below the departing fire palace and the divine sword sect have already clashed several times. Before leaving, Li Ernio spoke carefully, and Lin Chanan nodded with a grave expression. Chapter 36, Is this how you repay Uncle Lin? Green Bamboo Mountain Square Market, the back of the mountain. Old he too. You're considered blessed to have someone to give you a burial when you die. Under the fine rain, went outside to purchase some supplies, and when returning, happened to pass by the back of the mountain. So Lin Chanan came over to take a look at the grave of old he too. I don't know how many cultivators in the immortal cultivation world have died without a burial place. However, just as Lin Chanan shook his head and prepared to leave, he seemed to have discovered something and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This is someone who has been here, only to see that in front of the grave of the old head of he, although the traces had been deliberately erased, but the surrounding weeds had obviously been cleaned up by someone. Is it hard to believe that this old he head has relatives? Lin Chanan stunned under. He clearly remembered that the old he head relatives are dead. It is not as if anyone generous kindness to clean up the lower back of the mountain. It's hard to believe that someone else is crying over the wrong grave. Lin Chang'an gazed down with a gloomy expression and realized that the cleared weeds were obviously cleared by someone's hand. The wood spirit thorn was cupped in his hand, and the top-grade golden light talisman affixed within his vestments was already poised to fire. Damn, I really can't go to the graveyard if I'm fine. I'll easily meet ghosts. Now the robbing cultivation. All have been mixed to the graveyard squatting people to come. Under the fine rain, Lin Chang'an squinted his eyes and feigned a look as if nothing had happened, secretly swearing in his heart that he would never come to the graves in the future even if he had nothing to pass by. Under the fine rain, as Lin Chanan's back disappeared, a silhouette with a bucket hat slowly revealed itself under a large tree in the back of the mountain. Uncle Lin. Under the hoarse voice, the figure under the bucket hat was surprisingly He Yen, old He Tu's grandson, that He Yen who was rumored to be dead. However, at this time, He Yen, which still has the once young and frivolous and spirited, sideburns silky gray, the eyes of the vicissitudes of traces, it was clearly a middle-aged man. After rushing all the way towards his home and realizing that no one had followed him, it made Lin Chanan a little suspicious. The marketplace is still too chaotic these days, so we have to be more careful lately. However, when Lin Chang'an had just returned to the courtyard of his home, a jade talisman with a flickering aura slowly emerged, along with a jade slip. This is a sound-retaining jade talisman. Who's such a loser? Lin Chanan was stunned. This sound-retaining jade talisman costs 1 spirit stone for 1. Only clans and some big clan cultivators use it. Ordinary cultivators won't use it. It is. The sound-retaining jade talisman did not emit any cultivator's voice, yet the jade slip below it reflected the firebomb talisman inheritance. First Order Firebomb Charm Complete Edition Inheritance. However, when he saw this benefit that fell from the sky, Lin Chanan's first moment was to be on guard, but after he confirmed it again and again, he realized that it was indeed the complete version of a First Order Firebomb talisman. This is, and the mutilated traces on the back of the jade talisman, the word he, made all the clues in Lin Chanan's mind connect. It's hard to believe that what old He Tu blew in the first place is still true. In the beginning, old He Tu once bragged that his ancestors had produced a foundation establishment cultivator, but unfortunately, it fell after several generations. Lin Chang'an fell silent and seemed to have guessed something. He Yen didn't die, but he didn't come back and didn't join the Leaving Fire Palace. It gave him a bad feeling. The Leaving Fire Palace was one of the 3 major clans in the country of Yu. What made He Yen afraid to meet people? He even gave up his identity as a disciple of the Leaving Fire Palace. This kid wouldn't have joined the Divine Sword sect. When he thought about this period of time, Lin Chanan's heart tightened. The jade talisman in his hand was a hot potato. Good boy. Good nephew, this is how you repay your Uncle Lin. Lin Chanan memorized the inheritance in his mind, and with the lift of his hand, he destroyed the jade talisman and jade slip, eliminating all evidence. At this time, if anyone knew that he was involved with the Divine Sword sect robber cultivator, even a foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to fall well, although he also understood that this might be He Yan's repayment. Heartbeat after heartbeat, the traces that should be erased still had to be erased. No, it has to be moved. Without the slightest hesitation when he thought of it, Lin Chanan walked out of the small courtyard and pretended to act as if nothing had happened and went to the Gathering of Immortals building. He met with Xinlai once and then said that Ernia had moved to the hinterland of the Zhou family, and he wanted to move, so he would have a caring time. Just like this, logically he moved to the vicinity of Xinlai's residence, but also under the eyes of the Lihua Palace. Even if someone wants to make trouble, will not be so easy. After carefully observing the situation for a few days, he was secretly relieved. Not that he was overly cautious, but he was in an eventful situation at the moment, lest he be pulled down. However, during this period of time, major events were occurring one after another in the marketplace. The robbing cultivators were rampant, the demonic beasts were chaotic, and right after that, it exploded that Xianin Pavilion had discovered a purple gold mine, and for a time, the dangers and opportunities all overlapped. TSK, the Zhou family has really put in the blood this time. I heard that the Zhou family personally brought 2 black wind wolf cubs with them to visit the Xianin Pavilion. That's quite a give and take, and that's just now. If we put it aside, this would be a traitor. I heard that the Zhou family's oldest ancestor doesn't have much longer to live. This day Lin Chang'an came to the workshop market, listening to the rumors outside, could not help but secretly mutter, the Zhou family can let all this news can be spread all over the place? True treasure house, boss meow. Give me a set of these small spirit gathering formations. Passing through the downtown area, he came to the True Treasure building and directly found Boss Meow, raising his hand to 200 spirit stones, which made Boss Meow grin when he saw it. Gu, Rune Master Lin, you are a rare guest. The two of them had known each other for a long time, and the news of Lin Chang'an becoming a top-grade talisman master had long been spread, so this time Lin Chang'an was not surprised when he took out 200 spirit stones. Instead he was filled with envy. Master Lin Rune's Taoist heart is resolute. Even the small spirit gathering formation is willing to give it up. At Lin Chang'an's age, he was still able to spend 200 spirit stones on this, so he was indeed considered to have a resolute Taoist heart. However, Lin Chang'an shook his head inside. The world outside is so chaotic, who knows which day there will be a fight. Take advantage of the fact that the qi and blood are not yet weakened. I don't dare to think about foundation establishment, but the late stage of qi refinement is still possible to take a shot at it. At Lin Chang'an's words, Boss Meow revealed a look of understanding. Rune Master Lin, this is the spirit gathering formation as well as the method of arranging it. After understanding how the spirit gathering formation was used, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. The 100 arts of immortal cultivation really did have their own uses. Later, when he builds his foundation and has a lifespan of 200 years, he will definitely learn another craft to aid in cultivation. After putting the spirit gathering array into his storage bag, Lin Chang'an procured some more cultivation resources before turning to leave. Square City Shantytown. A group of figures converged within the shadowy room. 3 of them emanated eerie auras of foundation establishment cultivators, while lying below them were a dozen or so late-stage qi refining cultivators. The difference was the image of each of them with sunken eyes and yellowish, withered faces. It was obvious that they had all practiced the Devil's Ways potential suppressing techniques. Have you heard anything? A group of late qi refining cultivators shook their heads. One of the qi refining cultivators turned out to be He Yen. At this moment, he looked grave and hoarse. Your Excellency, it was too chaotic at the time, and we have been pursuing it for several days to no avail. I'm afraid, although He Yen did not explicitly say so, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators could not help but angrily rebuke. It's all a bunch of wastes. We've fought to the death to be picked up by a bunch of loose cultivators. Bah! Who says it isn't? The 2 storage bags from the Zhou family in the Xianin Pavilion had foundation establishment Dan in them, and as a result, I don't know which muckraking scumbag picked them up. Just as the 3 foundation establishment cultivators lowered their voices in anger, a silhouette suddenly appeared inside the house. Greetings, Lord Protector. The 3 major foundation establishment cultivators' faces turned white, and they hurriedly knelt on one knee and claimed High Protector. The person who came was a pale and gloomy silhouette, indifferently looking around the crowd and directly drinking coldly. A bunch of wastes. Your mission is to stir up civil unrest in the Yu Kingdom, not to compete for some foundation building pill. Is my Xianin Divine Sex Foundation taking method not enough? With a single sentence, the 3 foundation establishment demon cult cultivators were frightened without any semblance of blood on their faces and hurriedly arched their hands. My lord, forgive me. Waste. The bloodthirsty voice echoed down. The crowd sweated coldly, but no one dared to refute anything. One of them hurriedly bowed his head to report in order to claim credit. Enlighten your excellency, there are people in the Zhou family who are discontented and want to seek to build a foundation. The crowd was shocked after hearing this. It turned out to be someone from the Zhou family who had betrayed the family in order to build the foundation, and had even revealed the fact that the Jin clan's spirit beast was waiting to give birth to a baby that was in the midst of its weakness. The Zhou family's town spirit beast, the Xian Shui turtle, is in labor. It's really a good piece of news. Hearing the protector praise down, this foundation establishment cultivator below secretly breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a fawning smile. And this protector, who exuded an eerie and terrifying aura, grinned a terrifying smile. Ho ho, you losers have been screwing around for so long. Do you know why it hasn't gotten messy in so long? The crowd of cultivators were stunned, and they lowered their heads and arched their hands, looking as if they didn't know. And this guard sneered and said, because this group of loose cultivators isn't crazy enough. Greed hasn't been completely opened up. If 1 or 2 of the loose cultivators appeared that could build a foundation, guess what would happen? A sentence that directly caused the crowd to shiver in disbelief. Once 1 or 2 successful foundation builders appeared, then it would allow this group of loose cultivators to see hope, and with the door of desire open, the loose cultivators would go completely insane. Lord Protector is wise. One of them revealed an ingratiating look, yet upon hearing the man's boastful words, the shadowy protector revealed a hideous smile. Very well, then this matter is in your hands. Me. This touted foundation establishment cultivator's eyes widened, yet after seeing the other party's intimidating eyes, he instantly and hastily clasped his fists and said, don't worry, Lord Protector, I will definitely lure these traitors to the bait. And you guys. The protector turned his head to look at the group of nervous chi refining cultivators and revealed a terrifying smile. Just now, I heard you all say that you all want to build your foundations, right? Now the opportunity is right in front of you. As long as you all perform great feats, I will personally help you build your foundations with the Divine Sex Foundation taking secret method. Foundation establishment. This was a realm that they had once not even dared to think about. Although the method of seizing the foundation has a corresponding price to pay, it is better than not even having the chance. What are you all still standing there for? Go do something for this seat and let the U Kingdom be in chaos. Yes. As the people of the demon cult left, this protector was revealing a grin gaze. Ho ho, the old ancestor is right. Traces of the secret realm have really been found in this Cloud Mist mountain range, and while the old ancestor is in seclusion, it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to borrow this group of cannon fodder to explore the path. With my Pseudodan realm cultivation, this workshop is just a group of foundation cultivators, mantis catching cicadas and yellow sparrow in the back, but also can go along with the situation to stir up trouble to stir up the situation. This seat really has the qualifications of the old ancestor. A raspy laugh came from within the shadowy space. Chapter 37, Dan Master Zhou Qing. Inside the chamber, the spirit gathering formation arranged at the four corners. Under the urging of the spirit stones, the spiritual chi in the air became a few points more dense. 6th level of chi refining +1, 23/100. Lin Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Worthy of spending 200 spirit stones on a spirit gathering formation. It really is worth every penny. Although he had to consume 3 spirit stones daily, he had to say that the cultivation speed was really fast. The aura of heaven and earth was chaotic and disorderly, and in addition to the cultivator's own absorption, the process could be accelerated through formations. To put it simply, it literally means to gather more aura, so that the cultivation environment can reach a change. But with this small spirit gathering array, the maximum power is 3 spirit stones per day. Lin Chang'an was a bit unaware of the fact that this month was the consumption of 90 spirit stones. Even an unusual great clan cultivator had never been so prodigal. 6th layer of chi refining. Still not enough yet. Right now the 3 big clans may go to war one day. At least you have to be in the late stage of chi refining to have the power to protect yourself. Just as Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating, suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the courtyard. Elder brother Lin, I've come to trouble you again today. Zhou Qing, over 50 years old, a collateral disciple of the imperial beast Zhou family, with a cultivation of the 8th level of chi refining, was an alchemist. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Chang'an also revealed a smile and went forward to arch his hand. Elder brother Zhou, you've come but you're fluffy. During the previous 5 years in the Zhou family, Zhou Chang was also considered a good acquaintance, and the two sides had not exchanged a lot of pills and talismans in private. After all, there is no middleman to make a difference in price, so a little bit of saving is a little bit. Elder brother Lin, don't brag about me. Now that you're a top-grade talisman master, your little life is more nourishing than anyone else's. When he said this, Zhou Qing's afterglow showed even a hint of envy after seeing the spirit-gathering formation inside the house. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. After entering the house, the two of them sipped tea while chatting familiarly about the situation outside, after which they exchanged supplies. Elder brother Lin, this is a top-grade golden marrow pill. It's not a loss to exchange it for your first-ranked top-grade talisman. Elder brother Zhou, I'm the one who can save my life in critical moments, Lin Chang'an said with a smile, but at the same time there were some questions. It seemed that this one had come to exchange talismans a bit more frequently recently. Facing Lin Chang'an's skepticism, Zhou Qing sighed helplessly. What else can there be? The entire marketplace knows about the previous accident, and recently the clan is preparing supplies to prepare for Brother Taishan to build his foundation. Isn't this for fear of an eventuality? Lin Chang'an listened and realized, the Zhou family is a clear target. Zhou Qing is also afraid of further turmoil. Buy a few more talismans to save their lives with. This stuff, it was understandable. After all, he all kept dozens of charms with him just in case. Half a month later, while the marketplace was in turmoil, it was also unusually prosperous. The appearance of the purple gold were caused numerous magic weapons to appear in the Xianin Pavilion's multi-treasure building. On this day, Li Erniu, however, was in a somewhat bad mood and came to him for a drink. Brother Lin, during this period of time when the clan is preparing the foundation building materials, the Zhou family is all on alert, yet they have arranged for me to be in charge of a business. Lin Chang'an, however, heard out that the Zhou family had arranged for even Ernia to be on the periphery just in case, in order to avoid any oversights. Even the naively Erniu was a bit dissatisfied, having called it the Zhou family. Erniu, this may not be a bad thing, away from the place of wrongdoing and a nice and beautiful job. Isn't it better than venturing outside of the marketplace? Lin Chang'an, however, smiled and comforted. The Zhou family is not so bad as to arrange it on the front foot and then kick it away on the back foot. So it's a blessing in disguise that this second cow is in charge of a business that not only makes a lot of money, but is also safe. After a couple of drinks, Erniu, upon closer examination, seemed as if that was really the case, and couldn't help but nod his head in buzz. You're right, Brother Lin. It's just as well that I'll be able to seize the time to cultivate, and try to catch up with you, Brother Lin, as soon as possible. When the duo, Li Erniu, broke through to the 4th level of qi refining first, it turned out that Lin Chang'an was now the one who came after him. Now Lin Chahan was at the 6th level of qi refining while he was still stuck at the 5th level of qi refining. With their current age, once they wait until after 60, their qi and blood will decline. So Li Erniu was also holding his breath to see if there is a chance to break through to the late stage of qi refining before the qi and blood decline. Lin Chang'an usually did not like drinking, but today he still accompanied Erniu to drink a few cups of comfort. In the end, when Lin Chang'an watched Erniu leave, his eyelids fluttered a little, only giving him a bad feeling. Could it be that the Zhou family is going to be in trouble again this time? Even Erniu, who had been a flunky for over 20 years, had been placed on the periphery, so one could imagine the situation within the Zhou family. Let's hope this peace and quiet isn't broken. Lin Chang'an sighed darkly and could only pray that it wouldn't affect him. The news that the Zhou family was preparing to plot for foundation establishment again spread out, causing many cultivators to secretly stare in the direction of the Xianin Pavilion's second-ranked Dan Master. After all, the Zhou family's family head had entered this second-ranked Dan Master's residence for several days, and it was obvious that he was refining the foundation establishment Dan. Among the loose cultivators outside, they might not have the guts to dare to rob, but if a robber cultivator made a move, they did not dare to take advantage of the chaos and risk a fight. The marketplace was noticeably quieter these days. Elder Brother Lin. On this day, a familiar voice once again came from outside the courtyard. Dan Master Zhou Chang once again came to the door, and at this time, he was rubbing his hands in embarrassment. Elder Brother Lin, you also know that last time something so big happened. This time I'm still rather worried. I want to find you to exchange 2 more top-grade golden light talismans. Of course I won't take advantage of you. I'll take out the top-grade pills. When he saw that Zhou Qing looked worried, as if he was afraid of another turmoil this time and wanted to buy 2 more talismans for his family to protect themselves, Lin Chang'an revealed a smile and immediately invited the other party to come in. Elder Brother Zhou, well said. After all, the duo had made deals in private, not once or twice, and everyone knew it by heart. Zhou Qing was only a first-order mid-grade alchemist, yet he was able to take out good pills every now and then, obviously enriching himself a little bit, but it's not like he had anything to do with it. Elder Brother Lin, it's still you. Don't worry, old brother definitely won't take advantage of you. With a smile on his face, Zhou Qing followed Lin Chang'an towards the house, but when he was behind him, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, as he entered the house, Lin Chang'an's nose shrugged slightly as a wave of annoyance inexplicably rose from the mana within his body. No, not right. Instantly, Lin Chang'an's pupils flashed with a strange color, and without a trace, he glanced at his old friend, Dan Master Zhou Chang. Behind him, Elder Brother Zhou, you sit down first. I'll go and pour you some tea. Lin Chang'an still had a familiar smile on his face, yet a layer of cold sweat had already appeared on his palms. Evergreen Kung Fu, perfect, 1 out of 10, 000. If it wasn't for the fact that some time ago, he had purchased 2 books from Yunyao, both of which were epiphanies of cultivating the wood attribute evergreen gong technique. It allowed him to break through to the perfection realm in his gongfu senses, otherwise he wouldn't even be half aware of it. In addition to the properties of longevity and long chakra, another point of Changchun Gong is the wood attribute gong method, which is naturally sensitive to the perception and immunity to toxins. The perfection realm's evergreen gong was equivalent to in the comprehension of the gong. Lin Chang'an had already reached the same realm as the cultivator who created this gong. That's why it was possible to detect this subtle toxin entering the body. And underneath Zhou Qing's easygoing smile, a scented capsule hanging from his waist intentionally or unintentionally emitted a hint of odor. Chapter 38, Counter Kill. Inside the house, Elder Brother Zhou, have some tea. With a smile on his face, Lin Chang'an brought over the tea that had been soaked with wood spirit thorns. Elder Brother Lin, take a look at the color of these 2 bottles of pills I have. Zhou Qing had a flirtatious smile on his face, and he couldn't see half a break at all. First, he took out 2 bottles of pills, and only then leisurely picked up the tea and lightly sipped 2 mouthfuls, and when he put down the teacup, he didn't move and touched the scented pouch on his waist. Good potion. Lin Chang'an looked at the 2 bottles of pills on the table with a smile on his face, followed by taking out 2 golden light talismans. Elder Brother Lin, these 2 golden light talismans of yours aren't enough. Elder Brother Zhou, the current market outside now, defense top grade talismans are almost 50 spirit stones apiece. Although this elixir of yours is not bad, Elder Brother Lin, let's do it this way. I'll add another bottle of chi benefiting pill. With a look of fleshly pain, Zhou Qing took out a bottle of elixir from his storage pouch, and with a gentle nod of his head, Lin Chanan then examined the elixir. Just as the two of them were having their own thoughts, just as Lin Chanan was about to receive the jade bottle of the qi benefiting pill, suddenly Zhou Qing revealed a ferocious light and violently opened the jade bottle to splash towards him. Lin Chang'an feigned great alarm and just wanted to get up, when he stumbled down and fell into a chair, but the golden light talisman close to his body transformed into a mana shield, but was splashed by the black water inside the jade bottle. Pust, the light golden mana shield, under the 5 poisonous water from bright to dark, looking at Lin Chanan under the panic. A series of activated 3 golden light talisman which stabilized. However, he had a weak and powerless look. 5 poison water. Zhou, old brother Zhou, what are you doing? Filled with corrosive sounds and surrounded by smoke, Lin Chanan was horrified to the core. 5 poisonous water. Once stained, even a late-stage qi refining cultivator would have to suffer. As for Zhou Qing, who was on the side, when he saw Lin Chang'an's appearance as a lamb to be slaughtered, the graciousness on his face had long disappeared and was replaced by indifference. Elder brother Lin, I'm sorry, don't you understand the principle of not exposing your wealth? Greedy. Ever since the last time he saw the spirit gathering formation inside Lin Chang'an's house, Zhou Qing was greedy, knowing that Lin Chang'an's family was not thin, and since he was going to leave, he naturally wanted to make a profit along the way. You, when did you poison yourself? Lin Chanan got up and staggered backward, a look of panic on his face. Don't blame the old man. Seeing Lin Chaman's poison and weak appearance, Zhou Qing looked hoarse and shook his head with a sigh. Blame it on what makes Zhou Taishan so lucky. I also want to build a foundation. Since the clan cannot help me, then It was at this moment that a sudden twinge of pain came from his abdomen. Zhou Qing's face changed violently and a mouthful of black blood sprayed out directly from his mouth. Damnable, despicable people, how dare they poison? Under Zhou Qing's shocked anger, at this moment he also realized that the tea was poisonous. Inside the not-so-big room, both men were surprisingly secretly poisoned. Zhou Qing hurriedly ate a few antidote pills, stared angrily at Lin Chang'an, and with a lift of his hand, he summoned his spirit pet, the earth dog, from within his spirit beast pouch. You damned loose cannons! A calf-sized vicious demonic dog directly pounced on him, and under Lin Chanan's terrified screams, the shield of the golden light talisman emitted a zipping sound. Seeing this scene, just as Zhou Qing was secretly breathing a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, several flashes of fire were accompanied by the screams of his spirit pets, while there were also 3 green lights hidden in the flames. Would Spirit Thorn? Without much time to think, Zhou Qing forced up his mana shield and said angrily, Top-grade firebomb talisman. I didn't expect you to have a family background. Under the rumble of the firebomb talisman, suddenly Zhou Qing's voice came to an abrupt end. How is that possible? At this moment, Zhou Qing's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the mana shield in front of him, which had been pierced through at some point. The mana shield shimmered gloomily, while the 3 red dots in the finished word of his throat flared ebony to the naked eye. With a plopping sound, Zhou Qing directly stumbled and fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes full of unwillingness. If he wasn't too greedy, perhaps he would have left the workshop by now. However, the black surging throat, but cannot send any sound, lax and unwilling pupils, reflected in the far limp spirit pet, as well as stand-up Lin Chanan's figure. His spirit pet, on the other hand, had long since fallen limp and planted itself on the ground. Pust, the green bamboo sword flashed, and the heads were cleanly separated. With unwillingness and remorse, Zhou Qing's consciousness fell into endless darkness. Old thing, I've been guarding against you for a long time. At this moment, Lin Chang'an, who had gotten up from the ground, let out a cold laugh and wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. It was all electric. Don't look at the fact that he had crossed over and killed Zhou Qing, who was at the 8th level of qi refining, with the 6th level of qi refining. In reality, the two sides were never on an equal footing from the beginning. He wasn't poisoned, while the tea Zhou Qing drank had been poisoned. He first feigned shock at being poisoned and staggered back when the other party released their spirit pet to pounce and frantically tear at them. He used this as cover, and when the other party's guard was most relaxed, he also utilized several first-order upper-grade firebomb talismans to feint, and 3 with spirit thorns to hide them, which played a key role. So close. It wasn't until after the complimentary beheading of the opponent's head that Lin Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was also an opportunity during the pouring of the tea, but thinking of the other party's obvious intention to murder for money, he naturally kept a tense eye on him the whole time, and although the distance was favorable, it was also when the other party's defenses were at their strongest. That was why he had counted on feigning poisoning and taking the opportunity to look for a sneak attack. Just as Lin Chang'an was about to clean up the battlefield, suddenly a huge roar came from within the marketplace. Something's wrong. Lin Chang'an's face changed and he hurriedly walked out of the courtyard, tumbling onto the roof and looking at the marketplace in shock. This is the Zhou family. From afar, One could see the blazing fire coming out of the Zhou family, as well as countless robber cultivators wreaking havoc. The Chao family, old ancestor. There are traitors within the clan. The formation has been broken and countless loose cultivators have rushed in. Old ancestor. It's bad. The medicinal fields. Our clan's medicinal fields have been burned. It's no good, old ancestor. The family head was intercepted on his way back here. In the face of the panic within the clan, this old ancestor who had led the Zhou family through several crises was not angry but coldly shouted, "What is there to panic about? It's just a group of rebellious cultivators." However, just at this moment, a sorrowful beast roar came from the Zhou family's back mountain, and upon hearing this sound, the Zhou family's old ancestor, who had been calm just a moment ago, changed his face drastically. Not good. How could something happen to the Jin clan spirit beast? Old ancestor. It's bad. Someone attacked the back mountain. At this moment, the Zhou family's old ancestor's face was a flash of panic. Their Zhou clan's Jin clan spirit beast was in the middle of its production period, but it was at its weakest. There's a mole. This Zhou family's old ancestor immediately understood, and for a moment, he gritted his teeth and raged. When the family formation was broken, he was still just suspicious, but this time the other party went straight for the back mountain town spirit beast. It would be hell if there was no traitor. Kill for the old man. An enraged roar came from the Zhou family, and the Zhou family's oldest ancestor even roared and rushed out. A foundation establishment cultivator with a short lifespan and storming out was undoubtedly terrifying. However, this turmoil wasn't just the Zhou family. There was chaos in many places within the marketplace. Chapter 39, The Spoils of War. The marketplace was in turmoil, and the foundation establishment cultivators of the Xianin Pavilion and the Leaving Fire Palace were also out in a state of shock and anger. And at this moment, outside the workshop, two foundation establishment cultivators escaped in a sorry state, but their faces were filled with anger. Damn Zhou Chang, just saying that the Zhou family's Jin clan spirit beast is in its weakening period, but not saying that this Zhou Taizhan has even made a breakthrough by secretly building a foundation within the family. Where is this asshole Zhou Qing? The two foundation establishment cultivators of the Devil's Path were in a rage. My lord, this Zhou Qing didn't come at the appointed time. I'm afraid he planted himself in the confusion. The cultivator who was receiving outside hurriedly said, while the two foundation establishment cultivators couldn't help but curse after hearing this. It's cheap for this mole. Hurry up and go. The Zhou family has a new foundation establishment cultivator. Right now the chaos in the square market has almost calmed down, and the Xianin Pavilion and the Leaving Fire Palaces are about to kill them. A group of Devil Dao cultivators quickly disappeared into the mountain range. The marketplace looked chaotic, but under the suppression of the cultivators from the Xianin Pavilion and the departing Fire Palace, it didn't completely riot. Most of the scattered cultivators were said to be watching the fire from the other side of the river, but it would be better to say that they didn't have enough bait yet. Instead, under the chaotic firelight inside the workshop, Lin Chang'an was nervously clearing the traces. Zhou Qing's words before were clearly about to rebel against the clan, and he must have hidden his form before coming. After thinking of this, Lin Chang'an didn't care about the situation within the workshop, and went home to reward Zhou Chang and the other party's spirit beasts with a firebomb spell to completely erase the traces. And these trophies, as Lin Chang'an opened the two storage pouches as well as the spirit beast pouch that Zhou Qing had with him, his eyes instantly glowed, worthy of being a cultivator who was going to run away. It's just fat and oily. Since he wanted to run away, he naturally had to bring all his belongings with him, and this Zhou Qing was not only an alchemist, but also held an important position within the clan. I drop a good boy. This Zhou Qing is really ruthless. The supervisor can be said to be playing thoroughly. Within Zhou Qing's storage bag, there were more than 300 spirit stones alone, but that wasn't the most important thing. What was really worth it was this strain of spirit grass and elixir. Not only was the amount of spirit grass high, but most of the tails still had dirt on them, obviously having just been yanked out. This old thing, he wouldn't have weeded out the Zhou family's medicinal fields. Lin Chang'an could not help but show his joy. No wonder they say that killing and setting fire to the golden belt, a wave of fat but it is also easy to get addicted. After all, overnight riches come too quickly. Many robbing repair at first just forced to fight back, or just want to do a single, but driven by greed gradually become addicted. Medium-grade alchemy furnace, Dan Dao Tome and also this herbal scripture. 2 medium-grade magic weapons, one for offense and one for defense. All kinds of bottles and jars of elixirs, spiritual liquids as well as imperial beasts breeding jade book. It's worthy of a late-stage chi refining Dan Master's stature. although this Zhou Qing has the element of taking advantage of the fire within the clan. At the same time, Lin Chang'an, after seeing this defensive magic weapon, he was even more secretly admonished himself. Empty magic weapon but did not use it in time, cannot help but to wake up to himself. In the future, if you buy a defensive magic weapon, you must get it close to the body. Even if he didn't react to the sneak attack, it was better to have the magic weapon in his body than to put it in the storage bag. But this Dan furnace and Dan Dao inheritance, it's a bit of a pity. Touching this bronze-colored Dan furnace, Lin Chang'an shook his head for a while. The time given to him now was not rich. Couldn't delay the progress of his cultivation because of alchemy. After all, he still wanted to plot down the foundation building before 60. Keep this Dan furnace for now. It can't be used right now. In the future, when foundation establishment has 200 years of lifespan, there will be plenty of time to hone the skills. As Lin Chang'an counted the loot, he didn't forget to clean up the traces and smells so that he wouldn't be discovered. These things should either be used by themselves or destroyed just in case, and they should not flow to the marketplace for the time being. Lin Chang'an listened to the turmoil outside the marketplace gradually subside, secretly calculating. Normally it was fine to sell stolen goods, but this time, after such a big incident in the Zhou family, once the stuff of Zhou Cheng's traders appeared in the marketplace, the Zhou family was afraid that they would frantically track it down. No matter how hateful a robber cultivator is, he is not as hateful as a mole. Even the Zhou clan would release the news that Zhou Qing had stolen some treasure from the Zhou clan, drawing everyone after him. Be careful, it was supposed to be a wave of fat, and he didn't lack this amount of spirit stones, so after Lin Chang'an cleared the traces, he had no intention of peddling Zhou Qing's loot. Even the spirit stones in the other party's storage bag, he wasn't going to go outside to spend them. They were all used for the spirit gathering array and usual cultivation. On the second day, a shocking news came from the marketplace. The Zhou family has a new foundation establishment cultivator. That is to say that there are now 3 foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family, and with the addition of a spirit beast of the Jin clan, there are 4 foundation establishment warriors. Brother Lin, you don't know, it was so dangerous yesterday. Li Ernio's face was excited, talking about the situation of the Zhou family today, which could be described as a reverse turnaround. It turns out that the family went to the Xianing pavilion to refine the foundation building Dan. This is all a front. In fact, the foundation building Dan has long been exchanged over. Zhou Taishan has been in the clan's closed-door cultivation, and this matter is only known to the patriarch and the old ancestor. All that was done before was to cover it up. As Li Ernio spoke excitedly, Lin Chang'an listened and realized that this Zhou family's old ancestor and family head, father and son, had put on a good show that could be said to have fooled everyone. I don't know which traitor has betrayed the family's information, but fortunately, brother Zhou Taishan made a breakthrough at the critical moment and joined old ancestor to kill the robber cultivators who came to loot. Li Ernio could be described as speaking with a fluttering brow, and in this way, it was also considered to have swept away his previous dissatisfaction. Zhou family ancestors conspiracy, and is not hidden from him a foreign name. The entire family surnamed Zhou are still hidden. Ernio, this is a blessing in disguise for you. Lin Chang'an looked at Ernio with a smile, while Li Ernio also scratched his head with an excited smile and nodded his head heavily. Now that the clan is thoroughly investigating the traitor, and I've been out in charge of the industry during this period of time, I haven't been in touch with the clan's arrangement during this period of time, so it's just the right time to clear my name of suspicion. I have to say that personal fortune is really different. Look at others Ernio, not only to pick up a piece of beautiful work for nothing, but also easy to stand in a credible position. It's just that the clan has lost quite a few people this time. Even old brother Zhou Qing is gone. At this time Li Ernio suddenly, a little depressed, looked at Lin Chang'an melancholy. However, when Lin Chang'an heard this name, he had a heartbeat, and without a trace, he glanced at Ernio, feigning a look of surprise. Elder brother Zhou Qing? The one who was responsible for looking after the medicinal fields and often exchanges spirit talismans with me? Well, this time it was too chaotic, and this group of robber cultivators just attacked the back mountain straight with a purpose. All of the medicinal fields along the way were burned and robbed. Even old brother Zhou Qing was killed in battle and landed a corpse, but the clan will take care of his offspring. Nice guy. Lin Chang'an's eyes widened when he heard this. Before he was worried about being implicated, but as a result, Zhou Qing was now mistakenly thought to have died in battle. And what he didn't expect was that this Zhou Qing was so ruthless that not only did he rebel against his clan but he even gave up his family for the hope of building the foundation. Although elder brother Zhou is usually a bit greedy, when it comes to the family's righteousness, he is truly a role model for my generation. When Li Ernio talked about Zhou Qing, he even revealed a solemn look, just like a look of adoration for this person's noble temperament. Yes, such character is really admirable. Lin Chang'an also nodded solemnly, but what he thought in his heart was unknown. However, he couldn't be careless. in case it was a message that the Zhou family had deliberately released, so none of the previous loot can see the light of day now. Chapter 40, Foundation Ceremony. The marketplace was once again calm after the turmoil. It wasn't that the scattered cultivators were used to it, but the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop was already a rare and stable backyard. Now that the entire cultivation worldview is becoming more and more chaotic, killing people and their goods, as well as the unrest in the marketplace, is already a common occurrence. Within the Lihua Palace alone, there had already been news of 2 or 3 markets being overrun and looted. Therefore, the turmoil in the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop market, in the minds of the scattered cultivators, as long as the Foundation Establishment cultivators sitting in the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion were as stable as Tai, there would be no chaos. A month after the last upheaval, the foundation building ceremony, this day Li Ernio came to deliver the invitation with a smile on his face. Looking at Lin Chanan's stunned expression, he nodded his head and explained, "Brother Lin, not only you, but also little Marquis, little sister, they all have invitations, and before that, I even went with Grandpa Tian, together, to send invitations to fellow Daoist Yun." Looking at the joy on Ernio's face, Lin Chanan's heart was clear. For a large clan like the Leaving Fire Palace, foundation establishment was called a small celebration, but in an ordinary immortal cultivation family, foundation establishment represented 100 years of family continuity. Its importance was self-evident, so immortal cultivation families often held foundation building ceremonies to show off the strength of the family. At the same time, the Zhou family also wants to take this opportunity to stabilize the hearts of the clan. I see. Then I will definitely be there in half a month. Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded, while Li Erniu also left with a smile on his face. After all, the better the Zhou family was, the more peaceful it meant for his family. Foundation building ceremony? It seems that some preparations have to be made. Not only did he have to bathe and burn incense daily, he also had to prepare a new vestment so that he wouldn't leave any traces from when he fought Zhou Qing. Seeing Ernia leave, the smile on Lin Chang'an's face gradually stared, darkly contemplating. He's got a bright future ahead of him. He can't be careless. Returning inside the secret room, looking at the bottles and jars on the table, especially a jade bottle is more conspicuous, and Lin Chang'an habitually daily drops above his eyes. The Zhou family obviously used the spiritual liquid to cultivate precious spiritual herbs, and as a result, it's now being wasted by me. Spirit liquid, the 3 big clans only have things, is from the spirit veins spring out of the spiritual water, is called spirit liquid. Just this small bottle, put aside to the outside are 100 spirit stone to start. For the growth and recovery of the spirit grass, there is a great benefit, and it is unusual to use it only for valuable spirit medicine. It had the same miraculous effect for cultivators to cultivate, or to heal wounds, but it couldn't be stored for a long time, so Lin Chang'an could only use it for cultivation. After all, if you don't use it now, you'll lose your aura after a while. Spiritual Eyes +1, Intro 12 of 100. A sense of clarity swept through his body, along with the voice in his head, causing Lin Chang'an to close his eyes and rest his mind. Aiding his cultivation with the spiritual liquid made his spiritual platform clear, and benefits clearly appeared in the growth of his divine sense. But the unexpectedly awakened spiritual eyes also made him smile. Although this spirit eyes ability, although somewhat ribbed, is better than nothing, spiritual eyes, to put it bluntly, were the necessary foundation before those who cultivated divine eye aptitude. Through a long period of spiritual liquid to wash his eyes, he could have it, but the so-called pupil art aptitude category was too far away from him. Basic spiritual eyes, a single ability, is to simply enhance the senses, as well as having a weak ability to penetrate fog and stone. Half a month later, the Zhou family's foundation establishment celebration was quite a row. Not only were all the major clans in the marketplace invited, but even some outstanding loose cultivators were also invited. The foundation establishment cultivators of the departing Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, moreover, had all come over. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. Congratulations to Elder Senior Zhou. With a sound of congratulations under his breath, the Zhou family's old ancestor greeted the crowd with a rosy face and a smile on his face in high spirits. There was absolutely no semblance of a lifespan coming to an end. Some people sincerely congratulate. There are also people in the heart of the cold smile. The Zhou family is just the afterglow of the setting sun. The moment of high light cannot be maintained for a long time. Although the Zhou family had a new foundation establishment cultivator, it could not be compared to a heterogeneous spiritual root foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the Zhou family was about to lose a veteran foundation establishment cultivator, Brother Lin. When Lin Chang'an took his seat, he saw the busy Shenlai, as well as his junior sister Lu Yiqing, in which Shenlai even smiled and went forward. This time, the Zhou family's foundation establishment celebration banquet will be jointly organized by the Immortal Gathering Building and the Xianin Pavilion's restaurants. Lin Chang'an, after hearing this, couldn't help but smile. This Zhou family really did things without a drop of water and didn't offend anyone. The Yun Yao behind the gathering immortal tower represented the leaving fire palace. I see. No wonder Brother Shin is so busy. Lin Chang'an also gave a rare flirtation, and then took his seat down. Brother Lin, look, even Taoist Yun is here. Li Ernio came over with a smile on his face as his eyes signaled one of the foundation establishment cultivators in the distance. And after Lin Chang'an heard this, he also cooperated by nodding his head gently and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Yun is already foundation establishment, so naturally, he is among the invitees. Their table, either the late stage of refining qi, or the best of the 100 arts of cultivation. Although Li Ernio is the main family hospitality crowd, but also do not want to lose face. Then he opened his mouth to mention Yun Yao, and sure enough, the few cultivators at their table had transformed from their initial disregard and contempt into cordial and familiar smiles. So it's Rune Master Lin. Fellow Taoist Li is now in charge of the Zhou family's industry, so you'll have to offer some discounts when the time comes. The people at the table were also all smiles. The main focus was to make friends and offend no one. For this foundation establishment celebration, Lin Chang'an had even sent 2 top-grade golden light talismans as a congratulatory gift. These 2 talismans alone were worth 100 spirit stones, and the Zhou family was even more polite to him. At the same time, this open behavior of Lin Chang'an makes people feel that he knows grace. Brother Lin, look at those 2 black wind wolf cubs. Both the leaving fire palace and the Xianin pavilion gave one of them away. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to exchange them for 2 foundation establishment pills. Li Ernio spoke with emotion while not avoiding others with these words. So it is. Lin Chang'an nodded indistinctly, but when he looked at Ernio, a rare smile appeared. This Ernio? No, it should be the Zhou family, which deliberately organized the foundation establishment ceremony just to tell the crowd that he had flattered the 2 major sects, and the Li Fire Palace and Xianin Pavilion. High-profile appearances are more in line with the Zhou family, but also got their own purpose, declaring the outside world that their 2 clans were allied in a close and intimate way, while at the same time, for strategic materials such as the foundation establishment Dan, as long as it was one of their own they weren't stingy either. It's a win-win, so to speak. At the banquet, Lin Chang'an also lamented. Ever since the friction between the 3 great clans, there hadn't been any peace in the past few years, and he hoped that there would be a few more years of peace, so that he could cultivate properly. After all, he didn't want to live an uprooted life. However, just as the foundation building hall was in its happy state until nightfall, suddenly 2 cultivators from the departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion walked into the hall in a panicked manner, heading straight for their foundation building steward. The people outside were suspicious, their eyes alternating with each other. The foundation establishment cultivators in the main hall had their faces changed as they seemed to have heard something at a table. Surprisingly, it was able to cause a foundation establishment cultivator's expression to change drastically, so it was conceivable that something big had happened. The war opened up. Chapter 41, The War Begins. The war opened up. News spread like a hurricane from the Zhou family's foundation building ceremony. As night fell, Lin Chang'an, Li Ernio, Shen Lai, Lu Yiqing, and Wei Yiqi, who he hadn't seen for a long time, all came within the gathering of Immortals building. The oil lamps shone on everyone's cheeks, reflecting the depressing atmosphere until it was almost midnight when the man they had been waiting for pushed his way in. Sister Cloud, fellow Taoist Yun. Nowadays, Yun Yao wore a dark blue palace dress and walked in with a dignified look, looking at the crowd with a gentle nod. The war on the front lines is open, but the situation is not at its worst now. Among the crowd, only Yun Yao had the highest status and was the disciple of the Jidan elder of the leaving fire palace, so she naturally knew many secrets that the others did not know. This time there was a fight between the disciples of the 2 factions at the junction, which finally turned into a tussle. As Yun Yao's explanation went down, the crowd looked grave. Although it was not even close to the worst situation in Yun Yao's mouth, it could be a bit not so good for their group of qi refining cultivators. The sect has decided to recruit cultivators in all the major markets, and will not be stingy with spirit stones, pills, techniques, and so on. Even the foundation establishment Dan, foundation establishment pill too. When he heard the reward from Yun Yao's mouth, Wei Yi could not help but exclaim in shock, and the others also looked different. Only Lin Chang'an secretly sighed. This is clearly the clear field before the war. And Yun Yao nodded her head gently with a grave expression. This time, the sect has opened up a lot of rare materials, including certain strategic resources, to the scattered cultivators and family cultivators who have accepted the call. Rank-breaking pills, advanced techniques, skill inheritance, foundation building pills, and even those with high enough battle merit who accidentally fall on the battlefield. Their offspring can enter the clan directly. Nice guy. After hearing this pension, the corners of Lin Chang'an's mouth twitched, not only for himself, but also for the next generation in case he died in battle. These 3 clans are really ruthless. However, after the crowd heard this, Lu Yiqing's face turned white, and Shen Lai, who was on the side, shook his head and waved his hand in succession. Although it's tempting, I've only just broken through the 6th level of chi refining, and turnip already has my flesh and blood, so I'd better be honest and take care of my business to earn some spirit stones to support my family. Shenlai's words caused Lu Yiqing, who was on the side, to blush while at the same time, her heart was secretly relieved. She was afraid her husband would go to the top. And what's the point of going to the front line and working your ass off, when they're in the back country, making just as much money doing business? With Shenlai and his wife taking a stance, Li Ernia's eyes flashed with a panic and let out a helpless sigh. I expect someone from the clan will answer the call, but the quota is unknown. At this moment Wei Ichio, who had previously envied Li Erniu, revealed a gloating look in his heart. Before, I only saw how good Erniu was, but I didn't see how out of shape Erniu was. Since he had joined the Zhou family, it wasn't that easy to get out. I'm afraid I need to procure some medicinal herbs recently, so I'm going to trouble fellow Taoist Yun. Wei was not easy to lick his face and was full of smiles. With the war going on in front of him, this was a good opportunity for him to earn spirit stones. And when the crowd looked at Lin Chahan, he directly smiled and waved his hand. I don't have the hustle I used to have. If he hadn't awakened the golden finger talent, and happened to be at the point where he was disheartened and ready to return to the mundane, would he have answered the call? The answer will definitely go. After all, when he first entered the immortal cultivation realm, he dared to go to the demon hunting squad to fight for his life. It was not hard to see the unwillingness in his heart. Almost all of them didn't want to answer the call, but upon closer examination, each of them was either worth a lot of money, had a skill, or had connections. But in the immortal cultivation world, there are too many cultivators who take their lives in their hands. Don't worry, this is just a preliminary draft. The front line won't be able to fight anything yet. Looking at the crowd, Yun Yao pretended to be relaxed and revealed a smile as she spoke to the crowd. She was also lucky that she had previously worshipped under a Jidan elder within the clan. And when this war opened, this master of hers sent a letter, only urging her to cultivate well. I previously hired a late first-order alchemist within the clan, and even though I can't go to the front line, as a part of the clan, I, Yun Yao, also have a responsibility to contribute to the clan. Yun Yao solemnly and slowly stated her purpose, which made the corners of Lin Chanan's mouth twitch as he listened. Well, the little girl at the beginning, and now there are really a lot of ghost thoughts, speaking in such a grandiose manner. In the final analysis, it is not a desire to make war money. Fellow Taoist Yun is right. All these years we've been under the shelter of the Leaving Fire Palace. Naturally we've also taken on a favor. I wouldn't dare to say anything else, but I still know some talisman masters within this workshop. Under his gloomy expression, Lin Chanan also expressed his willingness to join the gang. It's not too bad to earn spirit stones. I am also willing, Wei Ichio also hurriedly said. He also wanted to earn spirit stones. Only Li Erniu scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, he couldn't be the master of the Zhou family, and the two of them, Shenlai and Lu Yiqing, already had their minds on the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Chang'an, who saw the scene, secretly nodded his head. This was also the reason why so many loose cultivators were obsessed with opening up land in the workshop. None other. The figure was this one identity jade token. For example, now that the battlefield was open, loose cultivators like those outside who didn't have identity jade tags would be forcibly recruited to the front lines. As for hiding outside, once the front line gets tight, the first ones the sect will open up are the stray loose cultivators. As the news spread, the two major sects, the Departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, began their first batch of cultivator conscription. Loose cultivators who didn't even have identity jade tags were directly forcibly conscripted. Of course there were also some who dared to take a chance, knowing that the front line was not yet at its most dangerous moment. These cultivators enthusiastically joined the draft, figuring it was a chance. Rank-breaking pills, high-level techniques, skill inheritance, and even base-building pills. These were all strategic materials that normally had a price. For a time, the entire situation in US changed, and between the three big clans' doggedness, the cultivators are fighting at the border, or stealing from the workshops and so on. As the cloud of war swept down, even Li Erniu cultivated with a single mind. After all, as a flunky of the Zhou family, he might have to be called up to fight on the front lines one day. Lin Chagan, who was at home at the moment, looked at the situation outside and meditated darkly. A first-order upper-grade rune master, even if the situation is tense, will not be easily and forcefully conscripted to the front line. Forced conscription is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. For example, The top-grade talisman master, usually is a little bit of forced conscription of talismans per month, will not be easily arranged to the front line. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. Right now the situation is turbulent. We must seize the opportunity to cultivate and strive for an early breakthrough in the late stage of qi refining, so that there is the power of self-preservation. It just so happens that Zhou Qing's previous storage bag has quite a lot of pills and spiritual herbs. Taking out these unseen spirit herbs from his storage bag, Lin Chang'an sighed helplessly. In fact, these spirit grasses can only be refined into pills to maximize the benefits, and even exchanged for spirit stones is better than him wasting it like this. But who let these things see the light of day? Waste is waste, after all. These are wasted. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an began to pick from them which ones could be used to take and which ones were better with medicinal baths. However, for the Zhou family to be crowned with the word imperial beast, most of the spirit herbs cultivated were naturally used on spirit pets, so he couldn't use nearly half of them. Among them, there were even 2 spirit grasses that were nearly 400 years old. These 2 plants were of great value. He couldn't afford to spoil them, but with so many spirit herbs for spirit pets, it gave him some heart to cultivate one. Chapter 42, The 2 bulls go on a journey, seeking moonlight tickets. Cultivation war. At the rear of the Qingzhou mountain workshop, Lin Chang'an and other cultivators for the cruelty of the war feel not too deep. At most, outside the robbing cultivators more. One cultivator has some pressure. Compared to this turbulence in the marketplace, the robbing cultivators outside were even more rampant, so countless loose cultivators were crowding their heads to join the marketplace. Even because the 2 sects opened up a lot of rare materials and strategic resources, the marketplace became more and more prosperous. Green Bamboo Mountain Square Market. From the opening of the war to the recruitment of cultivators, more than half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and the marketplace was bustling. Rune Master Lin. This time the higher-ups are preparing to enlist another cultivator. On this day, the sect cultivator in the marketplace came to his door and spoke to him with a polite face about the current situation at the front line. And when Lin Chang'an heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is the front line already this tense? You're being overly concerned, Rune Master Lin. It's just some small fights. The elite cultivators of the 3 great sects have not yet gone down. Naturally there is no real war. Now it is just a preliminary consumption. I see. That means I'll be responsible for being in charge of a top-grade talisman every month, or a varying number of first-order mid-grade talismans, right? The other party's intention, Lin Chang'an suddenly realized. To put it bluntly, it was just a difference in recruitment. Others were selling their lives, and their kind of cultivators with outstanding skills were selling their art. The one who came to notify was merely an outer disciple of the leaving fire palace. His cultivation was also in the middle stage of qi refining, and he faced Lin Chang'an with a polite smile on his face. Don't worry, Rune Master Lin. The clan will compensate accordingly. Lin Chang'an knew that the so-called compensation, I'm afraid that it is just some cost material resources, but it is better than not giving anything. So be it. Lin Chang'an responded in a similarly polite manner, and even gave the other party a medium-grade talisman before leaving to learn more about the situation at the front line. When the other party left, Lin Chang'an, who was back inside the house, gradually became gloomy. The war seems to be moving a little faster again. From the opening of the war, to the current second batch of conscription, and the news from the front line, it was clear that this time, the departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion were on the offensive. After all, 2 against 1. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 46/111. Realm, 6th level of Qi refining, 97/100. Technique, Changchun Gong, perfection, 963/10. Skills, Spiritual Eye, proficiency 26/500. Golden Light Charm, Grandmaster 1956 of 5000. Firebomb Charm, Grandmaster 1228/5000. Flying Sword Charm, Grandmaster 879/5000. Divine Walking Charm, Grandmaster 121 of 5000. Spells, Wood Spirit Thorn, Perfect 265810. Firebomb, Grandmaster 1088/5000. Concealment, Grandmaster 2332/5000. Invisibility, Grandmaster 898/5000. Exorcism, Grandmaster 693/5000. Looking at his attributes, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Cultivation will be able to break through to the late stage of qi refining in another 2 or 3 months, while the first-order upper-grade talismans are now mastered with 2 types of golden light talismans and firebomb talismans, and the others don't have a complete inheritance. In these half a year or so, Lin Chang'an had also persevered in his bitter cultivation under the pressure of the war, and his progress was also very good, and all the other spells had made quite a bit of progress as well, especially on the perception of the evergreen gong technique. The progress was so fast thanks to the liberalization of resources by the major sects. Of course, all of this was based on a constant supply of spirit stones. In particular, the cultivation resources left to him by Zhou Qing in the beginning. Apart from the two precious almost 400-year-old spirit medicines that were not used, as well as those that could not be used, the rest of the ones that could promote cultivation were almost all consumed as well. It's been more than half a year. These two nearly 400-year-old herbs should be able to come off. Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating, but to be on the safe side, he'd better break through to the late stage of qi refining first, and then find a time when it would be best for him to strike at the Immortal Gathering building. After all, you know your enemy. Over the past half a year, the Immortal Gathering building and the Chamber of Commerce had grown bigger and bigger under Yun Yao's influence, especially since a top-grade alchemist had also been brought in, just in time to get off the hook. But some time ago, Shenlai said that Yun Yao, as one of the foundation building deacons of the square market, usually has to join forces with the great clans to overthrow some robber cultivators. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Have to take advantage of Yun Yao if not in the workshop when the gathering of Immortal building he knows the roots. Temporarily no cultivator who can see through the threat to him. Just easy for him to hide off the dirty goods, and he's a one-hit wonder. The trail is broken, and he's not afraid of being found out. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be in a good mood. I'm also helping the Gathering Immortal building by doing this. Even if the Zhou family finds out, they won't suspect the Gathering Immortal building. After all, they didn't have the motivation or opportunity to do so in the first place. And what's more important is that the Gathering Immortal building also has a top-grade alchemist. Lin Chang'an was certain that these two spirit herbs, 9 times out of 10, would be refined into pills by this alchemist or exchanged for sect contributions by Yun Yao. The chances of the Chao family finding out are slim. 1 month later, Brother Lin, I'm going on a journey. On this day, Li Ernio came looking for him, with a far-fetched smile through his sorrowful face. Lin Chang'an was startled. Ernio, is something wrong here? After questioning, Lin Chang'an learned what happened. For the second time, the Imperial Beast Zhou clan was called upon by the clan to draft cultivators. Some of the Zhou family's poorly qualified disciples were ready to draw lots to answer the call, and Li Ernio was surprisingly the one who took the initiative to step forward. Brother Lin, can hide once, can't hide twice. Right now the situation at the front line is still relatively good. I simply respond to go to the front line. It's better than a few batches later. Li Ernio gritted his teeth under the character of simple and thick. He is not stupid. Naturally clear that the further back the situation is more dangerous. It would be better to participate before it's too late, and perhaps get some resources to raise your cultivation level, and you'll be able to survive the battlefield when the time comes. Looking at Ernio's determination in big matters, Lin Chang'an could not help but comfort him. Ernio, you shouldn't be pessimistic either. You are participating in the draft as a member of a large family, so as long as you get through it, you should be able to transfer to the rear at a later stage. In response to Lin Chang'an's consolation, Li Ernio pulled a far-fetched smile and nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm actually not at a disadvantage. Even if something happens, the clan will treat my wife and children well. Maybe if I make a war achievement on the front line, I can even get this brat Yifun into the clan. In the face of Ernio's optimism, Lin Chang'an sighed with emotion and took out 2 golden light talismans from his storage bag. Brother Lin, this is too expensive. First rank upper grade talisman, or defense type. Just these 2 would cost 80 or 90 spirit stones. Li Ernio immediately blushed and waved his hand to refuse. Ernio, take it. I'm waiting for you to come back and buy me a drink. Lin Chang'an gave a flirtatious laugh. The two of them had known each other for 26 years of love. Perhaps, this was the last time they would see each other. Lin Chang'an wasn't so stingy, and the 2 golden light talismans weren't that important to him. Li Ernio's red face did not refuse. After all, this talisman may not be able to let him come back, but if he can come back alive, who would like to die in the front line? Brother Lin, I've also looked away. When I was just a peasant boy, I was lucky enough to follow my eldest uncle to deliver vegetables to the royal residence, but I was unexpectedly chosen by Lu Lao to travel with Brother Lin, the young county princess, and the young marquis. These 26 years, cultivating immortal laws, hunting demonic beasts, living in a big house, wearing vestments, having a wife and children, this life has been lived wonderfully, no loss. In the end, Li Ernio even smiled with rare optimism, and Lin Chang'an likewise nodded his head gently with emotion. 26 years seems like yesterday when I look back now. Chapter 43 Breakthrough, Thick and Thin. Half a month later, Li Ernio followed this conscription of cultivators to the front line. This time, a total of 7 cultivators from the Zhou family were called. Lin Chang'an and Shenlai all came to see them off. As for the youngest senior sister, Lu Yiqing, she had just given birth and gave Shenlai a fat boy, and the little princess Yun Yao, as a foundation cultivator, and is responsible for the safety of the market, a lot of things, but people did not come, but also trust Shenlai urged. We'll try to arrange a safer location for the two cattle. Seeing Ernio disappear with the backs of a group of cultivators, Lin Chang'an pondered for a long time. If he hadn't awakened his talent, he might have had to go to the front line to fight for that ray of chance as well. I just don't know how many will come back this time. The immortal cultivation world is in a state of flux. Let's hope that this battlefield doesn't spread to here. Lin Chang'an sighed under his breath, while at the same time being somewhat glad that he had made the choice in the first place. During this period of time, he hadn't heard much about the several markets at the junction of the front line that had fallen into battle. The Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market, on the other hand, was located at the large rear of the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion. Inside the chamber, Lin Chang'an, who was dressed in white robes, sat cross-legged and practiced the everlasting spring technique, Changchun Gong, although it is an ordinary gong method, but it focuses on solid foundation and gradual progress. The initial effect is not as good as other gong methods, but with the passage of time, its effect will become more and more significant, especially the characteristic of thick and thin. The higher the cultivation level, the more significant it was. At this time, Lin Chang'an, who was at the 6th level of qi refining, could clearly feel that in his body, the backbone of the thick mana was constantly impacting the bottleneck. On this day, a strong fluctuation of mana surged within the secret room. 7th level of qi refining, all watery breakthroughs. Changchun Gong's thick and thin character is remarkable. Lin Chang'an, who slowly opened his eyes, could not help but feel the excitement as he felt a large increase in pure mana within his body. 26 years of immortal cultivation, approaching the age of 47, finally a breakthrough. At the 7th level of qi refining, crossing into the late stage of qi refining, not only was his mana greatly increased, but at the same time, in conjunction with the wood spirit thorn, this spell doubled its power, giving him a hint of security. Of course, there's also the usual drawing of talismans to earn spirit stones, which can last even longer. Breaking through the late stage of qi refining at less than 47 years old, if we follow this cultivation progress, foundation establishment is expected. When he thought about this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel his heart burning. Before the age of 60 was the best age to build a foundation. Right now the situation is so chaotic. The late stage of refining qi is only a trace of self-preservation, the only way to have a chance to leave the vortex of you. Meanwhile, the cultivators living nearby couldn't help but feel a sense of sensation. The newly promoted 7th level of qi refining. Who is it? It seems to be Rune Master Lin Chang'an. It's actually him. Many cultivators paid attention to the direction of Lin Chang'an's courtyard, while at this time, within a pavilion of the Immortal Gathering building, Lu Yi, who was teasing her child, was shocked in her beautiful eyes. Surprisingly, it's senior brother Lin. This strong fluctuation of mana, coupled with this familiar direction, this caused Lu Yixing to marvel. I didn't expect that it would be senior brother Lin who came to the front, and Shenlai, who had broken through to the 6th level of qi refining some time ago, pushed the door in with a big smile at this moment. Did you see, Turnip? I didn't expect brother Lin to break through to the late stage of qi refining, but when you think about it, it's understandable with the ability of a top-grade talisman master, as well as the properties of the evergreen gongs thick and thin. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Chang'an had been practicing hard for decades without the slightest slackening, and a breakthrough seemed understandable. Alright, the situation has been tense lately. Even quite a few disciples of the Li Fire Palace have been arranged to the great rear. We can't fall too far behind in our cultivation, Lu Turnip said admonishingly, while Shanlai also nodded his head with a grave expression. Realm, 7th level of qi refining, 1/100. 3 days later, Lin Chang'an was out of the gate, and many nearby neighbors came to congratulate him and even sent congratulatory gifts. Brother Lin, it's really enviable. Under Shenlai's cordial smile, he went up for a big hug. Brother Shen, you're not so bad. Now that the business of the Immortal Gathering building is booming, your cultivation will catch up sooner or later. Lin Chang'an similarly smiled and flirted. He had also seen the development of the Gathering of Immortals building during this period of time. Although Yun Yao earned a lot, Shenlai and Lu Yiqing came in with the original capital and likewise did not earn less. Spiritual root talent was certainly important, but cultivation resources were even more important. In response to Lin Chang'an's flirtation, Shenlai also had a smile on his face without modesty. As long as the resources kept up, the progress of cultivation would be fast for anyone. Alright, how old are you two? Today, senior brother Lin's cultivation broke through the late stage of qi refining. I've already arranged a private room to celebrate for senior brother Lin. Lu Turnip, who was holding the child, said with a smile. This tiger-headed child was none other than the crystallization of the duo of Shenlai and Lu Yiqing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Turnip, who was a young girl at the beginning, is now a mother. Take a walk and celebrate for brother Lin. Under Shenlai's bold smile, Lin Chang'an did not refuse and headed towards the Immortal Gathering building. Inside the box, laughing and smiling, Shenlai was full of smiles, talking about the recent situation. After all, the most perceptive thing for businessmen is intelligence. It turns out that there are quite a few more sect cultivators in the workshop. After hearing this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but indistinctly nod his head. Yet the flushed-faced Shenlai lowered his voice and transmitted, "Brother Lin, these people's information about their appearance and characteristics. I have portraits here, so pay some attention to them. These are all offspring with connections from above." At Shenlai's exhortation, Lin Chang'an drifted off. It was more than normal for the relatives and descendants of a certain Jidan elder of the departing fire palace, or some connected disciples with connections, to be arranged in the back. This is true no matter what world you are in. Shenlai's exhortation was also to tell him that these cultivators all had backgrounds, and it was inevitable that there would be arrogant and cocky people in their character, lest they unintentionally offend someone. I wonder how Ernie was doing now. At the banquet, when talking about the frontline Ernie, Shenlai's mood was also significantly lower, and the two of them looked at each other before raising their glasses, hoping that the next time they are here, they will be able to meet again. Inside the restaurant box, between the laughter, the cold wind was howling outside, and the goose-feather snow drifted down. When Lin Chang'an walked out of the Gathering of Immortals building, he looked at the marketplace already draped in silver frost and couldn't help but sigh softly in despair. It's really fleeting. People's life, as he went into the Gathering of Immortal building when the outside is still a scene, and then come out when the world has been changed into a new dress. Time never waits for anyone. In the wind and snow, Lin Chang'an's silhouette disappeared into the streets, changing his disguise several times along the way, and even taking 2 sobering elixirs to get rid of the smell of alcohol on his body. Yun Yao isn't in the workshop, and Shenlai was pretty much dumped by me just now, so this is a great time to get rid of this unseemly thing. Lin Chang'an secretly contemplated that before. It was the low cultivation level, coupled with the fear of the Zhou family fishing. His visit to the Gathering of Immortals now was equivalent to giving performance to the Gathering of Immortals. Logically, both Yun Yao and Shenlai had to thank him. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an, who had disguised himself, strolled around the marketplace for half an hour, his body's tainted with some other people's scent, before turning his head to the Gathering of Immortals building. Under the whistling wind and snow, outside the Immortal Gathering building, a hunchbacked cultivator with a bucket hat slowly passed by. Chapter 44, Stolen Goods. Spells, requesting for monthly votes. Yun's Chamber of Commerce. The store was adjacent to the Gathering of Immortals building, and Lin Chang'an disguised himself as a hunchbacked old man and slowly stepped in through the wind and snow. Senpai. He met a small boy. However, Lin Chang'an disguised as a hunchbacked cultivator, under the calm expression slowly exuded the pressure of the late stage of qi refining, which immediately made the small boy pale. "Go and fetch your treasurer. Senior, wait a moment." Just as the boy was speaking pleasingly, Luiqing from the second floor walked down with a smile on her face. "This senior, second floor please." Looking at the familiar Lu Turnip, Lin Chang'an, however, knew that this little senior sister had a meticulous mind, and before being seen anything, he directly coldly grunted and transmitted his voice. "I've heard that the Yun Chamber of Commerce has a top-grade Dan master. Go tell him that I have 400-year-old elixirs here. It's up to you guys whether you want them or not." After hearing these words, Lu Turnip was instantly delighted, and a smile even appeared on her face. Second floor, Lin Chang'an, disguised as a hunchbacked old man, bashfully surveyed the surroundings. On the other hand, Lu Turnip on the opposite side could not hide her excitement as she carefully said something in a secret voice transmission with the chamber's top-grade alchemist. This top-grade alchemist in his 70s, at the 7th level of qi refining, was invited by Yun Yao, or perhaps Yun Yao's promise to shelter his descendants was a complete deal. Not bad. One of these 2 elixirs is 400 years old, and the other is around 350-60 years old. And what's more important is that the root system is well preserved. In the end, the white-bearded alchemist nodded his head to confirm that there was no mistake, and only then did Lu Turnip smile with joy. This was all scarce goods. This senior, after checking these 2 plants with excellent composition and 400 years of age, we can give you 1,000 spirit stones, and the other one is almost as good, so we can only give you 600 spirit stones. That's a huge difference in price for just a couple decades worth of copies. This was something Lin Chang'an was aware of, and the price was fair. 1,700 spirit stones. The hoarse voice echoed down, transferring Lu Turnip's eyes narrowed. Having guessed that she was afraid that this elixir was not from the right place, but with her back against the leaving fire palace, it didn't matter if it was right or wrong, as long as it was true. Senior generous, 1,700 spirit stones on this price, as my Yun Chamber of Commerce to make Senior this friend. In the future, if Seniors still have treasures, as much as possible to come, Lin Chanan's disguised hunchbacked old man hoarsely agreed. A very painful transaction. Lin Chanan left 2 herbs, took 1,700 spirit stones and turned around, without the slightest hesitation, and directly disappeared into the wind and snow. And inside the store, the aged alchemist frowned and stared. Boss Lu, this person is traveling in a hurry. I'm afraid these 2 elixirs are not from the right place. Lu Turnip, on the other hand, smiled bashfully upon hearing this. Right now there are a lot of treasures with unclean origins in the workshop market. Who cares about that at this time? After hearing this, the alchemist didn't say much. Instead, he lowered his head and admired the elixir. A 400-year-old elixir was not something that even he had seen much of. As for Lu Yao, she narrowed her eyes. She had no thoughts of inquiring about the origins of these 2 elixirs. She hoped that Yunyao would use this to exchange for more contributions to the clan. The more stable Yunyao stood, the better their future would be. Under the whistling wind and snow, Lin Chang'an disguised the hunchbacked old man and changed disguises a few more times along the way before appearing in front of Xianyin Pavilion's multiple treasure building. It's better to spend these spirit stones in a hurry. After all, who knew if there were any traces on these spirit stones? He didn't want a carelessness to reveal a crack. As the saying goes, the workshop to make money, workshop flowers, a respectively want to take home. This time, it went so smoothly, but also because he knew that Yunyao was not in the marketplace, and the highest cultivator in the Yun Chamber of Commerce was only in the late stage of qi refining, unable to see through his disguise. That's how important stepping is. Doppelganger, a top-grade magic weapon of the wood attribute flying needle concealed weapon category, preferably one that has a good effect in restraining the body protecting spirit light. On the familiar second floor, facing the familiar shopkeeper, the disguised Lin Chagan, with a hoarse voice, put forward his request, and the shopkeeper smiled after hearing this. Top-grade magic weapon, good talk. As he raised his hand, 2 small brocade boxes floated out from the back. Fellow Dioist, please look. As the 2 vermilion brocade boxes opened, the shopkeeper pointed at the first one under a proud smile. Transportation needle, top-grade magic weapon, a full set of 9, as thin as a cow's hair, extremely difficult to be discovered, absolutely essential for self-defense. There's also the second piece, the biphosphorus needle, which is made from 600-year-old biphosphorus grass rhizomes and refined gold. Not only is it incredibly sharp and specializes in body-protecting auras, but it also contains intense poison. The first is a complete set of magic weapons, which requires a higher level of divine sense. And more importantly, since there is a set of 9, a separate one down is naturally inferior to a single top-quality magic weapon. After all, his wood spirit thorn could only work wonders with a sneak attack, and if he missed with one strike, it would be difficult after that. Therefore, Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head. The first set of magic weapons could only be discarded. The second piece, the body of the needle emits soft turquoise light. Turquoise phosphorus herb is a highly poisonous thing. It is not bad. The first one was a little thin and the second one was a little short. Lin Chang'an shook his head down. This shopkeeper had a stunned look on his face and seemed somewhat familiar. Take a closer look. Good lord, isn't this the same person who, last time, disliked the big and long, and this time disliked the thin and short? This caused the shopkeeper to be stunned for a while. This tricky request was really strange. I wonder how many spirit stones for this second piece. However, Lin Chang'an's next sentence left the shopkeeper speechless. It was clear that he was looking at the second piece and still wanted to press the price. 1,400 spirit stones. Expensive. If it's a complete set of magic weapon, it's worth this price. A separate flying needle type magic weapon, at most 1,100 spirit stones. An ordinary top-grade magic weapon is about 1,000 spirit stones, while a concealed flying needle is a bit more expensive. Finally, after a period of haggling, the final price of this set of magic weapons was 1,300 spirit stones. However, Lin Chang'an did not hurry to pay the bill. Instead, he looked at the shopkeeper and said hoarsely, "Another top-grade defense spell, one with good stealth." When he heard that there were more purchases to be made, the shopkeeper was all smiles. Fellow Dioist, flying needles and concealed weapon-type spells are scarce, but defense-type spells are plentiful. Lifting his hand, a full 7 brocade boxes appeared. There were shields as well as bell-type defense spells, and finally Lin Chang'an selected a treasure armor that could be hidden under his vestments. Fellow Dioist, this golden silk scale armor is not only soft and exceptionally tough, but it can also release a golden light to protect the body in times of crisis. A sincere favor of 1,100 spirit stones. Old and cunning, Lin Chang'an was speechless. This extra 100 spirit stones, he dared to say that it was definitely intentional on the part of this shopkeeper. As expected, the gold silk scale armor was finally sold for 1,000 spirit stones. The 2 top-grade magic weapons were sold for a total of 2,300 spirit stones. In less than a day, Lin Chang'an not only spent all of the 700 spirit stones that he hadn't yet warmed up, but also took in 600. Even if there was a problem with these spirit stones, it was in the Xianin pavilion now, and had nothing to do with him. After walking out of the multi-treasure building, the silhouette disappeared in the wind and snow, while the shopkeeper on the second floor looked at the spirit stones, but narrowed his eyes and muttered, "This world is really getting more and more chaotic these days. This top-grade magic weapon is selling so fast." Chapter 45 Ernyu is coming back. Name, Lin Chang'an. Life expectancy, 46/115. Realm, 7th level of Qi refining, 1/100. Technique, Shanchun Gong, perfection, 1236/10,000. Skills, Spiritual Eye, proficiency 26/500. Golden Light Charm, Grandmaster 1956 of 5000. Fire Bomb Charm, Grandmaster 1228/5000. Flying Sword Charm, Grandmaster 879/5000. Divine Walking Charm, Grandmaster 121 of 5000. Spells, Wood Spirit Thorn, Perfect 268810,000. Firebomb, Grandmaster 1088/5000. Concealment, Grandmaster 2332/5000. Invisibility, Grandmaster 898/5000. Exorcism, Grandmaster 693/5000. Looking at his attributes, especially after his cultivation breakthrough that gave him a few more years of longevity, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a smile. Shangchun Gong prolonged life efficacy, really extraordinary. Late stage of refining Qi will have more than 100 years of life. I'm afraid that this is still the impact of my youthful fight, otherwise it can be even higher. Not only in the mundane realm, even when he first entered the immortal cultivation realm, he could have been in the demon hunting squad for the first few years. More importantly, I now own 2 top-grade magic weapons. Unusual late-stage Qi refining cultivators don't have this kind of fortune. It certainly gave him a few moments of security. The biggest advantage of the treasure armor type of magic weapon is that it is worn right on the body as you go along. So even if you sneak up on them, you have a defense in a hurry. Thinking about when he faced Zhou Qing before, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly sigh. This is the good guy. Not only did he send him so many resources, but he also taught him the truth that having empty defense spells and not being able to take them out in time was also in vain. Paired with the Wood Spirit Thorn of a top-grade magic weapon, I wonder how strong the power will be. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but show a curious expression. And when he raised his hand, a top-grade golden light talisman appeared on the pitted stone wall. Wood Spirit Thorn, pust, the green light flashed, and the stone wall had another thin hole. However, the light of the golden light talisman only slowly turned from bright to dark and gradually dissipated. A top-grade golden light talisman. It penetrated easily. Lin Chang'an's pupils contracted under. Just now he saw very clearly. The defense of the golden light talisman was instantly pierced through, almost without the slightest obstruction. Although there is the benefit of a top-grade magic weapon, what is more important is the power of this spell. The flying needle type of magic weapon itself restrained the body protection aura. Lin Chang'an rejoiced under the fact that the magic weapon paired with this spell was incredibly powerful. That is to say, for a late Qi refining cultivator of the same rank, he instantly kills his opponent if he succeeds in a sneak attack at close range. No wonder this spell, which has been given the name of minor divine power, shines even more in the refined Qi stage. At this moment Lin Chang'an's heart also had a great sense of security. After all, it was getting more and more chaotic outside. Even the 3 crippled flying spike spells from before, he didn't give up. After all, there was only one true top-quality spell, and a few more in his hand would have a bottom. Outside, the wind and snow howled, covering the entire country of you with a layer of silver frost. Lin Chang'an once again resumed his daily routine of cultivating and drawing talismans, while privately not giving up practicing the Wood Spirit Thorn spell. Right now, most of his battle power could be propped up by this spell, so naturally, he had to practice diligently. Moreover, this spell consumed little. Practicing it hundreds of times a day would not consume much mana. It was his fingers that suffered. They were red and swollen every day, and he often needed to go outside to buy some spiritual liquid to apply externally to reduce the swelling. After the snow and wind, spring flowers bloomed and everything recovered. They are in the rear. As for the front line of the battle, specifically how? Anyway, the only news that came back is a shortcut. It seems that the situation is very good. Quite a 2 big clans to join hands to swallow the momentum of the Divine Sword sect. Yet experienced cultivators would only laugh in disdain at such news. The main forces of the 3 great sects had yet to go down, and the front line had not been pushed a step further even though there were more shortcuts, so one could imagine how it was. On the contrary, the situation in the market is becoming more and more chaotic, with the opening up of various resources, resulting in scattered cultivators presenting a blowout situation. At the same time, the chaotic situation, but also created too many robbing cultivators. That year, Lin Chang'an was 47 years old. Gathering of Immortals. The second cow is coming back? Yunyao came back, and during a small gathering at the Gathering of Immortals building, she brought a piece of news that stunned Lin Chang'an. fighting at the front, can you come back so soon? Not only him, even Xinlai and Lu Yiqing were puzzled. And this time when he came back, I don't know whether it was because Yunyao's cultivation had improved, or he had gained something from pursuing the robbing cultivator. Lin Chagan, who had cultivated Chongchun Gong to the perfection realm, could vaguely detect a hint of a dark and cold aura. Not only Erniu, but all 7 of the Zhou clan are coming back, but this time it's thanks to the Zhou clan ancestor. For Li Ernia to be able to come back from the front line, even Yun Yao, who was a foundation establishment cultivator, showed a rare smile and slowly explained for the crowd. It turned out that in the last conscription, the Zhou family's old ancestor had secretly followed, only that he had been hiding in the front line. Even the Zhou family didn't know. Finally waiting for an opportune moment, this Zhou family ancestor, whose lifespan was short, directly appeared on the battlefield and pulled 2 Divine Sword Sex Foundation establishment cultivators under a sneak attack to blow themselves up. When recounting this matter, Yun Yao even looked despondent and lamented. Knowing that his lifespan is short, he used his body to pave the way for the Zhou family, and this time, in light of the great work the Zhou family has accomplished, 2 foundation establishment pills will not be enough to highlight his achievements. Therefore, the 2 sects have decided to grant the Zhou family 1 foundation establishment quota, as well as 2 quota that can directly enter the sect as disciples. After hearing this, it dawned on the crowd that no wonder Erniu and the others were all able to come back, so it was all due to the Zhou clan's old ancestor. That is to say, this so-called foundation building quota. Even if the 2 foundation building pills if both fail, then the 2 major sects will have to until for you to successfully build the foundation. Lin Chagan, however, had a heart like a mirror and knew that this was the leaving fire palace and the Xianing pavilion setting an example, allowing the Zhou family cultivators to return, and likewise for publicity. Let more monks follow suit. That means that the Zhou family's foundation establishment seeds can go to any one of the 2 major sects to receive foundation establishment pills, and choose to make a breakthrough in seclusion within the sect. After hearing this, Xinlai couldn't help but envy this Zhou family's old man. He's really a force to be reckoned with. Such character is worthy of our admiration. Even Lin Chanan nodded his head in praise. There were many foundation establishment cultivators whose lifespan was about to end, but there were very few who had this decision. Of course, more often than not there isn't this good opportunity. I have to say that the Zhou family's old man picked a good time yet. It seems like it won't take long for the Zhou family to produce a 3rd foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Chang'an said with emotion, envious as he was, but he wasn't jealous. After all, people trade their lives for it. At the same time, it also silenced him a little. Ernia had to run for his children because he had a family, and the Zhou family's old ancestor had to fight to the death to pave the way for his descendants for the sake of the family's future generations. This heaviness made him feel a lot of emotions in his heart. The immortal cultivation world is changing. I still have a long road ahead of me. Now is not the time to stop. Right at this moment, Yun Yao turned her head to look at him again with a hint of a smile as she finished the happy news of Ernia's imminent return. Fellow Daoist Lin, congratulations on breaking through the 7th level of qi refining. Foundation establishment is in sight. With the sudden turn of phrase, Lin Chang'an reacted and couldn't help but smile and raise his glass, borrowing from fellow Daoist Cloud. Previously, when Lin Chang'an had made a breakthrough, Yun Yao was not in the workshop, so it was normal for him to drop by to say goodbye this time. Come, let's wish brother Lin a breakthrough together. Xinlai even enlivened the atmosphere by letting out a boozy smile. Foundation establishment was expected again. If Lin Chang'an was just an ordinary late-stage qi refining cultivator, then it would be difficult. But coupled with the identity of a first-ranked top-grade talisman master, Lin Chang'an might actually have a chance to try it once. Inside the box, there was talk about the strange stories of the immortal cultivation world, as well as Yun Yao talking about her cultivation experience, as well as her experience in building her foundation. And as Lin Chang'an listened extremely attentively, this scene was seen in the eyes of the crowd, and they all knew it by heart. Lin Chang'an had been cultivating hard for 27 years and did not relax just because he had broken through to the late stage of qi refining. Instead, he really wanted to touch the unattainable foundation establishment. Fellow Daoist Lin, this is the cultivation tips compiled by a senior cultivator of the evergreen gong within the sect 100 years ago, after he built his foundation. When they were about to disperse, Yun Yao sent a jade slip as a congratulatory gift for Lin Chang'an's breakthrough to the late stage of qi refining, which made Lin Chang'an grateful. In his heart, he clearly knows that if he is satisfied with the status quo, I am afraid that this jade slip will not be sent out. Yun Yao is also to see that he is determined to seek the Tao, which is sent. Although it was difficult for him to build a foundation with his lower-grade spirit root, the investment made by the crowd at the beginning had also made Yun Yao remember it. And Xinlai, who saw this scene, seemed to have a hint of fighting spirit. In terms of cultivation resources, right now he wasn't much worse than a top-grade talisman master. Foundation establishment was still too far away, but the late stage of chi refining could still be spelled out. Chapter 46, Robbing the Cultivating Ghosts with 3 Knives, request for follow-up reading. 2 months later, Ernio returned. The companions were not only the Zhou family disciples who were going to the front line together, but also a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhou family. In the short span of a few years, the Zhou family had gone from being a precarious family to instantly standing firm. The Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion used a full 3 foundation establishment pills to pile out a foundation establishment cultivator for the Zhou family. The 2 great sects are telling all cultivators in that Zhou family that anyone who has merited, even if they die in battle, their wives and children and offspring will be sheltered by the sect. Lin Chaoan's heart was like a clear mirror, even everyone knew that. But the 2 big sects also really used the foundation establishment Dan to pile out a foundation establishment cultivator. So it is said that knowing this, there are still countless cultivators who are still moved. Sure enough, as this matter of the Zhou family spread out, countless cultivators were moved, especially many cultivators who were in the late stage of chi refining but suffered from the lack of opportunity to build their foundations. And one by one, they chose to run to the front lines, the Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion. Naturally happy to see this, is not stingy reward for the merits of the cultivators. The first one is what is called a role model. This old ancestor of the Zhou family is decisive yet. Lin Chang'an shook his head. 3 building stones was a completely broken reward. Afterwards, if you perform great feats, you won't be able to get this reward easily. The second cow, though, is quite a blessing. Thinking of Ernio's luck after this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but envy it, repeatedly being able to turn danger into safety. Once when he first entered the immortal cultivation world, Ernio was weak and biting his nails in the demon hunting team, and as a result, he was looked upon by the Zhou family as a door-to-door son-in-law. Last time by the Zhou family arranged outside to take care of the industry. The results of the lucky escape Zhou family turmoil not to mention, but also cleared the suspicion of mistrust. Picked up a good job. As a result, this time, the front foot had just set out on a journey, which had never thought that the back foot of the Zhou family's old ancestor would sneakily follow, and as a result, he appeared in this crop. Could it be that Ernio was really a blessed man? Lin Chang'an stroked his chin and thought suspiciously. There was no shortage of lucky cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Big brother Lin, brother Shen, and little senior sister. The front line is too dangerous. Several of the marketplaces are in chaos, and there are a whole bunch of robbing cultivators. Shen Lai, Lu Yiqing, Lin Chang'an, and Li Ernio, the 4 of them were in the gathering immortal building box, and they had received Ernio, who had returned. After all, Yun Yao was a foundation establishment cultivator, usually either cultivating or carrying out clan missions, and foundation establishment cultivators also had their own circle of foundation establishment cultivators, only occasionally meeting up with them. Ernio, you've really been blessed by this one. Li Ernio's luck was such that even Xinlai couldn't help but envy it. As far as the Zhou family was set as an example, not to mention anything else, at the very least, they would not be able to draft cultivators from the Zhou family to go to the front line. After all, only a thriving Zhou family could be a role model. Luck, Li Ernio is also full of red light. After this return, he at least does not have to worry about going to the front line again. He can rest assured that he can embrace his mother-in-law and children to live a peaceful period of time. And this time, thanks to the blessing of the family's oldest ancestor, all 7 of their party were rewarded. Ernio, how exactly is the frontline battlefield? After 3 rounds of wine, Lin Chang'an inquired curiously. Although they were in the rear, the war on the front line also touched the situation of the whole Yu country. Even Lu Yiqing and Shen Lai revealed a grave expression. When talking about the situation at the front line, Li Ernio's face was complex, and he eventually gave a quiet sigh and talked about the cruelty of the front line. The front line is honestly very chaotic. The cultivators are all infiltrating into each other's territory, destroying and disrupting the peace of the marketplace, and I've heard that there are also some powerful late-stage chi refining cultivators in groups, specializing in sneaking into the other side's territory, burning and looting and plundering resources. There have been several who have gathered enough base-building materials, and several base-building cultivators have already appeared on the front line. With Ernio's narration, they learned about the cruelty and madness of the front line. This would undoubtedly be even more maddening, especially after new foundation establishment cultivators started to appear, whether someone was making a mark or looting. But overall, the main forces of the 3 clans did not go down, and the situation was at a stalemate. That's a good thing for them. By the way, I didn't expect you to break through to the late stage of chi refining. Big brother Lin, congratulations. When Li Ernio raised his cup to say goodbye, he was permeated with a hint of hesitation, and finally gruffly said, Brother Lin, you must not go to the front line for the sake of building a foundation. I was lucky. Looking at Ernio's concern, Lin Chang'an however smiled and waved his hand. Ernio, you're overthinking it. I'm only at the 7th level of chi refinement. How far away am I from foundation establishment now? It's still early. Right. All kinds of materials outside are rising in price right now, And with Brother Lin's craftsmanship as a first-rank upper-grade talisman master, there's no need to go to the front and fight for your life. Shenlai also spoke enviously, while Lin Chanan nodded his head with a light smile, but his mind had drifted away. A normal first-rank upper-grade talisman master, excluding costs, would only earn around 100 or so spirit stones a month, 1,000 or so a year, whereas he was exceptionally gifted. The foundation building dan belonged to the strategic materials, but it was not without sale. Yun Yao had said before that the price of a foundation building dan within the sect was about 5 or 6,000 spirit stones. Of course it would fluctuate during the war, so if he could, he would prefer to save up spirit stones to buy one, or prepare the foundation building materials in advance, which would also be safer. No wonder it said that cultivating 100 arts is the real money-making craft. This was also why Shenlai envied Lin Chanan, because by relying on the craftsmanship of a first-ranked talisman master, there was a real chance of attempting to build a foundation, although the success rate was very low. By the way, with the development within the workshop market during this period of time, it is prepared to hold an auction in half a year, so everyone can go and take a look if they are interested. Shenlai smiled and said the marketplace this time by the two major clans, and the major clans' Chamber of Commerce jointly organized the auction, can be said to be the most lively ever in the marketplace. Auction. After hearing about this, Lin Chang'an revealed a thoughtful look. Now that his cultivation had just broken through, there were quite a few spirit herbs within his storage bag that were specially designed to feed spirit pets. After all, at the moment, there would not be much progress in cultivation, and it would be a good idea to raise a spirit pet, but one could not follow the example of the Zhou family and raise a Xian Shui turtle. Life is long enough, but the same development period is also slow, and he does not have a family. Naturally, he is to choose the fast-growing kind. Even the second cow has revealed the color of interest. After all, this time on the front line thanks to the blessing of the old ancestor, they all have a great merit. The reward has a lot of spirit stones. Just as they were learning about the situation on the front line inside the restaurant, suddenly a stern cry came from outside the marketplace. Bold robber cultivator, how dare you rob the supplies of the leaving fire palace? Ha ha, the Jidan old monsters of the departing flame palace are all sitting in the sect. Just you guys. No good. It's Ghost 3 Blades. You've actually built up your foundation. There was a commotion outside the marketplace, and the withered-faced Ghost 3 Blades' eyes flushed red as he revealed a vengeful laugh. That's right. Thanks to the heads of your departing Flame Palace disciples, I have the chance to build my foundation. Go back and tell that Huang Yuntian that I'm back. Ha ha, all the cultivators in the marketplace listen up. Whoever can bring Huang Yuntian's son's head. I still have the foundation establishment pill here. A scream rang out under the rumbling battle. Yet by the time the foundation establishment cultivators from the two major sects in the marketplace arrived in a fury, the outside was already a mess. This Ghost 3 knives have long looted the supplies, cut down the head of the disciples of the leaving fire palace, and disappeared far away within the mountains and forests. The party of Lin Chang'an and the others who were at the restaurant was even more interrupted. Brother Lin, this Ghost 3 knives can't be real, Li Ernia said in shock. The name was too familiar to them. The only two people present who were puzzled were Shenlai and Lu Yiqing, who were not familiar with this person. Lin Chang'an, however, looked grave and nodded his head. Listen to the voice is very like, more than 20 years ago. This person is a demon hunting squad, a late refining cultivator. And then I heard that this person's several times life and death. It is not easy to plan to build the foundation of the thing, halfway, but a certain sect cultivator forced to buy. Although Lin Chanan's words were ambiguous, everyone knew in their hearts that they were afraid that they were forced to do so by force. Then later on, I heard that this person became a robber cultivator because he was unwilling, but this person has disappeared for more than 20 years, and I didn't expect that he would still be alive. And it's built up. Of course, it's just that this guy doesn't know the truth. And this sudden commotion outside the marketplace caused the entire marketplace to talk. Ghost 3 knives. I've heard that this old thing is almost old, but he's even built a foundation. No way. It's possible to build a foundation at this age. God is unfair. Damn it. If this old thing can do it, I'm not so bad either. Ghost 3 knives. This person who had been silent and disappeared for more than a decade. His deeds were once again unearthed and began to circulate among the marketplace. Chapter 47, Supreme Realm Evergreen Technique. Outside of the marketplace, inside a gloomy forest. Ho ho, how does it feel to build a foundation? As a black shadow appeared, the Ghost 3 daggers showed a look of gratitude. Many thanks to your excellency for helping me build my foundation, but I've already lost everything. All I want now is for that Huang Yuntian to live a life worse than death. Dark Shadow shook his head instead and smiled. It was this kind of person who carried deep hatred that was comfortable to use, because this kind of person was really playing with his life. My lord, I have a lowly life. All I ask for in this life is to avenge my wife and son, and to see the Lihua Palace fall apart. Ghost 3 Knives at first is also a famous late refining big cultivator, planning for more than 10 years, several life and death. Finally get that core material. but was away from the fire palace Huang Yuntian to stare at. Under coercion and pressure, he gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head in front of the great mountain that is the Lihua Palace, and could only hate in his heart and pray to beg for the other party's failure in building the foundation. Which had thought, the sky does not meet the wishes of man. Huang Yuntian, such a villain, even succeeded in building the foundation, and even more still do not let go of him, so that his family is broken. When he thought of his once happy family, now only he was left to languish. Ghost Three Knives couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Good, very good. Looking at a cultivator like Ghost Three Knives, who was completely consumed by revenge, this black-robed demonic cultivator revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Eat this elixir. I will pass on another secret method to you, which allows you to devour the essence blood of cultivators to recover from mana injuries. Whether you can take revenge next will depend on your own skills. The Ghost Three Daggers knew that the other party was also using himself, and that even this elixir could control his fate at any time. But so what? Thank you, my lord. Without the slightest hesitation, Ghost Third Blade directly swallowed the elixir, until the Ghost Three Blades disappeared. The black-robed demonic cultivator revealed his pale cheeks and laughed hoarsely. Ho ho, just a little old, otherwise it would have been a really good dog. Unfortunately, inside the workshop, this Huang Yuntian is something special. Not only is he a foundation establishment cultivator of the departing fire palace, but he is also the descendant of that old ancestor Huang, elder ancestor Huang. This is one of the three great Jidan elders of the Lihua Palace. How could he covet the base building materials of a loose cultivator? What do you know? Who is too much for this foundation building, Dan? And with so many people in the Huang family, and this Huang Yuntian being a womanizer, using his brain to think about it, he also knows how much foundation building Dan has been wasted. It's really exasperating. Compared to the disciples of the big sects, our loose cultivators are really drought-ridden and flood-ridden. Humph. If not this layer of contacts, how did he Huang Yuntian get the news? It's not that this alchemist is also from the leaving fire palace, and the people above this are colluding with each other. Countless cultivators in the marketplace exchanged words and turned over all the deeds of this Ghost Three Daggers back then, especially knowing that after this Huang Yuntian built his foundation, he even persecuted other people's wives and children. You can imagine the wind direction. The marketplace was abuzz under the true treasure building, which was also the residence of the leaving fire palace here. Father, this thief is abominable. How dare he threaten our Huang family? He really doesn't know how to die. Huang Xiaohai, also Huang Yuntian's son, spoke angrily at this moment. However, Huang Yuntian, the foundation establishment cultivator who was sitting at the top, snorted coldly with gloomy eyes. Shut up, now that it's so chaotic outside. What you need to do now is to cultivate well and strive to build your foundation within 10 years. Instead of messing around with that chamber of commerce. Huang Xiaohai was a bit dissatisfied. Father, didn't I engage in this chamber of commerce all in preparation for foundation establishment? Foundation building. Don't think that I don't know that you are using this to secretly perform that matter of picking up the cauldron. Beware of accidents. For this son, Huang Yuntian hates the iron. Really sinful. However, facing his own father, Huang Xiaohai was not the least bit afraid, but instead, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes as he tested the waters. Lord Father, I believe that after picking up a foundation establishment female cultivator, my cultivation will definitely be perfected, and I will be able to successfully establish my foundation then. As the saying goes, knowing the son is not like father. After seeing the lustful color in his own son's eyes, Huang Yuntian knew how big his son's guts were, and couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Shut up, that Yun Yao is a personal disciple taken in by the old ancestor, and you dare to think nonsense. When he thought of that Yun Yao's beautiful body, Huang Yuntian was a cold shiver in his heart. But this is the old ancestor secretly cultivated the pot. Even he did not dare to think. This kid really dared to think. However, only a few people in the Huang family knew about this matter. Father, Huang Xiaohai is still a little reluctant. His father is a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Can't he help himself to tie up a female cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage? Shut up. I don't care what your chamber is messing around with. I'm just telling you, if you dare to hit Yun Yao's idea, beware that the old ancestor won't spare you. After the vicious reprimand, Huang Yuntian was a little helpless again. It was not a good thing for this son to be too much like himself. Surprisingly, he wanted to pick up a female cultivator who was a foundation builder, but he really dared to think that he was not so bold in the beginning. Huang Xiaohai was a bit stifled, but after thinking of his old ancestor's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. The Huang family was so big that it didn't lack a descendant like him. Okay, Okay, I'll just look for those casual cultivators in the chi refining stage is all. After hearing this, although Huang Yuntian's face was not good, he did not reprimand. After all, it was just a matter of provoking some loose cultivators within the marketplace. It was not in the way. Outside the situation is more and more turbulent. Either out of another foundation cultivator, or a certain robbing repair killed the clan disciples, rushed to escape for the opportunity to build a foundation. In short, a word, chaos. Instead, the reason for the war on the front line led to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop market becoming more and more prosperous. After all, this place is located in the Great Rear, not to mention that it is adjacent to the Cloud Mist mountain range, which is an inexhaustible treasure. Countless cultivators hunted demonic beasts in exchange for resources, yet no matter how turbulent it was outside, it couldn't affect Lin Chang'an's daily routine. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Technique, Evergreen Technique +1, Supreme. At this moment, Lin Chang'an fell into some sort of epiphany, and only after half an incense stick of time had passed did he slowly open his eyes, revealing a look of dawning realization. So there is another layer above the perfection realm. If the perfection realm was to reach the level of the creator's perception, then the supreme realm was the realm similar to the Taoists saying that the great Tao had returned to unity, the realm of unity with heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, the supreme realm is equivalent to my perception of the evergreen technique, which has surpassed that of its creator. Under Lin Chang'an's murmur, he could clearly feel the Changchun Gong mana in his body. It was more affable, as well as his control was stronger. Even when running his gongfu, he could clearly notice that it was 3 times faster than before, and the speed of releasing spells would also be faster. What's more, after the subtle adjustments, there was a sense of perfect fit to the body and to the environment of heaven and earth. Is this the supreme realm? Even the senses were sharpened. He didn't expect that the first one to cultivate to the supreme realm wouldn't be the wood spirit thorn, but instead, it would be the perpetual spring technique sense. Changchun Gong, although it is only a basic chi refining technique, it is equally profound. Under Lin Chang'an's sudden realization, he slowly put down the jade slip in his hand. At this moment, on the bookshelf in his secret room, there were hundreds of jade slips. This was also the reason why the perpetual spring technique's perception had progressed so quickly. 27 of these books were notes on the Changchun Gong, while the others were notes and understandings of various gong methods. These were still thanks to the war, resulting in these basic gongfu resources being opened up to the public by the 3 major clans, and could be purchased by spending a little bit of spirit stones. These basic techniques, although the early stage is not as powerful as those great clans and sect techniques, but as long as the later stage is comprehended deeply enough, it is just as good, and more importantly, it is a solid foundation. As he continued to understand the various gongfu habits over the years and corroborated each other's feelings, Lin Chang'an was able to get to where he was today, with a solid foundation and a thick foundation. This evergreen technique is also incredibly mysterious. At this moment, Lin Chang'an seemed to have unearthed a mountain of treasure and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. This might also be considered another one of his talents. After all, in this life, he had an additional novelty mentality towards cultivation, compared to the cultivators of this world. This was the main reason why he was able to persevere, constantly looking over so many boring gongfu notes on his cultivation experience, and still be tireless. Most of the cultivators, the gongfu was just learned and that's it. Most of their mind is on cultivation rather than working on the gongfu sense. Chapter 48, Auction. As the auction approaches, the crowd in the marketplace increased day by day, and many of the demon hunting squads also returned as well, waiting for the auction to open. The Zhou family was also considered to be thriving. Not only did they have one more foundation establishment cultivator, but they also became a living signboard that the 2 major sects needed to publicize. Big Brother Lin, that kid in my family tested out to be a medium-grade spiritual root. On this day Li Erniu was full of redness and excitement. After hearing this, Lin Chang'an froze, then revealed a smile and said happily, I didn't expect this child to be a medium-grade spiritual root, when it really is a good thing. Monday Fan. Now that the boy was 12 years old, he had reached the age where he could test his spiritual roots. Cultivation world children can only detect the presence or absence of spiritual roots, the specific spiritual root grade detection, but also have to wait until the body grows to the initial 12 years of age or so. Of course, some large clans and families have more advanced detection spells and means to detect them as children. Looking at Li Ernia's happy appearance, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Medium-grade spiritual root. It's really an enviable qualification. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but smile in his heart. If it was back then he might have been envious, but now he could have a better future, especially now under the deepened perception of the evergreen technique. Although it was still a lower-grade spiritual root, under the perfect fit, the cultivation speed was already fast catching up with the middle-grade spiritual root. You're a real canny one, Ernie. The young Marquis Shenlai also smiled to express his joy, while teasing the child in his arms, with a hopeful look in his eyes, hoping that his own child's spiritual root wouldn't be bad as well. After all, his husband and wife were both people with spiritual roots. However, when she saw that Ernie was happy, Lui's eyebrows flashed with a trace of worry that was not visible, secretly transmitting with Lin Chang'an and her husband. This child, Yi Fun, was born in the Zhou family, and I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. As expected, as a female, Lu Turnip was even more perceptive. Even if Lin Chang'an only reacted at this moment, and in looking at the openly laughing Ernie, a slight sigh escaped his heart. Monday sailed this child, living from childhood under the influence of the environment, coupled with the nature. If only the lower-grade spiritual root is okay, ordinary life. But on the contrary, it was a medium-grade spirit root. It would be fine if the Zhou family could give the same conditions, but ask yourself, would it be fair if this was put on you? It's a pity that the 2 spots within the clan are already set this time. Li Ernie was still full of smiles, thinking about his son's future success. Lu Turnip seemed to have thought of something, but she let out a light laugh and flirted. Ernie, you can't hold the child back. With Yifun's qualifications, it's not that difficult to either join the clan or learn a trade. I'll ask Sister Yun for you some other day. Hearing this, Li Ernie didn't think of anywhere else, but instead arched his hand with a smile on his face. It's still the youngest senior sister's heart, that's fine. This child Yifun indeed can't follow my old path. And Shenlai, who saw this scene, scowled at Lin Chang'an from the side, seemingly proudly saying, "Look at my wife. Smart." And Lin Chang'an was also admiring. Really, this woman was born to be a master of acting. Her brain also turned fast. In the twinkling of an eye, she thought of a way to cope with it, and had not yet pierced through this layer of window paper. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Shun, and junior sister. Seeing them from afar, Wei easily went up to greet them with a smile on his face, and when he finally saw Li Ernie, he smiled triumphantly. Li Ernie also nodded his head with a face full of displeasure. It was as if the two of them were born to be at odds with each other. Anyway, they just looked at each other. What? Ernie's child is a medium-grade spirit root. Upon hearing this, Wei Ichio stared at Li Ernie with wide eyes, while Li Ernie looked smug, as if he had won a breath. Defiant Wei is not easy to defeat, but acidic voice lightly grunted, "What is complacent? My girl also has a spiritual root." Wei was not easy to marry a widow, and later gave birth to a daughter, and over the years, relying on the craft of alchemy, the income was not bad. However, he was just a little bit unable to look at Li Ernie, only to see Wei turn his head with a smile on his face, flirting with Lu Qingyi and also Shenlai, saying that the two sides could make a family in-laws or something in the future. Just as the four of them were talking in the marketplace, Wei Dongyao seemed to have seen something and a smile appeared on his face. Young Master Huang, only to see Wei not easy with a smile on his face, attentively trotting over and climbing up to a person in a flashy costume. Li Ernie, who saw the scene, disdainfully pooh-poohed it, yet Lin Chang'an smiled without saying anything. People have their ways, rats have their ways, and you can't deny that people's ways of survival are wrong. So it's an old acquaintance of Fairy Yun. The person on the opposite side of the street came, under a gorgeous vestment, and politely made goodwill with the crowd, while the crowd also returned the salute. "This is young Master Huang." Wei Not Easy was also attentive to the introduction of the crowd, and secretly transmitted a voice to them. "Huang Yuntian is this person's father, and is now the deacon of the Square City's Li Fire Palace, so don't be offended." However, at close range Lin Chang'an, a strange color flashed in his eyes, this modest and courteous noble gentleman in front of him, but he detected that the other party seemed to have several different faint mana breaths in his body. Ever since the evergreen technique sensation had broken through to the supreme realm, his senses had become even sharper. "Fairy Yun, but she is from the same clan as my father." In front of the outsiders, Huang Xiaohai greeted the crowd with a modest smile on his face. However, when he saw Lu Yiqing, a lustful color flashed in the depths of his eyes. "The auction is about to start. Let's go inside." As the auction drew near, the crowd began to enter. The auction had high specifications, and participants had to verify that they had 100 spirit stones, or possessed something of equal value before they could enter. After all, there were too many casual cultivators who wanted to watch the fun, and if everyone could enter, it wouldn't be able to accommodate them at all. In order to ensure privacy and security between cultivators, the auction was equipped with formations that concealed the breath of mana, as well as shielded the inspection of divine sense. Handfuls of identical face masks, walking apart in the dimness. When Lin Chang'an reacted, secretly alarmed. Is this the power of formations? It's truly magical. And some cultivators from big families or clans were on the high platform without any concealment. It's kind of a status as well as a power symbol. Below the flags representing the two great clans, there were each separate VIP stands, and below them were the great clans. Quickly look. Fairy Nishang from the Xianin Pavilion is also here. I've heard that Fairy Nishang has even reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Fairy Yun from the Leaving Fire Palace is also there. There was a lot of talk in the crowd, and Lin Chagan, who was sitting on a group bus, also saw this heavenly pride of the immortal cultivation realm that he had heard about when he first entered the immortal cultivation realm. This Nishang fairy, dressed in a colorful palace dress with ribbons surrounding her, Jinsho moth eyebrows, wore a veil on her head, revealing a pair of moonlight-like clear eyes. Under the white veil, a hazy flowery face emerges, unable to hide her magnificent, misty and dusty temperament. On the other hand, Yun Yao of the Leaving Fire Palace, a plain white strong dress. These two major sect fairies contrasted, one with green peaked eyebrows and valor, and the other with prosperous palace clothes and elegance and dignity. Each differed from the other. Buzz, with the sound of a gong, the semicircular shaped auction opened. Welcome to the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Auction. My daughter, Xianin Pavilion Han Liner, is in charge of hosting this auction. An innocent-looking, wonderful young girl with a voice like an oriole laughed as she arched her hand with the crowd. What a big deal. It's actually a cultivator of the late qi refining stage. Lin Chang'an was secretly alarmed. Although the array shielded perception, this Han Liner's deliberate release of pressure was clearly a manifestation of the clan's power. A female cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining is used to do this. Just say powerful. This auction will be hosted by the Li Fire Palace and our Xianin Pavilion, and the rules prohibit divine sense threats, malicious price raising, and private collusion. All those who influence the order should first consider whether or not they can afford to offend our two great sects. One moment it was a face full of solemnity introducing the clan, and the next moment a sweet, smiling face with a threatening voice echoed out. Chapter 49 Green-Horned Ox. First Order Top-Grade Yellow Dragon Pill, useful for late-stage qi refining cultivators to grow their mana and enhance their cultivation. Starting price 70 spirit stones. I'll offer 75 spirit stones. I'm 80. The auction was exceptionally hot, and it started with various cultivation-enhancing pills, as well as various magic weapons, with the lowest grade being mid-grade magic weapons. Next up is the complete set of medium-grade magic weapons, the Golden Waterfall Subblade. Starting bid. Lin Chagan, who was under the stage, watched as a treasure appeared and was also moved, but thinking of his purpose, he couldn't help but quiet his mind. There are many treasures, although they all want to take into their arms, but do not have the strength, or wait for the spirit pet auction later. Now that his cultivation was at the late stage of qi refining, the one thing that could enhance his strength and safety and security, apart from the magic weapon, was the spirit pet. Spells he did not lack now. If he could cultivate a spirit pet with thick skin, so much the better. After all, when preparing for foundation building in the future, more than one spirit pet battle power, but also more a guarantee. This thing to cultivate as early as possible. Next is a top-grade magic weapon. With the appearance of the top-grade magic weapon, the scene was even more boisterous. Countless cultivators' eyes were red, and even some big clan cultivators started to participate in the bidding. However, the foundation establishment cultivators of the Xianin Pavilion and the departing Fire Palace were only looking at this scene with condescending indifference, as if all of this was nothing more than a gesture of beings to them, and they're just coming over to sit in. As the bidding for various treasures appeared, causing countless cultivators to have red eyes and necks, this one was definitely the grandest auction in the Green Bamboo Mountain Marketplace. Next is the Spirit Beast Auction Specialty, auctioning a total of 65 Spirit Beast cubs with excellent bloodlines. As the Spirit Beasts began to be auctioned off, the venue surprisingly calmed down quite a bit for a while. Spirit beasts might not be expensive, but raising this thing was quite costly in terms of spirit stones, so most casual cultivators would rather invest those spirit stones in themselves. Of course, some big clans, and some cultivators with outstanding craftsmanship, would raise a spirit beast as a fighting partner, which was far more reliable than pairing up with other cultivators. Black Wind Wolf Cub. This is a second-order demonic beast descendant, middle-grade bloodline. Cultivators have spiritual roots. The same demonic beast bloodline is also divided into corresponding levels. The higher the grade of the bloodline, the greater the potential, with bloodlines divided into miscellaneous, inferior, medium, superior, earthly, and heavenly bloodlines, which also corresponded to the cultivator's spiritual root grade, except that miscellaneous became inferior. Snow Spirit Fox, mid-grade bloodline, extremely high spiritual intelligence, extremely fast. As a spirit beast cub came out, the scene was not as lively as before, and most of the offers were from large clans or powerful cultivators. Just as well, raising such a head of this thing would be enough to raise a son. Lin Chang'an smiled, Spirit beasts were living daddies for barren cultivators, but for wealthy cultivators, it was equivalent to having a loyal and reliable partner. Next to appear is a spirit beast from the royal bestiaux family. This one is a bit special. It's a xianshui turtle egg spawn that hasn't hatched yet. Top grade bloodline. It was only less than halfway through the game, but a top quality bloodline spirit beast had appeared, taking everyone by surprise. Even Lin Chahan was stunned. Fellow Taoists, top-grade bloodline spirit beasts. 100 years ago, the strongest casual cultivator in our country, there was a top-grade bloodline xianshui turtle grew to the 3rd stage, and its strength is even comparable to that of a Jidan cultivator. As the top-grade spirit beasts appeared, countless cultivators exclaimed in surprise, but the scene was a bit cold afterward. Xianshui turtle, not to mention the top-grade bloodline. Even if it's an earth-grade bloodline, it will have to live until then. Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head. If it was a family or a small clan, it might be possible to slowly cultivate it and use it as a clan, sect, suppressing spirit animal. But with the current situation in turmoil, he didn't have the heart to spend countless resources to feed a slow-growing spirit beast. It took hundreds of years for this thing to reach adulthood. It's raising itself an ancestor. What he wanted were spirit beasts that could contribute in the preparation of foundation building materials. Gentlemen, although the xianshui turtle grows slowly, the advantages are also very obvious. With a long lifespan, no matter if it's for the descendants or for the family to keep a clan-suppressing spirit beast, this is an unbeatable choice. The female cultivator who presided over the auction, Han Linner, had a smile on her face and wasn't the least bit afraid that no one would buy it. Sure enough, as she explained down, many people were a bit intrigued. After all, many cultivators also had offspring. Royal bestiaux family is not a living example. People secretly raised for hundreds of years. The result in the family crisis moment debut, the effect is self-evident. I'm not going to hide it from you all. This egg spawn has been affected by external forces, resulting in a premature birth, so perhaps it will be a few points weaker than normal. But the price starting bid is only 600 spirit stones. Well, no wonder this is only half a game. There is a top-quality spirit beast bloodline, so it is a weak product. In the end, this top-grade bloodline xianshui turtle was sold for 780 spirit stones, followed by the normal top-grade spirit beasts. The next top-grade spirit beast is a green-horned bull cub with thick skin and flesh, capable of spitting confusing divine smoke when it reaches adulthood, also known as the dark cloud beast. The advantage is that the growth time is short. It only takes about 10 years to reach adulthood, and the disadvantage is that the lifespan is also short, with only 70 to 80 years of lifespan. Some of the more knowledgeable cultivators down below heard this price but revealed a disbelieving smile. It's true that the green horned ox grows fast and has a top-quality bloodline, but the spirit grass that is usually fed is not cheap, except for the big clan cultivators, unless there is a cultivator with a top-quality craft. If not, how can they afford it? Well, the consumption of materials is not half mentioned. Lin Chang'an a burst of speechless. Although the xianshui tortoise was slow to grow, but likewise its usual consumption was very low, while this green-horned ox was one that needed to be fed with top-quality spirit grasses. But this green-horned cow is quite suitable for me, Lin Chang'an secretly thought, but he still had a bunch of spirit herbs and spirit medicines that Zhou Qing had left him that he couldn't use, and these were originally cultivated by the Zhou family for use by spirit beasts. Consumption although a little more, but the growth of fast. As for the short lifespan, if he cannot even build the foundation, there is only 60 or 70 years of life left. It is not just to accompany him on the road together. This spirit beast's physique isn't weak. The starting price is 800 spirit stones, 830 spirit stones, 860. Spirit beast thing, how to raise it well is also a learning experience. So the spirit beast link, not many people called for auction. Most cultivators would rather buy a top-grade magic weapon for that price. After all, a top-grade magic weapon could directly increase a cultivator's battle power. 930 spirit stones. Lin Chang'an raised his hand and hoarsely quoted his price. For the green-horned ox, it was not an ambition. After all, there were quite a few upper-grade spirit beasts behind it. 930 spirit stones. Is there a higher price? The female cultivator Han Linner, who was presiding over the auction, also had a hint of helplessness in her smile. This thing called spirit beasts was indeed not too good to sell. It's one thing to be able to afford it, but it's another to keep it. 930 spirit stones, won by this fellow Taoist. Lin Chang'an was full of smiles. As a top-grade talisman master, in the eyes of outsiders, he could earn more than 150 spirit stones a month, and raising a spirit beast was in the normal range. Within 1,000 spirit stones was his bottom line. After all, this thing couldn't be hidden later. After the auction, lively under, but also out of the ground quality bloodline of the spirit beast cubs, was a Xianin pavilion disciple shot away. Of course such a grand auction naturally couldn't bypass the foundation building dan. This time the last one even appeared several materials for foundation building, as well as extremely high quality magic weapons that only foundation building cultivators could control. The scene was abuzz for a while. Chapter 50, Intensification of the War. I didn't expect that this is only the first day of the auction, but even the foundation building materials have appeared. After walking out of the auction, the people were talking about it, and naturally, Lin Chang'an rejoined Li Erniu and the others. Among them, Li Erniu was even more envious. Foundation building materials are worth their weight in gold. Fortunately, when I returned from the front line, I was rewarded with some spirit stones, so I didn't return empty-handed this time. For this auction, Li Erniu had bought 2 bottles of cultivation enhancement pills. Brother Lin, you, sharp-eyed Li Erniu seems to see what, and then want to say and pretend to look like a snicker. Even the sight of Shenlai is also laughing and flirting. This time it's really worth it. Buying a mid-grade bloodline spirit beast, flying type. Shenlai also smiled and patted his spirit beast pouch, which was given to him by buying a spirit beast after the auction. Similarly, Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head when he saw the scene, and didn't hide it from the duo. After all, he couldn't hide it from this big guy in the future. I got lucky and shot that greenhorn bull. When he saw Lin Chang'an similarly smiling and revealing his spirit beast pouch, Shenlai, who was on the side, instantly became sour with envy. It's actually Brother Lin, worthy of being a top-grade talisman master. In many cases it's not that they can't afford it, but that the couple has to cultivate and nurture their children, and that resource is more or less something they want to use on themselves. Not like an ascetic monk like Lin Chang'an. Brother Lin, Brother Shen, and Erniu, this auction is really not a bad trip. I heard that this auction is going to be held in 3 sessions, and in the middle of the month and at the end of the month, there will be 2 more sessions respectively. Said here, way not easy to look around when no one paid attention to this place. Whispered voice transmission. I've heard that there will be a foundation establishment pill auction in the last match, and I'm afraid it won't take long for the news to circulate. I have to say that people like Wei Yushi's family are just broad in their intelligence. It dawned on Lin Chang'an and the others after hearing this. This auction organized by the 2 major sects was also considered an event in the marketplace. It was more of a way to show the firmness of the alliance between the 2 clans. Fellow Taoists, we'll talk again some other time. Upon seeing that Huang Xiaohai come out, Wei Yi instantly changed his face and revealed a smile to bid farewell to the crowd. Li Erniu, who saw this scene, was dissatisfied. Can this outsider give him spirit stones or can he be his father? Lin Chang'an and Shenlai smiled and shook their heads after hearing this. These 2 were also considered enemies. Although Wei was not easy to please with his character somewhat, he did not have the intention of harming them. Until finally Louis and Yun Yao came out and learned about the treasures they were auctioning off. Both of them couldn't help but glance at Lin Chang'an. Fellow Daoist Lin, you really do have a firm heart of the Tao. Even Yun Yao couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Lin Chang'an choosing this time to cultivate a spirit beast was obviously preparing for the foundation building materials in the future. Fellow Daoist Yun is ridiculous. I am a casual cultivator. I can only save for a rainy day. Even if it doesn't work out, I still have a spirit beast to protect me. Lin Chang'an smiled and arched his hand. Just as Yun Yao thought, so did the others. With the status of a first-order talisman master and a cultivation level of the 7th level of chi refining, it was natural to plan for foundation building earlier. Whether it was to collect foundation building materials in the future or to venture into the Cloud Mist mountain range, compared to pairing up with other cultivators, cultivating a spirit beast was instead more reliable. While Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded, he had other thoughts in his mind. Comparatively speaking, he preferred to use spirit stones to purchase foundation building materials in the workshop market, but raising spirit beasts was also a good way to be prepared. A 2-pronged approach to both. One day, when he cultivates to the 9th level of chi refining perfection and is a first-order upper-grade talisman master, if you say that he doesn't prepare to build his foundation, ghosts won't believe it. Naturally, there would be people watching him, so raising a spirit beast now was also for deterrence and protection. Brother Lin, I'm sure you can. Li Erniu, however, nodded his head firmly, as if he believed that Lin Chang'an would be able to do it. Everyone hurry up and cultivate. It's only going to get messy out there. In the end, the people made some small talk, and after Lin Chang'an and Shenlai and Li Erniu ordered some materials to feed the spirit beasts, they dispersed. Moo. Inside the courtyard, a dog-sized calf, naive rubbing next to Lin Chang'an's pants leg, clear big eyes, looking at Lin Chang'an full of intimacy. The green-horned bull, also known as the dark cloud beast, had greenish-black fur, and besides the sharp horns on both sides, there was a bump on the center of the forehead on the top of its head that was hard. Seeing this beast, Lin Chang'an also revealed a rare smile. You little guy, Because of the Imperial Beast brand, he could clearly feel the affectionate and dependent emotional fluctuations coming from his spirit pet. Lin Chang'an wasn't stingy and took out the spiritual herbs that Zhou Qing had given him earlier in a sorted manner, which wasn't wasted. Sure enough, this little calf mood and mood. In the next moment, he began to chew and eat the precious spirit herb, green-horned ox. This spirit beast has a good physique. It's notorious for its thick skin and resistance, and it's also good to raise. Inside the courtyard he even built a small cattle shed. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The adult green-horned cow, fed well, could reach the second stage, but this required some special spirit fruits or elixirs to be taken during the critical period to be able to do so. But even so, when this green-horned bull reached adulthood, it could be cultivated to the late first stage, equivalent to a cultivator's late stage of chi refining. The workshop market seems to be prosperous now, but what's hidden behind this is endless killing opportunities. And after this feast disperses, I'm afraid it's going to be another bloody storm. Stroking the green-horned ox, Lin Chang'an looked at the illuminated marketplace and secretly shook his head. During the stabilization period, the big clans and families blocked resources just because they were afraid that the scattered cultivators would affect their interests. But now opening up the resources and indulging the rapid growth of scattered cultivators is clearly waiting for a crop to be harvested. The Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market's extravaganza lasted for a full month. The last auction had even allowed Lin Chang'an to see the madness of the cultivators. When the foundation building pill appeared, countless cultivators boiled over, and the original price of around 6,000 within the clan was speculated to nearly 9,000 spirit stones outside. It was finally captured by the king's family. However, none of this had much to do with Lin Chang'an, as he once again resumed his usual rhythm of drawing talismans and practicing cultivation, this time with only one more item of feeding spirit beasts. This green-horned bull, not like Shenlai bought the falcon spirit beast unruly. I heard that it has already demolished a lot of things, which is like his, do not make a fuss or toss. His favorite thing to do on weekdays was to lie down within the courtyard to bask in the sun and be a spiritual beast that watched over the house. Just 2 months after the auction, a piece of news broke Lin Chang'an's daily routine. Something has happened to Wei Yushi. Although this person's character was not pleasing to the eye, after 27 years of cultivating immortality, he was considered one of the few close friends. At the very least, the man had no harmful intentions and had some precious information that he was really giving them. When Lin Chang'an arrived at Wei Dongyao's newly moved residence, he heard coughing inside from within the courtyard. Brother Lin, Wei Yi's daughter-in-law, ran away with Huang Xiaohai and swept away all the family's assets. Li Ernia secretly transmitted his voice about what happened. However, when Lin Chang'an entered the house, he only saw Wei Yiqian lying on the bed, his eye sockets deeply sunken, obviously seriously injured. At this time, there are still Shenlai and Lu Yiqing inside the house, as well as the girl who was less than 2 years old in the Wei Not Easy family. This Huang Xiaohai is truly lawless, to the point of injuring Taoist Wei so severely. Sharp-eyed Lin Chang'an but secretly shocked. This Huang Xiaohai is really vicious. Wei Not Easy too. No, should be 3 legs or lame. At this time Wei is not easy to see the corners of his eyes through the blood. His face is haggard and miserable. In the sea, Lin Chang'an, Li Erniu and Shenlai have come to see him. As a man's self-esteem, he forced his body to hoarsely said, "It's fine. I still have a hand in alchemy. I can still survive in this workshop." Looking at Wei Yiqi, who was dying to save face, Lin Chang'an was speechless for a while. The crowd was comforted for a while, but Lu Yiqing's face was rather ugly. Listening to Erniu, it seemed that this Huang Xiaohai still wanted to take a shot at her. If Yun Yao hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, this was someone they really couldn't afford to mess with. At this time, Shenlai obviously had a surge of anger, but in his heart, he was determined to work hard to cultivate, and in the future, even if he couldn't afford to mess with them, he could still take his family out of this place, lest we be slaughtered. However, Wei is not easy to know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. Not a few days later, the front war tensions once again conscripted cultivators. He, because of the following completely wasted sake, surprisingly exempted from the conscription. Only later, in the marketplace, never saw Wei Not Easy's mother-in-law again. However, with the tension of the war on the front line, even they, the Great Rear, felt the crisis. Chapter 51, The Conspiracy begins. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it's 2 years later. Life expectancy, 49/116. Realm, 8th level of Qi refining, 1/100. Inside the chamber, 8th level of Qi refining. Finally broken through. the speed of cultivation is much faster than I thought. Inside the secret room, with the pure and majestic mana fluctuating down, Lin Chanan's clothes were all blown in hunting. Due to the cultivation of the Changchun Gong factor, the years had not left many traces on Lin Chanan's face, but instead there was an additional sense of precipitation. As he slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes within his body, a smile could not help but appear on his face. The reason why he was making rapid progress in his cultivation was also thanks to the Supreme Realm's evergreen technique. And of course, it couldn't be separated from the ample supply of spirit stones. The Supreme Realm's evergreen technique cultivated even more pure and majestic mana. Compared to a cultivator who also practiced the 8th level of the Changchun Gong Qi refining, he had at least 30% more mana. Not only in terms of cultivation, the spell would Spirit Thorn, also following the feat, the second to reach the Supreme Realm. The power is even more powerful than the original. There were also various spells as well as talismans that had been upgraded quite a bit. With my current cultivation speed, I'll be able to attempt foundation establishment in another 5 or 6 years. Looking at his attributes, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. Before he was thinking of attempting to build a foundation before 60. Looking at the current situation before the age of 55, he could attempt it. In fact, he had already begun to prepare for it over the past 2 years, and when he had the chance, he began to collect foundation building materials in the marketplace, starting with those that were good to collect. Of course, Mu, pushing open the door, the caretaker's guard, whose stature had grown to the point of being able to hump a man's green-horned ox, came up to Lin Chang'an and propped himself up affectionately and dependently on his trouser leg at the sight of him. "You skinny, greedy, naive cow." Lin Chang'an let out a laugh and cursed, but still took out a few spirit grasses from his storage bag for food. Over the past 2 years, the green-horned ox had grown at an astonishing rate. After all, the supply of resources could not be lacking, and had already grown to the mid-first stage realm. It was linked to cultivators in the middle stage of qi refining, but it was well known that demonic beasts were a bit more powerful when fighting at the same level. The 8th level of qi refining, magic weapons, spirit beasts, and spell means I'm not lacking right now. Among the same rank unless it's the geniuses of those clans and great clans. If not, the ordinary casual cultivators may not be my opponent. After stepping into the immortal path for nearly 30 years, he finally had the power to defend himself, and he could not help but let out a few soft laughs as his heart flowed freely. But right now it's also time to prepare a few of the main core materials for foundation building, Lin Chang'an secretly thought, not to mention the casual cultivator. Even Yun Yao, a disciple of a large clan, had taken several years of light to prepare for foundation establishment. It was too normal for an ordinary casual cultivator to prepare for 10 years or so. Moreover, the several main core staples of foundation building were best prepared in secret, being known and easily targeted. Strive to break through the 9th level of qi refinement within 3 years, and reach the great circle of qi refinement by the age of 55. Then prepare for foundation establishment. Gathering of sages building. Brother Lin, I've already entrusted the clan to make this green bamboo sword of yours into a top-grade magic weapon. Take a look. Li Ernia was full of envy as he took out this green bamboo sword, which was a symbol of the opening of this workshop in the first place. A year ago Lin Chang'an had gotten Ernia to go to the Zhou family to reforge it once, advancing it to a medium-grade magic weapon, and now it had been upgraded to a top-grade magic weapon. The edge of the green-colored blade glowed with a faint golden light, and Lin Chang'an held it in his hand, feeling the unprecedented sharpness. It's worthy of being a magic weapon with a hint of gold essence added. He was a first-ranked top-grade talisman master and also a late-stage qi refining grand cultivator, so it was normal for him to have 1 or 2 top-grade magical artifacts. Brother Lin, brotherly, Xinlai pushed open the box with a smile on his face, looking at the two of them with a smile and arching his hand. However, there was exhaustion between his brows that he couldn't hide. Brother Shen. The 3 of them were sitting in the box, but their expressions were a bit unnatural, especially compared to 2 years ago. This gathering of immortals building seemed to be a lot colder. Brotherly, Brother Lin, I won't be going to this Yun Chamber of Commerce for the time being, now that I'm managing the immortal gathering building with Turnip. I'm afraid I'll have to go there in person for the supplies that you guys usually purchase. Xinlai's pretense of relaxation, looking at Li Erniu but a burst of silence, while Lin Chang'an is a little suspicious. Half a year ago, Yun Yao had begun to alienate herself from them, and even put on the cold and arrogant appearance of a foundation establishment cultivator, and now she had even kicked out of the Chamber of Commerce. Even the two of them, Xinlai and Lu Yiqing. The reason is also very simple. Xinlai presided over the Chamber of Commerce to deceive and embezzle, and was discovered by Yun Yao. Brother Shen, today is a celebration banquet for your breakthrough to the late stage of qi refining. Come and have a drink. Seemingly seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Li Ernia pulled out a smile and changed the topic. Shen Lai, who was still unable to break through after 2 years of hard cultivation, took a step-breaking pill and broke through to the 7th level of qi refining some time ago, officially becoming the second late-stage qi refining cultivator after Lin Chang'an, and Li Ernia was still stuck at the 6th level of qi refining. However, Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating. Even Ernia knew not to try the step-breaking pill easily. With Shen Lai's heart, how could he take the step-breaking pill? One must know that taking the step-breaking pill to impact the bottleneck was squeezing one's potential. Shen Lai, or even this little senior sister, Lu Yiqing, wouldn't be so unwise. There are questions. The business of this immortal gathering building is enough for Turnip and I to get by, not to mention that I'm still in the late stage of qi refining cultivation. Under Shen Lai's pretense of a spontaneous smile, Lin Chang'an and Li Erniu also suppressed the suspicions in their hearts and celebrated Shen Lai's breakthrough. In the past half a year or so, it seemed that this Yun Yao was deliberately distant, although he didn't know what the reason was. Every time they met, he could feel the gloomy and cold mana in the other party's body become even more intense. The people were not stupid and did not ask too many questions. Sometimes people are better to be confused in order to live longer. Yun's Chamber of Commerce. Elder Yun. This is this month's account book. Lu Turnip respectfully handed over the business of the Yun Chamber of Commerce, while Yun Yao, who was seated on the opposite side of the table, was indifferent and gently nodded her head. Senior Sister Lu, it's getting more and more chaotic out there now. Let's leave this Chamber of Commerce to someone else, and you focus on your cultivation so that you don't drag your feet. Yun Yao, who was wearing a dark blue palace dress, echoed down with her cold voice, causing Lu Turnip's face to be bloodless and silent as she gently nodded her head. Intelligent, she understood one thing. Even Yun Yao, who was a foundation establishment cultivator, was going to do this. She was only a qi refining cultivator, and she had no power of resistance at all. The moment the account book was handed over, Lu Yi would have no further involvement with the Yun Chamber of Commerce. As Yun Yao was the only one left in the room after Lu Yiqing's silhouette disappeared, a touch of coldness appeared between her brows. Ho ho! This decapitation divine skill is worthy of being an extremely immune to cold technique. It's really going to freeze to death. A dark shadow slowly appeared, and under the concealment of the bucket hat, it revealed frail white skin, as well as a smile that pulled out a mocking smile. I can hear that 3 female foundation establishment cultivators have already been killed in the leaving fire palace. TSK, how is Fairy Yun considering this? In the face of this person from the demonic sect, Yun Yao's expression fell silent. She met this person a year ago when she was out eradicating robber cultivators. False Dan realm. She thought that she would surely die, but as soon as they exchanged blows, the other party instead revealed a teasing smile after seeing her feats, and then burst out a secret. The departing Fire Palace Huang family's Jidan elder has secretly accepted the water spiritual root as a disciple over the years, and has taught the decapitation divine skill for the purpose of harvesting. Simply put, it's a stovepipe. As for the 3 female foundation establishment cultivators in the other party's mouth, one of them, Senior Sister, was someone she had known when she was refining qi, and had even helped her quite a bit during foundation establishment, and she and this Senior Sister cultivated the same technique. The leaving fire palace can't be relied upon, but can you people of the demon sect be relied upon? Yun Yao laughed sarcastically, while this devil cultivator laughed similarly, only his laughter was a bit harsh. Fairy Yun, I am Xianin Divine Sect Protector Xiang Jing. Protector Xiang. From the moment Yun Yao addressed Xiang Guoba, it proved that the two of them already had the need to talk about it. Don't worry, what the old ghost from the departing fire palace got was just a part of the broken gong method of our divine sect, and the current you is still too weak. The old ghost will have to raise you for a while, so during this period of time, you can rest assured that you can raise your cultivation while we join forces, and even with your talent, Fairy Yun, as long as you join my divine sect, the complete version of the decapitation divine skill will be given to you with both hands. Yes, Yun Yao's cold voice echoed down, very crisp and clear, without any hint of hesitation. This quickness caused the demon sect's protector Xiang to be a bit stunned, and then he revealed a smile. Interesting, Fairy Yun, you can be more painful than all those abrasive male cultivators. People like you are born to be in our divine sect. Don't worry, you're not those losers. We have a common enemy. You only need to secretly let the news of this secret realm to the Xianin Pavilion and the leaving fire palace, as well as the several great clans in the marketplace all know. After hearing these words, Yun Yao but frowned slightly. Secret realm. It's not that easy to make the Xianin Pavilion and the leaving fire palace turn against each other. Then what if this secret realm is real? The demon sect's protector Xiang revealed a smile of deep meaning. This girl's mind was so deep that she took the opportunity to test the waters, and after learning that the secret realm was real, Yun Yao was secretly shocked in her heart. This person was so treacherous. It was clear that he wanted to use the foundation building cultivators in the market as bait, and he, a fake Dan cultivator, would be the yellow bird. So who could stop him? Inside out. I see. Yun Yao did not hesitate in the slightest, as the strength of the two sides were not equal by nature. But one thing was right, they both had a common enemy. After knowing that he was the furnace tripod that the sect had prepared long ago, Yun Yao, the self-professed pride of heaven, fell directly from the clouds. No wonder it was accepted as a disciple by the clan's Jidan ancestor for a good reason. So it was all a conspiracy. The only way for her to stay alive now was to keep strengthening herself. Chapter 52 Secret Realm Turbulence. Inside the chamber. Logically speaking, Shenlai shouldn't be in such a hurry to make a breakthrough. And Yun Yao. Finally Lin Chang'an shook his head and shook these thoughts out of his mind. None of this was something he could consider. Fortunately he wasn't involved much with Yun Yao. At most he was a fellow student. Green bamboo sword. Lifting his hand, looking at the reforged and promoted to a top-grade magic weapon in his palm, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a smile. Try the sharpness first. The hard stone wall inside the cultivation room was pierced 3 inches before much force was applied, which made Lin Chang'an endure a burst of love. Not bad for adding gold essence. Faint guilt lingers around the edge of the blade. Just a little bit of gold essence is ridiculously expensive, but it's surprisingly effective. I can't afford to get involved in Yun Yao's affairs, so I'd better hide away and continue my cultivation and talisman drawing routine. The battle at the front line was getting more and more intense, yet Lin Chang'an, who was already at the 8th level of qi refining, was not as worried as he was before about this point of turmoil at the great rear. After all, with his current cultivation and home base, unless he offended a foundation establishment cultivator. However, just as Lin Chang'an was diving into his cultivation, a message suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the darkness of the marketplace. Suspected ancient secret realm discovered in the Cloud Mist Mountains. On this day, when Lin Chang'an came to the True Treasure building to purchase cultivation materials, he was shocked as he watched the commotion in the marketplace. What? A secret realm has been discovered in the Cloud Mist Mountain range that is suspected to be the remains of an ancient immortal cultivator? This news, like a volcano erupting, instantly ignited the longing in the hearts of all the cultivators. Ancient Kung Fu. Fabulous. Foundation building spirits and even countless treasures. Rune Master Lin. There are already many cultivators in the marketplace who have gone exploring in groups, and I've heard that even the foundation establishment cultivators from the Leading Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion have gone there in person, Boss Miao said enviously, while Lin Chang'an was shocked. Boss Miao, is this news reliable? How come the secret realm was discovered for good reason? Although there was no lack of ancient secret realms appearing in the immortal cultivation world, he always had a feeling of unreliability when this kind of appearance was around. It's not going to be a fake again. Reliable? When Boss Miao heard this, he directly shook his head. That's unknown. But 2 demon hunting squads, in the Cloud Mist Mountain range, came across the robber cultivator Ghost 3 Daggers who were fighting with someone, seemingly discovering the entrance to the secret realm and wanting to silence them. When these 2 demon hunting squads fled back in panic, for fear of being killed and silenced, this along the way, but wherever they encountered a cultivator, they spoke out this news, which saved their lives. Good lord, this is such powerful news. Lin Chang'an was shocked. Could it be that this time the secret realm was still not real? I don't know if it's true or not, but the Ghost 3 Daggers did go crazy slaughtering cultivators, and a lot of seriously injured cultivators fled back in a hurry yesterday. At this time, the news of the secret realm was being spread throughout the entire marketplace. The sounds of relics, treasures, techniques, ancient cultivators, and so on were constantly spreading within the marketplace. Inside the marketplace, countless loose cultivators seemed to have seized something, and at this moment, they were frantically running in groups towards the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Master Lin Fu, do you have a top-grade golden light talisman? I'll offer 50 spirit stones. Rune Master Lin, do you want to join our squad? Let's go. Together, walking out of the True Treasure building, looking at one crazy cultivator after another. Even Lin Chang'an had a strand in his heart that anyway, there were so many people going in case of good luck. Lin Chang'an, who had instantly come to his senses, was secretly alarmed again. Hell, even I'm having that thought, let alone anyone else. On second thought, it seemed that this was a perfect opportunity to peddle talismans. Damn, almost missed this business opportunity, only to see Lin Chang'an hiding in the crowd and changing his face. He began to secretly peddle top-grade talismans. Usually, in order to sell talismans, he was shooting east and west. Where could he get this good opportunity? Ancient mysteries, in the immortal cultivation world. However, any cultivator who had obtained the chance of the ancient relics would be famous in the future. There are too many true legends, not to mention the distant ones. Let's just say that the first person of casual cultivation in the U country, rumored to be nothing more than a lower-grade spiritual root, was the one who got the chance. Like a rock, spreading his wings for 90,000 miles, he had already formed the Dan 100 years ago, becoming a legendary Jidan cultivator, and even the 3 great clans didn't dare to offend this person easily. Throughout the day, Lin Chang'an's inventory, except for a portion of it that he kept for self-defense, the rest of it was pretty much cleaned up. However, right on the way back, he was shocked to see an acquaintance, the old Luo who used to sell demonic beast meat. Lao Luo, what are you doing? The meat seller Luo, who was already over 60 years old, underneath his rough face, all of them were actually holding a middle-grade magic artifact fiery flame knife, and were saying goodbye to his family. Rune Master Lin. Upon seeing his acquaintance, the old meat seller opened his mouth and revealed a smile with a hint of madness. Of course it is to go to the secret realm. After cultivating immortality for my whole life, when I was young, because of a chance, I retreated, and as a result, I watched other people go all the way to the top, and this time I have to fight for whatever I say. Hearing this, and then seeing Lao Luo who said goodbye to his family, Lin Chang'an knew that he could not be persuaded. This person had a firm idea and would not listen to persuasion. Old Luo, good luck getting your chance. In the end, Lin Chang'an could only arch his hand and give his blessing, even though he didn't think highly of the other party in his heart. Instead, old Luo laughed out loud and said, borrowing the auspicious words of Rune Master Lin, but old Luo, I don't want anything else at this age. I just want to fight for a chance for my little grandson while I'm still old and weak. Lao Luo. Looking at old Luo's back as he hurriedly left, Lin Chang'an sighed despondently and quietly. If this secret realm suddenly appeared when he was ready to return to the mundane world as if his heart was dead, would he go? The answer is yes. With so many people, what if the odds are heavenly? Everyone has greed in their hearts. If not for the fact that I'm not worried about spirit stones right now, I might have gone to put up a fight as well. After all, it might be a chance to build a foundation. Lin Chang'an secretly thought that the reason he was so calm was also because he had a bottom line. However, the vast number of beings in the immortal cultivation world, who have been cultivating for dozens of years, are struggling in the struggle, and when faced with the opportunity, how many people cannot be moved? Old Luo missed his chance when he was young, and I'm afraid he's been regretting it all these years. Just like when he was in the demon hunting squad, because he missed a few pieces of spirit stone prey, regretted him for a long time, every night with 100 claws scratching his heart. Whatever. Hurry up and replenish the materials for drawing talismans in the next few days, then go back to closed-door talisman drawing. Lin Chang'an secretly gritted his teeth. He already has his own plans, and this secret realm even the two major sects of foundation cultivators have gone. How can you just let the casual cultivator pick up the advantage? The secret realm, if it is real, I'm afraid it will have a greater impact. We must raise our lower combat power as soon as possible in order to have security, but it seems that the only thing we can do now is to work on the talisman together. Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating and calculating. His cultivation could not be raised for a while. He was not lacking in magic weapons, and his spirit pets were also being cultivated. Right now, the only thing that could quickly increase his battle power was to work on the talisman course. The second-order talisman inheritance is far from being available to me right now, but if it's made with second-order talisman materials, the power to can be drastically increased. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. Talismans together, using more advanced materials to enhance their power was considered relatively common. Second-order talisman power, equivalent to a strike from a foundation establishment cultivator, was too rare on the market. Use the materials of a second-order talisman to make a first-order talisman. The talismans drawn were also called first-order fine advanced talismans or quasi-second-order talismans, and their power could reach 70% to 80% of second-order talismans. It's also known as a talisman that is infinitely close to second order, yet nearly so. Refining cultivators get one and use it as a base card. Golden Light Charm, Grandmaster 4238/5000. Fire Bomb Charm, Grandmaster 4678/5000. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but look at his attributes and secretly nodded his head. The Patriarch realm is equivalent to a first-ranked senior talisman master, so as long as I seize the time to break through to the perfection realm, I'll be able to create a first-ranked senior high-quality talisman. But before that, it's only fair to collect some materials in advance. As a first-order upper-grade talisman master, it was perfectly reasonable to collect materials for second-order talismans to enhance one's skills. It was only that this would generally cost more spirit stones. After all, it was well known that in addition to investing a lot of time in the improvement of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, it was the need for spirit stones to provide for it. This was also the reason why most of the cultivators who excelled in the 100 arts of immortal cultivation came from large clans and sects. It just so happened that he wasn't lacking in this amount of spirit stones. Half a month later, an angry shout suddenly came from the marketplace. Wang family, you colluded with the robber cultivator. Hand over the secret treasures quickly or your entire family will be exterminated. There's no harm in wanting to add words. Your Lihua Palace is bullying people too much. Wang family cultivators listened to the order. Within the secret area, Xianin Pavilion has already turned against the leaving Fire Palace. Now there are not many cultivators of the two major clans in the marketplace. The whole clan should not be afraid. Rush out. let's defect to the Divine Sword sect. The next moment a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators erupted in the workshop market, and at the same time Lin Chahan, who had just been awakened from within the secret room, saw the flickering light of spells within the workshop market. Chapter 53 Confusion. Kill. It's bad. The leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion have turned against each other. Treasure. My treasure. In the blink of an eye, the entire marketplace was in chaos. There were killings everywhere, and countless cultivators, with red eyes, frantically began to plunder. True Treasure House and Multi-Treasure House have foundation building pills. Go on. In the midst of the chaos, I don't know who shouted, followed by the crimson eyes of countless cultivators, who rushed towards the True Treasure Building and the Multi-Treasure Building. Asterisk. Under the splattering of blood, a red-eyed cultivator actually wanted to take advantage of the fire. After being indifferently chopped under the sword by Lin Chanan inside the courtyard, the terrifying aura of the 8th level of Qi refining swept down, which caused the surrounding killing red-eyed cultivators to calm down. They had actually moved to greed against a late Qi refining cultivator. Damn, how does this say chaos? Looking at the marketplace in flames, Lin Chanan's entire body went numb, but from the information in the chaos, he also judged the general situation of the matter. The secret realm was real, or it was the secret realm of a Yuaning cultivator from ancient times. Clans, families, loose cultivators, robbing cultivators, and the secretly hidden devil path. The result was predictable. A melee, directly all messed up. The cave ruins of a Yuaning cultivator from ancient times. I'm afraid that the 3 major clans of the Yu country are going to be involved. In the direction of the Multiple Treasure House and the True Treasure House, a blazing fire burned in the chaos. The sudden chaos in the marketplace. Lin Chanan had a powerlessness. Originally everything was fine. As long as a few more years of peace and quiet, he had the opportunity to build the foundation. I really don't know how many top-grade magic artifacts and pills are in there. Foundation building pills may not necessarily be there, but foundation building materials definitely are. If not for the fact that he relied on the golden finger, the ability to earn spirit stones is 10 times that of the same class of runic masters. Today's turmoil, he is relying on a top-grade magic weapon, as well as the cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi refining, high and low to fight for luck. If a casual cultivator wanted to compete for that foundation building opportunity, it was really too difficult for 1,000 horses to cross a single wooden bridge. The entire marketplace was thrown into chaos. Once even how chaotic it was, no one dared to make a move against the 2 great sects True Treasure House and Multi-Treasure House. But this time was different. The appearance of the secret realm had completely opened up the greed of the cultivators, and coupled with the secret Divine Sword sect and Demon sect cultivators, they had spared no effort in disrupting the situation. Instead, this turmoil intensified. At the same time, the news of the discovery of the ancient Yuaning cultivators' relic secret realm in the Cloud Mist mountain range spread out, and countless cultivators heard about it, and even the foundation establishment next door was frantically rushing towards this place. Protector Xiang, is this what you call the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back? In the Cloud Mist mountain range, the injured Yunyao spoke with an ironic face. Yet the opposite side of the false Dan realm, the demon sect's Protector Xiang, also had a pale face, and was obviously heavily injured as well. Damn it, this girl Nishang of the Xianin Pavilion has hidden 2 heavenly thunderbolts that are comparable to a Jidan cultivator's strike. When he thought of this, the demon sect's Protector Xiang was even more furious as his blood turned over, spraying out a mouthful of blood once again. But it's okay. Only a hideous smile appeared on the face of the demon sect's Protector Xiang as he hoarsely said, "At the very least we've achieved our goal." Yu is in disarray. It's not like you didn't see the madness of that crowd. The chaos that erupted in the secret realm of the Cloud Mist mountain range was even more bloody and cruel. Under the chance against the heavens, the red-eyed cultivator who cares which clan family you belong to, the opportunity was heavenly, and if you grabbed it perhaps you would be the next legendary cultivator. Yun Yao pondered darkly for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I have already sent a message to the clan, reporting the chance of the ancient Yuaning cultivator here to the clan's ancestor." Ho ho! Very well, by then the whole of you will be in chaos, just as the demon cult, which was secretly stirring up the storm, thought. With the appearance of the secret realm, the entire Yu kingdom was in chaos. First, the leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion turned against each other, and the Jidan ancestors of the 2 clans had done a couple of passes, while the Divine Sword sect also seized the opportunity to directly open a counterattack. Throughout the cultivation world of Yu, robber cultivators and devil cultivators were everywhere. King's Hufang Square Market. In the distance of the Cloud Mist mountain range, dark clouds covered the sky and rumbling thunder echoed. With this commotion, I'm afraid that the Jidan cultivators from the two major sects have also come. This is not the sound of thunder. It is clearly the aftermath of the Jidan cultivators' battle. Even if they are so far apart, they can still hear the roar of this fight. Inside the courtyard, as it became more and more chaotic, Lin Chagan, Shen Lai, Lu Yiqing, and Wei Yiqi, who had wasted his legs, were all living at a snail's pace in a courtyard at this time. The aura of the two late-stage qi refining cultivators, Lin Chagan and Shen Lai, was enough to deter some people who wanted to take advantage of the fire. Gathering immortal house, it's over. Under the setting sun, Shen Lai, who was standing in the courtyard, saw the collapse of the dilapidated gathering of immortals building from afar, and a touch of sadness could not help but appear on his face. A huge industry, gone just like that. More than a month has passed since the outbreak of the secret realm, and the entire marketplace has been plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Looking at the sad Shen Lai, Lin Chanan could not help but comfort him. As long as the person is alive. Yeah, at least the people are still alive. Turnip and the baby. Inside the house, the two children were well behaved and didn't say a word. While inside the courtyard, Lin Chanan and Shen Lai, the two of them looked at each other, have revealed a smile of relief. This is the world of cultivation. Tomorrow and the accident. No one can say which comes first. The Zhou family has all been blocked off. Ernio sent a letter earlier telling everyone to be careful, that he is at peace in the Zhou family. In a time of turmoil, it again shows the benefits of the family being able to hold together. The family, though a tie, is likewise an umbrella of refuge. It's getting chaotic out there now. Some say it's the treasures that the Wang family snatched. Others say it's the Xianin Pavilion and the Leaving Fire Palace fighting over the treasures. Anyway, it's been chaotic lately. Even fellow Taoist Yun has not been heard from for a long time. The marketplace was now in such a mess that they could only join forces to protect themselves. Not only is the Green Bamboo Mountain Market, it can be said that the entire Ustate immortal cultivation territory, the three major clans of the power of the dog and teeth intertwined, the chaos of the scattered cultivators, the rampant robbing cultivators, secretly arching fire to provoke the demonic cultivators, completely chaotic into a pot of porridge. Vietnam is not chaotic, but it's straight up amazing. Brother Lin, Brother Shen, I've refined a furnace of healing pills, you guys take them for defense. Inside a room, as the firelight dimmed, came Wei Ichi's voice. These 2 years after the abolition of the legs of Wei not easy, the character has changed a lot, not so much to compete for the first in everything, and now he is only thinking of bringing his daughter to live a peaceful life. Therefore, he had devoted himself to the Dan Dao, and surprisingly, he had achieved considerable results, and now he was already a genuine first-order middle-grade alchemist. Inside the other room, Lu Turnip was calming her two children. Brother Shen, do you know where there are second-order spirit pens for sale in the marketplace these days? Shen Lai had been doing business and naturally had more channels than him in this regard, so Lin Chang'an opened his mouth to ask. A second-order spirit pen? That's not cheap. When Shen Lai heard this, he frowned slightly, but he had never suspected Lin Chanan. It's just like an alchemist. The better the tools used, the better the quality of the natural alchemy, drawing. In this time of turmoil, these types of items would all depreciate in value, and cultivators with surplus points would choose to strike at this stage. Second-order spirit brush. With the chaos some time ago, and the destruction of the Wang family, quite a few things have fallen out. And now that the binding of the sects in the marketplace has weakened, but the cultivators have still temporarily established their own rules amongst themselves. Every day at noon, there's an hour where a stall will be set up on the east street of the marketplace, organized by dozens of late-stage qi refining cultivators. Lu Turnip's clear voice rang out, which caused Lin Chanan to secretly nod his head. In the current situation, he had to hurry up and produce a first-order high-quality talisman, so that even if he faced a foundation establishment cultivator at that time, he would at least have the power to escape. It's a long shot, but it's better than not even a glimmer of hope. Chapter 54, Golden Jew Spiritual Pen. Green Bamboo Mountain Square Market. Despite the heavy deaths and injuries due to the chaos of the secret realm, the bustle of the marketplace remained unabated. There are even a large number of foreign casual cultivators in flux. Some people in the chaos of the rich, but also some people in the chaos of the death of the road. A family belongings for others to do the bride. The treasure remnants of the secret realm. Come and take a look. Just after arriving at East Street, he saw the lively hawking vendors, and after disguising himself, Lin Chanan was speechless for a while. Under this chaos, what kind of cowards have come out? What kind of secret treasures debris? Gongfa, a large number of fisheye fake goods. It's only a few days. Every stallholder, it seemed, had become the lucky winner of the secret world. Among them he saw the old man who had once sold him a fake talisman inheritance. There are more and more foreign loose cultivators, all staring at the secret realm. Lin Chanan shook his head down. pressed down his bucket hat, and continued to check out the marketplace for any desired items. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped in front of a vendor, looking at a mutilated blazing blade on the stall in a daze. It seems that this time the chance didn't come to Old Meat Seller. This magic weapon belonged to Old Meat Seller Luo, and since it had appeared here, one could imagine what would happen to it. And at that moment, in front of the stall, the masked, black-clad, burly cultivator said hoarsely, "Fellow Daoist, but do you have your eye on any treasures?" The voice was low and exuded a bloodthirsty and dangerous flavor, yet the disguised Lin Chang'an let out a cold snort when he felt it. Instantly, the terrifying aura of the late stage of qi refining pressed over, causing the other party's face to change drastically. This person's mana pressure was so strong that he was actually a great cultivator of the 9th level of qi refining. How do you sell this top-quality talisman paper? Immediately after that, Lin Chang'an collected his aura and opened his mouth to inquire, which caused the other party to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Relying on the perfection realm technique sense, his mana was 3 times stronger than that of a cultivator of the same rank, and another instantaneous release of pressure caused people to mistake him for being at the 9th level of qi refining. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to ask about the item, proving that he didn't mean anything else, which made the other party breathe a sigh of relief. After all, a lot of what was in his stall was unclean. "Elder, this talisman paper is cheap, just 5 spirit stones." Without any nonsense, Lin Chang'an indifferently threw down the spirit stones, took away the talisman paper, and continued to stroll around the marketplace. It had to be said that chaos was the greatest opportunity. The workshop market even had people setting up stalls for the top-grade magic weapons that were usually unseen. There are many second-order spirit brushes and Dan furnaces to cultivate the immortal 100 arts and crafts. In the midst of the chaos, the usually noble talisman masters and alchemists were also targeted, and the ones who did it were either neighbors or acquaintances. He had, before, been targeted by several waves of people, both neighbors and acquaintances who sincerely had often bought charms before. These are the ones who wanted to take advantage of the fire. Some paid with their lives and others made a fortune. Second-order spirit pen. What price? The stall was set up by a female cultivator with a grim look, masked and lowered her voice back. Second-order golden shoe spirit brush. 600 spirit stones for Taoists to take away. Normally, second-order spirit pens cost more than 800, and this pen had obviously been used. "Fellow Daoist, this one of yours is obviously old, and this is not the usual world at the moment." Lin Chang'an sneered. Normally this thing was worth money, but right now the chaos hadn't calmed down yet. Cultivators would rather buy a magic weapon that directly boosted their battle power to defend themselves, and few people bought these things. 500 spirit stones, this spirit pen, plus these Dan sand and talisman paper. No, I'll go to the next house. You, this gloomy female cultivator glared hatefully, and she also knew that right now, this kind of thing that wasn't very useful for battle power enhancement was hard to sell. Yes, the money and goods were cleared, and looking at the golden Ju spirit pen in his hand, Lin Chang'an sighed darkly. Sure enough, it's the belongings of that Han rune master. He recognized this spirit pen. It was the belongings of a top-grade talisman master, and it had obviously become someone else's prey in the chaos. But it's a good opportunity. At this moment, Lin Chang'an secretly pondered. This Taoist Han's cultivation was not high, only the 7th level of qi refining. But Mrs. Han's cultivation was not low, it was at the 8th level of qi refining. He'd have to hurry to check it out and hope this Mrs. Han wasn't dead. Sure enough, when he arrived all the way here and saw only the hearth within the courtyard, he knew that he had not come in vain. Mrs. Han is still alive. However, when he saw this spiritual hall, Lin Chang'an still suppressed the smile on his face and revealed a sad look as he walked in despondently. Rune Master Lin, with the gift of a lower-grade spirit stone. Upon entering within the courtyard, Lin Chang'an had a melancholy look on his face, seemingly lamenting the death of his best friend. But the sharp-eyed man had already realized that there were quite a few familiar faces within this courtyard. Rune Master Lin, you're here too. Fellow Daoist Gu. Fellow Daoist Jian. The crowd arched their hands under each other. Although the workshop is big, but the circle of top-grade talisman masters is so big, especially the top-grade talisman masters and the scattered cultivators, that is even less. So most of them are still familiar with each other. Fellow Daoist Lin came just in time. The workshop market is in turmoil. We were going to unite and have an exchange meeting, and we were going to go and inform fellow Daoist Lin. Under the conversation, Lin Chang'an suddenly realized that, after all, the current situation is turbulent. The scattered cultivators of the talisman masters and Dan masters who have skills in hand are naturally worried about the safety and security. At this stage, there were already quite a few loose cultivators who had the mind to defect to a certain family or join a certain side of the force to seek refuge. And having this swap meet is all about people exchanging useful supplies with each other. The swap meet in 3 days? Lin Chagan also nodded his head. There was indeed a need to go to this exchange meeting. After all, their group of cultivators who had skills on their side were richer than ordinary casual cultivators, so they naturally had good things. However, the purpose of everyone's visit here today was unspoken. After seeing this scene, Lin Chagan cursed in his heart. Damn it, to think that so many people had come to think of picking up a bargain. Gentlemen, Mrs. Han, who was dressed in plain clothes, still had some red eyes, but she still made a polite salute in front of the crowd. I thank you all on behalf of my late husband for being able to come. Mrs. Han, Lin Chang'an and the crowd arched their hands in comfort, but everyone knows in their hearts what they're all here for. And Mrs. Han is cold at heart, but it's a chance. After all, her husband is gone, and she's still alive. Square market after this turmoil. A weak woman is not so big mind. Just want to get down to earth to live a life. So I am ready to sell my late husband's family business before his death. Thanks to all of you Taoist friends to come. We all know what's going on. Isn't it just to run to this thing? Can't it be that it's really to run to Mrs. Han? Although this Mrs. Han is also charming, but the widow with a baby. This widow's cultivation is still high. In the end it is not certain who will eat who. Besides, most of the people who could come here were talisman masters, people with quite a lot of family money, and naturally they didn't think about helping others raise their children. First order upper grade metal based Dan sand. I will offer 20 spirit stones. First order upper grade rune paper. In addition, my husband also left behind 3 pieces of talisman paper made of second order lower grade metallic material. Hearing this, Lin Chanan's expression moved slightly, while the remaining few, some secretly shook their heads and hesitated. Some people are not good at metallic talismans shaking their heads. There is also hesitation as the second order talisman paper is not cheap. At the moment the market is so turbulent, they still want to put more spirit stones to enhance the means of protection of the combat power. With second order talisman paper in hand, it might not be possible to create a fine high-level talisman. Lady Han, I would like to offer 100 spirit stones to buy these 3 second-rank talisman papers. After Lin Chanan opened his mouth, the 2 talisman masters who hesitated didn't fight for it after hearing it. After all, it wasn't a necessity. Normally, a piece of second-order talisman paper would cost 40 to 50 spirit stones, and he had bought 3 pieces for 100 spirit stones, which was considered a profit. That's what they're here for. It's all out of the goodness of their hearts, to relieve Mrs. Han's worries. Rune Master Lin, this is second-order talisman paper. The soft texture of this talisman paper to the touch made Lin Chang'an secretly praise in his heart. Worthy of being a second-order talisman paper, it was just silky smooth to the touch. Chapter 55, Attack of the Demonic Beasts. 3 days later, Lin Chang'an attended the exchange meeting, which was just about 20 people, exchanging some of their materials with each other, as well as recent news, exchanged some different kinds of first-order upper-grade talismans, and more importantly, exchanged information with each other. After walking out of the exchange meeting, Lin Chang'an made his way to the workshop in disguise while secretly calculating. Right now, the second-order spirit brushes, talisman paper, and Dan sand were all available, but they were all metallic. Metallic I will only be able to draw golden light talismans. It's not that the Jinju spirit brush can't draw fire attribute talismans, but spirit brushes with attributes are a bit more targeted. Walking on the streets of the marketplace, Lin Chang'an sighed in his heart. This is the helplessness of the casual cultivator. You have to rely on your own efforts for everything. But where he now had the backing of a big clan or a big family, the talisman course would not be so miscellaneous to learn. Let's purchase a few fire attribute talisman paper and Dan sand first. As for the spirit brush later, Lin Chagan, who usually cultivated without worrying much about spirit stones, at this moment finally once again experienced the 4 words that he had not experienced for a long time. Shyness in the bag. After all, the spirit stones he usually earned were all used for cultivation, and coupled with the purchases he had made during this period of time, the spirit stones within his storage bag were almost at the bottom. Golden Light Charm, Patriarch 4238/5000. Fire Bomb Charms, Grandmaster 4678 of 5000. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. Seize the time to improve his talisman art first, and draw a first-order fine advanced talisman as soon as possible, so that he could be guaranteed. After that, Lin Chang'an disguised himself several times and collected 9 second-order fire attribute talisman papers and 2 bottles of precious fire attribute Dan sand in the workshop market before choosing to go back. The chaos continued, but the secret realm had already been blocked by the sex cultivators, and it was heard that because of the secret realm contention, the Jidan elders of the 2 major sects had fought with real fire, and the Divine Sword sect was also in a dry hurry. After all, this secret realm was in the big backyard of the 2 big sects, so they could only send out a force to open the war. The situation in Vietnam is getting more and more chaotic. 1 month later, Sister Yun is back. On this day, there was finally good news. Yun Yao returned to the workshop market as one of the deacons of the departing fire palace in the workshop market. Fellow Daoist Yun. Lin Chahan's expression was calm as he respectfully bowed his hand, while Shin Lai on the side did the same. It was as if nothing had happened in their previous disconnect. Aha! Yun Yao glanced at the crowd and merely nodded indifferently and gently. However, at such a close distance, Lin Chang'an was alarmed. He could clearly feel that the cold aura in Yun Yao's body was even more intense than it once was. This time when Yun Yao returned, there were a few more points of solemnity, so one could imagine how fierce the killing in the secret realm was. Before the clan and the Xianin pavilion have talked, the workshop is now ready to be demarcated, and the clan is ready to set aside a portion of the safe area. As Yun Yao's cool voice echoed down, Lin Chang'an was secretly speechless. This was clearly a redistricting of land, and then the rent was expensive. To go under the rule of the leaving fire palace, naturally, one must follow the rules of the leaving fire palace, and likewise pay the corresponding rent to obtain the shelter of the sect. That means most of the place will be in a state of chaos. Yun Yao left after merely giving a cold explanation. If you want to be really indifferent, naturally you won't make a personal trip to give notice. But coming and making them feel that Yun Yao was being deliberately distant. It was snowing heavily in the sky. It seemed as if the green bamboo mountain market had once again returned to its former tranquility. Yet everyone knew that the market was only more chaotic now. A workshop, now with two voices. Rune Master Lin, the rent is paid for a season. This place belongs to us under the rule of the departing flame palace. We can definitely guarantee your safety. Understood. This courtyard is shared by a few of us. Here are the spirit stones. Inside a small courtyard, Lin Chagan, Mr. and Mrs. Shen Lai, as well as Wei Ichi and his daughter, shared a courtyard together, not only to save this spirit stone, but more importantly to embrace the warmth of the group and deter some unsuspecting people. Just such a courtyard. 3 months even cost 10 spirit stones. Why don't you go and rob it? After handing over the spirit stones, Wei was not easily suffocated with a reddened face, and Lin Chagan, who heard this, gently shook his head and said, "It's not bad. If we were put aside 10 years ago, I'm afraid that we could only go to the periphery. The outer perimeter was even cheaper." But the cultivators responsible for patrolling were a few mid-stage chi refining cultivators from the departing fire palace, who then each gathered a dozen or so casual cultivators to form a patrol. You can imagine the level of security. You get what you pay for. It looks like the situation is pretty messed up right now. Lin Chang'an and the crowd looked at each other before their expressions became grave. Both the departing flame palace and the Xianin pavilion had begun to harvest the following, so one could imagine how tense the situation was now. The two great sects turned against each other, and externally, the Divine Sword sect had already opened up its offense, hearing that it was pounding on the territory of the leaving fire palace, and frequently releasing its goodwill towards the Xianin pavilion, preparing to talk about the matter of an alliance. Catch up on your cultivation. I really don't know how long this situation is going to be chaotic. Wei not easy to shake his head down, hands on iron crutches toward the house, and Shin Lai is also looking at his wife, staring. Turnip, you should also hurry up and cultivate. Lu Yiqing's current cultivation level was the 5th level of chi refining, and in the current situation, the late chi refining cultivators did not dare to say that they could defend themselves. Standing within the courtyard, Lin Chang'an stared at the snowflakes in the sky alone, and the aura that flickered in his eyes made it seem like he had discovered something unusual. Spirit eyes, proficiency 26 of 500. My spiritual eyes are more inclined to the enhanced version of the Heaven's Eye technique, which is extremely sensitive to auras, and this year's wind and snow seem to be even more piercing. Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating behind this piercing wind and snow, but he could see a slight change. The aura was thicker than before, and his spiritual eyes could clearly detect that it was not an illusion. Ancient Yuaning cultivator ruins. It's normal to have a high-grade spirit vein. Right now the air is rich in aura. Does it represent the aura leaking out from the secret realm? When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The richness of the spiritual chi would attract not only cultivators, but also demonic beasts in the Cloud Mist mountain range. If it was really as he thought, then I'm afraid this winter won't be easy. Cultivate and draw talismans. There's not a moment to lose. Lin Chang'an threw down a handful of spirit grass and turned around to return to the house, while only the green horned ox was left behind in the courtyard, nervously chewing on the spirit grass while enjoying the changes in the heaven and earth. The snow was so heavy that all of a sudden it didn't stop for a month straight. At the same time, countless cultivators finally sensed the change in aura and could not help but exclaim. However, with the previous chaos, the array of the marketplace had long been broken, and now that the two major sects were like this, one could imagine the danger of this cold winter. On this night, Lin Chanan was enjoying the cultivation effect brought by the spirit-gathering formation inside the house, when suddenly a miserable cry under the night curtain resounded through the marketplace. In an instant, the people in the courtyard woke up. Chapter 56, Foundation Planning. What's going on? The crowd was awakened. Lin Chagan and Shen Lai, two people are even more gloomy, to roll over to the eaves of the house to check the situation. Even the way not easy on iron crutches, at this time, are poking out their heads, looked nervous. The wind and snow howled, yet the two on the roof looked at each other and both saw the shock and uneasiness in their eyes. It's a demonic beast. Shen Lai swallowed nervously, while Lin Chanan looked at the distance with a gloomy expression and stared. Not bad. Listening to this voice and sound is still a second-ranked demonic beast, and it's not just one. In the darkness, screams and chaos continued to come from the periphery of the marketplace, while the area within the marketplace under the shelter of the two major sects slowly opened its formation defense boundaries. There were also some large clans that had contracted their clansmen and opened small formations for defense. This made the scattered cultivators in the periphery suffer. Although they had paid the spirit stones, these cultivators responsible for protecting them were only at the strongest at the late stage of chi refining. How could they possibly shelter them? As a result, in the darkness, offense and defense changed shape, and the cultivators became food for the demonic beasts. At this time, watching the defense formation rise, Shen Lai on the roof could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. These 10 spirit stones aren't paid in vain. However, Lin Chang'an was looking grave, associating it with the responses of the clan and these great clans during this period of time. Could it be that these great clans and sects have long known about the aura leakage demonic beasts coming? When he thought about it, Lin Chanan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. These sect behemoths were the ones who ate people without spitting out bones. Brother Lin, Shen Lai, who was on the side, swallowed nervously, and even the night curtain could not hide his panicked expression. Have you noticed? This time under the cold winter wind and snow, the aura seems to be more dense than ever. At this time, Shen Lai had opened the Heavenly Eye technique and naturally detected that something was wrong with the aura. Shen Lai seemed to have thought of something terrible, while Lin Chanan looked gloomy, as if his previous suspicions were being confirmed. I'm afraid that this secret realm has a high-grade spirit vein, and invariably all kinds of demonic beasts will be attracted towards coiling here. The disaster brought about by the demonic beasts would likewise attract countless cultivators to flock here. Establish a new workshop with a focus on high-grade spirit veins. When this Green Bamboo Mountain workshop was established, wasn't it the discovery of a low-grade spirit vein and the same method of establishment? Brother Shen, be careful what you say. Lin Chanan's throat was a little dry. His mind couldn't help but recall a scene from when he first entered the workshop. He could be too familiar with the establishment of the workshop on Qingzhou Mountain. Just one low-order spirit vein is so tragic and chaotic. This high-order spirit vein, he didn't dare to think how chaotic it would be. But I'm not the same person now as I was then. Completely on a whim, Lin Chang'an secretly gritted his teeth. When he was at a low cultivation level, he was able to survive on the strength of his mundane martial arts innate, let alone now that he was a great cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining. Magic weapons, spirit pets, and spirit stones, he was not lacking in any of them, and he was much better than the low-ranked cultivators in the periphery. It was really the fact that the demonic beasts represented countless resources and there was no need to venture deeper. It was too attractive. Early the next morning, the 3-foot-thick snow was blown away under the spell, and the entire marketplace once again returned to its former prosperity. How many people can a demonic beast attack and feed on at once? After seeing this scene, Lin Chanan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He didn't know when his heart had gotten cold. Hunting demonic beasts for resources. The same demonic beasts feed on human cultivators. Fellow Daoist Shun, what are you going to do? After seeing Shen Lai's husband and wife pulling some strings in the morning, in the end, Lu Turnip obviously bowed her head, and Lin Chanan couldn't help but look puzzled. This couple has always had a good relationship. With the Gathering of Immortals building gone and me not having Brother Lin and Brother Wei's craftsmanship, I can't just sit around and eat. Shen Lai smiled helplessly, then his face put on his usual confident smile and patted his storage bag. We have no other skills in this life, but we can speculate and do some business. Now the demon beasts are ravaging the country. The demon beast meat business is definitely profitable. Said at this point, Shen Lai even turned back. Looking at Lu Yiqing holding the child's worried gaze, he directly sprinkled a smile and said, "Don't worry, Turnip. It's not like I'm personally going to hunt demonic beasts. I'm just looking for some previous acquaintances within the marketplace to procure some demonic beast meat and earn some spirit stones." Good lord! The corners of Lin Chanan's mouth twitched after seeing this scene. It's really true what they say about people, that the pups of mice are born to make holes. This Shen Lai really deserved to be the person that Yun Yao looked up to, born to be business material. All he could think of was that it was going to be a mess. But others, Shen Lai, saw a way to make a living straight away. There's really no comparison between this person and the person. Demon beast meat? If it's possible, if you can, Fellow Daoist Shin will help me procure some high-level demon beast meat as well. Brother Lin, don't worry. I'll make sure I don't make a bit of the demonic beast meat you want. After hearing that Lin Chanan wanted high-level demon beast meat, Shen Lai grinned. He did it out of sincerity, but it looked like he hadn't earned it, but it was actually what he had earned. High-grade demonic beast meat was already precious and naturally not cheap. This demand from Lin Chanan was equivalent to helping Shen Lai open his mouth. At the same time, Lin Chanan was secretly nodding his head. The nourishing effect of high-level demonic beast meat was also greatly beneficial to late-stage chi refining cultivators. With Shen Lai going out, Lin Chanan also went to the marketplace to poke around on the back foot. Have you guys noticed that the aura seems to have gotten a lot denser after this heavy snowfall? To be able to detect it with the Heaven's Eye technique, I dare say that this secret realm is definitely a great powers dojo. If not so far apart, how could it all be affected? On the streets of the marketplace, countless cultivators exchanged pleasantries, but the talk was not about last night's demonic beast attack. Instead, it was about the secret realm. After all, for cultivators, life and death have long been commonplace, and demonic beast attacks may seem dangerous, but at the same time, they are also opportunities. Even Lin Chanan had already seen quite a few demon hunting squads greeting their manpower and preparing to start setting up traps, just waiting for the demonic beasts to attack. The increase in demonic beasts seems to have its benefits. Along the way, while Lin Chanan kept selling talismans in disguise, watching so many cultivators in the marketplace preparing to kill demonic beasts in return gave him another idea. There was one main ingredient in the refining of the Foundation Establishment pill, and that was the demon core. However, the second-order demonic beasts were invariably in the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountain range, and now that a large number of demonic beasts had walked out, it seemed that there were more opportunities for hunting. Maybe there's a chance that I can still purchase a demon core outside. Lin Chanan secretly nodded his head. If he could buy it with spirit stones, why would he go and play with his life? However, this kind of belongs to the strategic resources. Even if there is an inflow into the market, it will be held by the sects and the big clans, and it is extremely difficult to flow into the scattered cultivators. Prepare with both hands, and the talisman must not be left behind. Lin Chanan never had to prepare for the worst. The skill to make an early breakthrough and produce a first-order fine advanced talisman, no matter whether it was for his own safety or to go hunting demonic beasts in the future. There was a guarantee. Under the cold wind, the loose cultivators outside were pouring in, but more and more, and there were even cultivators from other countries pouring in as well. After this storm, Lin Chanan turned 50. Instead, the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market became more and more prosperous. Chapter 57, The Temptation of Foundation Establishment, Requesting Monthly Tickets. Life Expectancy, 50/117. The evergreen Kung Fu strengthens the body and cultivates the vitality, prolonging life. It is truly extraordinary. Inside the secret room, Lin Chanan slowly opened his eyes. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his lifespan had increased by 1 year. This is also considered a characteristic of evergreen Kung Fu. Even some of the dark wounds in my body are slowly healing. Lin Chanan was overwhelmed with emotion. No matter if it was the Jianghu fight in the mundane world, or the demon hunting squad when he first entered the immortal cultivation world, or the fight between cultivators, he hadn't experienced any of it, and some injuries were unavoidable in the form of dark wounds. But this high-level demonic beast meat is extraordinary. Long-term consumption not only can gain cultivation, there is also the effect of solidifying the root and cultivating energy. Is that the price is really not cheap? When he thought of this, Lin Chanan couldn't help but marvel that this Shen Lai was really born to be business material. It had only been 2 short months. This business of selling high-level demonic beast meat was doing well, far better than going outside to hunt demonic beasts. Ringo, inside Zhou's store, Li Erniu, with his down-to-earth character, has sort of stood his ground in the Zhou family and is responsible for the business of a store, which is doing quite well. Erniu, you're doing a good business. Facing Lin Chanan's flirtation, Li Erniu revealed a smile and nodded. It's not thanks to Big Brother Lin and Brother Shen. Lin Chanan provided the store with a few first-order top-grade talismans every month, and Shen Lai provided Erniu with high-grade demon beast meat on a regular basis, which naturally attracted quite a few cultivators to come here for a long period of time. But lately more and more cultivators have been coming to the workshop, especially senior cultivators are quite a few, and the robber cultivators outside are rampaging, especially that Ghost 3 Blades. Stores are always the place with the most sources of information. Listening to Erniu's story, there may be blackmail and exaggeration, but Lin Chang'an listened quietly. The monk who is reckless and does not gather intelligence. Luck cannot patronize him forever. He's been able to take it one step at a time, and he's been able to do it by being careful. Erniu, top-grade talisman paper and Dan sand each. Alright, don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll pick the best for you. Li Ernie, a full face under the red light. The body shape is no longer the once robust, more or less rich. With a cultivation level of the 6th level of chi refining, Li Ernie was already very content. However, just as he had picked up the goods and was about to leave, he happened to run into an acquaintance he had met at Mrs. Han's some time ago, Rune Master Lin. But it's been a long time, so it's fellow Taoist Gu. Lin Chang'an smiled and arched his hand. Guli was at the 9th level of chi refining and was also a top-grade talisman master, a few years older than his demented. After the two met, Guli warmly invited him to the restaurant next door to chat. Fellow Taoist Lin, the quality of your golden light talisman is notoriously good, and I'm looking for you to exchange a few of them. Inside the box, Guli, who was thin and had a short goat beard, had a sincere smile. I don't dare to say that. Fellow Taoist G's firebomb talisman is the best. The two made small talk, and it was a friendly exchange of resources, but the value of the defense-type talismans was a bit more expensive than the attack-type ones. Fellow Taoist Lin, with your and my age and qualifications, even though we have a top-grade talisman master's craft at our disposal, a foundation establishment pill will cost at least 7,000 spirit stones, and it's still priced to sell. After 3 rounds of drinking, Goli couldn't help but feel a pang of despondency, talking about how their top-grade talisman masters seemed to be noble, but in reality, they also had sorrows. Don't look at the talisman master as earning a lot of spirit stones, but the usual cultivation and usage all require a large amount of spirit stones, earning 7,000 spirit stones and saving up 7,000 spirit stones. These are two concepts. Lin Chagan, however, heard that the other party was saying something, and could not help but wonder. Fellow Taoist Gu, what is your opinion? Looking at Lin Chang'an's feigned ignorance, Gu Li laughed, then secretly transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoist, you and I are of this age. Relying on weekday savings is far from enough. It would be better to find 2 or 3 close friends and go hunting demonic beasts together. Perhaps we can compete for that foundation building opportunity. Hunting demonic beasts. After hearing that Guli wanted to invite him to go hunting demonic beasts together, Lin Chang'an's gaze flickered slightly. Fellow Taoist Gu, is a second-stage demonic beast that easy to hunt, and even if it succeeds, whose demon core is this? Seeing that Lin Chang'an seemed to be somewhat moved, Guli couldn't help but strike the iron while it was hot and said in an urgent voice, Fellow Taoist, have you heard of that 5 Friends of Mount Meng? The 5 Friends of Mengshan. How could one not have heard of it? It was also considered a legendary story among the casual cultivators. Rumor has it that in the Mengshan Square Market, 5 like-minded casual cultivators who first entered the immortal cultivation realm made a righteous bond, and each of the 5, each with their own strengths, teamed up to purchase a second-order array formation. After that, 5 people will secretly hunt and kill demonic beasts, get the demon core, refining foundation building Dan. First for one person to step into the foundation building, and so on in just a dozen years of time, surprisingly, one by one to build the foundation. This friendship was praiseworthy and went viral for a while. This, Lin Chang'an pretended to be a little hesitant, but in his heart, he was speechless. People mention 5 friends, but they grew up from childhood, not like brothers but better than brothers, and from the early stage of chi refining, they have hunted demonic beasts together to share their suffering and blessings, trusting for decades. What are they going to compare with the 5 Friends of Mengshan? Fellow Taoist Lin, with the financial power of you and I as talisman masters, and joining forces with a few more people, it won't be difficult to purchase a second-order formation, and then we can sign a spirit contract together. Looking at Gu Li's excited expression, Lin Chang'an eventually contemplated it, but slowly shook his head. Thank you, Taoist Gu, for your kindness. Mr. Lin draws charms all year round. He's really not good at fighting, and he's only just broken through the 8th layer of chi refining, so it's better to draw charms and refine his cultivation in the workshop first. It's more down to earth. Looking at Lin Chang'an's euphemistic refusal, Guli shook his head helplessly for a while. Foundation building this thing, only prepared in advance, where there is a cultivation to the preparation. You think it is a certain Jidan ancestor offspring? You think you're the descendant of a golden Dan ancestor, and you've got a foundation building pill when you're at the 9th level of chi refining? Since fellow Taoist Lin doesn't want to take the risk, then Mr. Gu will seek others first, but please keep this matter a secret. Definitely. Guli did not force himself, while Lin Chang'an also solemnly arched his hand in assurance. When hunting demonic beasts, the most dangerous thing was not the demonic beasts, but the cultivators who cooperated with each other were the most dangerous. As for the so-called co-signing of the spiritual contract, Lin Chang'an sneered in his heart. Mutual cooperation in hunting demonic beasts, but where someone a little water, some deaths and injuries are inevitable. Wouldn't that be doing someone else a favor? However, the other party's mention of the 5 Friends of Mengshan had reminded him that the situation was in turmoil at the moment, so there might be an opportunity to purchase a formation. Second-order formations. He hadn't thought about it. Not that he couldn't afford it, but he couldn't manipulate it yet with his cultivation level, regardless of whether it was a second-order talisman, formation, or an extremely high-quality magic weapon. Not only were they powerful, they were extremely restrictive for cultivators. Not only did it require mana to be inspired, but it also required divine sense to guide and control it, as well as a requirement for the control of mana. Even for me, the most I can manage to maneuver 8 first-order upper-grade talismans into battle at the same time. Any more and I'll easily injure myself. If he also counted the magic weapons that he operated while fighting, Lin Chang'an would be able to manipulate up to 5 more talismans. The reason why the 5 friends of Mengshan can operate a second-order formation is because there are 5 of them, and they also share the same mind, whereas I only have one person. So it seems that I can only find a way to purchase a first-order upper-grade formation to do so. Lin Chang'an secretly thought. He had the self-knowledge that if he could not yet manage to trust others, how could he talk about letting others trust him? But this formation is not urgent for the time being, so let's take our time and ask around. Chapter 58, Fellow Taoist Ji's Prey, Begging for Monthly Tickets. 3 months later, Lin Chang'an, who was purchasing supplies at the workshop market, bumped into Guli once again. Fellow Taoist Lin, take a walk and go have a drink together. Guli came down from the wind and dust, with a hint of irritation in his expression, while Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded his head, and inwardly he was also a bit curious, wanting to inquire about where the other party had bought the formation. After all, this thing called advanced formation, unusual cultivator families don't have it, and the entire country of you is almost monopolized by the 3 major clans. Inside the restaurant box, after 3 rounds of wine, the dusty Guli couldn't help but hold his tongue and talk about his experiences during this time. These several people clearly said that they would contribute together, and it was not easy to induce a second-order demonic beast to enter the formation, but as a result, each of them had their own agenda, leading to a great reduction in the power of the formation. Obviously want to borrow the knife to kill, monopolize all. This demonic beast can or not yet killed it. These several black-hearted cannot wait. If it is not, I ran fast. While Guli cursed, there was some heartfelt afterthought in his expression, and Lin Chang'an listened and comforted. Fellow Taoist Gu, this knowing people's faces, how much have you and I experienced in the immortal cultivation world? We should have known long ago. I'm not resigned to this. Guli looks aggrieved and says how much he lost this time. Fellow Taoist Lin, you don't know. This time I almost couldn't come back, and the family belongings that I managed to save over the past few years are all gone. Lin Chang'an was just comforting, but in his heart, he always felt that something was wrong. However, when he looked at Guli with this heavy loss, he suppressed this thought for the time being. A few days later, Guli invited Lin Chang'an to gather at the restaurant again. Fellow Taoist Lin, the more I think about it, the more unwilling I am. Most of this fortune is gone, although I'm not good at killing, but if I don't put up a fight, I won't be able to build my foundation in this life. You're a dependable person. Old brother, I'm willing to gamble one more time. Guli was like a gambler, his eyes glowing with blood as he looked at Lin Chang'an, as if to say that although he was risking his own life, he was willing to gamble his trust one more time for the sake of building the foundation. Fellow Taoist Gu, Lin Chang'an, who was still trying to comfort, suddenly thought of something and was instantly alerted. First, he was invited to reveal his intention to hunt demonic beasts, and after being rejected, he cooperated with others and lost most of his fortune to retrieve a life. This who hear no pity, the wariness is greatly reduced, and at this time then proposed to cooperate, and said that they are willing to believe in you. That's a total sign of weakness. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an's heart went cold, and then looking at the thick-browed Guli in front of him, he couldn't help but feign a hesitant look, and finally sighed helplessly. Fellow Taoist Gu, I don't have any big ambitions as a person. Now that it's so chaotic out there and that Go's 3 swords are rampant, I'd better wait until I've settled down. Lin Chang'an's look of worry about the turmoil in the marketplace caused Guli's heart to burst into flames. This is not even going out? What a ing turtle. After walking out of the restaurant and facing the cool breeze of the marketplace, remembering Guli's miserable look when they parted, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be cautious. Maybe I guessed wrong, but defense is not an option. It wasn't like he hadn't seen this kind of killing before. He and Ernio had experienced it firsthand when they were close friends who had known each other for many years, only to be tricked out and then killed to take their money. The reason was simply the temptation of 2 spirit stones, and in the beginning, he and Ernio were just shy, which made them lucky to escape. This incident, or the other party, was found out when they were killing people and taking their money, which made everyone know that the other party had already done it more than once. Fellow Taoist Gu, even though what you said makes my heart sing, I still prefer to believe in myself. Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head. Guli's appearance of "you're strong and I'm weak" after losing a large portion of his fortune really made him a bit wary. The routine is a bit familiar, and at this time, within the restaurant, Guli, who had a miserable look on his face, looked a bit ugly. Damn, this doesn't even take the bait. As the door pushed open, Two cultivators pushed their way in, patting the storage bags on their waists and staring. "Boss, what if this guy doesn't take the bait? Count this kid's son lucky. Let's switch to another person." At this moment, Guli's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, which still had the appearance of an honest man before. Senior Sister Lu, walking through the streets of the workshop market, purchasing some supplies and preparing to go back, he happened to see Lu Turnip with a child, and Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be stunned. Normally, this little senior sister doesn't go out much. Why did she even bring a child out today? And she was carrying a wooden box. Ringo, when she bumped into an acquaintance, an embarrassment flashed in Lu Turnip's eyes, followed by a smile as she brushed the green silk around her ears. "Shenlai, he's been so busy these past few days that he hasn't been home much. I see that he's pining quite a bit. I came to take a look." After hearing this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel that Shenlai was truly blessed. "Senior Sister Lu, the marketplace is not peaceful these days. Let's go together." When he came to the other end of the market, he saw Shenlai in front of the stall from afar. In addition to the daily designated deliveries, most of the time Shenlai would be at the stall selling the remaining demonic beast meat. Top quality demonic beast meat now. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. "Old Shen, you're a real fighter. Ha ha, my family still has a kid. While young do not fight. To the old this kid shall not eat his father's suffering it." Shenlai and the 3 or 5 friends who set up the stall together, laughing and joking down. However, far from Lin Chang'an and Lu Yiqing, 2 people are stopped. Both look a little silent, only to see that under Shenlai's face full of smiles, what was laid out was high-grade demonic beast meat, yet he was eating a dry, pithy pill. The difference between a grain pill and a grain elixir is 1,000 miles. No wonder. After stopping to see this scene, Lu Turnip muttered, while Lin Chang'an on the side had the good sense to walk away. "Senior Sister Lu, I'll first procure the materials for drawing talismans in the vicinity. You go find Brother Shen first." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lu Turnip took a deep breath and walked over with the child carrying the wooden box. "Turnip, what are you doing here?" Shenlai looked at Lu Qingyi as well as his own child in shock, and at this time, he was still holding the cheap pesky pills in his embarrassed hand. "What can I come for? You, a great cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, can't put your cultivation on hold." Under her sweet smile, Lu Yu took out the meal she had made at home from the wooden box, using good spiritual rice and demonic beast meat. Shenlai's eyes flickered in embarrassment. However, when he looked down, his eyes had reddened, while Lu Yiqing looked as if she didn't see it, turning sideways with a smile on her face as she teased the child. "Hurry up and eat. I just happened to run into Brother Lin on the way. I'll go back with the kid later, so don't worry about it." "Good." Shenlai, who was eating with his head down, had crystals dripping from his bowl. Lu Turnip, who had turned sideways to tease the child, looked as if nothing was wrong, but her eyes were already red. Inside the distant store, Lin Chang'an happened to see this scene and couldn't help but sigh slightly. A man can suffer anything outside, but he is most afraid of having someone's heartache all of a sudden. The Gathering of Immortals building is gone. Under the chaos of the marketplace, the rent for each season, and the need for cultivation, Shenlai is not alone, has a wife and children. He didn't want his offspring to follow his old path, so after detecting that his son had a talent for aura, he started laying the foundation for his offspring from a young age. He wasn't a talisman master or an alchemist. He couldn't just sit around. He needed to save for a rainy day. Selling high-level demonic beast meat, Shenlai was just starting out, so he chose to earn a very small amount of compensation in exchange for a stable clientele. So outsiders only saw that Shenlai held up a sky again, but did not see the heartache behind it. Of course, a more important point, after breaking through with the rank-breaking pill, Shenlai knew that the potential was greatly reduced, so the focus began to shift to nurturing the next generation, reporting the good news and not the bad. Maybe that's the responsibility that the head of the family, the top man, needs to take on. Lin Chang'an's expression was somewhat envious, yet more than that, it was determined. He still had a long way to go, and it wasn't time to stop, and if he was going to find a Dao mate, he would have to find someone who could accompany him on his journey. Instead of stopping halfway, one more sadness on the lonely road. This immortal cultivation world, it's really mesmerizing and at the same time a bit annoying at the same time. Looking up at the beauty of the heaven and earth, as well as the foundation establishment cultivators passing by, Lin Chang'an murmured with a complex expression. Lin Chang'an at this moment seemed to have a kind of enlightenment, feeling as if the world seemed clearer. Chapter 59, The Remnants of the Wang Family, Request for Readings. Brother Lin, I've made you laugh. On the way back, Lu Turnip stroked the green silk next to her ear to hide her inner embarrassment. However, Lin Chang'an was gently shaking his head. Not really, Brother Shen's choice is not wrong, and neither is your choice. Senior sister, Shenlai is now at this age. Plus after taking the step-breaking pill to make a breakthrough, he has also long ceased to have any illusions about foundation establishment. It looks like a late-stage qi refining cultivator, but one has no craft. and the second does not go outside to take risks, and wants to do some business to live peacefully, then it needs to be paid in other areas. Let's hope the boy doesn't disappoint his father. Lou Turnip looked at the child she was holding in her arms with a genuine smile on her face. In the immortal cultivation world, the regrets of parents who have not accomplished anything are hoped to be inherited by the next generation, to fulfill the foundation building dream they chased when they were young. Under the setting sun, returning towards his home, as he passed the foot of the mountain behind the workshop, Lin Chang'an was alerted, and without moving, his afterglow swept behind him. Senior sister, take this talisman and just run back later. Under the secret voice transmission, Lou Turnip's pupils shrunk, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest. Brother Lin, I have a talisman to protect my body, so be careful. Both of them were in voice contact, and as they passed by a corner, a distant silhouette with burn marks all over his face was hidden in the woods, and at that moment, he looked at the two silhouettes in the distance, and his eyes revealed a ruthless look. Two loose cultivators, a child, their cultivation is not high enough, and this male cultivator is about the same size as me. After hiding for so long, it's not easy to find a substitute. I still have to get out of here alive. And the Wang family, when he thought of the Wang family, he couldn't help but have a look of resentment rise in his dark eyes. His name was Wang Lin, the first eldest son of the head of the Wang family, with a top-grade spiritual root talent and a cultivation of the 9th level of qi refining. He should have had a bright future, but it was all ruined because of the secret realm. Father, you didn't think, did you, that I was still alive? He was given up as an outcast in order for more of the family to escape. I've returned my family's favor, and after I escape, in the future, I, Wang Lin, will only live for myself. Wang Lin, who was carrying the secret realm's heavy treasures, revealed an unprecedented ambition to become a legendary cultivator of the Yu country, and when he did, he would personally create his own Wang clan. Just as Wang Lin's expression was grim and he was about to follow him, a cold aura suddenly came from behind him, causing his expression to change drastically. No good. A clear, crisp sound rang out, only to see a golden light appear around Wang Lin. First-ranked fine advanced talisman. Upon seeing this golden light, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but change his complexion. This all-out strike of his, with spirit stab, had failed. This is the first time a sneak attack has failed. However, Wang Lin was scared pale and terrified at this moment. How? This first-order fine advanced talisman of his was a mana defense shield comparable to that of a foundation establishment, and as a result, a fine crack was struck under one blow. Almost he died. Seek death. It was all in the blink of an eye, and after Lin Chang'an saw that the sneak attack didn't work, he didn't hesitate to directly toss out 3 firebomb talismans, instantly transforming into 3 balls of fire with a terrifying aura. The scene caused Wang Lin to hastily exclaim, "Fellow Daoist is mistaken. It's all a misunderstanding." He was thinking of finding an ordinary casual cultivator to stand in for him, but he didn't expect that this person would not only have a high cultivation level, but also not weak in terms of spells and means, and also be this alert. When it turns out that the other side is tricky, it's too late for regrets. Fire Sun Sword. However, after seeing the fire attribute magic weapon used out by the hidden robber cultivator, Lin Chang'an's face instantly changed. This robbing cultivator was masked and he didn't know who it was, but this sword was too familiar, and now the 2 major sects wanted notices were still posted in the marketplace. Remnants of the king's family. However, Lin Chang'an's change in demeanor was also seen by the other party, and Wang Lin couldn't help but feel ruthless. No matter if this person saw something, he had to leave this person behind, or else it would all be over. Go to hell. And without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chang'an directly threw out a few firebomb talismans before immediately turning around and fleeing. Wang Lin, this is the most wanted person with the highest bounty among the younger generation of the Wang family. Don't go. When he saw Lin Chang'an trying to escape, under Wang Lin's great shock, at this moment he couldn't care less about the caution he had been exercising during this time, and the red-eyed him directly chased after him. Rumble! A sound of a fire bomb charm exploding came from the forest in the back of the mountain, and in the distance, Lou Turnip hurriedly fled towards her home. Brother Lin is cautious by nature. Since he dares to draw away the enemy, he must have sensed that the enemy's aura is inferior to his. He will definitely be fine. Just as Lu Yiqing was thinking. At the beginning, when Lin Chang'an noticed someone staring at them, he felt that this person's breath was weak and his cultivation must not be as good as his, and that's why he had this confidence, which had thought that it was the remaining members of the Wang family. This Wang Lin has been hiding for several months in the back of the mountain, hiding in the cemetery. Even if there is a parchment dan to take, the breath is also very weak. Actually, Wang Lin's cultivation wasn't weaker than his at all. That's what led to this misunderstanding. Moo! In the middle of the chase, a green-horned bull suddenly appeared in front of him and directly toppled over towards Wang Lin, causing Wang Lin to grit his teeth and speak harshly. Damn it, get the hell out of my way. In the heat of the moment, Wang Lin didn't dodge and directly stabbed up with the Fire Sun sword in his hand, and the first order top-grade golden light talisman on the green-horned bull flashed with golden light. Under this collision, the golden light shattered, and at the same time, the brute strength of the green-horned bull rushed over, directly causing Wang Lin's chi and blood to flip, and even the golden defense shield on his body dimmed quite a bit. Moo! The green-horned ox let out a cry of grief. Although it had thick skin and flesh, how could it hold up to a strike from a late-stage chi practitioner wielding a magic weapon, and directly stabbed a sword into his tough body? However, in this split second, a human figure was flashing from underneath the cow's belly, and under such a close distance, 4 flashes of blue light appeared. Aoki Thorn, no good. Wang Lin's pupils shrunk, and the last thing he realized before falling into darkness were the 4 blue lights, and within Lin Chanan's line of sight, 4 greenwood spikes, directly shattered the already dimmed golden light of the talisman, followed by 3 green lights, 2 needles in the eye sockets and 1 in the throat. In an instant, Wang Lin's body straightened up and poofed to the ground. It all counts for a split second. Damn it, how can you go out of a door and still encounter the remaining members of the Wang family? Looking at the corpses on the ground, Lin Chanan's expression tightened. Others might need chance, but he himself had a heavenly chance and didn't need to take any risks at all. Don't look at the 2 big sects wanted notices, but this Wang family remnant is related to the secret treasures. He doesn't believe in these big sects bull *******, and the green-horned bull. At this moment, the green-horned ox was severely injured, lying on the ground and gasping for white breath. Without any hesitation, Lin Chang'an fed the green-horned ox a few pills to heal its wounds before directly putting them into the spirit beast pouch. At the same time, there was the corpse of this remaining member of the Wang clan, who was directly rewarded with a firebomb technique, taking away the storage bag and magic weapon in passing. At the same time, a firebomb spell was cast down, erasing the scent of the battle, as well as the blood stains that remained on both sides. Even the blood stains of the green-horned ox were erased by the firebomb technique, leaving not the slightest breath behind. Chapter 60 Vanguard Evergreen Kung Fu, request for follow-up reading. Brother Lin, are you alright? Fellow Daoist Lin, how did this green-horned bull get like this? I have a few healing elixirs here, so quickly give them to the spirit beast. When he returned inside the courtyard, he happened to see Lu Yi handing the child over to Wei Ichi, while he himself was about to run out when he happened to see Lin Chang'an, who had returned. And how could Lin Chang'an have the heart to care about the duo's movements? He just treated the green-horned ox while feigning indignation. Now that this marketplace is getting more and more chaotic, if there is nothing to do, never go out easily. Wei Ichio was leaning on his iron crutches to give the green-horned ox a healing elixir, while Lin Chang'an said about the situation of the robbing cultivators he encountered this time. This robber cultivator's ability is not weak. I just lured it away and then ran back. Only that my carelessness actually caused the green-horned ox to suffer a serious injury. At this moment, the green-horned ox was lying on the ground, and a pair of weak ox eyes showed his dependence as well as concern for Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an, who was holding the Imperial Beast brand, could clearly feel this emotion, which made his heart feel a little bad. It was at this moment that he realized why many cultivators would spend their entire lives with their spirit pets. Sometimes spirit pets were indeed more reliable than people. Fellow Daoist Wei, is this naive cow alright? Lin Chang'an couldn't help but inquire with concern, while Wei Ichi smiled and got up, once again leaning on his crutches to comfort him. Don't worry, this injury is quite deep. Put it on, our cultivator's body may be gone, but the spirit beast physique is naturally strong. It will be fine after a good period of time. When he heard that the green-horned ox was fine, Lin Chang'an let out a sigh of relief, while telling the two of them what had happened this time, until the evening when Shenlai came back to know the matter, but also couples with children over. Again, solemn thanks. Hijacking cultivation may have become too familiar to them, but to the child, it was their scales. It wasn't until nightfall that Lin Chang'an, who was inside the cultivation room, had the time to carefully check up on the storage bag of the remaining members of the Wang clan, with 2 major sects offering such a high reward. And I heard that the captured survivors were personally soul-searched by the sect's Jidan elders before. This Wang family in all likelihood really did get a chance within the secret territory. In the storage bag, the spirit stone is 1 and no. The elixir is also only half a bottle of healing. There is still an empty bottle left, but smelling the smell, it is obviously a Paikadan. The rest was the top-grade magic weapon Fire Sun sword, as well as the fragments of defense magic weapons that remained on his body after the firebomb technique burned out, which he retrieved. It was obvious that this Wang Lin had fought with someone before he fled, and his defense artifacts had long since shattered. I'm afraid that this person has been hiding in the grave and shutting his breath for as long as a few months before he escaped the pursuit, and it's obvious that he's come out because he's run out of both spirit stones and grain-preventing pills. Lin Chang'an was secretly shocked, yet when he saw the last item, he revealed a puzzled look. It is a leaf that looked like a dried-up leaf was imprinted with unrecognizable and mysterious words. However, When Lin Chanan entered his eyes to look at it, his gaze suddenly froze, and a feeling imprinted into his soul struck him. But in an instant, Lin Chanan came to his senses again. At this time, he was astonished and shocked. It was hard to describe his feelings at this time. Could this chance have fallen on my head? This recorded an ancient technique that could be cultivated up to the Yuaning stage, called the ancient evergreen technique. Could the might recorded in this gongfu be true? When looking at this gongfu that was branded in his mind, Lin Chanan could hardly even describe how powerful this gongfu was. After the completion of the ancient evergreen merit, one can prolong one's life, have a long chi vein, and have far more magical power than a cultivator of the same rank, but also comes with a physical aptitude, the self-healing body. Self-healing body. This is a special physique that only demonic beasts and spirit creatures have. To put it bluntly, it is the rebirth of a broken limb, and it becomes more and more powerful as one's cultivation becomes higher and deeper. Rumor has it that only powerful feats come with their own divine abilities. Lin Chanan was shocked, with this gongfu beside him. In the crisis-ridden cultivation world, he didn't know how much he would increase his chances of survival. However, there are limitations. Cultivating this technique requires sacrificing a heaven and earth spiritual root as a support and refining it into the cultivator's native spiritual plant before it can be used. After seeing the requirements for sacrificing the essence spirit plant, Lin Chanan couldn't help but secretly nod his head. Sure enough, it's only called an ancient technique if it's difficult. It's not that easy to cultivate well. The harshness of this technique lies in this heaven and earth spiritual root. At least 3,000 years above the minimum must be a spiritual plant to barely use, and subsequent cultivation of this technique. It also needs to be watered with spiritual springs and liquid for a long period of time to continuously grow the spiritual plants and follow the cultivator to grow together with mutual feedback. 3,000-year-old elixir is not to mention Jidan cultivators. Even Yuaning cultivators would have to break their heads. When he thought about this, Lin Chanan couldn't help but shake his head for a while. However, there are no 3,000-year-old spirit medicines, but there are plenty of thousands of years, or even 10,000-year-old spirit plants in the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Just like the deep forests of the mortal world, it is not uncommon to see trees that are thousands of years old. Although the power of the benthic spirit plant was related to the cultivator himself, Lin Chanan was a casual cultivator. And even if he was a foundation establishment cultivator, a 1,000-year-old spirit plant would still be hard to find. Therefore, he could only give up far away and take that spirit plant that didn't have much use as his native spirit plant. In the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, I don't know how many trees and plants that have survived for thousands of years, or even 10,000 years without much value. Yuck! It should be spiritual plants, flowers and herbs. These are of little value. Once the native spirit plant is sacrificed, it is dual cultivated with the cultivator's life and needs to be chosen carefully. Lin Chanan looked at it. This burst of shaking his head and sighing, the ancient technique looked indeed gluttonous, but it required him to build his foundation before he could cultivate it. What is this? But it's better than nothing. At the very least, you don't have to go through the hassle of seeking out feats after foundation establishment. Lin Chanan consoled himself and tried to use his firebomb technique to destroy this feat. However, this withered leaf scroll didn't know what kind of treasure it was, and he was unexpectedly incapable of destroying it in the slightest. No! Lin Chagan, who suddenly thought of something, narrowed his eyes. The Wang family foundation establishment cultivator didn't take it and run with it, in favor of giving it to a chi refining cultivator? Moreover, this ancient technique would be reflected in the mind just by looking at it. Wouldn't it mean that there were many people in the Wang family who knew about this technique? Now that the Wang family had fled and been captured, and had their souls searched by the Jidan cultivators of the two major sects, then it was said that the two major sects had similarly obtained this technique. If that's the case, this gongfu won't be watched so closely. It's just that when you cultivate in the future, you need to hide your gongfu special. After thinking about this, Lin Chanan couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If there was only one copy of this gongfu, he was still a little worried about the two major sects constantly pursuing it. The crisis behind this was not small, but right now, you have it, I have it, everyone has it. The two major sects are at most annoyed that the Wang family is so bold, and not so much that they are being stared at. But getting a chance isn't a chance, it's the real chance after you rise by it. Thinking about what happened to the Wang family and this heavenly pride Wang Lin today, Lin Chang'an secretly admonished himself not to be careless. Today, this Wang Lin chance in hand, not also for him to do the dowry. He cannot repeat the same mistake, and end up for others to do the dowry. Not a single hair of everything in this Wang family can be revealed. At this time, Lin Chang'an decided that this top-quality magic weapon is even more important not to see the light. If not, there is or not stained all over. Chapter 61, The Xian Turtle Luzhinjinjin. 1 year later, Golden Light Charm, perfect 2 out of 10, 000. Firebomb Charms, perfect 1/10, 000. Finally, Lin Chagan, who was inside the cultivation room, couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at the talismans on the table that were flickering with spiritual light. A first-order fine-grade advanced talisman, finally breaking through to this realm after a year of hard cultivation on his part. It's not a waste of the second-order talisman paper and Dan sand that have been wasted over the past year. When he thought about this, Lin Chanan couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. In order to quickly improve his skills, he hadn't used a lot of second-order talisman paper and Dan sand. If he hadn't been able to see the increase in proficiency with the naked eye, he wouldn't have stuck around. Now that I have all the talismans, magic weapons, pills, and even the post-foundation technique, I just need to take my cultivation one step further, and then I'll go prepare the main materials for foundation building. At the age of 51, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a fire rise within him when he thought about building the foundation. This is also the golden finger awaken late, but where early. He was afraid that he had already built the foundation, which need to use this kind of urgency. Realm, 8th level of Qi refining, 43/100. Looking at the cultivation level again, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. In another year and a half he would be able to break through the 9th level of Qi refining, and he would definitely be able to reach the great completion of Qi refining before the age of 55. Everything's fine. It had been a year since he had counter-killed the remnants of the Wang clan, and although the wanted notices from the two major sects were still in place, it was clear that no one had learned of this incident, and it also made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, one day without building the foundation, always not solid. He did not want to follow the remaining members of the Wang family, this ancient opportunity for others to do the graft. Brother Lin, something big has happened. After Lin Chang'an came out, Shenlai was full of excitement about the great events that had happened. The ancient secret land discovered this time is a high-grade spirit vein, enough for several Jidan cultivators to cultivate, and after more than a year of contention between the departing Flame Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, the result has finally come out. Brother Lin, you would never have guessed that in order to regain the momentum from the loss on the front line, the leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion actually invited the legendary loose cultivator Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin from 100 years ago. Listening to Shenlai's words, Lin Chanan looked stunned. He didn't expect this outcome. You mean the Xian Turtle Lu realist who became a Jindan cultivator 100 years ago and is known as the #1 loose cultivator in you? Lin Chang'an was stunned under the fact that this loose legend. It could be said that since they entered the immortal cultivation world, they were listening to people's legends all the way. It's none other than Realizer Lu. Shenlai spoke excitedly, a look of adoration evident in his expression. It could be said that in the entire country of you, or even near neighboring countries, the Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin was the object of worship and pursuit for casual cultivators. Surprisingly, it's this Jindan powerhouse. Lin Chang'an was also a little excited inwardly. He was not excited about this person, but he was excited about the chaotic situation at hand, which was finally going to have a stabilizing trend. 200 years ago this one had already formed a Dan. Now I'm afraid this senior's cultivation is even more unfathomable. That's right, only Shenlai said excitedly with a fluttering brow. Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin. Not only is his own cultivation in the middle stage of Jidan, that Xian Shui turtle, I've heard that it's already a spirit pet in the late stage of the 3rd rank. Nice guy. A late 3rd stage spirit beast was equivalent to a late Jindan great cultivator. After hearing this, Lin Chanan was shocked. This one was a casual cultivator all the way. According to the rumors, he was also a lower-grade spiritual root, and after occasionally obtaining an ancient chance, he rode the wind. The most famous is a spirit pet Xian Shui turtle that was kept. It is known that the strength of the demonic beast itself is powerful, and now it is in the late 3rd stage, coupled with their own cultivation in the middle Jidan stage. If this person really comes, the Li Fire Palace and Xianin Pavilion are not afraid of inviting the god is easy to send the god is difficult? Brother Shen, aren't these two great sects afraid of a mess? The immortal cultivation world had always been the weakest and the strongest, and this Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin was so strong that Lin Chang'an had to suspect that there was something else going on inside. It's nothing really. After hearing this, Shenlai was shaking his head and letting out a long sigh, seeming to be somewhat depressed. Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin seniors, I heard that the lifespan has been less than 100 years, and now it is just a glorious return to the homeland, wanting the U country to be more stable, and also giving us and other scattered cultivators a way out. This newly built cultivation city was named Tian City, and in addition to the Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin, the Lihua Palace and the Xianin Pavilion would both send a Jindan cultivator to come. At that time, the 3 major Jindan cultivators will be sitting in the town, known as the Holy Land of Scattered Cultivators, while opening up countless spiritual veins and caves to the public for cultivation by all the world's cultivators. The Sanctuary of Dispersal. After hearing these words, Lin Chang'an secretly thought, it seems to be that the Lihua Palace and Xianin Pavilion had some irreconcilable contradictions because of the secret realm dispute before, plus the Eyeing Divine Sword sect was in a position of power. had no choice but to pull a foreign aid entrance, seemingly invited a great power to come, but less than 100 years of life, or scattered cultivator origin. At most there are a few disciples under the door, and can occupy how many resources? Instead, it would also give the two major sects a chance to catch their breath and develop for nearly 100 years. This was a wonderful move by the two major clans. Finally, some good news. After analyzing the situation, Lin Chang'an also rarely showed a smile, so that the country of Yu presents a stalemate. The turbulent situation can finally be stabilized. Isn't that so? Now that this news has spread all over the Yu country, and with the Xian Turtle Lu real person personally declaring to the public that he is sitting in the town, it can be imagined that I'm afraid that the entire Yu country, and even the neighboring countries' loose cultivators will flock to the town as well. Immortal cultivation world spirit veins are a carrot. It is not easy to find a new spirit vein. Naturally will attract countless family forces come, not to mention the scattered cultivators. The scattered cultivators themselves were surviving in the cracks, and suddenly there was a city of scattered cultivators, so how could they not come? It seems like countless loose cultivators and clans in the square market are going to be relocated, just as Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. At that moment, Ernie's voice came from outside. Brother Lin, have you heard that the Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin traveled and disappeared for 100 years? But he's actually back. But also in the secret realm spirit vein at to establish a scattered cultivation of the city pool. The family has decided to first relocate past a group of people, just as I am also in the quota. Pushing open the door, Li Ernia's face was full of redness and excitement. So you can imagine how great the reputation of this Xian Turtle Lu real person is among the scattered cultivators. Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin, the old age to build the foundation. Deeds widely spread. Originally thought it was a flash in the pan. Did not expect 100 years later unexpectedly stepped into the Jidan realm, and since then into the history of the cultivation world of Yu. Surrounded by the countries are rumored to be famous. It's a totally inspirational story, especially for the casual practitioners. Relocation? After learning from the duo, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but gaze at the bustling marketplace. This Qingju mountain marketplace that has experienced 30 years of changes in the wind and clouds. Is it always going to become a calm situation like Kingshuiwen? Who would stay here when there was a place with even denser spiritual qi? Naturally they would all head towards the newly built Tian City. Big brother Lin, brother Shen, are you guys going? Li Ernia looked at the duo somewhat expectantly, clearly wanting everyone to go together. Ernia, it's a long way to go, and with so many cultivators in the marketplace, it's inevitable that we'll be harassed by robber cultivators and demonic cultivators along the way. For Ernia's excitement, Lin Chang'an was a bit cautious. Sometimes it wasn't that it was safe to walk together with many people. Many people, the same represents the dragon and snake mixed. You simply do not know whether there are robbing cultivators and devil cultivators mixed inside. These people just need to create chaos. Unfamiliar with each other's cultivators is a disaster, but you can't be alone on the road either, which makes you just as vulnerable to being targeted. Not bad. Fellow Taoist Lin is right. We can't be negligent at this time. Shenlai nodded with a grave expression. Going to a new city was naturally good, but one should not be blind. While Lin Chang'an secretly pondered, he thought of the foundation building issue that he had begun to prepare for. With a Jidan cultivator sitting in the town, I'm afraid that this Tian City will attract countless casual cultivators to come. By then it will certainly be many times more prosperous and powerful than this market. The pond is big, and it will be relatively easy to prepare the resources for foundation building. And there was also a place of cultivation with even more intense aura. The attraction was undoubtedly fatal. It's too difficult to prepare for foundation building in the workshop at the moment. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. In the past few years he had been collecting foundation building things in the workshop market, and only some auxiliary elixirs were scarce. Chapter 62, The Remnants of the Devil's Cult. Everyone must be killed. Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market. Yesterday's prosperous a house is difficult to find a house, but today has been on the streets, selling their belongings. The verdant streets were lined with spirit beasts carrying heavy loads, and there were also some scattered cultivators whose household belongings were perfectly adequate by relying on their storage bags. None of them were preparing to relocate and head to Tian City, the holy land of scattered cultivators. Brother Lin, realist Lu is personally sitting in Tian City. Do you want to go together? When I came to the workshop to purchase supplies, I ran into this good Dao Yu again, and at this time, under the full smile, it seems to be a chance encounter, casually mentioning not to peer. However, Lin Chang'an smiled and arched his hand all pressed. Thank you, Taoist Gu, for your kindness. I am already prepared to travel with the Zhou family team. Upon hearing the name of the Zhou family, Gu Li's face changed and he couldn't help but feign a look of envy. Brother Lin is actually able to travel with the Zhou family. It's really enviable. This go 1,000 miles away. For the cultivator, although not far, but this is to go deep into the cloud and mist mountain range. Demonic beasts are numerous. Not to mention, who dares to say that there is no robbery in the team to take advantage of the fire? Therefore, most monks pull a few close friends along with them rather than with strangers. Especially these big clans wouldn't easily agree to unfamiliar casual cultivators traveling with them. 2 days later we organized a swap meet. One was to prepare to move to Tian City. The other was to clean up what we couldn't use on hand. And I heard that there would be some auxiliary materials that weren't very precious. Brother Lin can come and join us if he catches up. Guli had a casual look on his face under a full smile. It seems to depend on when you and the Chow family leave. Catching up is a good idea to come. Swap meet. By the way, it's so chaotic outside right now. This time the location we purposely in a Taoist's courtyard. Lin Chang'an thought for a moment and nodded with a smile on his face. With his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining, coupled with his status as a talisman master again, and the fact that he had continued to start collecting foundation building materials over the past 2 years, he naturally couldn't hide it from others. Just like Guli, who was also a talisman master, and the vast majority of cultivators in the late stage of qi refining, which of them dared to say that they hadn't prepared for foundation building? Good. In that case I will wait for Brother Lin to arrive. After seeing Lin Chang'an nod his head and agree to participate, Guli instantly revealed a bright smile and arched his hand as he left to inform others. However, looking at the distant back, Lin Chang'an narrowed his eyes. This person really seemed to be staring at himself. If he had only suspected it last time, it was 80% confirmed with this close encounter. It was because under the sharp perception of the Supreme Realm Evergreen technique, he had just sensed a trace of familiarity from Guli. This scent was the scent of a fellow practitioner who had previously participated in the exchange meeting and befriended Guli. The special spirit brush this person used favors the talisman on Guli's body, but it has this aura. There was no such thing as exchanging their spirit pens at an exchange meeting between their talisman masters. There's only 1,000 days to be a thief. There's no such thing as 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Fellow Taoist Gu, I hope I guessed wrong in all of this. Faced with a problem, he was more than happy to address the person who created it, just to be on the safe side. At noon that day, the workshop was busy. Even the 2 major sects were preparing a large number of elites to relocate in preparation. Outside of the address of this Taoist friend that Guli was talking about, a rich talisman master was rushing towards this place with a smile on his face. Yo, if it isn't Rune Master Lin, Brother Chang Dao. Lin Chang'an inadvertently saw this person and couldn't help but smile and arch his hand. Cultivation of Immortality 100 Arts Talisman. Dan. Weapon. Array. Talisman 1 easy to get started. So the number of talisman masters in the scattered cultivators is far more than the number of Dan masters, while the 2 weapons and array are almost all in the big clans and sects. Rune Master Lin, are you here for this exchange meeting as well? It's just as well that we're going together. Standing Rune Master was all smiles, patting his rich belly in a good-natured manner. After hearing this, Lin Chang'an's heart condensed. Sure enough, this Guli had a problem. He was given the word that it was 2 days later, but as a result, today, this standing symbol master even went to participate in this so-called exchange meeting. Yeah, well, I'm going to visit fellow Taoist Yun today, so it'll have to be next time. Lin Chang'an snorted, arching his hand with a smile on his face as the 2 of them parted ways. Lin Chang'an didn't tell any lies. He did go straight to the place where Yun Yao lived. A few moments later, the streets of the marketplace. Fellow Taoist Lin, are you sure? Yun Yao had a silent look on her face. She didn't expect that even after being estranged, Lin Chang'an could still come to her door. There can be no mistake. This person is most likely a robber cultivator, or even a thief from the devil cult. At this time, Lin Chang'an, who was on the side, spoke with a grave expression, completely like he had discovered the demon cult thieves and invited credit. Devilish thieves. After hearing these 4 words, the corner of Yun Yao's mouth twitched slightly. There were really people from the devil cult here, but they were not from inside, and Lin Chang'an was also secretly shocked. He could feel Yun Yao's aura had become even more sinister. What kind of technique was this practicing? Really envious of these clan disciples. Once the foundation is built, everything is there. Unlike them, these loose cultivators all have to get their own. In the next moment, a formation boundary slowly rose within the courtyard. Something's really wrong. Yun Yao's complexion was cold, although cultivators would release some soundproofing boundaries and the like between themselves to ensure their safety. But this was clearly a trapped formation boundary of the formation. Senior Yun, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Chang is in danger. Lin Chang'an's complexion stared down. He had considered it earlier after realizing that Guli had problems. Risking a counterattack on your own? Who knows how many people are on the other side and what means of setup they have. It would be better to sell this credit to Yun Yao. After all, for sect disciples, redeeming contributions and making a name for themselves within the sect, especially for those with backstage like Yun Yao. There was definitely a lack of merit, and he was able to cut out a potentially threatening element without having to take a chance. Even Yun Yao's identity, the benefits would definitely not be less for him. Go! Yun Yao did not hesitate and directly and cleanly headed towards the courtyard in the distance where the formation boundary was opened. A few moments later, inside the messy courtyard, Guli's face was pale and he looked at the person in front of him in shock. Departing Fire Palace Foundation Building Cultivator, how is that possible? Aren't you all preparing to head to Tian City? The severely injured Guli's pupils violently shrunk as he saw another silhouette slowly walking out from Yun Yao's back. Fellow Daoist Gu, I'm really sorry, it was me who betrayed you. No, I should be the one who noticed something wrong with you and reported it to the leaving Fire Palace. Lin Chagan, who had walked out from behind Yun Yao, looked unconcealedly shocked. Was this the strength of a Foundation Establishment cultivator? It wasn't that he hadn't seen Foundation Establishment cultivators fighting before, but he had watched from afar, and this was the first time he had felt it so close. At the same time, he could also see that Yun Yao should be cultivating a yin and cold type technique. Guli's unnaturally pale complexion was trembling underneath his breath with gusts of white chills. Vile. After seeing Lin Chang'an this moment, Guli's eyes were wide with anger. He understood where the defeat was. It was all because of this person. The next moment, only to see Yun Yao's indifferent look, lifting his hand a cold palm print attacked. Bang! Guli's skin instantly formed a layer of fine frost. The bared pupils, still so alive, had been covered in a fine layer of frost. After seeing this scene, Lin Chahan was even more secretly marveling. What a domineering cold mana. This person is under the remaining demon sect's Ghost 3 Knives, intent on stirring up a dispute. After Yun Yao cleanly disposed of it, she casually threw out a crippled magic weapon and directly announced the result. However, Lin Chang'an on the side was speechless for a while. Are you really good like this? Surprisingly, in front of his face, he didn't even interrogate him and directly convicted Hijack Xiu as a remnant of the demonic sect. Loose cultivator Lin Chang'an has been meritorious in his reporting, and these resources looted by the demonic sect will be rewarded to you. The remnants of the devil cult are to be executed by everyone. At this moment, Lin Chang'an nodded his head unswervingly. He had unexpectedly been targeted by the remnants of the demon sect. Fortunately, there was a personal disciple of the Lihua Palace. After the two of them looked at each other, Yun Yao was amused in her heart. Remnants of the devil religion? Lin Chagan, on the other hand, solemnly nodded his head, his remaining light having been placed on the storage bags of these few remaining members of the demon cult. Worthy of being from a big clan, the outpouring is generous. Come to think of it, Yun Yao's status couldn't see these things, and this credit wasn't of much practical use to Lin Chahan. The two of them kind of get what they want. Afterwards, the disciples of the leaving Fire Palace came to clean up the scene, asked Lin Chang'an about some details, and finally took the bodies of the three remaining members of the demonic sect as well as the relevant tokens. Chapter 63, Tian City. 3 top-grade magic weapons, 5 middle-grade magic weapons, talismans, spirit pens, Dan sand, pills, and spirit stones amounting to more than 300. After Lin Chanan counted the loot, he couldn't help but be happy and full of smiles, and he also had an extra second-order spirit pen. After all, not everyone was as rich as him, covered in top-grade magic weapons. It is often said that killing and setting fire to the gold belt, this group of robbing cultivators, this group of remnants of the devil's religion really deserve to die. Surprisingly, there are so many duplicate foundation building materials, so you can imagine how many Taoists Guli's demon cult thieves have victimized. Although these foundation building materials were some of the ones that were auxiliary easy to obtain, the value was not too high when calculated. It's this array disc. It's too bad that it's broken so much. A first-order top-grade formation. Lin Chang'an had also seen it for the first time. This thing could be much more expensive than a top-grade magic weapon. At this moment, he lovingly stroked the array disc while secretly pondering about today's battle. This formation seems to be easily broken, but Yun Yao cannot be viewed as an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. After all, the personal disciple of a Jidan elder cultivates a technique that is far from being comparable to that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, and the characteristics of the formations are all different. This door formation is clearly a trapped formation, powerful and incomparable internally, but weaker externally. Not that defensive formation. That's why it was easily breached. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. This formation together is really mysterious. That Chang Fu sure is a late-stage qi refining cultivator. How long has it been in there? Although there is a suspicion of poisoning. However, when Yun Yao broke the formation, the battle inside was quite intense, while there was surprisingly no life or fluctuation outside. No wonder they say that to take the demon core, the formation is the best thing. Guli 3 remaining members of the devil religion. 3 late refining Chi's body of the family added up. simply fat, a wave of fat ah. It's just a pity about this standing rune master. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but shake his head. This standing rune master had an air. Plus it was another accident within the marketplace. The leaving fire palace still needed to return the relics to the person's heir. After all, no matter how the leaving fire palace is, it is also a big clan in the open, so it can't be too ugly to eat. If not, who would return to you to pay the spirit stones to the leaving fire palace? But that's not bad. These foundation building materials have already raised enough for most of them, and the extra duplicates can still be exchanged for spirit stones. Previously, he was still lacking a lot of materials, but it turned out that someone was sending them to him now. I hoard knives when others hoard food. My neighbor is my granary. As expected, the old ancestors said all the famous words. Can't be careless. One day before foundation building. These things are nothing more than dead things when resting in the storage bag. Lin Chang'an secretly admonished himself. This time is their own prudence. Today if it is replaced by their own fall into such a situation. Although his mana is thicker than the same level of cultivators, and even full of top-grade artifacts, but one person was facing 3 cultivators of the same rank. Plus this formation. I'm afraid he's not going to get away with it. 2 days later. Yesterday, the marketplace was still bustling, but today the cacophony is much less, and the number of cultivators has decreased as far as the eye can see. Outside the marketplace, countless cultivators were heading towards the newly built Tian City in groups, and Lin Chang'an, who saw this scene, shook his head for a while. Mid and late stage chi refining cultivators might still be able to survive if they go there. Early stage cultivators are having such a hard time surviving in the Green Bamboo Mountain small workshop, so what if they change places? In the past 2 days, he had sold almost all of the family belongings given to them by Rune Master Gu. All 5 medium-grade magic weapons were sold, and only 1 basalt iron shield was left from the 3 top-grade magic weapons. After all, no one can have too many defense magic weapons. With the golden scale armor inside and the metaphysical iron shield outside, safety is greatly improved. Brother Lin Dao, Shen Lai, Lu Yiqing, as well as Wei Yiqi, who also had a pair of iron crutch spells, arrived in droves, while also renting a carriage from the Zhou family. Inside the car were Shen Lai's son and Wei Doni's daughter. I at least have a craft of alchemy here, so when I go to Tian City, I won't worry about spending my days. Wei is not easy to go through a big change in life. The character is much more calm than before. Just as they were waiting, the Zhou family's team came along. This time, there were enough 2 foundation establishment cultivators, as well as nearly 100 Zhou family cultivators, who had relocated to Tian City. It could be said to have drawn a large portion of its strength. Check the identity of the entourage. 1 spirit stone per person, except for young children. Follow at the back of the group, and do not allow them to easily approach my Zhou family's group along the way. A Zhou clan cultivator at the late stage of chi refining gave the order in a deep voice. This time, the cultivators that followed the Zhou family's team, the Zhou family selected all of them to be of clean birth and dragged their families. After all, such people are the least likely to backslide. Ringo, Li Erniu was also among the group. At this moment, he was full of red light, holding a medium-grade magic weapon longsword. He walked over to greet them. Alright, it's getting late. This time we're going to go deeper into the Cloud Mist mountain range. Everyone set off immediately. The Zhou family also did not talk nonsense, and among the vast line of people, especially one of the Zhou family's tamed spirit beasts was the most conspicuous. Hundreds of cultivators set off in great numbers, which made many casual cultivators in the marketplace low. Okay with envy. There's no rush. It won't be too late to go to Tian City when our cultivation is further advanced. Not bad. Tian City is newly constructed, and the leakage of aura has attracted an unknown number of demonic beasts. We'll go over there when it stabilizes. Most of the cultivators who stayed in the marketplace were those with low cultivation levels, and there were also some more cautious cultivators. After all, the demonic beasts had been a bit chaotic lately. As the marketplace behind him became more and more blurred, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel melancholy. This marketplace he had stayed in for 30 years, and it was also from here that he became a real cultivator. If it weren't for the planning for foundation establishment, I really wouldn't want to leave this place. The clans and family forces were obviously going to pile up in Tian City, and by staying here, the workshop market would only get colder and colder. And even if he raised enough of all the materials, there would be no second-order Dan masters who could refine the foundation establishment Dan. Tian City, with the 3 great Jidan real people sitting in the town, especially under the prestige of Xin Turtle Lu real people, the scattered cultivators of Yu country flocked to the city, and even those from the neighboring countries also rushed to the city. A few days later, Tian City was already far away. From a distance, Under the clouds and mist, the lofty giant city appeared in the view, and the tall city wall was like a giant dragon, connected to the mountains and wrapped around the giant city. The entire immortal city is located between the mountains, surrounded by white mist. Yinchuan waterfall, in the sunrise irradiated with gusts of haze, as if it were a fairyland on earth. A few miles away, Lin Chanan's group could feel the obscure and terrifying fluctuations of mana. It was obvious that this immortal city was shrouded by a hidden and unseen city guard array formation. Brother Lin, is this Tian City? A group of people in a sorry state, when they saw the face of the immortal city from afar, they were all shocked by the scene. Li Erniu, whose voice was hoarse, had forgotten the exhaustion in his body at this time, and his eyes were all shaken by the scene in front of his scalp. Is this Tian City? Even Lin Chanan was looking at this shocking immortal city at this moment, and it was hard to hide the flash of shock in his eyes. 30 years ago, when I went to the Fire Palace assessment, I had a glimpse from afar, the cloudy immortal door, like a fairyland. The city in front of him, however, was situated amongst majestic mountains, majestic, with the sound of air breaking echoing amongst the surrounding clouds, magic weapons, flying boats, flying birds. The once unseen foundation establishment cultivators turned out to have seen so many on this day. There are actually so many foundation establishment cultivators. The crowd was shocked, and there were even people showing tears, not knowing whether it was for the aspiration of building the foundation or the heartache of this journey. Brother Lin. Finally, Shenlai tiredly finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Lin Chang'an also relaxed lightly in a rare moment, nodding with a tired sigh. It's been a rough ride. Although the spirit stones that the Zhou family had collected earlier had all been returned, Lin Chang'an and his group looked at the Zhou family with a clear look of eccentricity in their expressions. There was no other reason. On the way to Tianxian City, they were targeted by the Black Wind Wolves. Who would have thought that this would still hold a grudge after so many years? If it wasn't for the fact that the Zhou family had 2 foundation establishment cultivators, this Wolf King was obviously injured as well, and this time it was really hard. Let's go into town. As the hoarse voice of the Zhou clan's leader echoed down, an excited roar erupted from the exhausted group. Tianxian City. The 3 big words were seen from afar, putting countless cultivators in a trance, as if this place would hold the dreams they were chasing. Tianxian City? I hope this will be the place where I build my foundation. As the immortal city became clearer and clearer in his vision, Lin Chanan's gaze became more and more determined. Chapter 64, Preparation for Foundation Establishment. Tianxian City. This is Tianxian City. Upon entering within the immortal city, countless people were shocked by the scene before them. Built on a mountain, with waterfalls flowing, a small mountain peak was clearly visible between the mountains, being protected by a formation boundary for the dojo. Those 3 largest immortal peaks with the densest spiritual chi. In the center is the Xian Turtle Land Realm Dojo, on the left is the Leaving Fire Palace Realm, and on the right is the Xianin Pavilion Realm. The group of mountains below is the Base Building Cultivators Dojo. As long as you have spirit stones, chi refining cultivators can live in the Base Building Cultivators Dojo to cultivate. The crowd was ready to part when they arrived here, and listening to someone being introduced, Lin Chanan's group was secretly shocked. No. Suddenly Lin Chang'an froze, looking at this just like a well-built immortal city. Even if the cultivation of God's power, this a city can be built overnight? Obviously, this Lihua Palace and Xianin Pavilion, as well as this Xian Turtle Luzhenjin. I'm afraid that a consensus has long been reached. Only after the construction of this immortal city, it was announced to the public. The cultivators of the Zhou clan will follow me to the clanlands. As the cultivators of the Zhou family greeted them with a cry, Li Erniu excitedly bid them farewell, and at this moment Lin Chang'an drifted off. Sure enough, the fat on this has long been divided up before they know it. Erniu might not know, but the Zhou family's senior management definitely knew about this matter in advance. If not just came to Immortal City, even the clanland? What a rich aura. Lin Chagan, who had returned to his senses, could not help but be energized, and Shenlai, who was on the side, could not help but marvel. Brother Lin, it's only just entered the city, and the aura is already thicker than the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop. I really don't dare to imagine how thick the aura can be in the dojo of a foundation establishment cultivator. No wonder there are so many cultivators flocking here. Lin Chang'an also nodded with empathy. A steady stream of cultivators could be seen outside the gates of this city every day. I'm afraid that this place will become the most prosperous immortal city in you at most half a year. Come on, let's go rent a house. Lin Chang'an, Shenlai and his group came to the steward who specialized in the immortal city. The matter of renting rooms. Recently, there had been a large influx of cultivators every day, causing the place to be unusually lively. Fellow Taoists, you've come across a good time. Xian Turtle Luzhenjin is sitting in this city, and the city is divided into 2 levels, inner and outer, with naturally different levels of aura concentration. clearly marked price. Now there are still countless empty rooms in the immortal city, and even prepare for the foundation establishment of the Taoist friends. You can lease the next cave with someone, which is enough to accommodate the foundation establishment cultivator cultivation. The richness of the spiritual qi can be imagined. Upon seeing the prices of goods within Immortal City, although they had prepared for it, Shenlai and Wei Ichi still changed their faces. Brother Lin, we won't be accompanying you. Shenlai and Wei, not easy to two people, is far away from the foundation building. The two people at most gritted their teeth and chose to go down to the inner city. That's 5 lower grade spirit stones a month. It was important to know that a first-rank mid-grade talisman master or Dan master would only earn a dozen or so spirit stones a month without affecting their cultivation. After Lin Chang'an saw this, he also gave a slight nod, but he still chuckled. All of them are practicing in the city, so they can still be common in the future. The two of them also smiled and nodded their heads and arched their hands. However, there was clearly some bitterness in the smiles of Shenlai and Wei Ichi. This was the moment the gap between them became apparent. Thinking back to 10 years ago, Lin Chang'an was only at the 4th level of Qi refining and a first-rank middle-grade talisman master. The gap between them was not even that big. In just 10 years, Lin Chang'an had already gone ahead of them. However, they had all seen Lin Chang'an's bitter cultivation over the years. Unlike them who all started families and spread their wings, resulting in a lot of thought and resources being put into nurturing their offspring. At the foot of the mountain, this area is all dojos of the next level of aura. After finally looking around, Lin Chang'an chose a desired dojo. Fellow Daoist with a good eye, this area of the dojo is rich in spiritual qi. It was specially prepared out by Realist Lu for cultivators preparing for foundation establishment, and it only costs 200 spirit stones per year. After hearing this price, Lin Chang'an also took out spirit stones in a needy manner. For a first-order upper-grade talisman master, 200 spirit stones could be earned in a month or two, and a month would be enough when the state was good. But when it comes to a loose cultivator who is preparing to build a foundation, a piece of spirit stone is broken into 2 halves and spent. Preparing for foundation establishment requires spirit stones, right, and so does purchasing self-defense magic weapons, and various resources for usual cultivation, not to mention an expense if there are wives, concubines, children, and daughters. No wonder the two great sects want to build this immortal city together. Lin Chang'an, who had gotten the dojo jade tablet, had sort of realized that this immortal city was, in mortal terms, a complete day in the life. At the same time, this immortal city, which also brings together most of the capable loose cultivators from the U country as well as neighboring countries, whether it's pulling them together or otherwise, is not a good thing for the Divine Sword sect. Lin Chang'an thought darkly, but all of this had little to do with him. His only goal at the moment was to prepare for foundation establishment. Dedicate yourself to cultivation during this time. Strive for an early breakthrough to the 9th level of Qi refining, and when the situation stabilizes, you can start preparing for foundation establishment. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel his heart heat up when he thought about building the foundation, which was also the purpose of his coming here. As for Shenlai and Wei Ichi, the two of them, it was also more for the sake of their children, to have a better cultivation environment and not to follow their old path. On the side adjacent to the Silver River waterfall, an exquisitely constructed cave pavilion was rich in aura. Further up, there was the Foundation Establishment Cultivators Dojo, which was located among the mountains. It's really a place of beauty. After arriving at the rented cave, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The 200 spirit stones hadn't been unjustly spent. The attic is exquisite, and the courtyard has a pond with lotus flowers, with green-horned cattle soothingly weaving in and out of the flowers. Adjacent to the majestic Silver River Falls, you can clearly feel the water aura in the air. This place is suitable for cultivators who cultivate water attribute techniques. In addition to cultivators who cultivate wood attribute techniques, water begets wood, and Lin Chang'an's Supreme Realm's evergreen Kung Fu could clearly feel that the mana in his body had become a few points more active. Sure enough, there is something to be said about the environment of a cultivator's cave. In the past, he was not in a position to do so, but this time he experienced it for himself, making Lin Chang'an feel a great deal of emotion. And the mysterious veil of this path of immortal cultivation was really haunting. Over the next few months, Tian City became more noisy by the day, with a steady stream of loose cultivators pouring in. Lin Chang'an cave around, also more than a lot of neighbors. We are all late refining cultivators, are interested in preparing for the foundation. Each other also visit each other to get acquainted. But he also realized that most of the people who could live here were skilled in their craft. Most were talisman masters. followed by Dan masters, and as for weaponsmiths and formations, they were few and far between. Of course, there were also quite a few cultivators who hunted demonic beasts with a murderous aura. There are also some late-stage chi refining cultivators who are not very skillful, or who are not good at their skills, and who share their homes with 3 or 5 friends or couples in this place of rich aura. Inside the cave, at this moment, under Lin Chanan's gloomy expression, the second-order spirit brush dragon flew, and a spirit talisman flickered with spiritual light. First-ranked fine advanced talisman. Looking at the talisman that shone with spiritual light, Lin Chanan revealed a satisfied smile. Coming to Tianxian Immortal City, the biggest benefit is that there are many cultivators, and it continues to have a large number of cultivators entering the city every month, and this point of his talisman is thrown to the city. Even a splash cannot splash up. Normally, you only need to be more cautious and change your identity a few more times in disguise, then you can easily get the talisman out. A normal top-grade talisman master, not counting expenses and putting aside the cost of talisman making, would only earn more than 1,000 spirit stones a year, and he could earn tens of thousands of spirit stones a year if he went all out on drawing talismans. Lin Chang'an secretly thought. Of course, he could not easily show his wealth. Relatively speaking, if he built the foundation he would be better off buying or hunting to get a demon core. After all, looking for someone to refine pills, a furnace of good luck can produce 3 foundation building pills. The luck is almost also able to have one. Unless it is bad luck or looking for a novice alchemist, it is possible to have a furnace of waste pills. His lower grade spiritual root, even if he had cultivated the evergreen technique to the extreme, I'm afraid that if he wanted to build a foundation, he would need at least 2 foundation establishment pills, or even 3 to be secure. It's normal if you purchase 1 foundation establishment pill, but 2 or even 3 will obviously be suspected of having problems. Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head. To be on the safe side he'd better prepare the preparatory materials first. When the time came, he'd do it in a 2-pronged manner. Alchemy doesn't matter if you get out 1 or 2. When you have the chance, go back to the auction and buy 1. After all, his status as a talisman master, as well as his previous gains from killing the robber cultivator here in Yunyao, were not small. It was within the normal range to purchase another foundation building pill. He had to prepare at least 2 foundation building pills before he could close the door to build his foundation. Chapter 65, The Wonderful Sound. Life expectancy, 52/124. Realm, 9th level of chi refining, 18/100. Inside the cultivation cave, as Lin Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, majestic fluctuations of mana flooded out around his body, and the perfection realm's Changchun Gong made his mana even more thick and pure. A year and a half of years. The cultivation speed is much faster than I expected. A year and a half had passed since he resided in Tian City, and now Lin Chang'an was 52, and he had broken through to the 9th level of chi refining half a year ago. This caused him to feel a great deal of emotion. If he was still in the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, then the progress of his breakthrough would have to be pushed back by at least another half a year. I really can't imagine how dense the aura would be in the cave residences of the 3 great Jidan cultivators. This was why the spirit veins in the world were fought over by powerful cultivators. Meanwhile, the situation in Vietnam has relatively settled down quite a bit over the past year and a half. After pushing open the door of the attic and stepping out of the outside of the cave, what came into his eyes was the pool water pavilion building and the greenhorn cow that was lying in the pool enjoying itself, and off to the side is the rumbling Silver River Falls. You're a tired, naive cow, not a big buffalo. Walking out and breathing in the fresh air, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but let out a laugh and curse after seeing the greenhorn cow within the pool. Moo! Upon seeing Lin Chang'an, the green-horned cow came out of the pool, clattering and flowing, and walked up to him, lowering its head and affectionately rubbing its pants leg to emit a gurgling cow moo. Lin Chang'an smiled and took out 2 handfuls of spirit herbs from his storage pouch, stroking a wound on the forehead of the bull's head. The biggest difference between spirit pets and cultivators was trust. Cultivating immortality for 32 years, the year of knowing the fate of the end of the 9th level of refining chi. It's not in vain to walk this journey in the world of immortal cultivation, standing outside the cave dwelling and looking down. The prosperous immortal city inside and outside came into view. In less than 2 short years, Tianxian City's prosperity had changed drastically. Everywhere was filled with crowded cultivators, people coming and going, and there were not a few foundation establishment cultivators flying in the sky with their imperial weapons. The current Tianxian City had already developed into the strongest city of casual cultivators in the U country, as well as among the surrounding neighboring countries. It's also known as the sanctuary of dispersed cultivation. There were hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators living on the large and small peaks behind him alone, not to mention the unknown number of foreign cultivators who had come here to break through foundation establishment and then return home in their clothes over the past year. Tianxian City, built on a mountain, full of spiritual chi, and connected to the Cloud Mist mountain range. It's truly blessed in terms of terrain. Just as Lin Chang'an was lamenting, a sudden clamor came from the distance. Look! someone has built a foundation. This month is already the second successful Tsukiji. You only see the successes of foundation building, but you don't see the greater number of failures. The voices of the people in the distance murmured, and Lin Chang'an also revealed a look of envy. Tsukiji? It's about time I got ready. After thinking about building the foundation, Lin Chang'an's eyes also revealed a look of determination. Tian City was just as he thought. Many of the foundation building materials were relatively much easier to purchase. After all, ponds are replaced with lakes, the circles are different, and what once had a price tag can appear from time to time in lakes, though they are also precious. Now that the foundation building materials are almost ready, we are just missing a few main ingredients, especially the demon core. Lin Chang'an secretly thought that the price of demon cores was even more expensive than foundation building pills. After all, alchemy things were all gambling in nature. Most alchemy can still guarantee 2 foundation establishment dan in 1 furnace. Naturally, this demon core is going to be more expensive. Similarly, if one purchased demon cores, one could easily be targeted. To play it safe, purchase a set of formations first, and if there's a chance to get a demon core, it can't be exposed, and only after the great round of chi refining, then take it out and look for a Dan master to refine it. Formation this thing, even the Tian City float out most of the first order lower grade and middle grade. Upper grade formations this all need to go to the 2 major sects. It seems like we have to pay a visit to Yunyao, a true disciple of the departing Flame Palace. Since coming to Tian City, this Lihua Palace Jidan elder true disciple Yunyao became more and more cold and arrogant, and I heard that she had offended a lot of people, but no one dared to mess with her. Never contacted them either. Xinlai husband and wife, and Wei Not Easy father and daughter, shared a courtyard. This more than a year. Wei Not Easy to alchemy to support the family is not difficult, and Xinlai husband and wife are back to their old business. Opened the Juxian house. Business is also not bad. However, Li Ernia was unexpected. These years still insisted on bitter cultivation, did not use the rank-breaking pills to break through. In his words, if he still could not break through after 2 more years, he would use the rank-breaking pills. This kid, Erniu, has some ambition, too. After thinking of Erniu, Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. Li Erniu was a flunky in the Zhou family. Naturally, the stronger his strength and potential, the more respect he earned. Erniu obviously wanted to rely on himself to break through to the late stage of chi refinement, and perhaps even get a glimpse of the 8th or even 9th level of refinement at a later stage. Unlike Xinlai, who was still stuck at the 7th level of chi refining because he had taken the step-breaking pill before. Between the mountains, Silver River falls, in front of a peak with a rich aura, Lin Chang'an seeks an audience. Leaving behind a sound transmission jade talisman, Lin Chang'an turned around and prepared to leave. After all, foundation establishment cultivators usually cultivate for days at a time, and there are those who close their doors for years at every turn. Therefore, he left his audio message, and as he was preparing to leave, the cave's formation slowly opened. I didn't think today was the right time to come. Lin Chang'an was full of smiles. However, as the formation opened, 2 figures appeared, among them the usually cold and arrogant Yun Yao, and an unfamiliar voice, Senior Sister Miao Yin. With her profound cultivation, Senior Sister has benefited greatly. Senior Sister Yun is too modest. In addition to a white strong dress, eyebrows like Green Peak Valiant Yun Yao, there is also a gray-clothed robe, holding a duster nun dressed in the foundation cultivator. This Taoist nun's sandalwood mouth opened, and her voice was like that of heavenly music. Myriad voices. After the other party heard this name, the name Su Miaoying flashed through Lin Chang'an's mind, and he couldn't help but look at the duo that walked out and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder. Rumor has it that Lu Jingrong has 3 personal disciples, and the second disciple Su Miaoying is always dressed as a Taoist nun. Rumor has it that this person is already in the late stage of foundation establishment, proficient in thunder law, usually show people with the image of a Taoist nun, but rumor has it that this person is pregnant with charming bones, extremely disgusted with frivolous male cultivators. Senior Sister Miao Yin, this is my longtime friend who came to visit. A white dress strong clothing Yun Yao opening, rare sweet smile to talk with this person, and this Su Miaoying Taoist nun heard, looked at Lin Chang'an color indifferent gently nodded to show. So it is. The voice is ethereal, as if it can purify the human heart, but looking up, between the brows and eyes, a knitted smile but charming bone heavenly, but also a handheld duster, dignified and incomparable. A Taoist nun surprisingly softens modesty and charm together. Lin Chang'an also hurriedly lowered his eyebrows. This is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There is even a rumor that this is actually the daughter of Lu Jinjin, although I don't know if it is true or not. In front of the 2 foundation establishment cultivators, Lin Chang'an stood aside with a sense of humor. watching with his eyes and nose until Yunyao personally sent this person away, and the smile on his face turned back into indifference. No wonder they say a woman's face changes when she says it does. Fellow Daoist Lin, before you left a note for me, I already know that this upper grade formation of this order has always been controlled by the great clans of the sects and shall not easily flow into the marketplace. However, since you, Daoist Lin, have a clean identity and have previously assisted in eradicating the remaining members of the demon sect, I will take you to choose a set of formations today. Yunyao gently nodded her head and recounted the original story, while Lin Chang'an naturally knew and couldn't help but arch his hand in thanks. Thanks a lot. This really wasn't Yunyao making excuses, but this high-level formation couldn't really be easily bought without a doorway. And Yunyao also made it very clear that he was to let him take on the identity of having assisted in eradicating the remnants of the demon sect, which caused Lin Chang'an to secretly nod his head. It seemed like Yunyao half wanted to get involved with them, but what exactly had she encountered? Under the sharp perception of the Supreme Realm's evergreen kung fu, the chile aura within Yunyao's body intensified, giving him the illusion that the person in front of him was as if she was a 1,000-year-old block of cold ice. Chapter 66, Wooden Armor Binding Spirit Formation. Tian City. Inside the bustling immortal city, the pavilions and attics and bridges and corridors are strewn together, with flying eaves and warped corners, carved beams and painted beams, and vivid and delicate painted patterns, as if they were living things. In the center of Immortal City Place, two tall lofts towered over the city. The True Treasure Building and the Multi-Treasure Building corresponded to the landmark buildings of the two major sects. Rune Master Lin. Just after entering within the True Treasure Building, he encountered an old acquaintance of the Green Bamboo Mountain Marketplace, Boss Miao, and after seeing that it was Yunyao who had brought him, he even bowed respectfully. Greetings, seniors. Cultivation was paramount in the immortal cultivation world, and after meeting the Foundation Establishment cultivator, Boss Miao couldn't help but look restrained. Boss Miao, Lin Chang'an, who was following behind him, smiled and nodded to Boss Miao, not having thought that relocating to Tian City, he could still all meet old acquaintances. Straight to the third floor, loose cultivator Lin Chang'an, a top-grade talisman master, with an innocent life, who has assisted the clan in eradicating the remnants of the demon sect, and now has my introduction to come and purchase an array formation. As Yunyao's cold voice echoed down, the greeting shopkeeper held Lin Chang'an's identity token with an attentive smile on his face. Yes, with senior sister Yun vouching for it, Rune Master Lin's identity is naturally clean. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly nod his head after seeing this. No wonder the formations rarely flowed into the outside. Every person who purchased a formation would have their identity verified. With Yunyao, the clan's Jidan elder's personal disciple vouching for him, the third-floor shopkeeper didn't hesitate, smilingly inviting him inside himself, while Yunyao went up to the fourth floor alone. Rune Master Lin, I wonder what type of formation set you want. Is it good at attack? Or defense? Or even more so, both attack and defense? Facing the smiling face of this dry and skinny shopkeeper, Lin Chang'an knew that the other party was being so polite purely for the sake of Yunyao's face. He didn't dare to be arrogant. Instead, he politely arched his hand and said, Boss, I want a set of what attribute formations. Although he wasn't very familiar with formations, Lin Chang'an also knew the characteristics that were compatible with himself in order to utilize greater power. So that's how it is. Fellow Daoist, let's see how these three sets of formations from our true treasure house are. Only to see the dry and skinny shopkeeper, full of pride under the smile, gently lifted his hand. The back of the restriction flew in three large wooden boxes. It was also the first time Lin Chang'an had seen the full version of the formation, and he couldn't help but look at it with both eyes. As the boxes opened, each set of formations had a corresponding varying number of array discs and flags that flickered with spiritual light. These three sets are all first-order top-grade would attribute formations. View the cultivation of the Taoist friend must be wanting to seek the demon nucleus. This first set of formations offensive and defensive. The power is infinite. The second set, with the shopkeeper's detailed introduction. It dawned on Lin Chang'an that he understood the usage of the formation, but listening to the three sets of formations, Lin Chang'an frowned slightly. The three sets of formations were all first-order top-grade, with extraordinary power, but if he wanted to use them to deal with second-order demonic beasts, it was obvious that they were still a bit lacking. The shopkeeper seemed to read his thoughts and couldn't help but rub his hands together with a faint smile. Fellow Daoist, the first-order top-grade array formation each set is worth about 1,800 spirit stones, and then up there is a quasi-second-order array formation that late-stage chi refining practitioners can use. That's the price of it. Looking at the smile of this shopkeeper rubbing his hands together, it dawned on Lin Chang'an that this shopkeeper was worried about the expensive price, but he still asked cautiously, I wonder what the price is for this quasi-second-order would attribute trap formation. When the shopkeeper held out 3 fingers, Lin Chang'an fell silent. Knowing that the price of a top-grade magic weapon was only about 1,000 spirit stones, the array directly soared by a factor of 2. And this quasi-second order, to put it bluntly, was the same as his first-order fine advanced talisman. Using second-order materials, or due to poor craftsmanship or other problems, it did not reach the second-order standard. 3,000 spirit stones. This was almost enough for half a foundation establishment. Dan. Unusual cultivators really couldn't take this much spirit stones. After all, preparing for foundation establishment, which also consumed quite a lot of spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones. Lin Chang'an nodded his head with a look of hesitation and finally gritting his teeth. Fortunately, when I assisted in eradicating the remnants of the demon cult at the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop before, I sold off quite a few spirit stones, as well as this set of broken formations. I wonder how geometrical they are. When Lin Chang'an took out the broken formation that he had gotten from destroying Goli at the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, the shopkeeper took a closer look and finally shook his head. A first-order upper-grade formation. It's not a small price to fix. It's worth 1,000 spirit stones at most. Good guy. Hearing that Yunyao's strike to break the formation in the first place had directly lost 800 spirit stones, which caused Lin Chang'an to have a flesh ache. Had he known that he should have let Yunyao strike a little lighter, but this formation was really a consumable item, far more easily damaged than a magic weapon. Alright, I have 1,800 spirit stones here. I'll make up the remaining 200 with talismans. Lin Chang'an looked like he was being hollowed out, and this shopkeeper's face squeezed a smile, while at the same time being a little envious of Lin Chang'an's good fortune. 3,000 spirit stones. This is not an unusual cultivator can have the body, but people also take the life in exchange. He is not red-eyed. Fellow Daoist Lin, this set of wooden armor binding spirit formation is amazingly powerful. This is the method of use as well as the matters that need to be taken care of for the setup. If there is any damage, I have a fair price in terms of repairing it at True Treasure House. After seeing the power of the array introduced within the Jade Brief, Lin Chang'an was a little secretly shocked. This spirit stone spent is indeed not a loss, but this array is really not something that ordinary people can afford to use. Normally, when a magic weapon was bought to hand, it consumed nothing more than the cultivator's mana. But this formation was different. Once the formation was set up, the array disc needed to be inlaid with spirit stones, and every time it was used it consumed a large amount of spirit stones. Moreover, a quasi-second order formation, because the materials are all made of second order. Using a lower grade spirit stone, at most 70% or 80% of the power can be exerted, and a middle grade spirit stone must be used to exert the full power. There's a premium for converting one medium grade spirit stone. At least 150 lower grade spirit stones are needed to convert one. In other words, this formation would have to consume hundreds of lower grade spirit stones just to use it once. No wonder it's powerful. It's purely all piled up with spirit stones, including the formation in his storage bag. Just as Lin Chang'an excused himself and left, a maid respectfully delivered a storage bag. Rune Master Lin, this was given to you by Uncle Yun, saying that the grace of building the foundation back then has not been forgotten. Lin Chang'an nodded lightly and turned to leave after collecting the storage bag. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the True Treasure building, a pair of gazes watched as Lin Chang'an's figure disappeared, and Yunyao couldn't help but sigh quietly. I cannot help it. When I first stepped into the foundation building when the intention of the wind, now think about it, is laughable to the extreme. It turns out that foundation establishment cultivators are also nothing more than caged birds kept by the higher-ups. With a sideways glance, looking at the flaming red and gilt flag representing the Li Fire Palace within the Immortal City, Yunyao's eyes grew cold, and Lin Chang'an, who had returned all the way back inside the cave, couldn't help but reveal a stunned look when he opened the storage bag Yunyao had given him. This is 8 medium-grade spirit stones, as well as this jade sketch that contains Yunyao's insights when she was building her foundation. Although he didn't lack spirit stones, others weren't aware of it. For him, the most precious thing was this foundation building insights jade slip. This made Lin Chang'an feel a lot of emotions. When Yunyao built her foundation, they helped them out, and now it was his turn again. The friendship of the first time, a spell and a first-order upper-grade talisman had already been paid back, and now he was just like Yunyao at the time, seeking to build a foundation, with all the people helping him. That's a big favor to owe. Having known each other for more than 30 years, this friendship between them is not as good as sharing the same affliction and wealth, but it is still rare and precious. Although he didn't know what Yunyao had encountered, Lin Chang'an knew that only foundation establishment could contact higher circles. Once he had built his foundation, there was no need to seek Yunyao's guarantee when he went to purchase the formation today. Now that the spells, cultivation, spells, and formations are all together, and even the post-foundation techniques are available. It's time to prepare to plot for the demon core. At this moment, Lin Chanan's eyes flickered as he looked through Tian City to the mysterious cloud mist mountain range in the distance. Second-order demonic beasts. Chapter 67 Preparing for the Hunt. Inside the cave, with the wood armor binding spirit formation in operation, vines kept popping up all around, frantically winding and binding. Lin Chanan hurriedly controlled his green bamboo sword to quickly slash or quickly dodge. Worthy of being a quasi-second-order formation, the vines are exceptionally tough, and although a top-grade magic weapon can cut through them, they are extremely consuming of mana, and at the same time, as long as the formation isn't damaged, the vines are almost endless. Even within the formation, when the arrayer casts would attribute spells, the consumption will be much reduced and the power will be enhanced instead. Lin Chagan, who was familiarizing himself with the formation, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The quasi-second order formation he was using lower-grade spirit stones had such power. I really didn't know how powerful that second-order formation that was catalyzed with middle-grade spirit stones would be. Deeply trapped in this formation, one will face endless entanglements of vines until one's mana and physical strength are exhausted. And of course, although this single attribute formation is powerful, it is also extremely easy to be restrained. First of all, the formation is restrained by fire and gold spells, and its power will be weakened, and at the same time, the formation needs to be set up in advance, which means that the demonic beasts have to be introduced into the formation for it to work, and its flexibility can't match that of a magic weapon. Even the location of the array arrangement, there are also instructions. If the arrangement in the rocky desert area, the power of nature greatly reduced. If the jungle area power and additive. It had been 2 months since he bought back the formation. Lin Chang'an had been familiarizing himself with the operation of the formation every day, and of course the ones he used were all lower-grade spirit stones to catalyze it. After 2 months, he finally managed to function. On this day, Shen Lai, however, came with a face full of excitement. Brother Lin, there's news about the spirit-protecting grass you wanted. Spirit-protecting grass was one of the main materials for refining foundation establishment pills, and with his cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining, he had been preparing for foundation establishment all these years, so he naturally couldn't hide it from outsiders. Shen Lai, who started the restaurant, is naturally the most well-informed, and Lin Chang'an had previously asked him to pay more attention. There are 2 cultivators because the material is difficult to find, so they discussed together to put together the material alchemy. The result is that when checking the material, found that just repeat a few more materials, which there is the protection of the spirit grass. With Shen Lai's excited explanation, Lin Chang'an drifted off. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary cultivator, based on his personal ability alone, to gather all the materials, and when he hired someone to refine the foundation establishment dan, there were often about 2 pills in a furnace. Therefore, many cultivators, after getting together most of the materials, will look for others and agree on them in advance, which is also known as crowdfunding alchemy. If you're unlucky and only have one foundation building pill, then it depends on how it was negotiated. Most of them were obtained by the cultivator who paid the most for the materials, and then compensated the other party with some spirit stones or something like that. However, most cases can still produce 2 foundation establishment dan. The difference is just a matter of quality. But giving out 2 foundation establishment pills didn't mean that 2 foundation establishment cultivators would definitely be created. At which dan master is the alchemy? Although there was a clue to the foundation building materials, the cautious Lin Chang'an still stared and asked, not blaming him for being cautious, but any cultivator preparing for foundation building was a fat sheep that could easily be targeted. Shen Lai naturally understood and couldn't help but say, it's Dan Master Song, also considered a veteran second-order Dan Master, recognized for his good craftsmanship, affiliated with Tian City's Dan Master offerings, not belonging to the 2 clans, and within these less than 2 years, he has already opened 6 furnaces of base building dan, all of which have yielded results. The Xian Turtle Lu Jingjin, since he was sitting in Tian City, was naturally considered a force, and had recruited quite a few offerings. So it is. Listening to Shen Lai's introduction, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. This Song Dan Master's skill is also quite extraordinary. Just less than 2 years, 6 furnaces of foundation establishment dan, without a single incident. Dan Shinju. When Lin Chang'an and Shen Lai arrived outside of Master Song Dan's cave, they couldn't help but secretly nod their heads when they saw the beautiful view of the pavilion, as well as the door plaque. This Master Song Dan, the cave is really cozy yet fellow Taoists, this is Rune Master Lin. Introduced by Xinlai, there were two cultivators outside the cave at this time who couldn't help but smile and nod when they saw Lin Chanan. After all, they were all considered to be chi refining 9th layer cultivators preparing for foundation establishment, who might be foundation establishment cultivators in the coming day, so naturally they would not be easily offended. Greetings to the two fellow Taoists. Lin Chanan also smiled politely and arched his hand, and the three of them respected each other as Tao friends for a while. Fellow Taoist Lin, the two of us have to wait for Master Song Dan to adjust to his best state, so we won't talk too much. Naturally, after all, it's a big deal for the two fellow Taoists to build their foundations. Lin Chanan also nodded with a smile, and with that, the duo took out the foundation building materials. These are materials that the two of us have duplicated more than once. A burly man nodded and said, while another cultivator dressed as a white-faced scholar shook his head inside. With qualifications and ages like ours, if we fail this time, we won't have a second chance, so these materials are useless, so we might as well exchange them for some spirit stones, spirit-protecting grass, green whisker vine, and neon grass. I'll take these three. Lin Chanan didn't hesitate. These three plants were the only ones that didn't have spirit-protecting grass. The other two did, but it was always right to prepare an extra hand. Really, he'd have to prepare for it again. For these three foundation building materials, it will be fine for you, Taoist, to offer a 500 spirit stones. The two sides traded painfully, and Lin Chang'an even showed an envious look at the two of them after getting it, arching his hand in blessing. Today, I also dip into the blessings of the two fellow Taoists, and wish the two fellow Taoists to certify to foundation establishment. In the face of Lin Chanan's words of blessing, the duo also revealed smiles and nodded their heads. At this point in time, no one doesn't want to hear good things. Just in time, right after their transaction ended, the cave's formation slowly opened. The two of you come in with your foundation building materials. The old man has already finished his adjustments, and now is the right time to open the furnace for alchemy. A crane-haired, rich old man smilingly walked out from the Danshin residence, exuding a mana aura, clearly a foundation establishment cultivator. Master Songdan, Lin Chang'an and the others bowed their hands and finally watched as the two cultivators preparing for foundation building entered. Brother Lin, don't look, I'm sure you're quick too. Until the crowd went in and the formation closed, Xinlai couldn't help but speak with envy. His life is not expected to build a foundation. Only 2 years of cultivation can be a higher level. Practicing Qi 9 layer do not dare to ask for, but refining Qi 8 layer can still work hard under. Then I'll borrow Brother Shin's good advice. Lin Chang'an also smiled and nodded his head, and at the same time, he also learned from the conversation he had just had about the payment for inviting the Songdan master to make pills. The two fellow Taoists just now, their mana is abundant. At a glance, they are in the perfect realm of the 9th level of Qi refining. Not me, who is at the beginning of the 9th level. I'd better close the door and cultivate first, and strive for an early consummation. Lin Chang'an humbly waved his hand, as if he still needed some more time, and this point was sincere. After the two of them parted, Xinlai looked at Lin Chang'an's distant back and secretly pondered. Although Brother Lin is a talisman master, it's too difficult for a casual cultivator to build a foundation. Perhaps we can go back and discuss this with Turnip. The biggest difference in funding Yun Yao in the first place was that Yun Yao's upper grade spiritual root had an extremely high success rate of foundation building. As for the loose cultivator Lin Chang'an, with his lower grade spiritual root, the only thing he excelled in was in his talismanic arts, and the difficulty of building the foundation was obviously much higher. However, Lin Chang'an, who had just broken through the 9th level of Qi refining, had declared to the public that he would be in seclusion for several months to cultivate. Secretly, but in disguise, he used the breath concealment technique, which he had managed to cultivate to the perfection realm with great difficulty, to leave Tian City disguised as a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator. Towards the depths of the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Chapter 68, Hunting Demonic Beasts. 2 months later, Cloudy Mountains. Within the dim and humid mountain forest, surrounded by silence, a silhouette unexpectedly slowly revealed itself. It was none other than Lin Chang'an who had lifted his invisibility spell. By now, no one should have thought that I, who just broke through the 9th level of Qi refining, would go deep into the Cloud Mist Mountain Range alone. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head down. There were too many cultivators preparing for foundation building in Tian City, so it was not unlikely that there were people who were secretly staring and wanted to take advantage of the fire. If he waited until he had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was guaranteed that there would be even more people staring at him, so he had blundered his way out of the situation, using the excuse of closed-door cultivation to come out in secret. It was also the best time for him. No one would have thought that he, who had only just broken through, would come out and venture out. And what supported Lin Chanan's bottom line was that in the end, he was not lacking in formations, magic weapons, and spirit stones. In the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, there were many demonic beasts, especially the spiritual chi emanating from Tian City's spiritual vein, which was attracting demonic beasts all the time. There are also techniques to finding second-order demonic beasts. Fortunately, I didn't stay in the demon hunting squad for nothing back then. With a jump, appearing on the pole of an ancient tree, Lin Changan calmly gazed ahead. At the beginning, when he went deeper into the Cloud Mist Mountain Range, there were still traces of human cultivators appearing, with 3 to 5 groups of demon hunting squads in the majority. But after he continued to go deeper, he hadn't seen any human cultivators for 10 consecutive days. Powerful demonic beasts have their own territories and have a stronger sense of territoriality. And with my current strength to choose a second-order demonic beast, it's best to choose one that is weak or has fought due to territorial disputes. At this moment, Lin Changan raised his head and quietly looked into the distance until a burst of insect chirping came out, and he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. It's not a waste of time to wait a month for this season. In the forest in the distance, a pair of ironback mantis demonic beasts were mating, and the males were emitting gusts of insects. This was a strange insect-type demonic beast, and its strength was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary demonic beast. The female mantis is more virile, and the male ironback mantis is inferior to the female in both strength and size. Boom! As the tree collapsed, a male ironback demon mantis the size of a yellow ox fled in haste, cutting down an unknown number of large trees with its sharp forelimbs along the way. At this moment, it had a dried-up stomach compared to when it entered this female ironback demon mantis territory, and one pair of front limbs was missing, as well as 2 hind legs. Lin Changan, who had seen this scene from afar, couldn't help but have a happy face. This time I was lucky. I didn't wait for so long in vain. This male ironback demon mantis escaped. When female ironback demon mantis mate, they will cannibalize the males in a tendency of hunger and instinct. But of course this is not a certainty. Sometimes some powerful female mantises, whose territories had spirit fruits and herbs that replenished their energy, wouldn't have this happen. Usually, however, the male ironback demon mantis would cut off his own limbs in order to survive, for the females to replenish their energy and be able to stay alive. In layman's terms, it's paying a satisfactory amount of money for a whore to walk out alive. It looks like it was just a fat demon roach that allowed the male to escape. Seeing the hastily fleeing ironback demon mantis from afar, Lin Changan gripped his green bamboo sword with a heavy grip. At this moment, the surrounding area was littered with the corpses of some low-ranked demonic beasts. The smell of blood wafted down, causing this ironback demon mantis, which had experienced a great battle and was in dire need of replenishment, to seemingly sense something and quickly fly towards this place. Simpleton, we can rely on you to bring in this ironback demon mantis this time. After the spiritual beast pouch was slapped and the green horned ox appeared, the instincts of the demonic beast allowed it to sense the terror of the demonic beasts in the distance, and it immediately stared at a pair of ox eyes that were as big as through copper bells. A look of fear and resignation was vivid in the cow's eyes. Lin Changan slapped the cow's head and said in a bad mood, "You naive thing. Raising you in these years has cost me an unknown amount of spirit stones. It's not like I'm letting you go to your death." Relying on the imperial beast sign, Lin Changan kept conveying his intentions, and although the green-horned ox understood what it meant, its 4 hooves still couldn't help but tremble. It seems to be saying, No, I'm only just at the late 1st rank. It's too hard for you to ask me to tempt a 2nd-rank demonic beast. Don't worry about it, you simpleton." Lin Changan laughed and cursed. All these years of raising also have feelings, not to mention also ate so many spirit herbs. It was not easy to raise to the late 1st stage. He could not afford to send it to death easily. 2 fine-grade advanced golden light talismans were affixed to the green-horned ox, which could also save his life at critical moments. It was a small valley terrain, and after emitting a burst of ear-piercing insect chirps, a moment later this ironback demon mantis appeared in the sky above. Upon seeing the corpses of the 3 low-ranked demonic beasts, this weak ironback demon mantis did not care to consider anything else and directly went up and began to nibble away at them. And at this moment, when Lin Changan, who was hiding in the distance, saw it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Perfection Realm's breath concealment technique allowed his aura to be completely hidden, and coupled with the fact that this 2nd-stage demon beast was weak and injured, it naturally didn't notice him. Moo! A trembling cow moo echoed down, and in an instant, the ironback demon mantis raised its head, revealing the uniquely oozing and terrifying gaze of an insect. The instantly frightened distant green-horned ox widened its eyes, and its 4 trembling hooves couldn't care less about anything else, directly spreading out and running backwards. Moo! 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 moo, cow mooing sound echoed eagerly. Lin Chang'an is also the first time to hear the original this cow moo, but also can be connected without gasping for breath. Just at the moment when the terrifying ironback demon mantis behind him lit up its blade-like forelimbs, and the fine advanced golden light talisman on the green-horned bull's body flickered with golden light, Lin Chang'an, who was hiding in the bushes, immediately stared at this scene. It's now wooden armor binding spirit formation, Kai. As Lin Chang'an slammed his palm on the formation disc hidden underground, in an instant, the other 5 formation discs as well as the formation flags hidden around the perimeter of this small valley flashed with green light. In an instant, a green-colored light curtain formation boundary completely blocked off this place. At the same time, this ironback demon mantis's aura completely disappeared, which caused the massive female ironback demon mantis within the forest in the distance to look up, seemingly sensing something. But the next moment, the coldness in his eyes cleanly turned around, without hesitation quickly toward his territory cave. The deal between the two sides is done, and the value of the other side is long gone. The indifference of demonic beasts and strange insects has always been like this. Inside the wooden armor binding spirit formation array, moo, moo, the green-horned ox shrieked repeatedly in terror and fear, as if it had encountered some fierce beast. At this moment, within the formation, countless terrifying vines grew rapidly, twining around the ironback demon mantis, causing it to squeak out ear-piercing and unpleasant insect sounds. What are you afraid of, you simpleton? Lin Chang'an glared. The sharp perception of demonic beasts, coupled with a natural fear of high-level demonic beasts, the behavior of being a decoy just now was the same as a spirit beast raised from a young age. Otherwise, a normal demonic beast, after sensing the presence of a high-level demonic beast, would have run away long ago. At this moment, the ironback demon mantis that was bound by countless tree vines chirped madly, and with only one front limb, it madly chopped off the tree vines that were wrapped around its body. When he spread his wings and tried to escape, he ended up being blocked by the formation boundary, hitting with a thumping and crashing sound. Can't let this crash. Lin Chang'an, who was hidden in a corner of the formation, looked grave when he saw this scene. Although the formation was still strong now, with this kind of impact, the consumption of the formation was also great. With a lift of his hand, 5 first-ranked fine-grade talismans, flickering with firelight, were thrown out. In an instant, the ironback demonic mantis was haunted by the flames and let out a gurgling scream. What's more, a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings were directly burned through under this fine advanced fire talisman, causing the ironback demon mantis to fall from the air. The ironback demon mantis's agonizing insect chirps continued to echo, and its figure was being rapidly drowned out by the tree vines. Although the speed of the ironback demon mantis was extremely fast, and its forelimbs were extremely sharp, slicing and chopping the vines as if they were grass, but in the face of these endless vines, as well as the sneak attacks from the firebomb charms from time to time, it had just escaped from the female demonic mantis. It was already extremely weak and injured, and as a result, it turned its head and fell into the formation again. The tail had been injured in the face of this endless attack. Oozing green blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 69, Grave. Foundation Establishment Pill. Inside the wooden armor binding spirit formation, second-ranked demonic beasts are really tricky. After consuming more than half of the formation spirit stones, and consuming dozens of firebomb talismans in his hand, this ironback demon mantis was lying in a green pool of blood, dying. Watching Lin Chang'an was even more alarming. Don't look at the fact that he didn't seem to be in any danger, but realize that this whole time was a fight of attrition. In 2 hours, he had consumed thousands of inferior spirit stones. A fine advanced talisman was worth 70 to 80 spirit stones, and he had thrown away 27 of them, not to mention the consumption of formations. But, as this ironback demon mantis planted itself breathlessly, its body was squeezed out of the green liquid as the tree vines continued to wrap around it, and it seemed to have run out of reflexes. Lin Chang'an took a deep breath and calmly observed the surrounding area and found that there were no other cultivator figures, but he was still a little uneasy. Would spirit thorn? For flashes of green light pierced into the ironback demon mantis, and Lin Chang'an still drove the green bamboo sword, flashing through it quickly. But, under the splash of green liquid, the hideous and terrifying head of the ironback demonic mantis fell down, which caused Lin Chang'an to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This time it's finally over. The green-horned cow on the side even let out a happy moo, as if saying that it finally didn't need to be the bait itself to lure such a terrifying demonic beast. However, just as Lin Chang'an revealed a smile and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, preparing to step forward, his expression lurched and he suddenly thought of something. When I was in the demon hunting squad, old head he once said that the life force of demonic beasts such as odd insects and snakes is extremely tenacious. At this moment, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but show a look of gravity, and didn't personally go forward, but turned his head right into the pair of bull's eyes of the green-horned bull. In an instant, the green-horned cow stared with wide eyes and mooed with a continuous shake of its head, clearly refusing. You simpleton! Lin Chang'an let out a laugh and cursed. crossing over the green horned ox, raising his hand and picking up the half-corpse of the low-level demonic beast that was already cold on the ground before, affixing a high-level golden light talisman and directly tossing it over. In the instant that this half of the demonic beast's corpse smashed over, Lin Chanan's pupils reflected a cold light as the ironback demonic mantis's forelimbs directly touched. Put! The golden light shattered and blood splattered everywhere. The green-horned cow was immediately startled and mooed, but still blocked its body in front of Lin Chanan, its four hooves digging into the earth, making a stance of attacking at any time. 100-footed insect to death. Lin Chanan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, a look of palpitating afterthought permeating his face. Luckily, he remembered the reminder from old He-2 in the beginning. The odd worm type of demonic beast, even though it cut off its head and chopped its body into several pieces, it was clear that it was already dead, but its body was still able to send out an instinctive counterattack. Old head ho, you've saved my life again. Thinking of the late old river head, Lin Chang'an was overwhelmed with emotion, and at the same time, he secretly warned himself that he couldn't let this vigilance slacken because of these years of peace and quiet. It is also fortunate that when he was in the demon hunting squad, this caution was engraved in his bones, and today he suddenly thought about it, or else he would really have to be happy and sad. Lifting his hand to drive the green bamboo sword, he stepped forward to dismember the front limbs and hind legs of the ironback demon mantis, all of which were dismembered, and even the hideous and horrifying head. After taking out the demon's nucleus, he completely burned through it with the firebomb technique, and it was only then that he stepped forward to start cleaning up the battlefield. Night is falling. Only then did the formation within the valley slowly disperse, and Lin Chanan's grave figure flickered away, leaving only traces of the previous battle in its place. In order to prevent being taken advantage of, Lin Chanan finished cleaning up inside the formation, recovered his mana, and pretended to close the formation to try a few times. After waiting for half a day and realizing that there were no hidden cultivators in the dark, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want the demon core he risked to get to be a graft for others. Putting away the formation, his figure quickly disappeared within the forest. This time it was enough to wait for 2 months in the Cloud Mist mountain range, but the rewards were worth it. Green Bamboo Mountain Square Market. After less than 2 years of time, the once bustling marketplace was now cold. Most of the marketplace was filled with early-stage qi refining cultivators. A few were in the middle stage of qi refining, and late-stage cultivators were almost rare here already. After all, this place was close to Tian City, so naturally, most people with a little bit of cultivation would go to Tian City. Coming out of the Cloud Mist mountain range and passing by the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop on the way. At this moment, Lin Chanan stood at the back of the mountain, looking at this starting place that carried his dream of the immortal path, and a scene from his life here swept through his mind. The Green Bamboo Mountain workshop market has gone from its inception to its prosperity, and then to its current decline. Things have changed, but only these mountains and rivers and wind and moon remain the same. In the end, Lin Chanan sighed despondently and quietly, turning around to look at the densely packed tombstones in the back of the mountain, and couldn't help but shake his head. The number of fellow travelers on the immortal path is dwindling, and with the prosperity of the Green Bamboo Mountain marketplace gone, I don't know how long this tranquility can be maintained. After a moment of emotion, Lin Chanan came to old He-2's tombstone, carrying a jug of spirit wine in his hand. Old He-2, I am indebted to you for teaching me the way of survival in the demon hunting squad in the first place, and even more so, I am indebted to your grandson, He-Yen, for sending me a first-ranked inheritance firebomb talisman. Wine poured aside, and when he gave He-Yen set up a grave, cannot help but secretly sigh. These years within a radius of 1,000 miles, the two clans have not less eradication of the Divine Sword sect and the Devil's Door of the robbing cultivation. Moreover, the traces of this tombstone. Since that time, obviously no one has come. It seems that He-Yen is afraid of the fate. After thinking about this, Lin Chanan was in front of the tombstone and couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. When the marketplace was chaotic, coupled with the fact that he hadn't been here in the first place in order to avoid being involved with He-Yen, he hadn't thought that so many years had passed. Time flies then. Lin Chanan under the setting sun was stunned, not knowing what he was thinking. Old head I'm going to leave. This time I'm going, next time I come back, I'm afraid I'll be that high and mighty foundation establishment cultivator. It was also rare for Lin Chanan to be this relaxed. Just as he lowered his head to put down his glass, his pupil suddenly reflected a point of light violently, and his expression was even more stunned. It is! Ever since he got the demon core, the prudent one had been opening his spiritual eyes, and just before he left, the moment he bent down and lowered his head to put down his wine glass, due to the distance, the initial ability of his spiritual eyes to penetrate the fog in the stone allowed him to see a corner of the monument pressed underneath. It was like seeing a bit of jade light in the darkness. Spiritual eyes, proficiency 386/500, slowly taking a few steps back, just as Lin Chanan moved the old he headstone monument with his body object technique, revealing what was pressed underneath, causing his pupils to instantly shrink. This is pills. The pattern on the jade vase is from the Xianin pavilion. The clear pattern on the jade vase caused Lin Chanan to boom, his eyes widening. Could it be? As the jade bottle opened a sliver, instantly revealing a purple radiant aura. With a pop sound, Lin Chanan immediately closed it with a nervous expression. Without any hesitation, he who had quickly put it into his storage bag, while already holding the wood spirit thorn in his hand, nervously alerted the surrounding area. Gulp! Nervously, he couldn't help but swallow. Inside this jade bottle was actually a foundation establishment pill. Recalling the time when Yan's trail appeared, it made Lin Chanan unable to help his expression change drastically. It just so happened that a pair of cultivators who had just married the Zhou clan in the Xianin pavilion were killed, and the marketplace was in turmoil, and 2 of the foundation establishment pills were robbed. Over the years, this incident remained the most sensational matter in the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop. Both of the 2 foundation establishment dawn were thought to have been snatched by the remnants of the demon sect in the first place, and with the Xianin pavilion's pattern on this jade bottle, in all probability, one of the foundation establishment dawn was this one. This brat He Yan. It's hard to believe that he joined the devil sect in the first place. When he thought about this, Lin Chanan had a tingle in his scalp and some fear. Fortunately, he didn't get too involved with He Yan in the first place. Now that he thought about it again, the top-grade talisman inheritance that He Yan had given him back then, this was the moment when he finally came to a realization. This He Yan that is what repayment of kindness, clearly is the Mingxiu and Road Darkness Chen. In order to cover their own stealing hidden foundation building damn thing, he had long ago buried the old he had. This He Yan early not to repay the favor, late not to repay the favor, but in the dark to get the foundation establishment Dan. Engaged in a show of repaying the favor to send talisman inheritance? The boy, Lin Chanan corner of the eye twitching, but also calculated that he did not want to get involved in the half of the relationship. After all, the situation at that time, He Yan did not dare to see the true face of the people, too sensitive, and since he wanted the heavenly benefit of a first-order talisman inheritance, he naturally wouldn't talk nonsense. All this could be explained. If he didn't have spiritual eyes by chance, even if he came back here later, he wouldn't have realized that this He Yan was also cautious. But on the contrary, He Yan didn't count on the fact that he could see what was under the tombstone. Lin Chagan, who was carrying a heavy treasure, forced himself to hold back his complicated feelings and cleaned up the traces in front of the grave before he hurriedly left the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop. At this moment, he so hated to return to Tian City immediately. Right now, he had a foundation building pill in his storage bag, and it was still a fine product. Plus the foundation building Dan that had already gathered enough of the most difficult materials to refine a furnace. With good luck there was hope for 3 more, almost 2, and no more than 1 there always had to be. That doesn't seem to be bad luck for him. Along the way he couldn't help but secretly lament that this He Yan was also considered a person of great fortune, but it was a pity that he didn't end up enjoying his life. Sure enough, this thing called chance reflects the saying that wealth and riches are sought and lost in danger. He Yan, and Wang Lin before him, these are all living examples that getting a chance may not be your own, and it's possible to do it for someone else. Chance only turns into strength, which is its own. Lin Chagan, who was carrying a heavy treasure, was also mentally tense along the way, fearing that the opportunity he had obtained would become someone else's graft. His blessings seemed to be all related to the grave, though, and the first time he returned from the grave he got a firebomb charm inheritance. Last time, he had obtained the Wang family's chance ancient technique, and this time, he even had the foundation establishment pill. It made him all suspicious. Could it be that this grave was really his place of blessing? At the same time, he was secretly amazed that this He Yan's luck was no one's. When that chaotic environment, he even got a foundation establishment Dan. If one is still alive to build the foundation, it would properly be another legendary story among the loose cultivators. At this time, it was tens of thousands of miles away in the territory of the Divine Sword sect of the U country. Jia. Huang Old Ghost really think that he relies on the stove tripod to plot the late stage of Jidan? No one knows, but also want to hide. I do not know how the Divine Sword sect will be after knowing, only to see the hoarse and cold voice of Protector Xiang echoing down. At this time, within the mysterious house, there were a full 18 foundation establishment cultivator henchmen. These past few years of passing down my Divine Sect's foundation capture method, developing loose cultivators and even traitors within the sects, and having them behead the 3 great sect cultivators or commit acts of betrayal. The Divine Sect won't forget your merits. Under the grim smile of Protector Xiang, he has laid out a big game, and when the time comes, these buried dark suns will push the Yu kingdom into chaos. Among the crowd, there was He Yan, who was already a foundation establishment cultivator, and at this time, he had a head of pale hair with an indifferent look, and for some reason, his heart skipped a beat, suddenly thinking of his hometown. Then he thought of the foundation building Dan that he had hidden in the beginning, and could not help but sigh in his heart, when it was really the case that plans could not catch up with changes. I was thinking of waiting for my cultivation level to be enough to secretly take it to build the foundation, but I never thought that I would be directly spotted by this protector Xiang and brought to the territory of the Divine Sword sect, miles apart. This walk is a few years, and then cultivation enough, and was rewarded by the Xiang protector of the base capture's secret method of foundation building. At that time also cannot afford to refuse, not to mention the opportunity to return to Go. This foundation Dan naturally did not use to. When you have the chance later, go back and take this foundation establishment Dan and exchange it for a body protector artifact to use. He Yen secretly contemplated that the Church of God he could not detach from RA in his life. But absolutely no one would have thought that when he took advantage of the chaos and saw the storage bags of the two cultivators from the Xianin Pavilion and the Zhou family, he made an immediate decision and directly threw out 2 storage bags. Even the other foundation building Dan was taken out, and the jade bottle was thrown out separately, creating chaos for others to fight to the death, while he himself secretly took the other foundation building Dan into his hands, which is how he escaped. At first, because his cultivation was not enough and he was afraid that others would find out, he hid under the grave in the back of the mountain. I didn't think it would be used. Chapter 70, Can't Wait. Prepare to build the foundation. Tian City. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Chanan used the Supreme Realm's breath concealment technique to disguise himself as a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining, and returned to the city without any danger along the way. With his astringent technique, unless a foundation establishment cultivator deliberately watched with the heavenly eye technique. If not, it would not be discovered at all, and no one at the same level of cultivators, except for those with special pupil techniques, would be able to see through his concealment. It wasn't until after returning inside the cave that Lin Chagan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally back. This journey back was even more tiring than the 2 months spent lurking in the Cloud Mist mountain range. After all, not only was he carrying a demon core, but he also had a fine foundation establishment Dan. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many cultivators would be staring at him. The main ingredient of the foundation building material is only one flavor of the heavenly spirit fruit. This spirit fruit is not as priceless as the demon core. It is still available in the city. Lin Chang'an counted the materials, and carefully placed the demon core and the foundation building Dan together, and even more carefully inspected and affixed the firebomb talisman again. Ensure that you can be the first to destroy the foundation establishment pill and the demon core in a moment of crisis. I didn't realize that the spiritual eyes, which hadn't been focused on all these years, had taken great credit. Lin Chang'an sighed with emotion. At first, he was also lucky to have spiritual eyes after he counter-killed the robber cultivator Zhou Cheng and got a bottle of spiritual liquid. I had thought that this ordinary spiritual eye was similar to the celestial eye technique, and I hadn't purchased any spiritual fluid over the years, narrowly missing my chance. But if this spiritual eye cultivation is a bit shallower, and the ability to penetrate the stone is a millimeter worse, I'm afraid that this chance will pass by. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an even more secretly called for a fluke. He does not lack the spirit stone. In the future, the spirit liquid will still have to be used, and this spirit I will have to continue to cultivate. Everything is ready now. The materials that the foundation building pill lacked could be purchased within Tian City, so he wouldn't have to venture outside. Strive for Qi refining great perfection within 2 years, and then its foundation establishment. Inside the secret room, Lin Chanan's face showed a look of determination. Life expectancy, 52/124. Realm, 9th level of Qi refining, 19/100. 52 years old. 9th level of Qi refining. Time flew by. Lin Chang'an once again resumed his hard cultivation routine of drawing talismans in exchange for spirit stones, and the heavenly spirit fruit was also given a piece at the auction half a year later. At the same time, the explosive growth of foreign casual cultivators joining Tian City gradually leveled off, and everything was on track. As for the territory of Yu, with the appearance of the Xian turtle Lu Xinjin in Tian City, Li Huagong and Xianin Gu, with Tian City as the center hub, got a temporary alliance, and the Divine Sword sect was once again at a stalemate. But privately, the 3 big clans' game to kill never stopped. Robber cultivators, demon cultivators, were still rampant, and it was unknown how many of them were the disguises of the 3 great sects. Yet none of this could affect the prosperity of Tian City. After all, the Xian turtle Lu Xinjin's cultivation of the middle Jidan stage, coupled with the Xian Shui turtle of the late 3rd stage, one person could be called a force that swayed the Yu kingdom. A generation of loose cultivator legends verified his calling power, as well as his deterrent power. 2 years later, Lin Chang'an inside the cave. his body was majestic, giving off the feeling that he was clearly already in the late stage of chi refining great perfection. Yet at this time, he was looking at his attributes with a heavy heart. Realm, 9th level of chi refining, 97/100. By the time I raised it to 95 points, I already felt that my cultivation was complete. Is this the limitation on a cultivator's spiritual root? Lin Chagan frowned. Based on the jade slip of foundation building experience Yun Yao had given him up and analyzed it, this situation was pretty much the cultivator's own cause. If not, he can clearly see his own attributes. I am afraid that he has also long been for the consummation. They began to prepare for the foundation. The consequences of doing so. A foundation words, the probability will fail. This was also the biggest reason why it was difficult for casual cultivators to build a foundation, because most of the scattered cultivators had ordinary spiritual root qualifications. The limitations of their spiritual roots made the cultivators mistakenly believe that their cultivation was complete. For example, the middle grade spiritual root, at 96 consummation, the upper grade spiritual root is 97, the earth grade spiritual root is 98, and the heavenly spiritual root breaks through 100 from 99 without a bottleneck. However, the enhancement of these last 5 points of experience is indeed incomparably difficult. If not for the fact that my Changchun Kung Fu is already at the supreme realm, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to go as far as I am now. When his experience reached 95, he had already detected the difficulty of his own spiritual root, and according to the Jade sketch, refining chi to break through the foundation building was a qualitative transformation. Every step of the way, the experience value is elevated at 95 in preparation for this qualitative shift, and the foundation building pill is the catalyst for this. It is not impossible to build a foundation without a foundation building pill. He was able to grind out these 2 more points thanks to his perceptions in the evergreen kung fu, polishing to make his own mana more pure. Although with my Supreme Realm's evergreen technique, I can go further if I continue to cultivate bitterly. I can't afford to wait with my age and the situation outside that can change suddenly at any time. He has already 54. Wait any longer. Longevity is not necessarily a good thing. After all, the younger the foundation, the greater the chances. Lin Chang'an secretly contemplated. If there was only one foundation establishment pill, he would naturally have to polish it more. But right now, he could only be at ease if he stepped into foundation establishment one step earlier. After all, this foundation building Dan and the materials a day in the storage bag. He is a day in the heart is not solid. Only after it was converted into strength and in his pocket could he get down to earth. Wang Lin and He Yan's previous experience is clear for all to see. One was the pride of the Wang clan and the other was extremely lucky, both of which were true depictions of geniuses in the immortal cultivation world who ended up doing the bidding of others. Prepare to build the foundation. It's not likely that I'll get lucky and produce 3 foundation establishment pills in one furnace, so it's time for the fools to build their foundations. Under Lin Chanan's firm gaze, he decided to prepare to start preparing for alchemy. His self-confidence came from his own ability, and more than that, it was also the fact that his cultivation had been polished to 97, and his success rate had increased not by a little bit. Walking out of the attic of the retreat, the sound of the clear waterfall resounded, and the greenhorn cow within the courtyard lay on its back within the pool, swimming comfortably, and also biting and chewing on the lotus leaves from time to time. Lin Chagan, who saw this scene, laughed and cursed. You naive thing, this is a spirit lotus that I spent spirit stones to specially plant, and it's all been spoiled by you like this. However, the greenhorned ox excitedly ran out from within the pool after seeing Lin Chanan's exit, a short tail snapping and fluttering the water. Compared to the beginning, the greenhorned ox was bigger. After all, it was 7 years old, and according to the age of the greenhorned ox demonic beast, another 3 years would be the adult stage. Now that they were all late first stage demonic beasts, Lin Chanan shook his head as he stroked the bull's head, revealing a look of enjoyment. No wonder unusual cultivators can't afford to raise spirit beasts. I don't know how many spirit stones I've eaten in these 7 years alone. Spiritual beasts have different species and different years of growth. For example, the Zhou family's Xian Shui turtle, the adult are going to be hundreds of years, so the usual consumption does not seem to be big, but day by day, counting it down, it is definitely not expensive. As for this green-horned ox, although the growth period was short, the resources consumed were also visible to the naked eye. When Zhou Qing gave him the spirit grass, not only did he feed it all into this cow's stomach, he didn't spare any spirit stones over the years. What is this? A letter left by Shun Li's? Only to see the green-horned cow, mooing, then biting and handing over one of the letters inside the pavilion. Opened the letter. But 2 months ago, Shen Lai stayed. When seeing the content of the letter, Lin Chang'an face but gradually emerged a smile. I never thought that Yunyao's treatment in the beginning would actually fall on me. The original letter Shenlai indicated that, knowing that he wants to prepare for the foundation, they are willing to make a modest contribution to fund some, but also did not forget to remind in the end jokingly flirtation, the future foundation should not forget to shelter them. In the setting sun, the figures of one man and one cow were stretched out, and bursts of easy laughter were heard. Chapter 71 Reunion at the Gathering of Immortals Building, request for follow-up reading. Gathering of Immortals. Brother Lin, first of all, I wish you in advance to certify your foundation and grow evergreen in your immortal path. Inside the box, Li Erniu was full of smiles down, directly raised his wineglass. Compared to a few years ago, he was obviously a lot richer. And Shenlai, who was on the side, also smiled and raised his cup. Brother Lin, I'm not to blame for this, it's because they knew about it and had to come along. Big Brother Lin, may the immortal path grow evergreen. Lu Turnip was also smiling and raising her wineglass at the side. Even Wei Yiqian, who had always been a silent character since the accident, raised his wineglass in a rare manner, remembering the unawareness of his youth, and a touch of embarrassment appeared on his face. Brother Lin, I was rude in the beginning, and later, if it wasn't for the help of all my fellow Taoists, perhaps I would have died on the streets of the marketplace long ago. Looking at the crowd, Lin Chang'an smiled and raised his glass together, lamenting, life is dozens of years, the road of cultivation is long, to have 3 or 5 confidants and friends is already heaven's favor. Dry, asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd raised their glasses with genuine smiles and the slightest hint of reminiscence. The immortal cultivation world was changing, and they were lucky enough to have made it from meeting as teenagers to the present day, where everyone was still alive and together. The table was filled with fun and memories. After all, they were all a group of people who knew what they were doing in their 50s. According to the lifespan of more than 100 years at the chi refining stage in the immortal cultivation world, one could be considered to have lived half a lifetime. Don't look like Tian City is peaceful and stable. In fact, the outside is still a mess, especially the front line has been tight. Privately, the 3 big clans, still competing with each other. Not bad. Don't look at the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion are now allied, but this layer of subtle alliance relies solely on real Lu to maintain it, and privately they are still fighting because of the secret realm in the first place. As Shenlai, who opened the restaurant, was the most well-informed. Under the soundproof boundary in the box, he was able to speak freely about the situation outside, and Erniu also interjected from time to time. After all, as a person of the Zhou family, there are some news that Shenlai is also not clear. The Wei Yi, who loved the surface the most in the beginning, is silent and his character has changed a lot after experiencing a serious trauma in his life. In the end, until the banquet was nearing its end, Lu Turnip smiled and glanced at the crowd before finally pursing her lips and opening her mouth. Brother Lin, since they're all too embarrassed to ask, I'll make a start. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter, only to see Lu Turnip take out his spirit stone pouch. If Brother Lin wants to prepare for foundation establishment, whether it's crowdsourcing foundation establishment with others, hunting demonic beasts deep into the Cloud Mist Mountain range, or even auctioning off foundation establishment pills, he'll need some materials. The heavy bag of spirit stones was placed on the table. Lu Yiqing did not explicitly say how much, and Shenlai on the side smiled and waved his hand. Brother Lin, Turnip's meaning is my meaning. At least we fell together in the first place. Brother Lin, you must build the foundation and fight for us. Shenlai under this half-joking voice. The side of Wei Not Easy is also silent and heavy and odd. Not bad. When we lost the election, we didn't meet the group of disciples from the Leaving Fire Palace back then over the years to fight for us. Under Wei Dongyao's hoarse voice, he also took out his spirit stone pouch. Finally, Li Erniu, looking at the crowd and then at Lin Chahan, couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Brother Lin, as you know, that boy Yifan of my family has used a lot of resources, and the family has added 2 more fat boys over the years. However, in the next moment, Li Erniu's face turned red and he unexpectedly took out a storage bag from within his boots. But the crowd wasn't stupid. Erniu's action was also because the one at home didn't think too highly of Lin Chanan. After all, he couldn't be compared to a genius like Yun Yao. Thus the funding of the second cow, taking his own personal money. Erniu, you're a big cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining. This habit hasn't changed yet. Shenlai couldn't help but laugh and tease. The crowd burst into a fit of laughter, and even Wei Ichi showed a smile, as well as a look of reminiscence. This scene looked at Lin Chanan, but his eyes were a bit mesmerized. When they first came to the immortal cultivation world together on the road, Erniu was the one who secretly hid the silver money given by his family in his shoes and socks, and later on in the immortal cultivation world this habit didn't change. When he was disheartened and ready to return to the mundane world, Erniu was also like this. The difference is that after dozens of years, everyone is a cultivator with cultivation, and what Erniu uses is no longer the rags from the beginning, but a storage bag. In the face of everyone's teasing, Ernia's old face turned red. Big brother Lin, I can wait for you to build up your foundation, so that I can get a rise out of it. And also let this brat Yifan know that he has an uncle who has built up his foundation. Looking at the bags of spirit stones in front of the table, more or less, for Lin Chagan, these might not be enough. Yet for some reason, today, these bags of spirit stones were extraordinarily heavy when held in his hands. Everyone, the smile on Lin Chanan's face gradually became a little silent. And just when the atmosphere was a little off, all of a sudden, after everyone looked at each other, they let out a hearty laugh. Come, one last drink. Next time we get together, let's drink Brother Lin's Foundation Establishment celebration wine. Lin Chang'an also raised his glass and drank a glass in the face of everyone's smiles. This time, however, the drink tasted different from the taste of all the drinks he'd had before. It was also the only unforgettable taste he had ever drank in his life. Everyone knew that the chances of building a foundation with a lower grade spirit root were low, yet they were unanimously gathered together. Night is falling. Inside the cave, Lin Chagan, however, had a smile on his face as he looked at each precious spirit stone bag. Xin Lai and Lu Yiqing husband and wife 300 spirit stones, not to mention that it is not as much as the amount of funding Yun Yao back then, but right now the husband and wife, the usual cultivation, plus the cultivation of heirs. I'm afraid that if I can take out more than 300 spirit stones this time, I'm afraid that I'm also moving the bottom. Wei Ichio also had over 100, while Ernia had the least, with only 89 spirit stones, but these 3 spiritual stones were far more important than the love of these spiritual stones, and no fear of chicken and egg. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. Filling up all of these spirit stone bags, he wasn't going to use them. They were all his precious memories. Although he was a first-order talisman master, even if he failed to build his foundation, it wouldn't be difficult to repay these spirit stones, but if he had bad intentions and denied the debt, no one would be able to claim it back. But it's not about all that, it's about the bond they've known each other for over 30 years. It's also time to prepare for foundation building, so it's best to surprise everyone then. Lin Chang'an murmured under his breath, secretly contemplating his plan to build his foundation. As today's Tian City's tripartite forces converged, the only ones who possessed second-order alchemists were these 3 forces, but the sect forces were intertwined, and wasn't the ghost 3 Knives, who was now famous on the bounty list, a bloody lesson in the first place? No matter which Dan master he went to, if he went in with his front foot and couldn't get out for half a day, someone outside would learn that someone had refined the foundation establishment Dan. It's easy to slip up and be targeted, although the chances are slim, but he couldn't go betting on that luck. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. To be on the safe side, it's better to pay Yun Yao a visit. After all, Yun Yao was able to vouch for him to purchase the array, but also funded him with several medium-grade spirit stones, so his character was at least assured. Come to think of it, the personal disciple of someone's Jidan realist couldn't even look at these things. Isn't the thing about favors? It's only called favors if you come and go. Either Yun Yao owed him, or he owed Yun Yao. Maintaining this layer of connections, and in the future, if there was any movement at the upper level, befriending such a disciple with a background would be practical for him as a casual cultivator. After all, who knew that one day the 3 great clans would fight again? Chapter 72 Yun Yao, Request for Follow-Up Reading. The next day, Lin Chang'an boarded the door and visited the cave of Yun Yao's foundation establishment cultivator. Explaining his intentions, the foundation building materials have been prepared? When she heard that she even had a demon core, Yun Yao's eyes couldn't help but flash a strange color. She could know how difficult it was to hunt a second-order demonic beast. He had gone through all the trouble in the first place, but it turned out that this unobtrusive and plain Lin Chang'an in front of him had finished hunting a second-ranked demonic beast at some unknown time. Regarding this, Yun Yao did not inquire too much, but only nodded her head gently with a pale face. I thought that you, fellow Daoist Lin, would ask me to assist you in hunting a second-ranked demonic beast. Lin Chang'an smiled awkwardly. He naturally thought about it. If he couldn't do it on his own, there were favors that didn't need to be cuties. Of course, if he asked Yun Yao to go hunting demonic beasts alone, he didn't even think about it. It's not like she was his maid. There is no shortage of situations in the immortal cultivation world where there is a love interest, and it is not unheard of for chi-refining cultivators to go to great lengths to discover the location of a demonic beast, and then to ask foundation establishment cultivators to, together, decimate it. Fellow Daoist Yun, you also know that I'm a loose cultivator who is easily targeted, so I'll be counting on you to refine the foundation establishment pill this time. Lin Chang'an not only handed over the materials for refining the foundation establishment pill as well as the cost, he even returned some of the unused medium-grade spirit stones from the last time first. After seeing this scene, Yun Yao raised an eyebrow and gave a rarely seen flirtation. Fellow Daoist Lin has guts. When he knows that this complete set of foundation building materials is also very valuable for foundation building cultivators, Fellow Daoist Yun's character is self-assured. Lin Chang'an nodded his head frankly. If it was an unusual foundation establishment cultivator, he might still be worried, but a personal disciple of a Jidan elder would covet this stuff from you? Lin Chang'an would only scoff. Extreme magic weapons might be lacking for others, but he didn't believe that a disciple of a Jidan realist would be lacking. Moreover, when he was at the Green Bamboo Mountain Market before, the loot from eradicating Guli, the few remaining members of the demon cult, was almost catching up with the price of a foundation establishment. Dan, this one is indifferent, with only credit in his eyes. What he lacked, Yun Yao couldn't see, and what Yun Yao lacked was likewise useless to him. Good. Yun Yao nodded her head with a bland expression. Are you hurt? However, upon seeing Yun Yao's pale face, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but frown slightly. If it is inconvenient, the matter of alchemy can be postponed. It would be pushed back for a while, but he wasn't too far off for a few months. There's no need, but I was just careless enough to suffer some minor injuries when I went out earlier to eradicate a few remnants of the demon cult. Yun Yao waved her hand in a breezy manner, signaling him to follow her along to visit an alchemist in a couple of days, while at the same time pushing the foundation building materials over, signaling him to take them first. However, Lin Chang'an didn't take it. Instead, he smiled and arched his hand. Since that's the case, then I'll come find fellow Daoist Yun in 2 days. Doubtful people are not used, after all, have made a choice, he then this kind of behavior, but show some small-minded. Moreover, ever since his cultivation broke through the 9th level of chi refining, there had been a constant stream of cultivators visiting outside the cave in the past few days. None other than that, all of them had the intention of hunting demonic beasts together or crowdfunding alchemy, and among them, there were some who were sincere in their attitudes, but there were also some who were harboring ulterior motives. However, he had already prepared the materials, and his own spirit root quality was not high, so how could he possibly concoct pills together with others? Now it's always a relief. It's all been so careful and prudent. There shouldn't be anything wrong with refining the foundation establishment pill. Lin Chang'an secretly thought that he had considered all the accidents he could. Inside the cave, after Lin Chang'an left, Yun Yao looked at the disappearing back, looking in a trance, and finally sighed quietly after a long time. Lower grade spirit root. I hope this alchemy will go well. If there are 2 or 3 foundation building pills, it might not be difficult to build a foundation. For Lin Chang'an's risky choice of hunting demon cores, Yun Yao's heart also praised it. A loose cultivator's body and poor spiritual root qualification. If he didn't even dare to put up a fight, then he deserved to be unable to build a foundation in this life. Previously, she didn't have a bottom in her heart for Lin Chang'an's lower grade spirit root to build a foundation, but this time she had a few certainties. Changchun Gong originally has the effect of slowing down aging, thick and thin, and the mana is gentle and thick. Although the early stage is not as good as other Gong methods, but the later stage is not bad. In addition to this age, if you are lucky in this alchemy, you will be able to get 3 foundation establishment pills, and you will be able to build your foundation with 70% to 80% certainty. Just as Yun Yao was secretly contemplating, she suddenly blushed, and a trace of crimson slowly flowed out of her sandalwood mouth under the surge of her throat, which caused a cold light to flood her eyes. Damn! The complete version of the decapitation divine skill is so overbearing. This Yin and cold chi invades my lungs and bowels straight away. If I didn't have a treasure in my possession, I would have almost been seriously injured. Yun Yao's brows were filled with the color of exhaustion, and when the dots of crimson that flowed out from the corners of her mouth fell to the ground, it instantly condensed out into flakes of frost, exuding a gust of chilly air. The leaving fire palace, and the Xianyin demon cult. When she thought of this, a cold smile spread across Yun Yao's face, knowing that even if the Xianyin demon sect had given her the so-called decapitation divine skill, she was afraid that it was not complete. You guys underestimate the people of the immortal cultivation world. Perhaps I, Yun Yao, don't have this qualification, but the efforts of hundreds of years of cultivators in the Li Fire Palace have long since resulted in a method of making up for it, and that's thanks to my good master, Old Man Huang. Since you guys can't wait for us to have a higher cultivation level, then I will definitely not let you down. When Lin Chang'an came out of the Yun Yao cave and made his way to the Dan Xin residence, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. This time, he didn't have to concoct pills together with others, and he didn't have to worry about accidents. Just after Lin Chang'an passed by from the Danshin residence, Huang Yuntian's father and son, however, also happened to come out from the Danshin residence. Father, my child has worried you. Shut up. You say you learned what is not good. Have to learn this harvesting yin and replenishing yang method. You think it is really so easy? Look at you. Now even the foundation. Have to pull down the old face for the father, to give you a lot of planning. But if you had fought for your life, you would have built your foundation long ago. Why would you be like this? Huang Yuntian also glared angrily at the sun. If it wasn't for the fact that there was only one productive one at his knee, why would he be like this? And Huang Xiaohai bowed his head in embarrassment. Recently cultivating this method of extracting yin and replenishing yang, something went wrong, resulting in the body's mana being cluttered, and he had to prepare 1 or 2 more foundation establishment pills. Now that the situation is so tight, I'll turn around and show you from somewhere else, but you fight for me. If you can't build a foundation this time, then you'll go back to the sect. Hearing his own father's warning, Huang Xiaohai instantly changed his face, knowing that if he failed this time, he would be abandoned. Don't worry, Father Sama. Although there was a problem this time due to the method of harvesting yin and replenishing yang, my magical power far exceeds that of a cultivator of the same rank, and once I build my foundation, my strength is far beyond that of an ordinary foundation cultivator. Huang Xiaohai spoke with a firm expression about his advantages, which made Huang Yuntian helplessly suppress his heart's anger. In the end, it is his own son. Although the difficulty of the foundation establishment Dan has been increased a little, but once successful, the mana is also far more than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. At that time, his lineage of father and son double foundation building, in front of the old ancestor can also compete to raise their heads. Chapter 73, closed for foundation building, requesting for readings. 2 months later, Lin Chang'an, who had prepared earlier, bathed in burned incense, put on brand new vestments, and deliberately chose an auspicious time before going out, all the way to Yunyao's dojo. Just as he arrived, the formation of the dojo slowly opened. Today's Yunyao was dressed in a white strong suit. Her face was already quite a bit more rosy than before, and it seemed that her injuries had already recovered. Fellow Daoist Yun, looking at Lin Chang'an, a strange color flashed through Yunyao's eyes, as if she had also noticed Lin Chang'an's special today. This caused Lin Chang'an to smile somewhat awkwardly and arch his hand. Fellow Daoist Yun, for good luck. All have already cultivated immortality. This figure of luck is also something that numerous cultivators do before doing something important. Let's go. Yunyao gently nodded her head. She was not repulsed by this kind of behavior. The strange color just now was just this aura of Lin Chang'an today, which caused a familiar image to flash through her mind. When she first entered the world of immortal cultivation, Lin Chang'an's spiritedness, and the carriage she was full of stars, fantasizing that becoming an immortal would allow her to roam the heavens and the earth like a bird, and from then on she would be free of constraints. Unexpectedly, even if she became a foundation establishment cultivator, it was just a change to a bigger birdcage. As for Lin Chang'an, the look on his brow today was quite like the one he had when he first entered the immortal cultivation world. This caused Yunyao to secretly sigh. When the foundation establishment was over, Lin Chang'an was afraid that he would be like her, discovering that the immortal cultivation world was even more vast and that foundation establishment cultivators were nothing more than a mole cricket. Yunyao shook her head down, her expression cold as she led Lin Chang'an all the way to the foot of the immortal city. Fellow Daoist Lin, this place is a temporary retreat chamber rented to the public by Tian City. The spiritual chi is thick enough to sustain a breakthrough to foundation establishment. You go and pick a cave chamber first, and 3 days after the dan is completed, immediately close the chamber for a breakthrough. Yunyao also avoided accidents and chose to have the pills come out on the front foot and then be able to close the door and cultivate on the back foot, so that naturally no one would be able to hit the idea of this foundation establishment pill at that time. Thank you, fellow Daoist Yun. Lin Chang'an also arched his hand gratefully. He naturally understood this sentiment of Yunyao's. Yunyao then turned around directly and flew towards the mountain range. This scene watched Lin Chang'an's heart grow fuzzy and he secretly nodded his head. A foundation establishment cultivator flies in the air. I can do it too. Lin Chang'an's gaze glowed with a determined look as he turned around and went to find the deacon here, preparing to rent a cave to prepare for his breakthrough. This place was naturally familiar to him, or rather, within the entire Tian City, who didn't know this place? Just a few years of light. This place of the chamber cave do not know how many foundation cultivators walked out. The same also have more cultivators sadly left. For a casual cultivator, to be able to prepare for foundation establishment was already a dragon and phoenix among people, and those who could get a foundation establishment pill and come here to retreat were even more rare. In the end, those who can successfully build the foundation. 1,000 horses crossing the one-tree bridge is not in the least bit excessive. Thinking about the entire Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, how many foundation establishment cultivators were there in total? It's also here in Tian City, where the aura is rich and there are endless levels of foundation establishment cultivators. Coming from a small place, Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, Lin Chang'an was naturally aware of how much weight a foundation establishment cultivator carried. Small pools and lakes with a completely incomparable resource environment. 3 days later, fellow Daoist Lin, it seems that no one has come out recently. Lin Chang'an was holding the jade token of another cave, but he was waiting for the first few special cave number tags. Unexpectedly, 3 days has not yet someone out. He is even more did not expect. This foundation building people actually also so many. It seems that there is no chance for these caves. Lin Chanan shook his head helplessly, looking at the picking up 9 jade tags in his hand. In fact, he was waiting for the 4 jade tags of 9, 6, 5 and 3 for the cave. In the immortal cultivation world, each of these 4 numbers represented a different meaning. 9 stands for honor and longevity. Lu stands for smooth. Wu represents the balance of yin and yang. 3 symbolizes completeness and harmony. Pick up on the 9. I hope everything goes well. Lin Chanan waited calmly, but he was never able to be still inside. It wasn't that he didn't have a good enough mindset, but that foundation building was too important to him. Although there is a golden finger, but this golden finger did not give him the ability to live forever. Once he passed 60, his chi and blood declined, and it was difficult to refine his cultivation. But I'm only 54 now, so even if I fail, I'm not afraid. With my ability, preparing for another foundation building won't be a problem. Lin Chanan thought darkly. However, if he missed this time, he would have to avoid everyone if he wanted to build his foundation in the future. Just as Lin Chanan waited with some anxiety until noon, finally a familiar silhouette appeared on the mountain peak. Fellow Daoist Lin. A white-clothed Yun Yao descended from the sky. At this moment Lin Chanan's eyes were shining brightly. The joy between his eyebrows could barely be concealed. It was the first time he felt Yun Yao was that beautiful. Of course, he was definitely not talking about the foundation building pill. Tu Tsukiji, one of them fine. As soon as he landed, Yun Yao's voice that came from a voice transmission caused a hint of excitement to flash through Lin Chanan's eyes. The fine foundation building pill, valued at nearly 10,000 spirit stones, increased the chances of building a foundation by about 30%, while the ordinary foundation building pill was 20%. This greatly exceeded Lin Chanan's expectations, making him unable to help but rejoice. Thank you, fellow Daoist Yun. Many people saw this scene and showed envy. Most of the people who could come here were here to build their foundations, or were related to the people who broke through inside. When he saw that another person had come and gotten the foundation building Dan, he was naturally envious. Fellow Daoist Lin, I wish you to witness evergreen. Rarely, the usually cold as ice Yun Yao even uttered a word of congratulations. However, at this moment, Lin Chanan did not have the time to pay attention to this, but instead stared straight at a jade bottle handed over by Yun Yao's hand. I have to say that this Yun Yao female's heart is fine. 2 foundation establishment dawn are packed inside a jade bottle. No one would think that it is 2. I wish you, Daoist, to prove your foundation building. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators opened their mouths, still startling Lin Chanan. But after seeing that the crowd was saying goodbye, this revealed a smile. It wasn't that he was nervous, but that he had experienced too much, and that chance was never his own until it was turned into strength. When the ghost 3 knives, and this 3 days heard, some time ago there was an unlucky cultivator. The foundation building Dan was forced to exchange by the people of the big clan with the power. Fellow Daoist Lin, and this is a second-order concentration incense, which is useful for meditating and concentrating the mind. Yun Yao once again handed over an object, causing Lin Chanan to arch his hand gratefully. Fellow Daoist Yun's favor today, Lin Chanan keeps it in mind. With the sound of the secret cave closing, only after entering the dimly lit chamber did Lin Chanan slow down, while his tight heart finally let out a sigh of relief. It was finally smooth sailing and nothing happened. At this time, Lin Chanan was full of smiles. This secret room door closed, even if a Jidan cultivator was not so easily shaken, because these secret chambers at the foot of the mountain, connected to the mountain, could be said to be part of the defense of the entire immortal city. Lin Chagan, who had completely put his heart down, was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He had had many worries along the way, worrying about how many foundation building pills would turn out, and also worrying about accidents. I never thought I'd have a good time all the way. This made Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly wonder, could it be that he wasn't the protagonist? Now adjust your state and prepare for a closed-door breakthrough in foundation establishment. Lin Chang'an took a deep breath and took out the foundation building pill from his storage bag. As the 2 jade bottles opened, 3 foundation establishment pills floated down, 2 of which had significantly more intense spiritual light. 3 foundation building pills, 2 fine ones, there's no reason why they won't work. With a firm gaze, Lin Chang'an began to adjust his state on his knees while lighting the first-order concentration incense he had prepared. As for the second-order concentration incense gifted by Yun Yao, he would have to wait until his breakthrough to use it. At this moment outside, Yun Yao's pair of cold eyes gazed at the disappearing figure, and was also overwhelmed with emotion. Reunited more than 10 years ago, it had not occurred to me that the best friend of the year, Lin Chang'an, had also come to this point. It was unexpected. However, right at that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared. Elder Cloud, ho ho! Senior sister Yun is really fast enough. Senior brother is just talking to you. Since you don't want to trade this fine foundation establishment pill, forget it. Senior brother won't force it. The person who came was none other than Huang Yuntian. a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, who was full of false smiles at this time, as well as Huang Xiaohai behind him respectfully arching his hand. However, after Yun Yao saw this pair of father and son, she was directly revealing a contemptuous cold smile. Senior brother Huang. A few days ago when the scattered cultivation base building pills were forcibly traded, it was widely spread. If you weren't a member of Master's clan, do you think you'd be qualified to speak to me? In front of outsiders, Yun Yao always had a cold and arrogant demeanor, as if she was a disciple of a Jidan real person, looking down on the arrogant character of this kind of second-generation ancestor. However, in Yun Yao's heart, she hated to invite more enemies to the leaving fire palace as well as the Huang family. Sister, senior brother Huang Yuntian, the two stared down, and eventually, after feeling Yun Yao's terrifying coldness, Huang Yuntian gave a false smile and chose to temporarily back down. Xiaohai still needs to go into seclusion to build his foundation now, so I'll take my leave. Under Huang Yuntian's hypocritical politeness, his eyes glowed with a cold light as he turned to leave. Humph, go wild, be proud. When the old ancestor revealed his true colors, at that time, he would like to see how this Yun Yao would still be wild. How arrogant! While Huang Xiaohai on the side seemed to be respectful, yet there was a look of anger between his brows after turning around. Father, that fine foundation building pill. Shut up, with your upper-grade spirit root qualification. Aren't these 2 foundation building pills enough? The father and son duo transmitted their voices down, which made Huang Xiaohai's face ugly, and his heart was even more resentful on the cultivator who had robbed his fine foundation establishment. Dan, when he builds his foundation, don't let him know who it is, or this isn't over. Closure. As he entered inside the cave, Huang Xiaohai angrily took out 4 jade tags with the numbers 9, Lu, Wu, and 3 on them. He had bagged these 4 most auspicious numbered caves 2 months before his retreat. This is the benefit that comes with status. Even though he only uses 1 room, he can have 4 rooms to himself. Chapter 74, The Water Comes to a Head, Request for Readings. Half a month later, inside the cave, Lin Chahan settled down and adjusted his essence. The surging mana of the Changchun Gong in his body converging at his Dantian. 54 years old to build a foundation. Evergreen Kung Fu. 3 foundation establishment pills. 95% chance of winning. Lin Chagan, who had opened his eyes, revealed a calm color, and without the slightest hesitation, he waved his fingers and the second-order concentration incense in front of him had already been lit. Gulp! A fine foundation establishment pill entered his stomach. Lin Chang'an held onto his guard and returned to the origin, closing his eyes as he began to impact the foundation establishment. The first level, the flesh level. When impacting the foundation establishment, the physical body is crippled with defects. The qi and blood are insufficient, or due to the body's old age will have an effect. Fortunately, Lin Chang'an hadn't gone to fight demonic beasts over the years, and with the nourishment of the evergreen kung fu, there weren't many dark wounds in his body. This is the moment when the advantages of evergreen kung fu become apparent. Lin Chang'an sat cross-legged on the Jade Group bus, the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill in his body exerting itself, while his body received the outside world's spiritual qi with impunity. The mana in his body turned into a monstrous flood that washed through his body. The skin of his body rose red, and the tendons and veins in his body withstood the raging mana. The second level, the mana level. All these years of cultivation, he had practically cultivated one step at a time, especially with a strong foundation and practicing the evergreen kung fu, which is known for its foundation. If qi refining mana is in the gaseous state, then foundation building cultivator liquid state. This was also the key to foundation building, the qualitative change in mana. If one took too many elixirs before, it would easily lead to impure mana. My Supreme Realm's evergreen kung fu. Mana is originally known for its purity. Although I have taken pills to enhance my cultivation, it's not a big problem. Lin Chagan clenched his teeth. Each flush of mana in his body was like a big wave removing impurities. At this point some impurities had gradually appeared on his body surface. As the surging mana continued to operate, the mana had begun to appear as a prelude to a condensed substance transformation. The third level, the divine sense level. Mana rampage and qualitative change both required the divine sense to make the final step of control and compression to complete the final qualitative change. His divine sense might be usual, but with the purity of his mana and the addition of the fine foundation building pill, the mana in his body was relatively much better controlled. The mist mana within the Dantian operated rapidly and became increasingly dense, and the combination of flesh, mana, and divine sense, the threefold essence, formed the final qualitative change. Divine sense control compresses mana. The mana backbone is strong. The flesh is unobstructed and bears everything perfectly. Finally the qualitative change has begun. Realm, 9th level of Qi refining +1, 98/100. At this moment, under Lin Chanan's tightly locked brow, the attribute panel's experience at the 9th level of Qi refining transformed into 98 in the moment of a qualitative change in mana. Tick, time passed for an unknown amount of time, and Lin Chang'an could clearly feel the first drop of pure liquid mana appearing within his dantian. As the first drop appeared, the second and third drops were slowly coalescing. Just as Lin Chang'an was impacting the foundation establishment, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth suddenly swept outside the cave. However, this place was Tian City, and the majestic and dense spiritual chi continuously poured into it along with the formation. Someone from the outsiders exclaimed, "Look! Someone else has impacted the foundation establishment, the aura of Tian City, not to mention one foundation establishment. Even if it was 100 foundation establishments, it would not have any effect. It was only a slight movement of the nearby heaven and earth aura." However, Lin Chang'an, who was inside the cave at this moment, was frowning tightly and gritting his teeth. The backbone is weak. Realm, 9th level of chi refining, 99/100, stuck right on the last step. Lin Chang'an gritted his teeth and insisted without the slightest panic, directly swallowing the second foundation building pill into his stomach. At this moment he finally understood why spirit roots were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The grade of the spiritual root, the speed of cultivation, severely affects the efficiency of the conversion of the qualitative change when making a breakthrough. If he was an upper grade spirit root, I'm afraid that he had already broken through. However, Lin Chang'an, who was a lower grade spirit root, at this time, the qualitative change of mana in his body had obviously slowed down and was unable to complete all of it. It was mentioned in Yunyao's Jade Slip that the quality and speed of mana transformed by different grades of spirit roots varies, and likewise there are differences in gong methods. These subtle gaps, which might not be noticeable in normal times, will become shackles at the crucial breakthrough. This was still because Lin Chang'an cultivated the evergreen gong, which might not be outstanding in the early stages, but as his cultivation deepened, the purity was not bad. Even in his Supreme Realm's everlasting spring technique, this was boosting his success rate. A few days later, inside Lin Chang'an's cave, the aura vortex gradually dissipated, followed by a mighty spiritual pressure of the foundation establishment realm sweeping in. Realm, early foundation, 2 of 100. 30 years of bitter cultivation, and I've finally built my foundation. Inside the cave, Lin Chang'an's unrestrained laughter echoed, and even ended up letting out a long whistle to vent the depression in his chest. His path to foundation building did not have the legendary twists and turns of other geniuses in the immortal cultivation world. It's all about simply building up until the water runs out. Even because of the 2 fine foundation establishment pills, the excess mana in his body after establishing the foundation allowed his cultivation to improve a little. Now I'm terribly strong. Under Lin Chang'an's excited smile, feeling the changes in his body, finally in this turbulent world of immortals, he had a power to defend himself. Now that I've become a foundation establishment cultivator, I shouldn't become cannon fodder after all. Now he was no longer a mole in the chi refining stage, but a powerhouse in the foundation establishment realm. In a small place like the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop, it was enough to become an existence of a foundation establishment ancestor. When Lin Chang'an stepped out from within the secret room, a cold wind swept through the scenery of Tian City, but it caused Lin Chang'an to be stunned, only to see that it had long been snowing outside, and Tian City was even cloaked in a layer of silver frost. Congratulations to Senior for certifying the foundation. The immortal path is evergreen. As he came out, the late-stage chi refining deacon in charge of this place, his face full of envious smiles, came forward to skillfully express his joy. How long have I been in seclusion? At this time, Lin Chang'an stared blankly at the changes in the world. He remembered that before the retreat, the outside was still a cold autumn wind, which in the blink of an eye had become a windy and snowy world. At the same time, he was stunned and had the illusion that there was only one day in the cave, but the world was already 1,000 years old. Back to Senior. It's been 2 months and 27 days since you entered closed-door breakthrough. Nearly 3 months. Lin Chang'an sighed in his heart. Is this a cultivator? The chi refining stage was still within the normal range. At most it was stronger than mortals. But after foundation establishment, this side of heaven and earth seemed to be different. With this simplest of retreats, he had experienced the gap between the words immortal and mortal. A foundation establishment cultivator's seclusion can be as light as a few months, or as long as a few years. So it has been so long. Lin Chang'an threw 2 spirit stones to this person, and at once the steward arched his hand with a pleasing smile on his face. Many thanks for the gift from Senior. Well, at least he was the first person to greet him. Lin Chang'an nodded his head with a light smile, and then his feet created a wind, directly heading in the direction of Yunyao's cave. After all, Yunyao had helped a lot with the success of this foundation establishment, not just in refining the foundation establishment Dan and the previously guaranteed purchase of the formation, especially the insights from that foundation building. That was priceless. The foundation has been successfully built. The people in the neighborhood came forward to inquire after Lin Chang'an left, followed by envious and yearning looks. Naturally, we are not immune to jealous people. 54 years old, a first-ranked upper-grade talisman master. It's fitting that the person has succeeded in building his foundation. That's right, We are ordinary casual cultivators. How can we have this kind of chance? A group of scattered cultivators have said to each other. 54 years old foundation is not rare. Rumor has it that the Xian turtle Lu real people when the foundation was built are ancient and rare. Chapter 75 Little Celebration of Foundation Building. Gathering of Immortals. Ha ha, congratulations to Brother Lin for building his foundation. Big Brother Lin has built his foundation. Outside the wind and snow whistling down. At this time the box is full of laughter. Shen Lai, Li Erniu, Wei Ichio, and Lu Ichio. All of them were filled with red faces as they expressed their joy. When they first heard that Lin Chang'an had already built his foundation, they were all shocked beyond belief. It was just too sudden. When the news of Yunyao's foundation building first came, they were shocked, but they could understand. After all, Yunyao was already at the final stage, and Lin Chang'an was still preparing for it some time ago, but it turned out that he suddenly built his foundation. The smile of the crowd, more than a layer of invisible and touching some raw. After all, the status of the different, so that they have a natural gap in the heart. But then Lin Chang'an smiled and talked to the crowd as usual, and only then did this rustiness dissipate. In the face of the crowd's congratulations, Lin Chang'an raised his wine cup and toasted the crowd. Foundation building is a matter of great importance, and therefore did not disclose half of it. This day I, Lin Chang'an, can build the foundation successfully, all thanks to the funding of all of you before. Lin Chang'an didn't hesitate for a second and directly drank it all in one go. Come on, let's toast to Big Brother Lin. One by one, their faces turned red, they funded it, but in the end, their hearts said they didn't know what to do. After all, Lin Chang'an and them were all cultivators who had fallen short in the first place, and it was really too difficult to build a foundation with a lower-grade spiritual root. The previous funding was more of a friendship over the years. It was for this reason that Lin Chang'an was extremely grateful. Since his breakthrough, he first went to Yunyao Cave to express his gratitude. Then he was buying some things along the way and came to Gathering Immortal Building to inform the crowd. It was also a small celebration of his foundation building. Brother Lin, what a surprise. Li Erniu's face was full of red light, and he was even more incoherent in his speech. Not only did Lin Chang'an certify to foundation establishment, he hadn't changed half a bit, and his attitude towards them remained the same as before. Lin Chang'an looked at the crowd full of smiles as they all talked and laughed about raising their eyebrows this time and how it was a way to give them, the group who had lost the election in the first place, a proper breath of air. The previous financial support from all of you Taoists will not be forgotten by Chang'an. After 3 rounds of wine, Lin Chang'an once again got up and raised his glass, looking solemn to once again toast to the crowd, and the crowd which dared to, but also have to get up and raise their glasses. Brother Shen, junior sister, this time I happened to buy 2 bottles of pills on my way here. When the 2 bottles of pills appeared, the pupils of Shen Lai and Lu Iching both shrunk, and Wei Ichi, who was a Dan master on the side, directly exclaimed, "This is the clearing spirit powder and the superior golden marrow pill, Xing Ling San, which has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow, and consolidating the essence and cultivating the vitality." After seeing this elixir, Shen Lai's eyes instantly reddened. How could he not know how much this elixir would help him? He himself had been refining qi at the 7th level for many years. Wasn't it because of the aftermath of taking the step-breaking pill in the first place? This bottle of elixir might not be able to completely replenish it, but it was enough to allow him to solidify his roots and cultivate his body, and further his cultivation in the future. Foundation establishment was not wanted, but there was still hope for the 8th or 9th level of qi refining. The top-quality golden marrow pill, on the other hand, was Lu Turnips. Brother Wei, this is yours. The same as a jade bottle to take out. Wei is not easy to instantly 2 eyes red. This is the treatment of tendons and veins of advanced healing medicine. To put it bluntly, is the treatment of his legs. At this moment, Wei Yi raised his head and looked at Lin Chang'an's sincere smile. He couldn't help but think of the things he did when he was young. He was suddenly ashamed in his heart and lowered his head hoarsely. Brother Lin. His voice was hoarse, but the latter words did not come out. So Lin Chang'an had already nodded with a smile and looked at Erniu. Erniu, you've been grinding this 6th level of qi refining for a long enough time. When you know that the world of immortal cultivation is changing, sometimes strength is everything. Lin Chang'an took out a bottle of rank-breaking pills, and the crowd at the scene broke into smiles. Although Erniu got the least value, Erniu was also full of smiles and didn't feel less at all. Next, under the laughter of the crowd, Lin Chang'an shared the thrill of this foundation building as well as the experience of the crowd. Of course, a few of these hidden secrets he didn't finish, focusing on mentioning the difficulty of hunting demonic beasts and the experience of how to build a foundation when building a foundation like their poorly qualified cultivators. When at last Lin Chang'an said that he had succeeded with only 1 fine foundation establishment pill, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Big Brother Lin, are you saying that you still have a foundation establishment pill in your hand right now? The crowd was shocked. although they couldn't use it, they couldn't hinder being shocked at the Herculean foundation building Dan. After all, they lose cultivation all their lives. Is not the figure of the fight for a line of opportunity to build a foundation? Not bad, I still have it Tsukiji in my hand. At this moment, Lin Changan looked at the crowd with a smile, and the crowd also came back to their senses, and under their faces, they revealed a burst of bitter smiles. Obviously, but if there was a cultivator in the crowd who was in the late stage of chi refining consummation, Lin Changan wouldn't mind selling to them. Unfortunately, the crowd was self-aware, not to mention foundation establishment. Even the ninth level of chi refining was far away from them. In the end, under the crowd shaking their heads, Lin Changan also gave a gentle shake of his head, and finally his gaze looked at Erniu. Erniu, the Shou family's way of sentinel beasts is very famous. My green horned ox seems to still lack a bit of fire. Erniu, when you go back, help me ask the Zhou family. Lin Chanan's words instantly caused Li Erniu's face to turn red as he excitedly raised his wine cup and without the slightest hesitation, he directly drank it all in one go. Brother Lin, don't worry, leave this matter to me. Obviously, Lin Changan meant this foundation establishment pill in his hand and was prepared to make a deal with the Zhou family. Let Erniu go and get a big credit. This was what Lin Changan had given Li Erniu as a gift, and everyone was all smiles. In the end, Erniu is a son-in-law. The last time the subsidy, take their own private money. We all know, if there was a great merit in it, naturally, needless to say, the status in the family and clan would definitely be different. Come on, let's all wish Brother Lin a long life of immortality. Cheers! ********. The hall was full of laughter. Lin Changan was also full of smiles. This foundation establishment Dan trade with the Zhou family. He was also after careful consideration. Now that he had just made a breakthrough, and there was no shortage of others, his strength was not going to increase greatly in a short period of time, and the green-horned ox was at a critical period of growth. If he could successfully break through the second stage, then his strength would increase by more than a little bit. After all, the situation outside, who knows which day the three great sects will tear their faces off. And by the way, a big credit to Second Bull, the best of both worlds. After this celebratory feast, Lin Changan presented each person with another golden light talisman, causing the crowd to be grateful. The wind and snow whistled down in Tian City. Lin Changan, who had returned to the cave at this time, naturally felt the thinning of the aura and could not help but mutter darkly. He hadn't realized it before, but after going to Yunyao's cave once, the aura was indeed not on the same level. Cultivate this ancient technique first, then change your cave. He hadn't chosen a technique since he had built his foundation, and now that things were done, he naturally wanted to study the technique at the first opportunity. Life expectancy, 54/236. Realm, early foundation, 2 of 100. After breaking through the foundation establishment, the longevity directly broke through to over 230 years old. Lin Changan was full of smiles. This was the benefit of practicing the everlasting spring technique. As his cultivation continued to rise, his longevity would also increase. Rumor has it that the longest living foundation establishment cultivators who cultivate would attribute techniques seem to be nearly 300 years old before they are feathered. Next up is this ancient technique, and the essence spirit plant needed. This native spirit plant was one that he had purchased within the marketplace before. This ginseng might be a rare treasure in the mundane world, but unfortunately it's just that in the immortal cultivation world. The 3,500-year-old ginseng had already given birth to a faint aura, which was also just right for the needs of the native spirit plant. While Lin Changan looked at it, he shook his head helplessly. A true 3,000-year-old spirit herb. A Yuaning cultivator could break his head. He could only settle for the second best. It was the best he could afford to qualify to buy. The ancient evergreen technique. Lin Changan carefully took out this ancient relic's chance and looked at it again with a grave expression. After so much preparation, let's begin. Inside the cave, Lin Changan sat cross-legged on a group futon, and under a gloomy expression, he slowly took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and poured it on the ginseng that was cupped with withered leaves imprinted with gongfu. As the spiritual liquid poured down, the ginseng once again burst out with new vigor, which caused Lin Changan to secretly sigh. In the end, it was a mortal thing, and a mere spirit liquid from the immortal cultivation world had surprisingly had such a great reaction. Unfortunately, that's about all there is to it. Refine. In the next moment, Lin Changan pinched his fingers down and squeezed out a drop of essence blood between his eyebrows, and just as he was preparing for the critical moment of sacrifice, his pupils suddenly shrank. While the essence blood dripped down onto the ginseng, the 1,000-year-old ginseng dissipated as if it was weathered invisible to the naked eye. No, it should be being devoured by the dried leaves below the ginseng, imprinted with feats. This is the spiritual liquid from earlier. Lin Chanan was violently startled. It was the spiritual liquid that had just dripped onto this withered leaf. It seems to be activated. Murphy. Just then, the essence blood landed on the withered leaf, creating a subtle connection that caused Lin Chanan's face to freeze. He didn't have his native spirit plant anymore, but it seemed that this withered leaf also fit the bill. Since this withered leaf is within the cave of an ancient cultivator, it proves that it has existed for at least thousands of years, or even 10,000 years. So according to the conditions of the benthic spirit plant, it seems to be qualified. If there was truly a spiritual herb from the immortal cultivation world, he naturally wouldn't use something from this mundane world. However, just as Lin Chanan was hesitating, this dry leaf produced a subtle connection under the method of sacrifice and practice, and seemed to sense something, directly blooming with a faint green light. Refined. Lin Chanan was startled. The leaf with the gungfu imprinted on it had already made the choice for him. However, the cave treasures of this ancient relic, no matter how, were still better than the things in the mundane world. Therefore, Lin Chanan directly began to run the technique. Chapter 76, Xian Tian Immortal Vine Withered Leaves. Inside the cave. How? Lin Chagan, who had cultivated into the ancient evergreen technique, could clearly feel the mana in his body, which was permeated with the feeling of a vibrant breath of life. The chi veins were long, and even with the feedback from the native spirit plant, his body was filled with surging vitality. However, at this moment, Lin Chanan's eyebrows were filled with a spirit of depression and the bags under his eyes were vaguely green, while the intrinsic spirit plant in his body, with a look of being fed and watered, was lazily hovering at the Dantian. Technique, Vanguard Evergreen Technique, Introductory, 1 out of 100. Life expectancy, 54/205. The column of feats proved that the cultivation had been successful, but the column of his own longevity, Lin Chanan's mood did not know how to describe it. Self-healing, healing wounds, invulnerable to all poisons, and extremely strong in recovery. This self-healing body seems to be even stronger than recorded. But sacrificing this essence spirit plant has actually cost me so much. The previously withered leaf-like benthic spirit plant was now haunted by a pale, ancient, emerald green halo, and a thin white beard emerged from its roots, rooting itself in the Dantian. This was the result of devouring 31 years of his lifespan. Xian Tian Immortal Vine Withered Leaves. The only information he got in his mind as this spiritual plant came to life was this, while causing Lin Chanan to be a bit stunned. It is rumored in the immortal cultivation world that the opening of the world accompanied by the breeding of things. The legend is that the real immortals can only get the treasures before being crowned with the name of Xian Tian. The fact that there was even this treasure within the previous ancient cultivator's secret territory caused Lin Chanan to be shocked and at the same time think that the Xianin Pavilion and the departing Fire Palace must have gotten other good things as well. After sacrificing the native spirit plant, it still needs to be nourished with spirit liquid for a long period of time. The stronger the native spirit plant is, the stronger it feeds back to the host. At this time, Lin Chanan's mood was complex. This native spirit plant he had gambled right. Perhaps there was a real possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. But likewise the difficulty of the native spirit plant he cultivated was infinitely elevated. After all, this was no ordinary spirit plant. As things stood, Lin Chanan could only console himself. Although the kryptonite had taken 31 years of his life, the benefits were great. With just the initial sacrifice, the foundation establishment stage, his self-healing body had reached the broken arm rebirth realm, so it could be said that his vitality was extremely tenacious. Ordinary injuries could be recovered in a matter of moments, and when fighting with someone, whether it was an injury or mana, the recovery speed was extremely fast. That is to say, my current physique is even stronger than the greenhorn ox. At the very least, the green-horned bull had cut off a hoof, but he didn't have the ability to grow it back, whereas he was able to slowly recover. But to feed this Xian heavenly immortal vine withered leaves, the requirements are also extremely high. Now this Xian Tian immortal vine withered leaf was already his native spirit plant, and after completing the sacrifice, one glory and one loss, both lives were cultivated. Through the life dual cultivation he could clearly feel that the intrinsic spirit plant was emitting a faint hint of life, which required a large amount of spirit liquid to water it. But just a faint hint of the withered leaf's feedback was so powerful. This would be even better if the entire leaf was saved. Spirit liquid. This is only found in the eye of the spirit spring of a high-level spirit vein. Only the 3 major clans in the entire country of you, and the current Tian City have it. Each bottle is worth 100 spirit stones, and it's not unheard of to have 1,000 spirit stones for a high-quality one. Lin Changan secretly frowned. This spiritual liquid was held by the 3 major clans in great powers. He could only think of ways to earn spiritual stones. Before he built his foundation, he drew talismans every day to earn spirit stones in exchange for cultivation resources. After foundation establishment, not only did he have to continue to earn cultivation resources, but he also had to find a way to earn more spirit stones to raise this intrinsic spirit plant. It's not exactly white foundation building. At the very least, the strength is guaranteed. Lin Chang'an comforted himself. As Lin Chang'an built his foundation, all the forces sent their invitations. Foundation stage cultivators were already considered to be the backbone of the force, especially now that the situation in Vietnam was in turmoil, and the three major clans were in need of excellent cannon fodder. As for some foundation establishment clans, they wanted to ask him to be the clan's offering and enjoy the resources of their old ancestors. This is what strength brings. Looking at the pile of posts, Lin Chang'an secretly contemplated that the three major sects were not something he would consider. It's not that the treatment is bad, it's that it's too good. But it's not for nothing. It's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out, especially since he was afraid that this war would deteriorate further and his name would appear on the Divine Sword sect's bounty list. Apart from the three major clans, the other foundation building clans are both strong and weak, but without exception, they are unable to provide better cultivation resources. What with the clan having beautifully built, wonderful young girls who are willing to serve as concubines. Looking at this pile of messy temptations, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but shake his head. Was he this kind of person? With the current environment in Yu, coupled with the wailing of the native spirit plant in his body, how could he have the heart to enjoy himself right now? The current him only wanted to earn spirit stones. He doesn't have the leisure to look for any bull enchanting concubines. Right now, the only ones who can provide second-order talisman inheritance are the three major clans in Tian City, and the other foundation building clans are, in the end, a step behind in terms of heritage. Lin Chang'an shook his head down, his heart's favoring Tian City. It couldn't be helped that all of the resources for this high-level inheritance technique were held by the three great sects in Tian City. Just as Lin Chang'an was pondering, the first person who waited was not someone from the Zhou family, but Yun Yao instead. Fellow Daoist Lin. Lin Chang'an was also a bit stunned that Yun Yao had come to visit, and in his heart, he was secretly contemplating that he wouldn't want to pull him into the Li Fire Palace. After all, there were also 3, 6, 9 classes within this great sect, and it was not surprising that Yun Yao's identity was pulling in the foundation establishment cultivators to strengthen themselves. However, when he entered the cave, Yun Yao's next words caused Lin Chang'an to be a bit overwhelmed and filled with consternation. Fellow Daoist Lin, we've had an incident. What? Looking at the gloomy Yun Yao, Lin Chang'an was stunned. When did this happen? Don't talk nonsense. When did anything ever happen between them? And looking at Lin Chang'an's stunned face, Yun Yao also seemed to react, but with a decisive character. She directly shook her head and spoke of the specific incident. It's about the foundation building pill from before. As Yun Yao narrated down, Lin Chang'an then realized that it was Yun Yao who helped him refine the foundation establishment Dan when it happened to be known by Huang Yuntian's father and son. Trying to find out who this person's background was through her, it was obvious that he wanted to hit on the idea of this fine foundation establishment Dan. Fellow Daoist Yun, are you saying that when you refined the foundation establishment Dan before? Lin Chang'an was speechless. Before also he thought that he was overthinking, but he never thought that there was really someone who had this idea. Aha! Yun Yao nodded her head in silence. However, Lin Chang'an also frowned in suspicion when he thought about it carefully. Fellow Daoist Yun, after I broke through foundation establishment, it seems that I have also heard that this Huang Shaohai has also established foundation establishment, and even though he had hit upon the idea before, it shouldn't be the case now, right? Even if this person was narrow-minded again, it didn't make sense that he was still thinking of dealing with him now. Shouldn't he be celebrating his foundation building? However, a touch of helplessness rarely surfaced on Yun Yao's ice-cold cheeks as she shook her head. It would be nice if it was a normal tsukiji. There is a secret method within the sect called the method of taking the foundation. Huang Shaohai failed to take the foundation establishment pill and used the secret method to build his foundation, but the two are very different from each other. Cultivators who build their foundations with the foundation snatching method only have a lifespan of over 150 years, and their potential is greatly reduced, unless there is a great chance. If not, it will be difficult to form a Dan in this life. As Yun Yao narrated down, Lin Chang'an's entire body fell into silence. He carefully prepared his materials along the way, and for fear of being targeted, he even commissioned Yun Yao to refine the foundation establishment pill. Unexpectedly, it was this caution of his that had provoked someone. True to that saying, weakness is the original sin. Then Huang Shaohai wouldn't be able to make a move within Tian City, and the father and son duo would still be in Tian City all the time? Lin Chang'an frowned down. His heart is also a big problem. This Huang family father and son at the moment he cannot provoke. Moreover, listening to Yun Yao's words, it seemed that she didn't want him to join the departing Flame Palace. That's not so bad. There's another loose cultivator who's even more unlucky than fellow Daoist. After hearing this, Lin Chanan was stunned. However, Yun Yao's next words left him speechless for a while. Huang Xiaohai's 2 foundation establishment pills, while one of them was forcibly exchanged with a loose cultivator by taking an inferior foundation establishment pill, and as a result, the loose cultivator also established his foundation. When she said here, Yun Yao even revealed a gloating sneer, as if this Huang Xiaohai really deserved it. However, this loose cultivator was also unlucky enough. The foundation establishment pill was forcibly traded, and he himself was lucky enough to establish his foundation, which should have been a good thing. But on the contrary, Huang Xiaohai didn't build the foundation normally, and the heart is more cynical or this loose cultivator. It was thought that it was the trading of this Tsukiji that caused his good fortune to be taken by the other party. Although the saying of chi luck is misty, it is not absent, and many cultivators still believe in it. Although this is the case, in recent days, Dao Yulin should be more careful and not go out of the city so easily. More importantly, since Dao Yu is already a foundation establishment cultivator, you should make a decision early. As he said this, Yun Yao's eyes inadvertently glanced at the tributes of the various clans on a side table. It hardly takes much thought for the meaning to be obvious. I see. If I have to choose, Tian City might be good. Originally, Lin Chang'an had favored Tian City in his heart, and as a result, there was this matter behind it. So naturally, he didn't hesitate too much. Actually, fellow Daoist Lin doesn't have to worry too much. Right now the situation at the front line is tense. This Huang Xiaohai has built his foundation with the foundation snatching method. His potential has greatly decreased. Sooner or later he will be redeployed to the front line. Good lord, that's pretty realistic. Lin Chang'an's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes after hearing this, and all he could say was that it was worthy of being a great sect, superior and inferior. Chapter 77 Tian City's Guest Secretary. Inside the cave, Lin Chang'an had replied to all of the obeisances sent by various clans and sects. This is also the basic etiquette. He is only a casual cultivator who has just built the foundation. He does not dare to be arrogant. The forces of Tianxian City's Shin Turtle Lucianron may seem neutral, but every word and action affects the pattern of the entire Yu country, and the 3 great clans will definitely not let this force stray if they really want to tear their faces off. At this moment, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he held the invitation to worship sent by the Tianxian City steward. The 2 major positions of envoy and guest minister seemed to be similar, but in reality they were completely different. The guest secretary, more often preferred by cultivators with outstanding skills, was not involved in internal affairs and was only responsible for providing some talismans or pills on a regular basis. Offerings are different, relying on the resources of the power and often needing to be responsible for sitting on a side. Regardless of whether it's a guest minister or an envoy, Tianxian City will provide a copy of the foundation establishment technique, as well as the corresponding cultivation resources, and I'll be able to obtain the corresponding talismanic inheritance with my status as a second-ranked talisman master. Similarly, what he needed to pay for was to provide Tianxian City with a certain amount of talismans on a regular basis for the next few decades. A guest secretary is relatively more free, and it won't affect my usual cultivation. After making his decision, Lin Chang'an put this invitation from Tianxian City into his storage bag and replied to the other invitations one by one. There's still a difference between a whore and a prostitute in this greenhouse. If Yu is really in turmoil, he's just a guest minister, selling his art, not his life. Without any hesitation, Lin Chang'an directly went out with Tianxian City's invitation to pay his respects. He is only a casual cultivator. Pending sale cannot really take himself seriously. Not early decision, but will offend people. Under the wind and snow whistling, the upper Ben half of the mountain range of this Tianxian City was like spring in all seasons. Coupled with the esoteric nature of the formation, the mountainside began to move upwards without being affected by this celestial phenomenon in the slightest. Lin Chang'an was amazed. Cultivating immortals really have their own subtleties. This formation, if there is an opportunity in the future, absolutely cannot miss. When he had hunted demonic beasts before, he had already experienced the power of this kind of out-of-body object that could fight across ranks. All the way to the hillside of Tianxian City, outside a large hall, the guards watching were surprisingly all clear late-stage chi refining cultivators. My name is Lin Chang'an, a casual cultivator, and I have come to pay my respects. After taking out the invitation, this guard didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. After all, this person in front of him was a foundation establishment cultivator. Senior, wait a moment, I'll go and pass on the information. At this moment, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion as he stood on the mountainside, overlooking the entire Tianxian City. Although they are all cultivators, yet the mountain and the mountain are clearly separated. Completely two worlds. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Lin for certifying foundation establishment. Just then, an ethereal and familiar voice rang out, and Lin Chanan didn't expect it to be this one who received him. It's actually fellow Daoist Miaoyin currently. The person who came was none other than Su Miaoyin, who had a previous encounter in the Yunyao cave, and was also the personal disciple of Tian City's Xin Turtle Lu Zhenran. Su Miaoyin, who was dressed as a grey Daoist nun, held a duster under her cool expression and slowly saluted. Fellow Daoist Lin, please. After Lin Chang'an returned the invitation to pay his respects, the purpose of which was already clear, Su Miaoyin also behaved courteously and personally led Lin Chang'an into the hall. This place is the place where Tian City handles political affairs. Although we are all casual cultivators, but the governance of a city still needs someone to hold. Along the way, the Su Miaoyin slowly introduced the industries that Tian City was responsible for, and Lin Chang'an nodded his head frequently in cooperation, all the way to a pavilion building, just at the edge of the mountain, overlooking can see the entire Tian City draped in silver frost. Fellow Daoist Lin, please have some tea. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Su. Lightly sipping a mouthful of spirit tea, Lin Chang'an burst into a burst of emotion. All this way, never thought that now he could also taste tea and discuss the Tao with the foundation establishment cultivator, the same as the Taoist friends. I'm not hiding it from fellow Daoist Su. In the next rank of casual cultivator origin, that is, some drilling in the Talisman, not good at fighting and killing. Lin Chang'an had a despondent look on his face, as if he was recalling the hardships and inconveniences of this journey. For this scene, Su Miaoyin, who was dressed as a Daoist nun on the side, was quite empathetic. Now, although she was in an extremely high position, she was also a casual cultivator all the way back then. If fellow Daoist Lin assumes the status of guest secretary, he can pick one foundation establishment technique and 3 second-order talisman inheritances. For the guest secretary treatment, the second-ranked talisman inheritance could pick 3 doors, then the offerings would be 5 doors. There would naturally be a gap in terms of feats, and some high-level feats were allowed to be selected by the offerer. As for the cave cultivation resources, it was more or less the same. Tian City provided a free cultivation cave. 30 years? After finally hearing this contract time, Lin Chang'an secretly pondered. He had also inquired from Yunyao before, and it was not far off. Fellow Daoist only needs to provide the appropriate talisman each year. Su Miaoyin's ethereal voice echoed down, and in just a short amount of tea conversation, there was a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. These eyes, however, were natural winks, completely contrary to their own image. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Su. In this case, everyone is on uniform terms, unless you have special abilities. Lin Chang'an didn't haggle and directly signed the 30-year spirit contract with alacrity. By becoming a guest secretary of Tian City, he received 3 second-order talisman inheritances, techniques, and cave dwellings, as well as the shelter of Tian City. He, in turn, would need to provide a certain number of talismans each year for the next 30 years. This was like taking out a loan. He, a cultivator who had just broken through the foundation establishment and enjoyed a lifespan of over 200 years, was burdened with another 30 years of loans, and after 30 years, the cave would not be gratuitous unless he continued to renew the contract. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Su, the two of them picked up the tea and smiled at each other. Lin Chang'an sipped the spirit tea and secretly sighed softly in his heart. Resources were hard to find in the immortal cultivation world, and the foundation establishment loose cultivators faced the same dilemma. Without relying on a major power, just the right spirit chi-rich cave was hard to find. There were also various skill inheritances, some resources that were only circulated internally, all of which were inaccessible to casual cultivators. The road to immortal cultivation. This is just the beginning. Lin Chang'an shook his head down. No matter what, at the very least, these 30 years, as long as he doesn't go out easily, this Huang Xiaohai will always be less likely to hit him. As for 30 years from now, right now the situation in Vietnam. Maybe one day Huang Xiaohai went to the front line. He also expected both father and son to die on the front lines. What? He didn't come to Miley Fire Palace for such treatment, but even went to Tian City. Inside the immortal city, at the residence of the leaving Fire Palace, Huang Xiaohai was filled with rage as he looked at the reposts that were sent back, making him unusually angry. Xiaohai. Right at this moment, his father, Huang Yuntian, walked in with a heavy face and directly said in a deep voice, "It's an eventful time now. Collect your temperament. If you didn't have to cultivate that method of extracting yin and replenishing yang, why would you have failed with both foundation establishment Dan?" When he said this, Huang Yuntian was even more hateful. This son of his own, he is good at everything, but he is too unruly. Father, I'm not willing to do it. If I had used my foundation establishment Dan that day to exchange for that fine foundation establishment Dan from Yin Yao this hand, why would I have used that secret method? At this moment, Huang Xiaohai's face was filled with resentment under his gritted teeth. If not for Yun Yao he would not have failed at all. And the other party was surprisingly just a casual cultivator. It fueled his anger even more. Shut up, Huang Yuntian directly shouted coldly. Now get ready, stabilize your cultivation and head to the front line. What? Huang Xiaohai was shocked, yet after seeing his father's expression, he couldn't help but fall silent. And in his heart, he became even more resentful towards this loose cultivator who had robbed him of his fine foundation establishment pill. The clan has always been cruel and superior. Cultivators with good qualifications and high potential would naturally be placed at the back and given more time to cultivate. This was something that even Huang Xiaohai was at best unwilling to do, but did not dare to refute. Looking at his silent son, Huang Yuntian's ugly face gradually eased, and he finally let out a long, helpless sigh. Don't worry, you are at least the Huang family bloodline. My father has already arranged everything for you. You go to the front line to be careful. To be 3 or 5 years after the merit, you will be able to transfer you back. After all, so many people in the clan are watching. An old ancestor needs the Huang family to set an example. The front line was gold-plated, while at the same time telling the clan members that he, the Huang family, remained so for the clan. I understand, father. Only after hearing this did Huang Xiaohai's face look slightly better. Although this son of his had a bad character, he was still decisive in major matters, which made Huang Yuntian not help but secretly nod his head. One can be bad, but not without self-knowledge. Before I leave, my father has prepared a spirit pet for you, so go to the Zhou family together to pick it up at that time. The Chao family? Before Huang Xiaohai could react, he only saw his father Huang Yuntian nodding bashfully. Recently, my father has learned that the Zhou family seems to have scouted out some sort of rare demonic beast cubs within the Cloud Mist mountain range, and those that can be worthy of a foundation establishment cultivator are bound to be extraordinary, so it's just a good idea to bring them along on the way. Good lord, this is treating someone else like their storage bag. However, after this father and son looked at each other, they both revealed a smile. The immortal cultivation world has always been a needy weakling. Chapter 78, Trading with the Zhou Family. Foundation Building Techniques. After Lin Chang'an received his Tian City guest secretary identity jade tag, he went to the Hall of Transmission to select the foundation building technique. Looking at the fact that most of them were familiar foundation building techniques from the immortal cultivation world, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Just this everlasting kung fu, the everlasting life gong, an advanced version of the evergreen gong, has all the same characteristics. All of them belong to the kind of gong methods that had a solid, thick foundation and possessed the ability to prolong one's life. A more important point, it could disguise the ancient technique he was currently practicing. With the eternal life technique as a cover, ordinary people won't be able to easily discover it. After all, the two techniques are very similar, only an enhanced version. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head, although it was a bit too strong, but everything was still safe and sound. Lin Chang'an then picked 3 second-order talismans to pass on, namely the Vajra Talisman, Divine Speed Talisman, and Firebird Talisman. The Vajra Talisman is an upgraded version of the Golden Light Talisman, and the two talismans are very similar, but the Vajra Talisman can be externally released to form a golden shield-like mana shield. The Divine Speed Talisman is a simple increase in speed, while the Firebird Talisman is an upgraded version of the Firebomb Talisman, a 10-foot-long firebird attacking like an arrow off the string. Both in terms of agility and power, are greatly enhanced. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded. The 3 talismans he chose contained defense, increased speed, and attack. It can be said that there is enough offense and defense for him. You have to sell your art for 30 years, but you get what you pay for. Right after Lin Chang'an left, in the attic behind him, Su Miaoyin, who was dressed as a Taoist nun, was looking at the information in her hands with considerable interest. Lin Chang'an, of mundane origin, made a name for himself with a quick sword, then joined the Cloud King's house to serve, and by chance happened to come across a royal banquet to test his spiritual roots. Afterwards, he joined the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop as a casual cultivator, combining cultivator gong methods with mundane martial arts patriarchal means, and stayed in the demon hunting squad for 5 years and 8 months. Lin Chang'an's intelligence was blooming in front of him in almost every detail, but Su Miaoyin was squinting her eyes, rather puzzled. This intelligence showed that Lin Chang'an was nothing more than an ascetic practitioner with a firm heart of the Tao, and it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. To speak of talent, there was only some in drawing charms. I didn't realize that senior sister Yun, this fellow Taoist Lin that you specifically instructed me to look after, was this boring. Not knowing what she saw, Su Miaoyin rarely blossomed directly into a smile, while Yun Yao, who was sipping tea with a cold face on the side, was indifferent. You think too much. Only years of friendship, as well as this time alchemy invoked the yellow family that evil dog. Because of me, so I mentioned it with you. Did not expect to Su Taoist friend you also personally went to receive. Yun Yao's clear and cold voice echoed down, yet her afterglow caught sight of the corner of the intelligence jade slip that Su Miaoyin had purposely revealed. 40 years old, disillusioned. In the Hook Bar and his best friendly Erniu will be 3 actors and actresses drink drunk. After seeing this scene, Yun Yao's eyes twitched at the corners of her eyes. It was really speechless. Senior sister Yun, this is the ice spirit you want, but listen to my advice. The capricious water demon technique you cultivate is extremely into cold and incomplete. Although it's powerful and incomparable, you have to beware of the technique's backlash. Su Miaoyin shook her head down, looking at this stubborn Yun Yao, and merely as a persuasion between friends. I understand, but the world of immortal cultivation is changing. Even if I'm a foundation establishment cultivator and I go to the front line, I'm just an ant that's a bit stronger. Yun Yao completes the deal under a cold look. Su Miaoyin shakes her head under, but understands. In the immortal cultivation world, strength is paramount. When he came back to the cave, he happened to meet Erniu, who had been waiting for a long time, as well as Zhou Runmao, the head of the Zhou family. Behind him, Ringo, Erniu, Master Zhou. Seeing the duo who had been waiting for a long time, Lin Chagan also smiled and arched his hand. This veteran foundation establishment cultivator Zhou family head Zhou Renmao is also extraordinary temperament, obviously anxious, but a calm and collected posture to return the salute. Fellow Daoist Lin Chang'an smiled and invited the two of them to enter inside the cave. He had also confiscated 1 or 2 attendants here, but Erniu was very observant and directly and skillfully poured tea and water inside the cave. It was obvious that he was very familiar with Lin Chang'an. Of course, there was also something that was done to this Zhou family head. After all, a good friend of a foundation establishment cultivator would naturally raise his status as well. Lightly sipping a mouthful of tea, the Zhou family master let out a light laugh. And after all, it was the lure of the foundation establishment Dan that made him take the lead. First, congratulations to fellow Daoist Lin for certifying foundation establishment. Fellow Daoist Zhou is polite. When I was in the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, without the Zhou family's help, I don't even know when I would have been able to build my foundation. The two of them smiled and spoke politely to each other. Looking acidely, Erniu lowered his head and kept pouring tea for the family head. It was also fortunate that everyone was an immortal cultivator, coupled with the physique of a foundation establishment cultivator, which made it alright. To be honest, I heard from Erniu earlier that when fellow Daoist Lin broke through foundation establishment, he still had a foundation establishment pill remaining in his hand. Finally, this Zhou family master couldn't hold back. After all, although the Zhou family was a large foundation establishment family, there were only 3 foundation establishment cultivators within the family. But wherever there can be one more, it is a great increase in the family's heritage. Especially at the moment the situation is turbulent. Base building Dan is a strategic material, will not easily flow into the market. Not bad. Thanks to fellow Daoist Yun's blessing, he refined 2 foundation establishment pills, of which that fine foundation establishment pill was taken by me. And now there is still one left. Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded his head down, slowly taking out an exquisite jade bottle from his storage bag. With the jade bottle slightly open, immediately light purple spiritual light, there is a unique medicinal fragrance echoing down, so that the sight of the 2 cattle is even more heart-swing. Just by sniffing it, it made the mana in his body throb. So one could imagine how strong the medicinal effect of the foundation building Dan was, and at the same time, Erniu was a little envious. This was the goal that all chi refining cultivators chased, but unfortunately he was still at the 6th level of chi refining. Couldn't. The Zhou family lord's face trembled slightly. Then after taking a deep breath, he regained his senses and looked at Lin Chanan with a grave expression. Fellow Daoist Lin, but if you have any requests, just ask. Since Lin Chang'an had asked Erniu to send a message to his Zhou family, naturally, it wasn't simply for the spirit stones. He didn't believe that Erniu, his best friend, would make Lin Chang'an sell the foundation establishment pill to their Zhou family alone. Lin Chang'an also smiled and nodded. Everyone had lived for decades. Sometimes there was no need to be so covered up. As you saw when Clan Master Zhou came in, a green horned ox that I keep outside my cave is now in the late 1st stage, but its growth rate has also slowed down. The green horned ox had been raised for almost 8 years, but Lin Chang'an had clearly found a problem. The promotion was slow, and if it continued, it wouldn't be able to reach the 2nd stage at all. If raising spirit beasts was really that simple, the Zhou family wouldn't have become a far-famed royal beast family, and the immortal cultivation world wouldn't have a royal beast sect that specialized in raising spirit beasts at its root. Moreover, the 6 or 7,000 spirit stones exchanged for the foundation establishment Dan were not important to him. If he could enhance the battle power of his spirit pet, he would instead be more secure in this turbulent immortal cultivation world. Greenhorn Bull. Upon understanding Lin Chanan's intentions, the Zhou family master came to a sudden realization, while secretly breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. If he were to ask for other treasures, he would have hesitated, but when it came to the imperial beasts, this was their Zhou family's strong point. Fellow Daoist Lin, I saw your green horned ox when I came in. It's very well raised. I'm sure it took a lot of effort. but the royal beasts are profound. My royal beasts Zhou family has improved the unique spirit feeding pill. As to whether it can break through to the second rank. As he said this, the Zhou family master could not help but arch his hand with a slight shake of his head. My Zhou family is willing to exchange one second-ranked beast spirit pill, 10 bottles of spirit feeding pills, as well as some insights on raising spirit beasts for this foundation establishment pill in the hands of fellow Taoist. Whether or not this demonic beast could break through the second stage was just like whether or not a late-stage chi refining cultivator could break through the foundation establishment. Everyone had difficulties. Beast spirit pill? Lin Chang'an secretly thought that the beast spirit pill possessed the chances of promoting the breakthrough of a spirit beast, equivalent to a cultivator's foundation building pill. It is only that it is not as precious as the foundation establishment Dan, plus these 10 bottles of spirit feeding pills. The value is not as bad as this foundation establishment Dan. Good. Lin Chang'an nodded happily, and the Zhou family revealed a smile. At this time, the Zhou family master still had some regrets in his heart. At first it seemed that this one also wanted to come to join the family. If it was not for the fact that the clan brother who was selected at the beginning had already left, he really wanted to go back to vent some of his anger. A foundation establishment seed, surprisingly, was rejected by their Zhou family in the first place, and chose the side of this unimpressive and naive gigglingly Erniu. It's a sin. Chapter 79, The Need for Pills. Inside the cave. What? Master Zhou's daughter? As the Zhou family lord left, Li Erniu, who stayed behind, rubbed his hands together with an embarrassed face and spoke out the task that the family had given him. Lin Chang'an almost sprayed out a mouthful of tea while Li Erniu awkwardly scratched his head and explained. Brother Lin, don't be so hasty. Our family head's daughter, Zhou Bingyun, is a mid-grade spirit root, quite talented in the Dan Dao, and extremely beautiful. Of course, this is the family's mission, so I have to say everything I need to say to you, Big Brother Lin. Looking at Li Erniu, Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. This was the effect of the change in identity after becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. When you don't have the strength or talent, people in the family have to pick. In just a few dozen years, now the daughter of this Zhou family's foundation establishment family head is able to marry over. The current Lin Chang'an was also experiencing the effects of strength. Erniu, nowadays, the cultivation world is changing, and the situation in you is so tense. How dare you take a wife and have children? However, Lin Chang'an still shook his head and chose to refuse. There were too many secrets on him. More importantly, right now, how could he have time to get a wife and children and take care of his descendants? All he wanted to do now was earn spirit stones, buy spirit liquid, and raise immortal vines. After seeing Lin Chang'an's refusal, Li Erniu was the one with a face of envy. Brother Lin, can really envy you? To know that this is the jewel of the family head. But Brother Lin, you are right. The cultivation world is precarious. The original Wang family is not said to be gone. When he said this, Li Erniu was even more emotional. How will tomorrow be? Who can think? Just like when the Wang family is how strong. The pressure of the Zhou family cannot breathe. The result of the wind and clouds change. And now there is a Wang family of the Green Bamboo Mountain Market which is still a Wang family of people? There was also the time when Lin Chang'an was rejected for joining the family. But today he became a foundation establishment cultivator on par with the Zhou family master. Erniu, you also know that the immortal cultivation world is changing. And sometimes you should give up some. Under Lin Chang'an's meaningful eyes, Li Erniu could not know. Wasn't he just saying that he should use that rank-breaking pill when he should use it, and that strength was the king? Brother Lin, how could I not know? Li Erniu let out a bitter smile, then shook his head inside. But people have unrealistic fantasies. I didn't want to be as great as you, Big Brother Lin. I just wanted to break through by virtue of my own efforts. This way perhaps there will be a chance to peak at that 9th level of Qi refining in the future. And then in the Zhou family, we will also be able to shield Yifun's children from the wind and rain. At the 9th level of Qi refinement, one could completely become the Zhou family's top management, with a naturally different status and position. But Brother Lin is right. Strength is honored in the immortal cultivation world. So when I go back to prepare, I'll use the step-breaking pill. At the same time, Lin Chang'an knew clearly that the marriage was true, but so was using it as a cover. If Lin Chang'an's heart was moved, the Zhou family would naturally be happy to facilitate this. Even if it doesn't work out, it's still to cover up today's exchange of foundation establishment pills. At the very least, they had to wait until the Zhou family used this foundation establishment pill before they could disclose the source to the public. The two looked at each other and let out refreshing smiles. The two teenagers at the beginning had been in the immortal cultivation world for more than 30 years, and now both of them were no longer green. After the wind and snow, Tian City was alive and well. Standing on the mountainside looking at Tian City, this overhead view from above made Lin Chang'an feel a pang of emotion. No wonder everyone wants to move up. It turns out that only by standing higher can you see farther. After relocating to the foundation establishment cave, Looking at the completely different scenery made Lin Chang'an feel emotional. As he glanced back, his remaining light looked at the tops of the 3 tallest mountains, and his spiritual eyes could clearly see the convergence of spiritual chi, which made Lin Chang'an yearn for a while. A Jidan cultivator? Not yet, I may not. Under his firm gaze, Lin Chang'an revealed a faint smile. He was gifted and had the chance of the ancient secret method. There was no reason why he wouldn't succeed. Life expectancy, 55/205. After the wind and snow, this year Tian City's casual cultivator, Lin Chang'an, was 55 years old. Inside the cave, at this moment, Lin Chang'an was fully concentrating on holding the spirit brush and drawing second-order talismans. The moment the brush was withdrawn, a spiritual light emerged, and the second-order talisman was completed. Second-order Rune Master +2, proficiency 1/500. As the panel data changed, and the second-order Rune Master technique broke through from introductory to proficient, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. From now on, I'm a true second-order lower-grade Rune Master. A second-order lower-grade talisman was worth 1 to 2 middle-grade spirit stones, while a middle-grade spirit stone could replace 150 lower-grade spirit stones. One must know that the previous first-order top-grade talisman was only 50 lower-grade spirit stones, and this was still because of the price increase due to the situation's turmoil. I didn't think that I would be able to earn mid-grade spirit stones one day. Lin Chang'an curved up, the corners of his mouth cannot be suppressed. Even if the same foundation establishment cultivator, most of the skills are still in the first stage. Want to break through the second stage of the difficulty is not small at all. It's all about talent. An extremely gifted talisman master genius like me can create quasi-second-order talismans at the late stage of chi refining, and logically break through the second order after foundation building, so it's reasonable and won't be suspected. However, this second-order talisman is likewise not as good a peddler as the first-order talisman from before. After all, those who could use second-order talismans were all foundation establishment cultivators. How many foundation establishment cultivators could there be in the entire Tian City, and how many could draw talismans? After suddenly thinking of the drawbacks, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but frown slightly. Some talisman masters with good talent. It was fine to have more talismans than ordinary talisman masters. After all, as far as he knew, there were 2 other genius talisman masters in Tian City, and the amount of talismans was 3 times more than that of ordinary talisman masters. The problem is that the amount of talismans I can form is at least 10 times that of an unusual talisman master. Encountering this tricky problem all at once made Lin Chang'an ponder. But of course that wasn't to say that there was no way out. It can't be secretly peddled to demonic cultivators and robber cultivators, as well as to the divine sword sect forces. In the next moment, he immediately dismissed this dangerous idea. Earning a few spirit stones, as to take such a big risk? I can produce twice as many talismans on my own, secretly peddling 1 or 2 times as many talismans within the marketplace to exchange for supplies, spreading them out a bit, and mainly exchanging them with those cultivators in the demon hunting squads. It's not much of a problem. In this way he also settled for 4 times as much production, and 6 times as much. However, my biggest problem right now is on cultivation. Even if 10 times as many second-order talismans can be peddled without any risk, so what? After suddenly thinking of this point, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but furrow his brows. Realm, Early Foundation, 2 of 100. Technique, Vanguard Evergreen Technique, Introductory, 1 out of 100. Looking at the Realm and Merit box, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but fall silent. The Gong method he could understand. After all, this was an ancient Gong method, or directly cultivated to the Yuaning realm. It was normal that the difficulty of comprehending it was greater. But this cultivation, although he had just broken through not long ago, and there was no progress as well as it should be, Lin Chang'an could clearly feel the slowness of his own cultivation speed. My biggest problem right now is my own low spiritual root, causing my cultivation speed to be nearly stagnant. Even if I have 10 times the yield of second-order talismans in exchange for spirit stone resources, it's still a drop in the bucket. The limitations of the inferior spiritual root were especially obvious after becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, which made his reliance on unusual means of accelerated cultivation such as spirit stones before the chi refining stage no longer as effective after foundation establishment. Although the Vanguard Evergreen technique is strong, it also has the same characteristics as other wood attribute techniques, with a flat cultivation speed in the early stages, focusing on laying the foundation, all of which are thick and thin. Is it hard to believe that I will still be at the early stage of foundation establishment for another 50 to 60 years of bitter cultivation? Lin Chang'an, who had just broken through the foundation establishment and gained more than 200 years of longevity with some elation before, suddenly had a bit of a headache. Thinking that he was gifted and had obtained the ancient technique as well as the heavenly chance of the Xian heavenly immortal vine, if he wasted his time on this, he definitely wouldn't be willing to do so. The current me would either have to raise my spiritual root qualification and all my problems would be solved. But that's simply not something I can do at the moment. It wasn't as if there were no secret methods, elixir treasures, etc. to change the qualifications of the spiritual roots in the immortal cultivation world, but none of this was available to him as a foundation establishment cultivator, so he didn't even think about it. Then there's only one last way: the potion. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If he assisted with second-order cultivation enhancing pills, he would be able to greatly increase his cultivation speed. As for the fact that using too many pills would lead to difficulties in breaking through to Jidan at a later stage, it was not something he needed to consider right now. If you can't even raise your strength, talk about King Jidan. Lin Chang'an was very conscious of this point, and would look for a solution after his cultivation level had risen to the late stage of foundation establishment. The most important thing in the immortal cultivation world was the various treasures that could be obtained only if one had the strength to do so. In this way, instead, I can use the time I have vacated from drawing talismans to improve my alchemy skills. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to use spirit stones to buy second-order pills, but pills that could make foundation establishment cultivators increase their cultivation level were extremely rare, and belonged to the important strategic materials in the three major sects. Although second-order elixirs are hard to find, ordinary elixir formulas and materials, these can be purchased with spirit stones. As the saying goes, if you rely on the mountain, you will eat the mountain, and if you rely on the water, you will eat the water. Tian City was adjacent to the Cloud Mist mountain range, and the last thing that was lacking here was spirit herbs and spirit fruits, so as long as you had spirit stones, you could buy what you wanted. Alchemy? Lin Chang'an felt a great deal of promise under his dark calculations. After all, no one would have thought that a second-rank talisman master would waste time practicing another skill, alchemy. As for second-order elixirs flowing into the market won't affect anything. He produces and sells most of it on his own, not to mention the fact that it's all a mess out there right now. Like now, within Tian City, there were too many cultivators who were acquiring spirit herbs and elixirs openly and secretly, whether it was to enhance their cultivation, heal their wounds, and so on. The most typical is to prepare for the foundation cultivator, the acquisition of spiritual grass, spiritual fruit. These are the foundation cultivator can be used to enhance the cultivation, not to mention one more that he secretly acquired. Even if there were 10 more, it wouldn't make half a splash. At that time, he would draw talismans to earn spirit stones, use the spirit stones to buy spirit herbs, and then refine them into pills that he would take to enhance his cultivation, forming a perfect closed loop. Who would have thought that a second-ranked talisman master would still be a Dan master behind his back? Lin Chang'an couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he thought of this. This way, not only would his talent not be wasted, but his cultivation speed would also be able to keep up. Even some second-order elixirs flowed into the market without fear. After all, this was different from the demand for talismans. The biggest problem with second-order talismans was that they required a strong divine sense to manipulate in order to release them, and could not be manipulated by chi refining stage cultivators. But elixirs don't care about that, especially the cultivators in the late stage of chi refining. For the second-order elixir, that is a rush. So this market is amazingly large, not at all like a talisman, trying to peddle it in secret, and prone to problems. But the talisman one can't slack off. It's the root of my establishment in plain sight. Lin Chang'an knew in his heart that when he was able to produce a second-order upper-grade talisman, or even a quasi-third-order talisman, at that time, Tian City's Lu Zhenwan would personally pull him in. A quasi-third-order or third-order talisman master. Even in the three major clans, there were not many of them, so one could imagine how precious they were. At that time, whether it was scheming for conjugation resources or otherwise, it would be much easier. Chapter 80 Zhou Bingyun, Reform. Inside the cave. Boom! As a thick smoke rose up, Lin Chang'an lifted the Dan furnace with his repellent technique, but he had never imagined that the pungent smoke surrounding the Dan furnace would, in the moment it was lifted, boom, directly transform into a fire dragon. A green light flashed and the protective aura took on the shape of a mana shield, and although he wasn't burned by the flames, Lin Chang'an shook his head for a while. This furnace is wasted again. It's really underestimating the alchemy skill. The spiritual grasses and plants that I knew before when I was in the hunting squad were just to judge the type and year, but in terms of true medicinal understanding, it was unable to be compared to a Dan master. Ever since he decided to secretly refine pills, he disguised his identity and spent a high price to buy a second-order pill furnace from the Multiple Treasures building, as well as some pill formulas and alchemy tips, but only after experiencing it for yourself. Do you realize that each of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation is difficult in its own way? If the difficulty in the talisman path is the inheritance, then the difficulty in this Dan Dao lies in grasping the medicinal power of the various spirit herbs, as well as this consumables. Each furnace was a large amount of spirit stones. Even he couldn't afford to build it that way. It had taken him more than a dozen furnaces of precious medicinal herbs, but he hadn't even gotten started, which made Lin Chang'an frown. I remember when Wei Ichio mentioned that the most important thing in the path of Dan Dao is pharmacology, and that alchemy requires familiarity with the characteristics of each spirit herb. And then the Dan master confused them according to the year and the medicinal properties of the spirit herb, and ultimately practice it into a Dan. Therefore, their Dan master's unusual discourse is more about exchanging different insights on spiritual herbs and fruits with each other. At this moment, Lin Chang'an's mind recalled when he was at the Gathering of Immortals building. Wei Yiqian had told the crowd with a big smile on his face that he would be willing to pay a high price if he found any books on the medicinal scriptures in the future. It looks like I'll have to go and get some lessons from Wei Yiqi. At this time, Lin Chang'an in front of the Dan furnace looked down at the flames dispersed, revealing a few hair rolling red, emitting a charred smell of the Dan pills, as well as then look at the Dan formula in his hand, could not help but twitch at the corner of his eyes. The Dan formula recorded the spiritual herbs, and he had acquired all of them. But the difference between the spiritual herbs was some years, and even the different seasons and methods of picking, the medicinal effects would change. Therefore, he refined according to the proportion method on the Dan formula, but neglected the insights of each alchemist on the medicinal properties. Subtle control are not according to the Dan formula rigidly. That's why he's been failing continuously. After becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, I've really underestimated people a bit. The 100 arts of immortal cultivation are really mysterious. Lin Chang'an was amused by his naivety during this period of time, but he believed that with his foundation establishment stage strength, his alchemy skills would soon be upgraded. After all, to refine first-order pills, the foundation establishment stage is far beyond the chi refining stage in terms of both mana and divine sense control, and an unusual chi refining cultivator can only open a few furnaces a month, and he foundation establishment cultivator could almost guarantee that as long as the medicinal materials were in place, opening the furnace every day would not be a problem. And even because of the powerful restorative power of the Kung Fu, he had even more thicker mana and faster restorative power than an unusual foundation establishment cultivator. After thinking it through, Lin Chang'an waved his hand and cleared away all the spent pills in the furnace, closing the specially set up alchemy room in the cave. At the same time, he cast a spell to eliminate all the scent of his own alchemy. At this moment, within the yard of the dojo, the green-horned cow was soaking in the pool, lazily basking in the sun, and when it chewed on a mouthful of lotus leaves from time to time, it suddenly saw the master who walked out with a dragon stride, and suddenly grinned and let out a joyful mooing sound. However, Lin Chang'an turned around and after seeing this head of tired simpleton, he couldn't help but curse with a smile. "You naive thing. Feed the spirit feeding pill every day, and if you can't break through to the second stage in half a year, find yourself a cauldron." As the water splashed down, the green-horned ox stared at his master with bull's eyes, watching him stride away as if he couldn't believe it. Obviously, the day before yesterday, he was still touching its bull head and praising it for being worthy of a top-quality bloodline. So how did he change today? Too much bullying of cows. The green-horned cow mood in aggravation. Gathering of Immortals. Ever since Lin Chang'an had built his foundation, the business of the Immortal Gathering House was also red hot. After all, everyone knew that there was a foundation establishment cultivator behind the Gathering of Immortals building, and that he was also a second-order rune master. Fellow Daoist Wei, I have a friend who is getting older and has no hope for cultivation, so I want to practice a craft, and it turns out that this Dan Dao is profound, so let me inquire about it. Leaning against the window, Lin Chang'an spoke with a despondent face. The classic I Have a Dao Friend series, making Wei not easy to be silent. Brother Lin, each of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation has its own subtleties, and although this pharmacological aspect is pretty much the same, every Dan master will have their own unique and subtle insights. Therefore, for the same Dan formula, every Dan master's techniques will be slightly different. I do have the 100 herb scripture here that was passed down from my ancestors. As he said that, Wei Yiqian took out a bundle of jade slips from his storage pouch, but as he handed it over to Lin Chang'an, he still said in a serious tone, "Brother Lin, you're gifted in the Talisman path, so don't delay." Lin Chang'an smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Sure enough, this reason was indeed lame, and Wei not easy to say anything more, just secretly shaking his head. Is that there are too many cultivators do not touch the wall a few times he will not turn back. Bacchus Sutra. At this time, Lin Chang'an looked through the records on the jade brief and couldn't help but secretly nod his head in praise. It was worthy of being the 100 herb scripture that the Dan master needed. It was different from the bulk goods that were bought outside. Not only clearly recorded the growth environment of each kind of spiritual grass as well as the effect, but also marked with different years of the approximate medicinal power. And even some spiritual grasses are clearly recorded on the leaves or what the medicinal effect. And what is the rhizome? Totally detailed description of alchemy herbs. No wonder it kept failing before. After finding the reason, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. It was good to find a direction for alchemy. Brother Lin, I'll take my leave first. Seemingly seeing what was going on, Wei Yenyuan suddenly smiled awkwardly, arching his hand down. Leaning on his own iron crutches, he was ready to say goodbye and leave. obviously a pair of legs have been cured, but Wei Yanyu still habitually uses this iron crutch magic weapon to disguise. Ringo. At this time, inside the Gathering of Immortals building, a beautiful silhouette appeared, and from afar, after seeing Lin Chang'an, she even revealed a sweet smile. After seeing the visitor, Lin Chang'an shook his head even more darkly. This Zhou family really doesn't die, so it's little friend Zhou. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Chang'an had a rare smile on his face, coming just in time. Just when he had many questions to ask. The person is Zhou Bingyun, is also the daughter of the current royal beast Zhou family master. Young cultivation will have been the 5th layer of qi refining cultivation. More importantly, is a first-order top-grade Dan master. Of course, because of his family, he was a Dan master who specialized in refining pills taken by demonic beasts. This beast and man, they both need to use elixir anyway. Are all changes similar? Surely they are connected, and it wouldn't hurt to learn about the ones used for spirit beasts. After all, he still had a green-horned bull. Chapter 81, The Outrageous Huang Shaohai. Brother Lin. Although this yuan spirit fruit is extremely beneficial to spirit beasts, it cannot be given to fire attribute spirit beasts. In a corner of the Gathering of Immortals building, within the soundproof boundary, a red-clothed and lively young girl was chattering under a face full of smiles, while Lin Chang'an, who was sitting opposite, was suddenly enlightened, nodding his head from time to time. The 100 arts of immortal cultivation really do have their own mysteries. However, Brother Lin, this demonic beast, because of its thick skin and strong physique, can be appropriately large in quantity in terms of the need for elixir, and doesn't need to be as gentle as this for cultivators. Zhou Bingyun was full of excitement under her face, finally finding a topic that Brother Lin was interested in. Lin Chang'an heard this, but his heart fluttered. Strong physique? Wasn't this talking about him? Under the feedback of his native spirit plant, his self-healing body was no worse than a demonic beast in terms of strength. He had no other confidence. It was this physique aspect that was gifted and notoriously strong. In that case, when he became skilled in the art of Dan, he might be able to try to increase the strength of the medicine a bit on top of the normal Dan. Isn't this just right? As you know, I have a green-horned bull. More insights, and I'll be able to train this simpleton well in the future. At this moment, Lin Chang'an instead had a bright idea. He could completely use the green-horned cow as an excuse. Both studying pharmacology, this demonic beast and cultivator are the same. Big Brother Lin. You mean the green-horned ox? After mentioning this green-horned cow, Zhou Bingyun immediately came to life, excitedly speaking with a smile on her face continuously. There was no one in the Zhou family who wasn't good at imperial beasts, and as a famous top-grade Dan master within the clan, her insights on spirit beasts were not bad at all. The two of them, one willing to learn and the other willing to teach, naturally talked with laughter. Since the last time the Zhou family pulled the red thread with the second cow, he thought that the Zhou family had given up, which had never thought that this girl would even come to him on her own. Mu strong, this is nature. For Zhou Bingyun, Lin Chang'an's handsome appearance, or foundation establishment cultivator, is not better than in the clan to the time used to marry other cultivators. She may seem innocent, but no one born into the family is a true cutie. Even if it doesn't work out, it can still make friends with the foundation establishment cultivator, and the Zhou family is naturally happy to see this, so they didn't object. Brother Lin, you usually must not have fed the green-horned ox top-quality spirit grass, otherwise it wouldn't have grown so strong. In my experience, in another year and a half, it will be able to try to break through the second stage, but of course you still need to make some preparations. Hearing this, Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded gently, but Zhou Bingyun did not see the odd color that flickered in Lin Chang'an's eyes. This greenhorn cattle raised well, all thanks to the original Zhou Qing's funding, otherwise how would it grow so strong? Fellow Daoist Lin. However, just as the two of them were talking cheerfully, a frivolous voice came, and when he saw the person coming from downstairs, Lin Chang'an was also stunned. Surprisingly, it's this Huang Shaohai. At this moment, Huang Shaohai arched his hand with an arrogant smile on his face, exuding the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. So it's young Lord Huang. Seeing the visitor, Lin Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, but he was still able to greet him with an arch. This Huang Shaohai not hurt or going to the front line, so there is still time to find him. This person is narrow-minded. I heard that he has been looking for trouble from that loose cultivator since he built his foundation. It's hard not to come looking for him. In a short moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Chang'an's mind, but in the end, they were all dismissed by him, now that he was backed by Tian City. In terms of backstage, he was not afraid. Seniors, you have important matters to attend to, so I will perform the first act of excusing myself, and see the coming person. Zhou Bingyun, face pale under, eyes also flooded with a wave of panic. It is obvious to know the style of this person, and Lin Chang'an nodded without moving his head, getting up and inviting Huang Shaohai to enter the box, while also giving Zhou Bingyun the chance to leave. Ho ho ho! Fellow Daoist Lin is really good at elegance. Looking at the fleeing Zhou Bingyun, Huang Xiaohai's eyes flashed a color of pity. If he hadn't been going to the front soon, he might have been able to pick some up. I don't know if young Lord Huang has arrived, but what is the matter? The box is complete with spiritual wine and meat. And under Lin Chahan's bland smile, although Huang Xiaohai is powerful, but he cannot afford to mess with him but also hide. Do you really think he's at the qi refining stage? With Tian City at his back, he may not be a big deal, but you, Huang Xiaohai, dare to mess around here? Of course Lin Chanan didn't mind lowering his head, but if it really wasn't over, the big deal was that as long as this person was in Tian City for a day, he wouldn't go out. Who's afraid of who? Under Lin Chahan's calm demeanor, it made Huang Xiaohai's heart very unhappy. It was because of these two loose cultivators, who had made him unlucky again and again, but it didn't matter. Nowadays he practiced the ancient secret method within the sect, and the drawbacks of the foundation seizing method would be slowly recovered. Fellow Daoist Lin, that's quite bold. Much better than that Chen, to sneak away. The one surnamed Chen is another loose cultivator, obviously forcibly exchanged foundation building pills with others, and as a result, they built their foundations, and you used a secret method to build your foundations, but you blamed them for sharing your blessings. Although Lin Chanan despised it in his heart, he still maintained his smile. If he was really pushed, the big deal was to go and join the Divine Sword sect. How boring. Looking at Lin Chanan's calm demeanor, Huang Xiaohai couldn't help but be fed up. The district was nothing more than a loose cultivator who didn't make the grade, relying on holding back, keeping his tail between his legs, and getting lucky to build a foundation. He thought that just because he had a craft that he could be compared to him, a disciple of a big clan? He, Huang, was born with something that these loose cultivators couldn't reach by tiptoeing around for the rest of their lives. This young lord heard that you exchanged the remaining foundation establishment pill with the Zhou family for a beast spirit pill? Huang Xiaohai waved his hand down in a bored manner, directly revealing the true purpose of this time. Beast spirit pill. After hearing this, Lin Chanan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This matter was only known to the Zhou family. This Zhou family shouldn't be so unwise. If you weren't the son of Huang Yunhai, the descendant of a Jidan cultivator from the departing Flame Palace, in the cruel immortal cultivation world, just based on the fact that you're snooping on other people today, you wouldn't know how many times you'd have died. Lin Chanan was secretly annoyed in his heart, but he wasn't so bad as to flip out with the other party because of this, nodding his head with a bland expression. Precisely. Previously I traded a beast spirit pill with the Zhou family. Young Master Huang might as well be straightforward if he has something to say, whether he wishes to purchase it or intends to take it directly. Hearing this, Huang Xiaohai raised his eyebrows and instantly laughed. Good, really a smart person. I won't take advantage of you. I'll exchange this inferior beast spirit pill for yours. When Huang Xiaohai took out an inferior beast spirit pill, Lin Chanan felt the veins on his forehead surge, and a hint of coldness flared in the depths of his eyes. Suddenly Huang Xiaohai flirted with two light laughs and clapped his hands. Don't worry, I'll add another message to ensure that you feel that you get what you pay for when you hear it. How? Huang Xiaohai's smirking eyes were full of teasing, as if he was catching a mouse and a cat. This caused Lin Chanan's heart to darken with anger, but he also recalled the information Yin Yao had provided earlier. This person practiced the method of extracting yin and replenishing yang before establishing the foundation, although it increased the difficulty of establishing the foundation, but the same after establishing the foundation. The mana far exceeded that of the same level of cultivators. Moreover, as Huang Yuntian's son, I'm afraid that he was carrying an extremely high-grade magic weapon, and more importantly, the other party had come to exchange beast spirit pills with him, and had at least a late first-order spirit beast on him. Fighting, may not be able to fight. After all, he has just built the foundation. Even if he has cultivated the ancient techniques, his body is not really as strong as these big clan disciples now. However, his potential was strong, and it was only one beast spirit pill. It wasn't worth many spirit stones to him. Instead, what he needed now more than anything else was time to become stronger. Good. It's just that I don't know what exactly young Master Huang's news is that can offset the difference. Lin Chanan pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement, but the flirtation was also obvious. As a disciple of the leaving Fire Palace sect, one should not say that the news that comes out makes people laugh. For a beast spirit pill, it wasn't so much of a risk, and he wasn't lacking in what he could buy with spirit stones, but that's a score he'll keep for now. Well, it's really extraordinary. No wonder the ice fairy Yun Yao within the sect has befriended you. The more composed Lin Chanan was, the more excited Huang Xiaohai was. He was now really looking forward to the next news, not knowing that the other party could still be as composed as this after hearing it. After Lin Chanan took out his own piece of genuine beast spirit pill in exchange, Huang Xiaohai obviously didn't have that patience either, and with a smile full of anticipation, he revealed a shocking secret. Why do you think that Xian Turtle Lu Xinjin came back to you? Do you really think that we, Lihua Palace and Xianin Pavilion, aren't afraid that it's easy to invite a god and hard to send him away? To tell you the truth, this true Lord Lu was injured a long time ago when he was hunting third-order demonic beasts overseas. This time, he came back to recuperate from his injuries. And secondly, for his illegitimate daughter, Su Miaoyin, to form a Dan, TSK, middle grade spirit root qualification to form a Dan. The difficulty, guess if it will go well. After Huang Xiaohai's teasing smile echoed within the box, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. The Xian Turtle Lu Xinjin was injured and still wanted to plan for his daughter to make a Dan. As expected, Lin Chang'an's change of expression did not escape Huang Xiaohai's eyes, and he instantly revealed a meaningful smile. Guess again, when the negotiations between our two great clans and realist Lu took place, did we assist that Su Miaoyin in her Dan conjugation agreement? After saying this, Huang Xiaohai waved his hand down and directly put the genuine beast spirit pill into his storage bag, then left with a playful laugh. Chapter 82. Something happened to the Zhou family's Erniu. As for Lin Chang'an inside the box, the shock on his face had long since turned into calmness as he looked at the departing silhouette and sneered at the idiot. The shock was there, but it was more of an act for the other side as well, or the other side wouldn't know what to expect. But I'm afraid what this Huang Xiaohai said can't be false. Lin Chang'an secretly frowned. After all, he was a casual cultivator, and his biggest backbone right now was also being sheltered by Tian City. If realist Lu was really injured, then I'm afraid it won't be smooth sailing for Su Miaoyin to conjugate her Dan, the name of the first loose cultivator, but played out, to say that there is no enemy that is impossible. Not to mention the cultivation world has long been rumored that the Xian Turtle Lu Xinjin got the chance of the ancient times. There is a secret method that can be washed the spiritual roots to enhance the qualifications. And this kind of secret method, even the three big clans are afraid that they are also eyeing greed tight. If real Lu was still at his peak, coupled with a late third stage Xian Shui turtle, ordinary Jidan cultivators would naturally not dare to mess with him. But right now, if you are really seriously injured and you have to plan for your descendants to make Dan, who with the strength would not want to come up and take a couple of bites? The secret method of washing the spiritual roots, and the ancient opportunity, it's really heartwarming. Lin Chang'an frowned down. So this Tian City backer is not unstable? So Huang Xiaohai's purpose is to make me go into a panic and have an unstable Dao because of this. What a malicious intent. If replaced by an ordinary loose cultivator, under the suffering, the heart of the Dao collapsed. I'm afraid that it is difficult to have an inch of progress in cultivation. This matter Lin Chang'an silently remembered in his heart. If there was an opportunity in the future, he wouldn't mind doing the ghost three knives once. It seems that I'm afraid that the relationship between this Li Fire Palace and this Lu Xinjin is not as good as it appears. Or else how would this news be known to Huang Xiaohai? Even Lin Chang'an secretly guessed that he was afraid that the benefits of this Tian City were too tantalizing, and that they had the patience to wait for a Jidan cultivator with a lifespan of less than 100 years. But they couldn't afford to wait for a new Jidan cultivator. After all, this true Lord Lu doesn't have a sufficient lifespan, but the Xian Shui turtle can be inherited. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an was also a bit envious. When Huang Xiaohai was compared to Su Miaoyin, the two were completely incomparable. This is the real second generation of immortals. The conjugation of Dan has someone planning, and there is even a late third stage spirit beast to wait for inheritance, properly winning at the starting line which was like a loose cultivator like him, who needed to earn even a grain of spiritual rice by his own hands. But this news is worth quite a bit to me. Lin Chang'an's expression was light underneath. His eyes were filled with a sense of gravity. It seemed that he needed to raise his strength again in the fastest time possible. Cultivation was not something that could be raised overnight, but in addition to cultivation, a cultivator's strength also had magic weapons and spirit pets, which were also considered part of strength. Time passed day by day, and since the last time the immortal gathering building, Lin Chang'an secretly cultivated even more deliberately. After all, he might not be able to mess up this Tian City that day, so he had to prepare in advance. After Huang Xiaohai's day, Lin Chang'an had been paying attention to the wind outside. Sure enough, 5 months later, the news that the Xian Turtle Lu Xinjin had been injured while hunting two third-order demonic beasts in the demonic beast sea abyss began to spread in Tian City. At this moment, within the cave, Lin Chang'an, whose cheeks reflected the light of the fire, was gazing at the Dan furnace with a heavy heart at this moment. This 100-spirit fruit, the year is less than 120 years, cannot be put in too early, if not easy to affect the effect of the Dan. As Lin Chang'an secretly analyzed down, the true fire was under his subtle control, and sure enough, the medicinal power of the spiritual individual herbs and fruits within the Dan furnace was refined out. Then there was a sequential regularity that began to fuse up, and even the time of fusion Lin Chang'an had a standard based on countless failures. Boom! As a ball of fire flickered, Lin Chang'an's expression calmed down as he looked at the Dan pill that was gradually taking shape inside the Dan furnace. It's done! First order dancer plus 15, proficient 78/1000. As the Dan furnace opened, 18 pills emitting residual warmth slowly appeared. In the small half-year's time, the rapid progress of his Dan Dao skill was also all due to his strength today. The foundation establishment stage was far from being comparable to the Qi refining stage in terms of his consumption and control in alchemy. And more importantly, the foundation establishment stage had a different circle. The precious and incomparable medicinal scriptures of the refining Qi stage could be easily bought by him within the store. Not to mention the fact that there is also Zhou Bingyun, a family bottom who has been inculcated since childhood, whose insights in this area can be described as a walking medicinal scripture. The current me is already capable of refining first-rank middle-grade pills. That's already fast. The bland joy on Lin Chang'an's face could not be concealed. 5 months of specialization. If he still did not have a clue, then wasn't this talent of his wasted for nothing? Sure enough, my talent for hard work pays off. Lin Chang'an's face was full of smiles. In the past half a year, he had been specializing in pharmacology every day, especially for the spiritual herbs on the Dan formula. He didn't know how many times he had studied them. Heaven forbid he should get off to a good start. Inside the dojo courtyard, under the splash of water, echoing the joyful laughter of the young girl, only to see Zhou Bingyun with her face full of rolled-up pant legs, a pair of white lotus-rooted jade feet slapping the splash of water within the pool, frolicking with the green-horned cow. The green-horned cow mood, looking lazy but also very fond of this human cultivator who was grooming its fur. At the very least, this weak human cultivator would bring some delicious spirit fruits and herbs every time he came over. You big buffalo! The splash of water that was thrown out glistened brightly in the sunlight, reflecting Zhou Bingyun's smile. And right at that moment, the cave pavilion's formation dispersed, and Lin Chang'an walked out just in time to see this scene. Ringo, looking at Zhou Bingyun who was smiling as a young girl, Lin Chang'an was also in a good mood because of the progress in his alchemy skills and could not help but smile and nod his head. Miss Shou, this green-horned ox of mine is a real labor of love for you. From the previous Zhou Xiaoyu to the current Zhou girl, never too close, Lin Chang'an's meaning is already very obvious. For starting a family he is not making considerations now. After all, he was carrying a great chance. The road was still long. Even if he wanted to find a Taoist couple, he had to find a person who could accompany him to go on. Instead of stopping halfway, another sadness on the lonely ferry road. Big brother Lin, I'm here on a family mission. Under Zhou Bingyun's sincere smile, could she not hear it? But she was not brazen enough to have to ask for it. She was merely trying to take advantage of Lin Chang'an a bit, befriending a foundation establishment cultivator, and the family would at the very least not marry her off so easily, so that she could have more time to cultivate. And one day when her cultivation reached the 9th level of Qi refining, even if she wanted to marry out, the family would not let go of her easily. Mission? Not bad. Aren't you a second-ranked talisman master? Brother Lin, the clan asked me to come to you to purchase a few. With a hint of a petulant tone, Zhou Bingyun said with a smile on her face, while a pair of hands with jade arms. She also did not forget to take out a spirit fruit from her storage bag, and directly stuffed it to the green-horned bull. All of a sudden, the green-horned cow mooed and chewed with joy, a scene that made Zhou Bingyun laugh. I don't have much in the way of second-order talismans. After all, I still have to deliver to Tian City every month. Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head down. 30 years of loans for him although not much, but every time he thought about it made him a little stressed. He vowed to never take out an easy loan in the future if he had the option. Who doesn't know about your talent in the Rune Dao? Big brother Lin. Zhou Bingyun proudly pouted her lips in a sweet manner, which made Lin Chang'an laugh for a while. Seeing as how you've been taking care of the greenhorn cows all this time, I'll sell you a few. This Zhou Bingyun was worthy of being the daughter of the current family head, and directly took out a dozen or so medium-grade spirit stones from her storage bag, watching the corner of Lin Chang'an's eye twitch, and there was even a hint of envy. When he was at this age, he had never touched even a lower-grade spirit stone, not to mention a middle-grade spirit stone. At that time, when he first entered the immortal cultivation realm, he was still using spirit crystals, also known as shattered crystals. However, just as Zhou Bingyun was representing the Zhou family and trading talismans with Lin Chang'an, suddenly panicked voices came from outside the cave. Miss, it's not good. Something has happened within the clan, as well as Senior Lin, and Big Brother Erniu. Chapter 83, The Zhou family loses a fey beast. The Chao family. When Lin Chang'an and Zhou Bingyun arrived at the Zhou clan's grounds, they only saw a number of cultivators who were all badly injured. What's going on here? Uncle Tai Shan, are you okay? Zhou Bingyun, who saw this wretched scene, immediately showed a nervous expression. Zhou Taizhan, the new foundation establishment cultivator added after the fall of the Zhou family's wind spirit root genius at the beginning, was even younger than Lin Chahan. At this moment, Zhou Taizhan was covering his injured arm, his face full of woes. This time, we encountered robber cultivators in the Cloud Mist mountain range, and the leader even claimed to be the Ghost Three Daggers, snatching away the spirit beasts that we managed to capture within the mountain range. And Lin Chanan's gaze fell on Ernia, who had just taken the healing medicine, and by now was surrounded by family members, as well as Shenlai, Luiqing and Wei Ichi, who had all arrived. Ernia, are you okay? Going up and looking at the pale Li Erniu, Lin Chanan couldn't help but show a caring look. At this moment, Li Erniu, who had taken the healing elixir, still had a post-hoc fearful look on his face, and when he saw Lin Chang'an, he was even more grateful with palpitations. It's really thanks to you, big brother Lin. If you hadn't advised me before, I would have taken the step-breaking pill to break through before carrying out this family mission, and I almost couldn't come back. Listening to Li Ernia's explanation, Lin Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's okay. It turned out that the Zhou family had completed the deal with him for the foundation establishment pill, and Ernia was considered to have made a great contribution to the family. After adding the fact that after returning, Ernia took the step-breaking pill and successfully broke through to the 7th level of chi refining. Ernia, who was trusted by the family, took part in this secret mission. It's good that you're okay, Ernia. You're really quick to scare people. When I first came in, I saw that you didn't even have half a bit of blood on your face, Lu Turnip said with afterthought. And on the side there is Ernia's wife and children, one by one wiping the tears. The eldest son Zhu Yifan is already 20, assisting his father. And when Lin Chang'an went up to check Ernia's injuries, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This time Ernia had really picked up a life back. However, the next moment, his heart suddenly jumped. Nope, the mana scent that remained in Ernia's wound, however, gave him a rather familiar feeling. This familiar aura of mana. There's no mistaking it. It's Huang Shaohai. Lin Chang'an frowned darkly, and without moving, he checked once more as he confirmed that his perception was not wrong. Ever since becoming cultivated in this ancient evergreen technique, his perception had become even stronger, and under the close contact with Huang Shaohai at the Gathering of Immortals building 5 months ago, he had clearly felt this rather bizarre mana aura. This feeling, what Huang Shaohai cultivates, should also be a powerful wood attribute technique. Just as Lin Chanan was checking his injuries, Li Ernia said weakly, Brother Lin, I'm fine, hoof life are almost lost, still nothing. Usually the most displeased with the duo, way not easy to be easily but coldly hummed. At this time the duo still do not forget to mix their words. Fellow Daoist Lin. At this moment, Zhou Runmao, the head of the Zhou family, appeared, with a hint of anger still on his face, to greet Lin Chagan, the foundation establishment cultivator. Master Zhou, the two were very familiar with each other when they met. After all, half a year ago they had met within the cave and reached a deal that was satisfactory to both parties. This time, the Zhou family had suffered a lot of losses, especially since all the efforts of more than half a year had been wasted. Family Master Zhou, what exactly is going on this time? I remember hearing about this Ghost Three Daggers and still on the front line only some time ago. Lin Chang'an frowned down. The world outside was too chaotic. This Ghost Three Knives was a foundation establishment cultivator, not a Jidan cultivator. 10,000 miles away. A short trip. What do you really think you are? Facing the same foundation establishment cultivator, the Zhou family master hesitated and finally spoke indignantly about the situation as well as the losses this time. The truth is not to hide. My Zhou family in the Cloud Mist mountain range within the discovery of a rare and exotic beast's windsong bird young bird. The clan is even for this to deploy a foundation cultivator. Dozens of heart, a full half a year to set up. The results. Under the voice transmission, the Zhou family master spoke of the matter, but it caused Lin Chang'an to frown darkly. As for what essence of fire windsong bird, he didn't understand it, but Rare Beasts knew that this kind of beast that could make the Zhou family so attached to it was absolutely precious. The Zhou family's secret operations, this Huang Shaohai even knew about it. Fellow Daoist Lin, now that the situation is in turmoil, there are too many of these Ghost Three Daggers, the Zhou family lord said helplessly. Killing for treasure is sometimes not really professional robbing of cultivation. Most of the time it was greed coming together, and temporary guest appearances posing as robbing cultivators to make a single one were all too common in the immortal cultivation world. Only many cultivators would gradually fall into it and become professional robbing cultivators because of overnight wealth. Lin Chang'an made some polite conversation with the Zhou family head, and after seeing that Ernie was fine, he left. Instead, he took Huang Shaohai's message to heart. 5 months ago this Huang Shaohai needed a beast spirit pill, So this person had at least a late first stage spirit beast before, and at this point he may have broken through to the second stage. Now there's another windsong bird. It's really tricky. In the future, if there's a chance, I'll have to learn more about what this essence of fire windsong bird really is. Lin Chang'an secretly contemplated under. It was not that he was careful, but this person was narrow-minded. He did not like to wait for people to come to his door. He prefers to tackle troublemakers. Unfortunately, the second generation of this kind of clan had a family that was too thick, and he still needed to prepare for it. But I'm afraid it's not just his own arrogance that makes Huang Xiaohai so reckless. When he thought of this, Lin Chang'an glanced at the Zhou family without a trace. It seemed that this Zhou family had gotten closer to the Luxianren forces after moving to Tian City, coupled with the news revealed by Huang Xiaohai earlier that Jinwen Lu had a short lifespan and was injured. Naturally, no one was willing to see another Jidan cultivator in Tian City. Therefore, I am afraid that there is also a factor of the big power game behind the Huang family being so reckless. After thinking about this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but frown darkly. Eventful autumn. Since the three major clans of the state of Yu fought, these days really didn't stop. The Chao family, master of the house, Zhou Taizhan, the injured foundation establishment cultivator, was filled with stifled resentment as he said hoarsely, "I'm not willing to do this. The Yellow family of the departing Flame Palace has bullied people too much. Caution." The Zhou family lord fell silent and eventually sighed quietly. "Family master, how can you let me endure this? Foreign beasts are rare." It turned out that the robber cultivator who had impersonated the ghost Three Daggers was recognized by Zhou Taizhan as the father and son duo of Huang Yuntian and Huang Xiaohai from the Huang family of the departing Fire Palace. Although he was angry, he knew that the Huang family couldn't afford to mess with him, so he could only bite his teeth and swallow his stomach, saying to the outside world that it was done by the ghost Three Knives robbing cultivation. Even when Lin Chang'an came to inquire, he didn't reveal a single thing. The Huang family acts in an overbearing manner, and my Zhou family is weak. Under the silent look of the Zhou family master, he spoke of the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. So what if they knew about the enemy? It wasn't an existence they could even mess with. Injured Zhou Taizhan, after venting a pass, also know the seriousness, can only hold back. He wants to take over whatever the Huang family has their eyes on. But even we aren't sure how to raise this foreign beast, so I'd like to see how he's going to nullify it. Get well. The Zhou family lord's silent voice echoed down, and in his heart, he was also secretly calculating. Over the years, the Huang family's old ancestor of the Li Fire Palace had cultivated to a high level, causing this clan to almost become the Huang family's, and naturally, it was not something that these small clans of theirs could be offended by. Right now there were rumors that realist Lu had been injured and his lifespan was insufficient, and that he was preparing to give his disciple a dan. The situation in Vietnam not only did not calm down, but more and more turbulent. I don't know if it's the right or wrong choice this time. Chapter 84, Who Took My Foundation Building Pill? 6 months later, the 6th year of Tian City's establishment. After the wind and snow, everything is revived, and it's a vibrant scene again. However, the entire situation in the country of Yu is becoming more and more turbulent and chaotic. First, the war between the three major clans has intensified, and then the Tianxian City Xian Turtle Lu Jinjin is heard to have not shown up for a long time. The war on the front line has intensified, and now the three great clans are conscripting cultivators under their rule to go. We have manservant Lu in Tianxian City, this Li Fire Palace and Xianin Pavilion. They won't be able to forcibly conquer us, right? Strong conquest is not going to happen. But have you joined the forces of realist Lu? Hey, I don't know how the injury of realist Lu is doing. It's not easy for us loose cultivators to have a pure land. Inside the city, one by one, the loose cultivators exchanged words and talked about the situation. Some people changed their colors, and some people were eager to move. Tianxian City, although nominally dominated by the Xian Turtle Lu Jinjun, but everyone knows that the three parties are just co-rule. As for the scattered cultivators residing within the city, the Xian Turtle Lu realist had no reason to, for no reason, shelter them. Only some of the offerings and guest ministers who had joined Tianxian City could avoid the conscription of the two major sects, but under the rule of Xian Turtle Lu real people did not recruit too much. Now the war intensified, but there are a lot of cultivators want to join, but was no more cultivation resources as the reason for refusal. Life expectancy, 56/208. Realm, early foundation establishment, 6/100. Inside the cave, Lin Chang'an, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Dan furnace, was under a pale expression. These slight turbulences outside could no longer reach a foundation establishment cultivator like him, but the growing tension out there is not good news for him either. At 56 years old, a year of bitter cultivation experience has only gone up by 4 points. which means that if I cultivate step by step, it will take me at least 25 years to go from the early to the middle stage of foundation establishment. This cultivation progress made Lin Chang'an secretly shake his head, and in today's situation he only hoped that this Shin turtle Luzhenjin could last a few more decades. Dan is done. Then Lin Chang'an shook his head down and looked at the lifted Dan furnace. A dozen or so spirit Dan with flickering spiritual light floated out from the furnace, and the color was even better. This scene filled Lin Chang'an's face with smiles and he couldn't help but nod his head. First Order Dancer +5, Grandmaster February 5000. The Dan Dao technique has finally broken through to the upper first rank. Looking at the first rank upper grade elixir in his hand, Lin Chang'an's face was filled with a smile. Who would have thought that in just 1 year's time, he would have elevated his Dan Dao skills to such a realm? In addition to his exceptional talent and the constant learning he had done during this period of time, more than anything else, it was also all due to the strength of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, which allowed him to easily make consecutive pills. Gotta prepare for the auction after the second half of the year next. Under Lin Chang'an's dark contemplation, the most lively thing in Tian City recently was the auction that was being prepared in half a year. After cleaning up the breath from the alchemy, Lin Chang'an stepped out of the cave and happened to see Zhou Bingyan, who was teasing the green horned ox by the pool. Big brother Lin, this green horned ox's breath I can see is already complete at the late stage of the first rank. I think it won't be long before it breaks through to the second rank. Zhou Bingyan was full of smiles under her face. She almost often came over to feed the green horned cattle, and this year Lin Chang'an had also eaten people's mouths and taken people's hands. At the very least, it also gave him a lot of insight in the royal beasts. Junior friend Zhou, the Tao of the imperial beasts is certainly vast and profound, but the immortal cultivation world still honors strength. Lin Chang'an spoke in an old-fashioned manner under the tone of an elder. As for Zhou Bingyun, after hearing this, she covered her mouth with a smile and nodded her head. Brother Lin is joking. I didn't come here to feed the green-horned cow for nothing. The richness of the aura here has already caught up with my father's cultivation chamber. Moreover, Zhou Bingyun also had her own small mind. At the very least, anyone in the Zhou family knew that she had a good relationship with Lin Chang'an, a second-ranked talisman master, which allowed her to gain a lot of resources within the clan. Even the matter of marriage was not mentioned again. Lin Chang'an gently shook his head. This girl is not stupid. She knows to come here to cultivate, and likewise she is not averse to people. Every time she comes, she brings the spiritual grasses and fruits that feed the green-horned cow. It was as if the rent had been paid. By the way, Brother Lin, this is our Zhou family's Spirit Beast Treasure Guide, in which the Phoenix Bird clan records are not much. Only know that this bird is the essence of fire, the most sun to the bird, like to eat poisonous insects, specializing in eating ghosts and spirits. Zhou Bingyan handed over a copy of the clan's Spirit Beast Treasure Guide copied by hand, which made Lin Chang'an look at it and couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Beware of being chastised when you go back. The reprimanded Zhou Bingyan was not only not annoyed, but instead playfully waved her hand. Brother Lin, you can rest assured, this is not our royal beast Zhou family's secret, just some records. With this thing to make friends with a foundation establishment cultivator, or a second-order talisman master, the clan I do not know how many people are eager to do it. Inside the gazebo, Lin Chang'an nodded with a light smile. Zhou Bingyan would ask questions about cultivation while he was in a good mood. As for the green-horned ox, after seeing that there were no spirit fruits or spirit grasses, it lay down on the side in boredom, its oxtail fluttering with a hitch. The duo's mode of getting along was very comfortable, although they both took what they needed. But it had to be said that Zhou Bingyun, a smart woman, would always make the relationship more harmonious. One of the most important points is that Zhou Bingyun has never known that there is no such thing as taking benefits for nothing, and that every time there is a payoff. Your natural talent is not bad. When you know that this cultivation path, not only look at the spiritual root qualification, the enlightenment aspect is also extremely important. With Lin Chang'an's own experience, instructing a cultivator like Zhou Bingyun, who was at the 5th level of chi refining, couldn't be easier. There's also the fact that since this phoenix songbird was plundered by the robbing cultivator, this person might still be within Tian City, so we need to make more preparations. Under Lin Chang'an's guidance, he did not forget to remind, although Huang Xiaohai went to the front line, but this is also his excuse to cover up the exploration of the phoenix songbird, after all, may not be encountered in the future. Well-prepared quasi-right. Brother Lin is right. Recently there are more robbing cultivators out there. Even the female robbing cultivators are still bearing the name of Ghost 3 Swords. Listening to Zhou Bingyun, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly sigh for this Ghost 3 Knives. This one has a lot of black pots on him, not to mention the others, even the Huang family. Nowadays the Ghost 3 Knives he is a generation of legends in the world of robbing cultivation, which are all, as for really so far do not know if they are still alive or not, but the legend of the Ghost 3 Daggers has never been broken. At this moment, within Tian City, inside a house, TSK, there was another robbing cultivator Ghost 3 Knives out there yesterday doing tragic things. Horse laughter flirted with. Take off the hat after this person revealed a middle-aged face. Is clearly has long joined the Xianin God Religion Foundation cultivator He Yin. On the other hand, a black-clothed old man on the opposite side, however, coldly grunted, some annoyance evident in his cold pupils. The truth is that there have been too many people impersonating him over the years. He Yin boy, remember our mission this time. Don't worry, Lord Protector Xiang will arrive in person in half a year. We're just muddying the water. He Yin calmly nodded his head down. His body was flooded with a fierce aura, so you can imagine what he must have experienced over the years. It must have been wonderful. Su Miaoyin, it's really enviable to have such a good father. Linking Dan doesn't even require any effort on your part. Thinking about what happened to him when he built his foundation, the black-clothed Ghost 3 Knives couldn't help but gnash his teeth. If he had this backing in the beginning, how could the Huang family dare to harm him to such a point? Brother Ghost, put away your hostility before someone finds out. Seeing the Ghost 3 Knives who remembered something bad again, He Yin couldn't help but sigh out a voice to comfort him. At the same time he was also a bit glad that he was fortunate to be alone. According to the news this time the auction organized by Lu Zhenran, moreover, will take out the third-order demonic pills, in order to collect the set of things to end the Dan. This demonic pills we definitely want to get our hands on. The Lord Protector has brought out the item of conjugation just in time for this Tian City to be in chaos. Looking at He Yan's confident demeanor, Ghost 3 Knives couldn't help but frown and coldly grunted without a good mood. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Foundation establishment cultivators are nothing more than bigger ants in front of Jidan cultivators. I know. By the way, didn't you go back to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop to pay homage to that grandfather of yours before? Why did I see you with a dark face when you came back? It was fine if he didn't mention this. The smile on He Yan's face stiffened, and the nameless fire in his heart rose again, causing him to hold back his anger for a while. He had come back with great difficulty, and he was still thinking of going to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop to pay homage to his grandfather, and in the meantime, take back the Foundation establishment pill that had allowed his grandfather to protect him. It was just the right time to come to Tian City to exchange some spirit stones and add to his own accumulation to get an extremely high-grade magic weapon, which was never thought of. No more. I don't know what asshole found out. If it wasn't for the fact that his grandfather's tomb was intact, he really would have almost stormed out. Don't say it. It's, after He Yin, who was under suffocation, told the story, he immediately made Ghost 3 Knives burst into a fit of laughter. Now that He Yin was already a Foundation establishment cultivator and this Foundation establishment Dan was gone, there was naturally nothing to hide. As for the matter of concealing the Foundation establishment pill in the first place, if he was of low strength, he would naturally call it a matter. But now that he was a Foundation establishment cultivator, was it a matter? In the Xianin divine religion itself grabbed that is called a skill, although some cruel point, but there is nothing bad, at least the constraints are small, and the reward after meritorious service is really given. Chapter 85, Fine Beast Spirit Pill, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Tian City. I heard that when they were at the Demon Beast Seabus, realist Lu and his spirit pet, the Xian Shui turtle, decimated 2 third-order demonic beasts. Good lord. Third stage, this is a Jidan realm demonic beast. It's worthy of being real Lu. It's rumored to be the grandest auction in Tian City this time around, and it'll have third-order demon pills. I've heard that this time, realist Lu is organizing an auction and is also preparing for his disciples' conjugation. The streets and lanes were filled with cultivators discussing the auction in half a year. Just now it was already buzzing with activity. Not only within the country of Yu, but even the surrounding neighboring countries had a number of chambers of commerce that had begun to rush towards this place. Looking at the increasingly lively atmosphere within the immortal city, Lin Chagan, who was walking on the trading streets of the workshop, secretly nodded his head. Worthy of being the #1 loose cultivator in the Yu country. This might is truly extraordinary. Simply announcing to the public that an auction was being held could trigger the entire country of Yu, and even the neighboring countries. Seeing the scene, Lin Chahan could not help but envy. Jidan cultivator, not only enjoying 500 years of life, but more still that through the sky and through the earth divine ability. Every word and action can shape the landscape of a country. It's inherently difficult for loose cultivators, but the ones who have made it this far are all powerful men who have shaken the party. One thing had to be admitted, as long as a loose cultivator who could make a name for himself, no matter whether it was combat experience or means, among cultivators of the same rank, they were generally 3 times stronger than clan and family disciples. Late third stage Xian Shui turtle. Spirit pets are also able to bring a great boost to a cultivator's own battle power. This Lu Zhenran, the #1 loose cultivator in the U country, had a large part of his reputation made by the Xianshui turtle, so Lin Chang'an's heart was also a bit on fire. Although he didn't choose to cultivate an Xianshui turtle in the first place, he had the green-horned ox. The green-horned ox has been cultivated well over the years, and is only one step away from breaking through to the second rank, so when there is a second-rank spirit beast to protect him, his own safety can be greatly increased. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head down. Same-level fighting demonic beasts were generally 3 times stronger than cultivators. If the green-horned ox successfully advanced, it would be quite helpful to him. A second-order spirit beast, even an ordinary sect disciple didn't have this treatment. Although the auction is still half a year away, the second-ranked beast spirit pills aren't as precious as the Foundation establishment pills, and I still have a long road ahead of me, so there's no need to let the green-horned cow break through with this inferior beast spirit pill. After thinking of this, Lin Chang'an headed towards the Zhou family. He raised a second cow. The green-horned ox. Many people knew that this point did not need to be hidden, especially since the green-horned ox was also at a critical moment of breakthrough. There was no need for him to travel far and wide to buy it outside, and befriending the imperial beast Zhou family would be beneficial to him as a casual cultivator. If you combine them, you get 2 benefits. Ringo. After coming to the main hall of the Zhou family, Zhou Bingyan hid her mischievous character, but instead, she was generous enough to personally pour tea and water for him. Zhou Runmao, the head of the Zhou family at the side, nodded at him with a smile on his face and raised his teacup to indicate, "Fellow Daoist Lin, this is newly picked spirit tea." That's really a great honor for fellow Daoist Zhou. Lin Chang'an also smiled and nodded his head. Since the last time he had traded a Foundation establishment pill with the Zhou family, the relationship between the two sides was also cordial. After all, he was a casual cultivator, and the Zhou family wanted to make friends with him as a second-order talisman master. And without the competition of interests, everyone would naturally be friends. Sipping the top-quality spirit tea, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel that only by becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator could he realize the happiness that status brought. Fellow Daoist Zhou, truth be told, I have come here to buy a beast spirit pill. After putting down the teacup, Lin Chang'an then smiled and explained his intentions. After all, opening the door to do business. The royal beast Zhou family also took this in exchange for resources from time to time. Zhou Runmao, the head of the Zhou family, heard this, but his face was filled with shame as he arched his hand and said, "This matter is still a matter of my Zhou family's lax discipline, to the point of allowing this transaction to leak out and bring such a great deal of trouble to fellow Daoist Lin." Although Lin Chang'an did not mention the last transaction, as the head of a clan, Zhou Runmao was very clear that it was their problem. If the news hadn't leaked out, Lin Chang'an's beast spirit pill wouldn't have been forcibly traded. Lin Chang'an, after hearing this, said in his heart, said, "Surely there is something wrong within this Zhou family, or else how would he be informed by Huang Xiaohai?" Even the Zhou family had suffered heavier losses, and with the last loss of foreign beasts, if the Zhou family hadn't known to investigate themselves, then the imperial beast Zhou family wouldn't have come to this point. Family Master Zhou is overstating things. No, this is the fault of my Zhou family. The last time I heard my daughter talk about this matter, it just so happens that the clan has recently refined a high-quality beast spirit pill, which just so happens to make up for it. I have to say, nowadays the situation is chaotic. Both sides have the idea of making friends and getting closer. This business talk up but more negotiation. In the end, Lin Chang'an exchanged the inferior beast spirit pill for this fine beast spirit pill, plus several second-order talismans. And Zhou Runmao, the head of the Zhou family, was also full of smiles. This deal was a good deal. Not only was Lin Chang'an a Foundation establishment cultivator who was a second-order talisman master, but he was also friends with the ice fairy Yin Yao of the Leaving Fire Palace, and was also a guest secretary of Tian City. It's worth befriending their Zhou family. A more important point, that is Lin Chang'an, this person they almost know very well. In the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market as well as here in Erniu, it can be seen, knowing and repaying favors, not that see profit and forget righteousness of the generation. It could be seen from the fact that he had become a Foundation establishment cultivator and still hadn't forgotten his former chi refining buddy. Lin Chang'an, who had walked out of the Zhou family, went back to the workshop trading area. A first-order top-grade healing elixir, child's play. Freshly slaughtered late first-stage demonic beast meat now. The bustle of the workshop market caused Lin Chang'an to feel a pang of emotion. The goods that were once rare to see in the small place that was the Green Bamboo Mountain Workshop Market turned out to be everywhere in Tian City. This Zhou family is worthy of being a great clan that can stand for hundreds of years without falling. Lin Chang'an, who was walking on the street, secretly nodded his head. It was also in his interest to befriend the Zhou family. Anyway, whoever the second-ranked talisman was sold to was not sold. Now that he already had a fine beast spirit pill, he would look for one or two more spirit materials that would assist in impacting the breakthrough, and when he returned, he would be able to prepare for the green-horned ox to make a breakthrough. According to what Bingyun said, spirit beasts are of different categories and attributes, and the auxiliary spirit materials needed before a breakthrough are all different. I also exchanged 2 spirit herbs from the Zhou family by the way before, but just to be on the safe side, it's better to look for 1 or 2 more. Lin Chang'an secretly calculates down. Now the situation is getting more and more chaotic. His cultivation will not improve much for a while, and to improve his strength in addition to his cultivation, there are also out-of-body objects, and this out-of-body stuff, spirit pets and magic weapons are within it. Extremely high-quality magic weapons were also called spirit weapons due to the addition of a number of magic treasure-level materials, except that cultivators were used to such a name. However, an extremely high-grade magic weapon was worth more than 500 middle-grade spirit stones, of which the flying needle type of magic weapon, which was recognized as the most difficult to refine, could even fetch a price of nearly 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Right now, he wanted to buy a flying needle type of extremely high-grade magic weapon, and he didn't really have so many medium-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. There's still half a year until the auction. Saving up enough spirit stones for an extremely high-grade magic weapon before then is the only way, but the immediate priority is the breakthrough of the green-horned ox. Lin Chang'an secretly pondered for a moment before planning how to improve his strength as the immediate priority, or to deal with this potential crisis. From this point, one has to thank Huang Xiaohai for allowing him to start preparing half a year in advance. At the same time, he kept it in his mind. Chapter 86, Second Order Greenhorn Bull, requesting for follow-up reading. Tian City, the streets of the workshop trading. Fellow Daoist, how do you trade this heavenly spirit fruit? After coming to a cultivator with a bucket hat in front of his stall, Lin Chang'an went up to ask, Senior, this is the heavenly spirit fruit. I only want to trade the materials for building the foundation, or medium-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing that the visitor was a foundation establishment senior, the late Qi practitioner cultivator's tone was much milder. The heavenly spirit fruit, one of the foundation building materials, was also greatly beneficial to a spirit beast of the green-horned ox's breed when it broke through. Trading base building materials, Lin Chang'an secretly lamented how similar this was to him when he was preparing the foundation building materials, except that he had come through. Although the heavenly spirit fruit is extraordinary, it can't be exchanged for these 2 spirit herbs of mine. Lin Chang'an also directly took out the neon grass and the spirit protecting grass, both of which he had exchanged at the Zhou family earlier. Comparatively speaking, the heavenly spirit fruit was more suitable for assisting the green-horned ox to break through, while these 2 spirit herbs were more suitable for human cultivators. Neon grass, spirit protecting grass. The person who set up the stall was obviously also a cultivator who had been preparing for foundation establishment for a long time, and after seeing Lin Chang'an take out these 2 spirit herbs, he immediately revealed a look of excitement. Senior, I have 2 heavenly spirit fruits here. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Chang'an revealed a smile. This kind of spirit fruit usually grows 5 or 6 on a vine, so that means that most of the ones who find this spirit fruit in the Cloud Mist mountain range have 3 or 5 spirit fruits together. This knowledge was also thanks to the usual explanations from the girl Zhou Bingyun. Good. Lin Chang'an didn't hesitate either. According to the value, the 2 heavenly spirit fruits were worth tens of spirit stones more than the 2 spirit herbs he had. However, for the black-robed man in the bucket hat who was preparing for the foundation establishment cultivator, these 2 spirit herbs were significantly more valuable. It's all about taking what you need. Elder, take your time. Black-clothed bucket hat cultivator, attentive smile to see off this senior, turned around and then collected the stall. Line hurriedly disappeared in the crowd. Back to the cave. As soon as Lin Chang'an came in, the greenhorn cow that was soaking in the pool and basking in the sun suddenly sniffed its nose and a pair of cow eyes directly glared round. The next moment it was mooing and hurrying out of the pool to greet his master. Moo! Looking at the green-horned ox, which was even taller than him, but with a pleasing look, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but laugh and scold. You naive thing, when it really is a dog's nose. This green-horned bull had obviously smelled that his hands were tainted with the scent of the heavenly spirit fruit. According to the royal beast Zhou family, everything has a spirit, and demonic beasts would be exceptionally sensitive when it comes to the critical period of breakthrough, especially for the spiritual fruits and herbs that would help their breakthroughs. They would be driven by instinct to search for them. This is why sometimes monks pick up the slack. It was all too normal for demonic beasts to fight and kill each other over territories, spiritual fruits and herbs, and even for mating rights. Moo! Obviously smelling the scent of the spirit fruit about his breakthrough, the green-horned ox couldn't help but be a little anxious, its hooves streaking under instinct, its nostrils still gasping for white air. However, this green-horned ox was worthy of being a top-grade bloodline, with extremely high spiritual intelligence. A pair of copper bell-sized ox eyes dripped and turned, and immediately stared at Lin Chang'an with a pleasing and naive look. "You simpleton, eat something good for a few days and get in tip-top shape." Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head down, stroking the supple fur of the green-horned ox before leading it inside the cave. A few days later, the green-horned ox had never enjoyed this kind of treatment in the past few days, and every day it was fed with top-quality spirit grasses and spirit feeding pills, as well as spirit fruits and spirit springs. Lin Chang'an even prepared a breakthrough nest for the green-horned ox inside the cave, and this foundation establishment cave of his was enough to support the demonic beast's breakthrough to the second stage. And these days the green-horned cattle are raising that rich, their hair is oily and in excellent condition. Fine beast spirit pills, and 2 heavenly spirit fruits to aid in the impact. If this still fails, I'll turn around and stew you. Lin Chang'an laughed and cursed down. His heart was still a little apprehensive. After all, this was the first spirit pet he had raised. It was considered to have followed him all the way to grow up, and he didn't want there to be any accidents. However, according to the green-horned ox's superior bloodline, and with such ample preparation this time around, the chances of a breakthrough should be 9 out of 10. After all, not even the Zhou family had ever been so extravagant as to feed the majority of the spirit herbs within the medicinal field to a spirit beast. Lin Chang'an set up the previous quasi-first order formation with armor-binding spirit formation and then retreated to the outside to take charge of the protection. Moo! Seemingly sensing that his master was guarding him, the green-horned ox couldn't help but bellow twice to the outside, and then turning its head, it revealed a look of longing and swallowed the 2 heavenly spirit fruits into its stomach with a single gulp. The beast spirit pill was even rolled into his mouth along with the jade bottle, and then under the clicking and chewing sound, even the dregs of the jade bottle were not wasted. And at this moment, outside the formation, Lin Chang'an, who saw this scene, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes and secretly shook his head. Could it be that all of the spirit beast's breakthroughs are this rude? Outside the formation, after waiting for the medicine to kick in, Lin Chang'an could clearly see that the green-horned ox's body was soaring with a surge of qi. A pair of bull's eyes were red underneath, and his mouth and nose were even spewing white gas. This was a breakthrough completely different from human cultivators. The green-horned bull stomped its forehooves anxiously, and in the end, it even started to charge up inside the formation as if it was venting its anger. Would armor-binding spirit formation, constantly flooding out under the entanglement of the tree vines, but was venting green-horned cow with brute force constantly ripped off. Moo sound is even more earth-shattering. A few days later, inside Lin Chang'an's cave, the aura was agitated, but because it was the cave of a foundation establishment cultivator and was protected by formations, the impact wasn't too great. At the very least, the cultivators outside did not notice anything. Only Lin Chang'an inside the cave could clearly notice the agitation of the aura. At this time, what armor-binding spirit formation within is a mess. A strong mana fluctuation swept down. The green-horned bull mouth and nose sprayed out of the white fog as obscured the divine sense to explore. Green-horned bull, after breaking through the second stage, can spit smoke and charm the divine sense. Lin Chang'an, who was controlling the formation at this time, couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this white mist was truly magical. It was able to mask even his divine sense, completely unable to detect what was going on inside. I didn't expect the spirit eyes to be effective at this time. At this moment, after Lin Chang'an opened his spiritual eyes, he was surprised to find that they were not blocked. That meant that this white mist could only block divine sense, but not his pupil technique. This spirit eye's ability to penetrate fog and rocks. It seems that I was really too underestimated before. Spiritual eyes, proficiency 198/1000. After discovering the ability of the spiritual eye again, Lin Chang'an felt that he had still somewhat underestimated it, and that the immortal cultivation realm did not know how many exotic treasures and spiritual beasts also possessed the magical ability to conceal their divine sense. For cultivators, divine sense was the eyes, and if they lost it, they were a blind man. Having spiritual eyes, on the other hand, prevents this from happening. The foundation building pill from before, and the role played by the spirit eyes this time, must be taken seriously. Right after Lin Chang'an discovered the ability of the spiritual eye, at that moment, the thick and incomparable cow mooing sound of the green-horned cow came from within the formation. Moo! White smoke dispersed. A gleaming green-horned bull appeared. The original tawny fur was more oily than before, not to mention that it was partially lilac, and its body shape was also a circle larger. The tawny pupils of his eyes, at this moment, looked at Lin Chang'an's figure and directly revealed a pleasing independent color. Moo! The forehooves quickly ran down and came directly to Lin Chang'an, mooing affectionately at his side. Not bad. Looks like you simpletons can accompany me on my journey. Lin Chang'an laughed and cursed as he spoke, but a smile filled his face. The green-horned cow breaks through to the second stage. The life expectancy is also 200 years. On the long road to immortal cultivation, there is a cow to accompany. When to solve a lot of loneliness. At this moment he was overwhelmed with emotion. finally realizing why many cultivators who had achieved success in their cultivation would gradually fade away from their former friends and companions. Nothing else, no longer outside of a circle, more like not wanting to experience too much sadness and joy, while you are still in your prime and are rising up to cultivate. One by one, your good friends and relatives grow old, and even your children and grandchildren die of old age. All of these are a kind of pain and cannot be avoided on the path of immortal cultivation. With my strength, plus a second stage spirit pet, I'm afraid that an unusual cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment would have the power to fight. The green-horned ox advanced, allowing Lin Chang'an to increase his strength greatly, and his face even revealed a smile. After all, the situation at the moment was turbulent, and an extra bit of self-preservation strength was an extra bit of safety. Next up are the spells, enhancing strength outside the body, naturally inseparable from the magic weapon. At this time Lin Chang'an, under the bland smile, from the storage bag took out the green bamboo sword, as well as preparations for the foundation building, beheading the ironback demonic mantis sharp forelimbs and other parts. His own top-grade magic weapon, the green bamboo sword, along with this material, should be able to make the green bamboo sword advance again. Chapter 87, The Xian Turtle Luzhinjin, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Tian City, Rune Master Lin. This ironback demon mantis forelimb is incredibly sharp, and this back armor. Unfortunately, it's just that the materials are a bit scarce. This forelimb can be upgraded to an extreme magical artifact by fusing it with your green bamboo sword, Rune Master Lin. However, this back armor doesn't match the material of this Shin iron shield, so it can only be made into a separate defensive power magic weapon, and I'm afraid that this material can only be made into a top-grade magic weapon. Inside the Dustless Pavilion, a store under the power of Tian City's Luzhinran, Lin Chang'an negotiated with a foundation establishment cultivator who specialized in weapon refining. In that case, I will trouble you, fellow Daoist. Lin Chang'an smiled and arched his hand. After the ironback demon mantis that he had hunted and killed back then, fortunately, he had collected all the materials. It's a shame there's only one forelimb, otherwise it would be worth more. Fellow Daoist, you're welcome. Deposit 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and pay the remaining 100 mid-grade spirit stones after the deed is done. As he took out the medium-grade spirit stones, Lin Chang'an was also secretly heartbroken. He was still upgrading his magic weapon. The price of purchasing an extremely high-grade magic weapon was above 500 middle-grade spirit stones, and even higher for flying needles. Extremely high-quality magic weapons were also called spirit weapons due to the addition of a number of magic treasure-level materials. Medium-grade spirit stones. I never thought that I would also worry about spirit stones again. After walking out of the dustless pavilion and walking down the streets of the marketplace, Lin Chang'an frowned darkly and began to calculate how many medium-grade spirit stones he still had as well as his income. An unusual second-order lower-grade talisman master, without affecting his cultivation, and leaving aside the cost of talisman making, would only earn 5 or 6 middle-grade spirit stones per month, and no more than 100 a year. Of course, there were also some foundation establishment cultivators who specialized in hunting second-order demonic beasts, with high risks and high rewards. Most of these monks, however, don't open for 3 years and open for 3 years to eat. Cultivators with skills on their side, on the other hand, are more stable. His talent was 10 times that of a rune master of the same rank, and it wasn't even his limit. But he himself hadn't been promoted to second-rank rune master for a long time, and he usually practiced cultivation, as well as secretly refining pills. Moreover, he was still preparing for the auction in half a year's time, preparing to purchase a flying needle-type magic weapon, and the spirit stones in his storage bag were not really much. Medium-grade spirit stones are extremely precious and incomparable to foundation establishment cultivators, whether it's for formations or restoring mana at critical times. So even foundation establishment cultivators usually can't afford to waste them. Anyway, in a word, medium-grade spirit stones are strategic materials for foundation building cultivators, and they are generally not easily traded. But the auction in half a year can't be missed. Alchemy is put on hold a little bit during this time, and using second-order talismans to earn some medium-grade spirit stones first before that. Once he had a plan, Lin Chang'an revealed a relaxed smile. As the news of Realist Lu's injury intensified, it instead attracted countless cultivators to Tian City. Some people were running for the auction in half a year, while others wanted to take the opportunity to muddy the water. There were local clans of you and also neighboring countries. After all, no one wanted to see a neighboring country that was developing peacefully. Lu Xinjin, with the body of a casual cultivator, caused the wind and clouds, is even more admirable, worthy of the name of the first casual cultivator of the state of you. Inside the cave, you big greedy buffalo. The sound of playful laughter came from beside the pool. Zhou Bingyun hadn't come over for a long time since she had traded the beast spirit pill at the Zhou family last time. It was also considering that the greenhorn bull was going to break through. Now that she had come after seeing the growth of the greenhorned ox, she was also overjoyed. After all, like the second-order spiritual beasts, even their Zhou clan didn't have many of them. It was true that the time and cost consumed to raise a spirit beast was a bit high, and under the Zhou family's ability, the resources were more naturally still in favor of the clansman. Brother Lin, you are not aware of my clan uncle, when it is really hateful, when he was talented to join the leaving fire palace, lifting the clan to provide him with resources, the result is even eat the inside out. Zhou Bingyun angrily shook her small fists, talking about the matters within the clan. It was obvious that this was the one who had leaked the secrets of the Zhou family, and at this moment, within the gazebo, Lin Chagan, who was holding a jade slip and looking over the insights of the spells, immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This girl was also deliberately talking to him, not only about the misunderstanding of the last beast spirit pill, but also that their Zhou family had suffered even heavier losses, almost all of them folding a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Chang'an listened and shook his head with a smile. This girl was extremely intelligent and would always draw closer to resolve misunderstandings in casual conversation. You say that he is a member of your Zhou family, but when he was a teenager he was far away from his family, and he was taught by the clan. So which side do you think his heart will be toward? Under Lin Chang'an's bland smile, he spoke of a very realistic problem in the immortal cultivation world. You say he's a member of the Zhou family, but in his eyes, it's the clan that trained him. When the family and the clan are not in conflict, this person is the pride of the family and the backbone of the clan. But once it is contrary, he can only choose one. Is it to choose to betray the clan, or choose to be the clan's white-eyed wolf? Dilemma. Ringo. It was supposed to be a serious topic, but Zhou Bingyun gave a playful smile and shook her head. It's not that the family raised him for so many years in the first place, and the man didn't reach out towards the family much, or else my father wouldn't be so angry. To be able to make this steady-minded Zhou family master forget about it, one could imagine how precious that rare and exotic beast was. But Brother Lin, recently there have been so many foreign cultivators coming to Tian City, and even quite a few loose cultivators from neighboring countries have flocked here. There are those who want to catch a glimpse of real Lu, and there are also those who want to see if they have a chance to fish in troubled waters. When Zhou Bingyun said this matter, her expression was a bit grave, and although she did not say it explicitly, she meant it. A conjugation spirit. Lin Chanan's mind drifted off. Just as a cultivator in the qi refining stage was faced with the temptation to build a foundation, realist Lu was injured and was planning for his disciples' conjugation. So if there was any upheaval, would it be possible to take advantage of the chaos to get this conjugation elixir? Cultivators who can cultivate to the late foundation establishment stage are not young, and even many of them don't have much time without a fight for longevity. But this real Lu, is he really injured? Lin Chanan was a bit suspicious. How could the strongest casual cultivator of the Yu country who had traveled all the way to this point easily divulge the news of his injury? There's no conspiracy here, is there? Inside the pavilion, Lin Chang'an frowned darkly, contemplating the upcoming turmoil that Tian City would be facing, while Zhou Bingyun was playfully grooming the green horned ox by the pool. At this moment in Tian City, within the cave of realist Lu, Master, many late-stage foundation establishment cultivators from neighboring countries have come recently. Not only that, but that Li Fire Palace is secretly fanning the flames, and the three great clans obviously don't want senior sister to form a dan in half a year. The Xian turtle Lu Jinwen's eldest disciple, Wu Yen, had a rough face and a fierce air between his eyebrows, and at this moment, he looked worried about his senior sister. As for the third disciple on the side, Song Listening Feng, his handsome face flashed a hidden look of adoration in his eyes as he looked at his second senior sister, and he also nodded his head. Yes, master, senior sister's conjugation is a matter of great importance. Should we return to Abyssal City to seek conjugation again? The second disciple, Su Miaoyin, had been silent since the beginning, and the two senior brothers had long been accustomed to their own master's mode of getting along with this junior sister. What kind of place is Abyssal City? It's surrounded by tigers and wolves, and the dangers therein are such that even old me wouldn't dare to speak of self-preservation. Lu Jinren, who was sitting at the top, however, snorted coldly, a pair of eyes that had gone through many vicissitudes of life, filled with traces left behind by the years. Nowadays, he is even showing some old age, a life expectancy of less than 100 years. The old man is still alive. Tianqian City still has the Xian Shui turtle. A bunch of jumping clowns are just that. Lu Jinren's bland voice echoed down, waving his hand. The two disciples respectfully arched their hands and left, while Su Miaoyin, who was left alone in the cave, was calmly looking at this master, or father of his. After there were no outsiders, this realist Lu had a mocking smile on his face instead. Miaoyin, In the immortal cultivation world, strength is never honored. When you're a little weak, there will be people coming to your door to bully you. Look at the old man still. There are already so many jumped-up clowns coming out. And Su Miaoyin, who was dressed as a Taoist nun below, nodded her head with a bland expression. Master has planned everything from the time he came back to you. First feigning an injury to reveal the illusion of insufficient longevity, and then releasing the news that I'm going to make Dan. Master's moral heart is really as firm as ever. If it was another foundation establishment cultivator talking to him like that, he would have been shaken with rage. But for this daughter who addressed herself as master, realist Lu was somewhat silent. When he was injured and his cultivation fell, he pretended to be a chi refining casual cultivator to join the Su family for refuge, and he was like-minded with the Su family's eldest young lady, and he didn't expect that she would give birth to a daughter after the initial parting, until the Su family was in trouble. When he knew about it, Su Miaoyin had already been in exile, experiencing the hardships of being a dispersed cultivator. In the end, it was this Yu's number one loose cultivator, Lu Jinran, who lost the battle and helplessly waved his hand. Okay, this time to see how many people can fish out of the heart. You go down to prepare for the next. Although your spiritual root qualification is not bad, but it is not as good as the girl in the Xianin pavilion. At this time is not the key moment to break through the Jidan. When the spirit Dan in the body is thoroughly refined and the spirit root is washed and promoted to the earth spirit root qualification, the Dan conjugation party will have 80% or 90% certainty. The Xin turtle Lu Jinjin was always cautious and showed himself to the outside world as a mid-Jidan stage. Even his daughter Su Miaoyin didn't know that his cultivation was already at the peak of Jidan. This time back, although the plan is very big, but also cannot sit back and watch their own daughter randomly conjugate Dan. The road to immortal cultivation was a long one, and having a loved one to accompany him on his journey also brought a touch of warmth to his lonely heart. Chapter 88 Blood Spirit Thorn, request for follow-up reading. Time passed, and Tian City was surging with dark currents. As for Lin Chang'an inside the cave, as always, he drew talismans to earn spirit stones and cultivated daily. Is this the power of an extreme magic weapon? Surrounded by cold green light, the upgraded green bamboo sword easily sliced through the hard spirit stone. Watching Lin Chang'an was even more satisfied. The green bamboo sword fused with the forelimb of the ironback demonic mantis, promoting it to the ranks of extreme artifacts. The other parts of the ironback demon mantis, which were not as hard as the forelimbs, only forged a green armor, a top-grade defensive artifact. Although the green horned ox had thick skin and flesh, it was still not comparable to a defensive spirit pet like the Xian Shui turtle, and with this set of green armor, the defensive power increased greatly, and while he himself had 2 defensive top-grade spells, what he lacked was an extreme-grade defensive spell. I didn't realize that the difference between an extreme-grade magic weapon and a top-grade magic weapon would be so great. When the fine sensation was realized, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. Not only the strength of the mana carried, the hardness and sharpness were not at all at the same level. If one were to take a top-grade magic weapon and knock it hard against an extremely high-grade magic weapon, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few strokes for the top-grade magic weapon to be cut off. No wonder an extremely high-grade magic weapon is the symbol of a foundation establishment cultivator. Under a burst of emotion, Lin Chang'an, like an arm-in-arm, maneuvered the green bamboo sword inside the cave to quickly shuttle. Skilled before it was put into the storage bag. I already have a second-rank spirit pet, the green horned ox, and an extremely high-grade magic weapon, the green bamboo sword. My strength is far from what it was before. Under Lin Chang'an's dark contemplation, spiritual pets, magic weapons, formations, and spells, the 4 major external factors that directly affected battle power, he already possessed 2 of them. Second-order formations, at the moment, were not something he could touch. Price aside, no one was selling second-order formations at all in the market right now. Even within the 3 great sects, second-order formations were only for inner disciples. It's also a monopoly of the OP. The remaining 3 items, spirit pets and magic weapons, he had for the time being. There are only spells at hand. Lin Chang'an frowned down. The foundation establishment stage spells that he could learn in Tian City were all ordinary spells that were not obvious for strength enhancement. Would Spirit Thorn? When I was in the chi refining stage, it could almost allow me to easily threaten cultivators of the same rank. But after advancing to the foundation establishment stage, it was obvious that there was some lack of afterburner. And even when paired with a superb flying needle artifact, it didn't have the stunning power of the chi refining stage. At this moment, Lin Chang'an raised his hand and waved it. Instantly 4 flying needles used at the chi refining stage appeared in front of him. Since his breakthrough, he hadn't tried to study them. The power was not bad, but it was not up to the power that once easily threatened cultivators of the same rank. From Yunyao's mouth, I learned that this predecessor of the Leaving Flame Palace 100 years ago created this small spell after it was indulged in during the chi refining stage. but did not deeply study this spell after foundation establishment. Lin Chang'an secretly sighed. Advanced spells were not unavailable, but these had never been an untold secret of the three great clans. Even in Tian City, people would not leak out the advanced goods. Compression, rotation, all of this is based on the stable and meticulous control of wood attribute gongfu, as well as long-term cultivation, which is extremely burdensome to the fingers. Inside the cave, Lin Chang'an seemed to have thought of something during this period of time, and had previously purchased quite a few insights on spell cultivation in the workshop market. Even the remnants of the robber cultivator and devil cultivator's spells were also purchased. Most of these had high side effects, but it was the only way for casual cultivators to access advanced spells. Extreme compression and rotation. So what if I give up the burden for my body? A few days later, Lin Chang'an inside the cave seemed to have thought of something, and his face couldn't help but show a look of eagerness. Many demonic cultivators, robber cultivators, and even some casual cultivators will cultivate one or two crushing spells, and these are overloading for the body, and are usually used only when fighting for their lives. After all, in times of crisis, when lives are on the line, who cares about physical burdens? It doesn't matter if you live or not. At the very least you have to drag the other person to death. But I have a self-healing body. Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't use it? At this moment, Lin Chang'an suddenly realized that since he had cultivated this ancient technique, the light of the Xian Tian immortal vine, which fed him such a powerful self-healing body, he hadn't even studied it properly. It was simply a waste, abandonment of bodily burdens, and something like this consumption of compressed qi and blood when fighting for one's life. The enlightened Lin Chang'an, in high spirits within the cave, began to deduce the wood spirit thorn spell. Half a month later, sure enough, I was on the right track. At this time, a deep pit appeared on the wall of the cave, under Lin Chang'an's excited smile. At this time, his fingers were still dripping blood, but the wound was healing as if it was visible to the naked eye. I have a self-healing body. I can completely not have to worry about the load on my body. With my foundation establishment cultivation to cast this spell with all my might. Others might be worried about wasting their fingers, or even their arms, but I don't have this worry at all. Excitedly, Lin Chang'an raised his hand and threw a second-order lower-grade Vajra talisman onto the stone pier inside the cave. In a flash of golden light, a defense similar to a golden bell appeared, and under Lin Chang'an's gloomy expression, he operated his improved wood spirit thorn, and instantly a bloodlight flashed. Pust! Under the mist of blood, Lin Chang'an's palms were bloody, and the fingers that were pinching the flying needles to release them were revealing white bones. Yet at this moment, he was full of excitement, with only the golden light in the distance in his eyes. The defense of the golden bell was equivalent to the full defense of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and even with his foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense, he only saw a flash of bloodlight. The golden light defense was directly pierced through front and back. At this moment, that top-grade magic weapon, the biphosphorus needle, was even deeper within the rocky layer of the cave in the back. Wood Spirit Thorn. This power is no longer a refining stage spell, spinning with extreme compression and exploding instantly. Even the body of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. Looking at the fingers revealing the white bones, and the arm tendons due to the mana frenzy is tearing pain, Lin Chang'an faced but showed a smile. The powerful self-healing body was recovering rapidly, and for an injury that an unusual foundation establishment cultivator would need to nurse for a month or two, he could feel that he only needed an incense stick to recover. On the original basis of adding some self-inflicted extreme means, crazy compression rotation, directly burst out stronger power. The same cultivator himself by the backlash damage is also the heavier. Due to the influence of one's own blood chi, is it already a subtle blood light? The name Wood Spirit Thorn is somewhat no longer appropriate. It should be Blood Spirit Thorn. The immense power of the spell caused Lin Chang'an to reveal a satisfied smile. After all, the spell hadn't changed. It was only that he had increased the means of his own arm berserking. It wasn't a change to the spell itself. After raising his hand and looking at the top-grade magic weapon flying needles that had been somewhat damaged after breaking through the defense of the second-order lower-grade talisman, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The Blood Spirit Thorn. If it's coupled with an extreme artifact, the power will be raised another notch. And the speed of the bloodlight just now was so fast that even I couldn't dodge it. Without taking other factors into consideration, even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator could be in the gutter. Of course there are a lot of external factors to consider in a real sparring match, but it's enough. At the very least, unusual foundation establishment cultivators, even these clan disciples, have never heard of such a powerful spell. Lin Chang'an smiled down with satisfaction. He was very content. Although his cultivation hadn't risen much in this period of time, his strength had taken a big leap forward. By getting another flying needle-type extreme magic weapon, he was sure that he could threaten a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. After all, in addition to this spell, but he also had a powerful self-healing body. Whether it was mana recovery or injury recovery, it was extremely powerful. Drawing charms and practicing, that's still plenty of time. Looking down at his continuously healing fingers, Lin Chang'an revealed a satisfied smile. This recovery power, even an unusual demonic beast like the green horned ox couldn't compare to him. He nearly all but wasted this most powerful physique of his self-healing body. As long as the vital, head, heart, parts are not harmed, he just won't lose the fight. In the following days, Lin Chang'an once again lived the daily routine of cultivating and drawing talismans to earn spirit stones. As for alchemy, this period of time is temporarily put down. Thanks to the blessing of the constant influx of cultivators from outside Tian City, Lin Chang'an's second-order talismans were selling extremely well in the workshop market secretly. On this day, Tian City had clear skies. Lu Ogui, you finally returned from the demon beast's abyss. Have the guts to come out and fight. Suddenly a stern cry rang out. Chapter 89 Chaos, Requests for Monthly Votes. On this day, a stern voice rang out. It startled all the cultivators in Tian City. Lu Ogui, have the guts to come out and fight. Countless cultivators within Tian City were shocked and looked sideways at a fiery cloud flying in the distance outside the city. Who was so bold as to come to Tian City to cause trouble? Not good. This person is Liang's Jidan cultivator Zhang Centipede. Rumor has it that this person had a grudge against Zenith Lu 200 years ago, and his own spirit pet, the 1,000-foot centipede, was nearly killed. Within Tian City, countless cultivators looked sideways in shock, and this sudden arrival of a Jidan cultivator even startled Lin Chang'an as he walked out of his cave. Zhang Centipede, neighboring Zhang family fort Jidan old ancestor. Rumor has it that his cultivation has long since broken through to the middle Jidan stage, and his own spirit pet also broke through to the early third stage 100 years ago. This is to seek revenge to come. Lin Chang'an was shocked as information about this legendary Jidan cultivator flashed through his mind. After all, Jidan cultivators, not to mention you, counting the surrounding neighboring countries, there are not many. Each of them is a legendary cultivator of the last 100 years of prestige, naturally familiar. The sudden arrival of the neighboring Jidan cultivators caused Lin Chang'an to look at the three peaks of Tian City. The two peaks of the departing Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion clearly did not have any response. Zhang Centipede, it seems like you still haven't had enough of the lessons you learned back then. Right at this moment, a neutral voice came from the highest peak of Tian City, and countless cultivators even witnessed the Xian turtle Lu Jinjin's elegance. Directly stepping on the overbearing and incomparably huge Xian Shui turtle, he appeared in the sky above Tian City. Ha ha, land turtle, why don't you hide this time? Under the rampant laughter of the Liang Jindan cultivators outside the city, the more neutral this performance of Lu Wu turtle was, the more it proved that it had been injured. At this moment in his heart, it was this insidious land tortoise, who couldn't fight but ran away. It was called a shamelessness. It seems that fellow Taoist John wants to send the demonic pills of this 1,000-foot centipede to me. Under the overbearing declaration, as the number one legendary loose cultivator of the Yu country, realist Lu didn't have the slightest hesitation as he directly stepped on the Xian Shui turtle and rushed out of Tian City. All at once the sounds of Jindan cultivators fighting came from the distant sky. Within Tian City, countless cultivators were even more dumbfounded as they stared at this scene. The collision of the Jindan cultivators' reclamations, the display of various divine abilities, and the terrifying battle between two third-order spirit pets that shook the ground. If Tian City hadn't been protected by a formation, I'm afraid that it would have long been destroyed by the aftermath of this battle. Is this the battle of a Jindan cultivator powerhouse? Lin Chang'an, who was outside the mountainside dojo, was shocked at this moment as he looked at this level of battle, which was completely beyond his imagination. Earlier, he had thought that by becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, he already possessed a power of self-preservation. Yet at this moment he realized how ridiculous he was in front of the strong. A foundation establishment cultivator was nothing more than a stronger mole cricket. Ha ha, land turtle, looks like you haven't grown a bit over the years. Besides relying on this Xian Shui turtle, what else do you have? Zhang Centipede, don't try to show off your tongue. Your 1,000-legged centipede is dying. Under the deafening roar, the Xian Shui turtle was worthy of being a late third-stage demonic beast, and could be described as crushing the bureau throughout. If it wasn't for the Xian Shui turtle being known for its defense, but if it was replaced with one that possessed a strong attack, this early third-stage demonic beast, the 1,000-foot centipede, would have long since cooled off Fire Peak. Fellow Daoist Huang, what do you think of real Lu? At this time, Xianin Pavilion's Jindan cultivator, looking at the battle with a somewhat gloomy expression. Side-eye asked the side of the departing Flame Palace's Huang surnamed Middle Jidan cultivator. How? This Jidan cultivator surnamed Huang from the departing Fire Palace, however, had a mocking cold smile on his face. Look at this realist Lu attacking like a raging storm. Is this like his style of behavior? The two looked at each other before nodding darkly. This Xian turtle Lu Jinjin was notoriously cautious, and would disappear far away if something was slightly wrong. But although this fight suppressed the opponent throughout, they could see the problem. I'm afraid that this realist Lu has been injured quite a bit, even affecting his longevity. After the two of them looked at each other, their gazes revealed a bit of gravity. Tian City, is you and I two big clans alliance hub? A lifespan of less than 100 years of Lu Jinjin. We wait up. But this Xian Shui turtle, but there are still thousands of years of lifespan, once inherited by the descendants. Under the calm voice echoing from the yellow surname cultivator of the departing Fire Palace, he had already made his stance clear. They would not allow another Xian turtle realist to appear in you, or rather, not allowing the disciples under realist Lu's door to make Dan and inherit this incredibly powerful Xian Shui turtle of the late third stage. In the previous agreement, we did not promise to assist this realist Lu. After the two looked at each other, they revealed their old cunning smiles, and the great battle between the Jidan cultivators outside the city was almost at an end. Turtle Lu, count yourself ruthless. If you have the ability, you can live another 500 years. Liang's Jidan cultivator was clearly no match, and he didn't forget to put down a harsh word as he fled in a sorry state. This great battle between the Jidan cultivators was declared to be over with the Xian turtle Lu Jinjin's overwhelming battle throughout, and the scattered cultivators within the entire Tian City shouted with excitement. Real Lu is worthy of being the number one loose cultivator in my country of you. Ha ha, if you ask me, Real Lu's strength can be ranked number one in you, not to mention you. Counting the neighboring countries around, there is that great Jidan cultivator who dares to say that he can beat Real Lu. The loose cultivators within Tian City were all flushed and laughing with excitement. For them, the Xian turtle Lu Jinjin was not just a target for them to chase, but also a high mountain in the hearts of their scattered cultivators. These disciples of clans and great clans had always looked down on them, the casual cultivators, but the number one cultivator in you was their casual cultivator. This greatly boosted the morale of the casual cultivators. For a time, Tian City was even more demoralized. Winning this battle was seen from the beginning to the end. The shock in Lin Chahan's heart could not be calmed for a long time. The blood spirit thorn that he was complacent about before turned out to be nothing in front of the Jidan cultivator. So strong, especially the terrifying strength of the third order Xian Shui turtle. The entire crushing game although it is said that the Xian turtle Lu Jinjin can have today, all rely on their spiritual pets, but the spiritual pets themselves are part of the strength of the cultivator. If you have the ability, you can cultivate a late third order spirit pet. My future is definitely no worse than that of Real Lu. At this moment, Lin Chanan's gaze was firm. He was gifted, and he had obtained this ancient chance, and he was equipped with a powerful self-healing body, so there was no reason for him to stop at building the foundation. Moo! The greenhorn cow that had just been scared to the point of trembling on all four hooves was now standing in front of Lin Chanan, mooing. The instincts of demonic beasts were fearful of the powerful, but in the face of crisis, they stood in front of Lin Chanan, faithful and reliable. Lin Chanan couldn't help but smile when he saw the still trembling hooves of the green-horned ox and stroked its head. One day, we'll get to that point. Chapter 90, The Unlucky Duo, requesting moonlight tickets. Tian City, since the last Jidan cultivator battle, had become more and more prosperous. There is the name of the first person of the scattered cultivators of the state of Yu. Xian turtle Lu Jinjin personally organized the auction. The momentum of the vastness, but also spread to the surrounding neighboring countries. Countless scattered cultivators flocked to the city, and Tian City ushered in the most prosperous phase ever since its establishment. And ever since the last time he witnessed a great battle between Jidan cultivators, Lin Chang'an had cultivated even more diligently. The auction is 2 months away. At this time inside the cave, Lin Chang'an slowly put down his spirit pen. A sheet of second-order talismans had already appeared in front of the table. At this time he nodded his head in satisfaction. The self-healing body is really powerful. Not only the physical injuries, but surprisingly, even the recovery power from the exhaustion of the divine sense and spirit is far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Lin Chang'an lamented under the fact that this period of time of digging into the self-healing body had unexpectedly yielded amazing rewards. In itself, he could maintain his peak state to draw talismans and concoct pills, and his output was equivalent to 10 times that of a cultivator of the same rank. And regardless of cultivating the immortal 100 arts, or spell cultivation or whatever. The consumption of mana is still secondary, and more importantly, it is the consumption of the mind and spirit, but the self-healing body. Surprisingly, even the mind recovery was greatly enhanced. This allowed him to now double his output in talisman drawing and alchemy. In less than half a year, I've actually earned nearly 500 mid-grade spirit stones by drawing talismans. In only 4 months, he had earned nearly 500 medium-grade spirit stones, and in 2 more months he would earn over 200 more. Together with the ones accumulated before, we're finally close to having enough for thousands of medium-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel that with thousands of medium-grade spirit stones, the extremely high-quality flying needle type of magic weapon was no longer a luxury, and he really had the confidence to get one at the auction. Thanks to the increase in the number of foreign cultivators during this period of time, especially the foundation cultivators, more than 10 times more than usual, which makes the sale of his talisman more convenient. Still, there's so much I want to buy. The auction has not yet begun, has revealed the news. A variety of extremely high-quality magic weapons. Cultivation of immortal 100 arts heritage. Usually refining cultivators have not seen more than the foundation building dan. All dozens and dozens of will come out. Even the grand finale of the 3 treasures this time, it has been revealed to the public that one of them is a spiritual object that condenses the golden dan. It was precisely because of this that the surrounding neighboring countries' foundation establishment cultivators were attracted to rush here from thousands of miles away. Just the treasures that had recently been revealed to be auctioned outside had made Lin Chang'an envious, and before he had thought that he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones. As it turns out that you're still poor. Second-ranked dan formulae, extremely high-quality magic weapons, talisman inheritance, cultivation-enhancing pills. There are so many things to want. Lin Chang'an shook his head helplessly. How could he not have limited financial resources? Nowadays the chaos in you is becoming more and more obvious. Relatively speaking, it is safer to have a flying needle type of extremely high-quality magic weapon along with one's own secret art in the evening. Extreme magical weapons are usually rare, especially the flying needles type are even rarer, so we can't miss this opportunity, and second-order dan formulas can usually be purchased by looking for an opportunity. However, just at this moment, a voice came from outside the cave. Grandpa, with my qualification of a middle-grade fire spirit root, I will definitely revitalize the family in the future. Outside the cave, a middle-aged, dry and thin white-faced scholarly man was followed by a young man full of arrogance. It's nothing more than outstanding spiritual roots and youthful arrogance. The middle-aged man also shook his head after seeing this scene. You need to tighten up your temperament. Which one of the people residing here isn't a foundation establishment cultivator? Then when he raised his hand, a sound transmission jade talisman emerged. Fellow Daoist, I'm Chun Chang, the new neighbor who moved in next door. Meet you. The middle-aged man, who was a foundation establishment cultivator, left his voice transmission jade talisman with a smile on his face, and was about to leave when suddenly the formation of the cave behind him slowly opened, causing him to reveal a bright smile. Grandpa, the cave formation is on. I didn't expect to be here today at the right time. However, when Lin Chang'an saw the visitor and the other party saw him, both parties were stunned that they were acquaintances, and then they arched their hands. Fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Chen. Lin Chang'an archly laughed down, yet his expression was a bit odd. Wasn't this person the same loose cultivator who was even more unlucky than him, the one who had been forced to trade foundation establishment pills by Huang Xiaohai? In fact, they had met before. One of the 2 cultivators who had traded foundation building materials outside of Master Song Dan's cave when he was preparing for foundation building. A strong man, a white-faced scholar. Right now this foundation establishment cultivator Chun Cheng is that white-faced scholar. When he purchased the materials from the other party's hands, he prepared for 2 years before building his foundation, while the other party had failed to build his foundation in the first place. However, 2 years later, this person surprisingly prepared to build the foundation again, and as a result, he was targeted by Huang Xiaohai. 2 foundation building sessions, none of which went well. Fellow Daoist Lin, I didn't expect it to be you. And Chen Qing also remembered something and immediately revealed an embarrassed look, while Chen Wen behind him obediently bowed his head and listened. When he really encountered a foundation establishment cultivator, he still knew the etiquette. Fellow Daoist Chen, I didn't expect you to come back. Lin Chang'an also smiled and arched his hand. I thought it was an ordinary neighbor, but I didn't expect it to be a Taoist who was as unlucky as him. The 2 were considered to be destined to be together, one being traded for a foundation establishment pill and the other for a beast spirit pill. After 5 years, the 2 did not expect to meet again and become neighbors. This kind of scattered cultivator goodbye when they both become foundation building cultivators. Only they can understand. It was true that on the road to preparing for foundation building, too many Taoists had fallen and too many had left in disgrace. When we meet again in the future, The words "a Taoist friend is all the vicissitudes of life" touched them deeply. Inside the gazebo, Lin Chang'an and Chen Xing sat down to sip tea and discuss the Tao, while the teenager, Chen Wen, respectfully poured tea and water for the two of them. After 5 years of parting, now that we are discussing the Tao together in this foundation establishment cave, it is truly a pleasurable thing. Under Lin Chang'an's emotion, the two of them exchanged words with each other, saying what they had experienced during these years. Hey, I'm also unlucky enough. The first time I failed to build the foundation. The second time it was hard to refine 2 foundation building pills, but I still encountered this. You said that he surnamed Huan also built the foundation, and blamed me. Chen Chang was also filled with stifled anger. Both were foundation establishment cultivators, but on the contrary, he was a casual cultivator and had to endure it. This time, although Tian City is surging with dark currents, but it is also an opportunity for me and other scattered cultivators, so I don't hide outside, and bring my family and clansmen to move to Tian City, and join under the rule of Real Lu. As Chen Qing narrated down, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded. This person was also decisive. Thinking back to the situation of the Ghost 3 daggers, no one would dare to guarantee that they would really be fine if they hid in the east. So he took advantage of Tianxian City's turmoil, and when everyone was watching, he directly threw his weight around and joined Tianxian City to become a foundation establishment provider cultivator. If Tianxian City was stabilized behind it, he himself, along with his family, would be able to put down roots in Tianxian City. If that doesn't work out, we'll find another way out. Fellow Daoist Lin, I actually had plans to escape far away from other countries before, but right now the situation outside isn't much better than what we have here. With a face full of helplessness, Chen Qing recounted the situation of the neighboring countries around him, which caused Lin Chang'an to be greatly interested as well. Are there wars in other countries? Lin Chang'an looked puzzled. Chen Qing sighed. Not only the war, but we and other cultivators from other countries will be ostracized when we go over there, especially as foundation cultivators. Many cultivators will be staring at us. Listening to this, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but secretly nod his head. If he was alone it was fine, like this Taoist Chen dragging his family alone. It was indeed difficult. Moreover, a foundation establishment cultivator who suddenly came from a foreign country would naturally be targeted, and would easily become cannon fodder, whether he joined a party or otherwise. Our several countries are close to the boundless sea. That sea abyss is also called the 10,000 Demons Sea. The cultivation world, countless ferocious, or plotting to conjugate Dan cultivators, are not far away from thousands of miles across several countries, in order to go to the demon beast sea abyss. The sea abyss, with its inexhaustible resources, even Real Lu had traveled far to this place, and only then did he condense his Jidan and become a legendary cultivator of the Yu Kingdom. This Chen Chang's ancestor had been a foundation establishment cultivator, and the breadth of experience he had seen and heard made Lin Chang'an quite interested. The two belonged to the same heavenly Xian City forces, plus both of them had the intention to befriend each other, and for a while, they talked happily with each other. Chapter 91, The Huang Family of the Outer Fire Palace. 2 months later, this peaceful time will always be broken. Lin Chang'an, who walked out of the cave, looked at the prosperity of Tianxian City, but he shook his head with a burst of emotion. There were crises hidden in the dark, which always made him feel insecure. As the auction approached, the crowd in Tianxian City increased day by day, especially as many foundation establishment cultivators from neighboring countries also flocked to the city. Gone. The storm was coming, and now every time Lin Chang'an went out of the cave, he would put the green horned ox into the spirit beast pouch to take with him. The auctions are to be held 3 times, each at an interval of 3 months. And what attracts the most attention? And what attracts the neighboring foundation establishment cultivators to come from thousands of miles away? Is the last auction of the conjugation spirit objects. Jidan spirit for him is still a little far, not to mention that he has not been able to get his hands on. Even if he gets his hands on it, he can only put it in the storage bag to eat dust. I'm not asking for much, just buy a flying needle type extreme magic weapon at the auction. Looking at the 1100 or so medium grade spirit stones in his storage bag, Lin Chang'an felt a pang of emotion. Once he had always thought that he didn't need to worry about spirit stones at all. It turned out that when he used it, he realized that he was still a poor man. This auction even has second-order formations. A powerful formation can do the trick of turning the tide at critical moments. But again, the array needs to be set up in advance and is not as practical as a magic weapon. Formations are more suited to dealing with demonic beasts. And to me, a flying needle-type extreme artifact is far more practical than a formation. Lin Chang'an was secretly contemplating, and was actually shy. But where he had tens of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, he would have to do both for the magic weapon and the formation. fellow Daoist Lin, so it's fellow Daoist Chen. On the bustling streets of the marketplace, he happened to run into Chun Qing with his grandson, and the two of them greeted each other before smiling and arching their hands separately. Among cultivators, the most taboo thing was to casually pry into what others were buying, especially since the auction was about to open, so even if they met acquaintances, none of them would travel in pairs. Lin Chagan, however, didn't go directly to the auction, but first came to the Immortal Gathering building. The business of the Immortal Gathering building was hot, but Shenlai was the only one who was busy, and after seeing Lin Chang'an come, he even rushed forward to welcome him. "Brother Lin, I've already arranged it. Turnip is at home with the two children." One of the two children was obviously Wei Yinyuan's, and surprisingly, Wei Yinyuan, who was on iron crutches, was even there. In an eventful time, some caution is warranted. Looking at the duo's arrangement, Lin Chang'an nodded his head gravely. Under the prosperity of Tian City lurks an unknown number of dangers, but there is one thing that everyone knows by heart. On the day that realist Lu's disciple attains his Dan, Tian City will be in turmoil. This was because these forces would definitely not sit back and watch as realist Lu's disciple made his Dan. "We will also be more careful during this time, and return home as soon as something is wrong." Lin Chang'an gently nodded his head, while Shinlai took out a spirit stone bag with a smile on his face, and he did not refuse. After all, the business of gathering Immortal Mansion in the past 2 years also had a part of him, and it was only right to take some share. However, just at that moment, suddenly there was a sudden outcry from outside. "Look, it's Huang Tianxiao from the Leaving Fire Palace." Rumor has it that this person has long since completed his foundation building, and is the genius of the younger generation of the Leaving Fire Palace who has the best chance of advancing to Jidan. Heavens, to pull a cart with 3 second-ranked demonic beasts. Looking out from the Immortal Gathering building, one could only see a very high-profile line of Leaving Fire Palace procession on the street, attracting the attention of countless cultivators, and Lin Chang'an saw that the chauffeured vehicle was incredibly luxurious, with 3 huge-sized second-stage demonic beasts, side by side down carrying a powerful aura forward. What a great gesture! Even Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel envious after seeing this scene. The second-order spirit pet that he regarded as a treasure turned out to be used by this big clan disciple of his to pull a cart, and at this moment, he realized that he was only considered to be good amongst the casual cultivators. There's still a bit of a gap with this group of true second-generation immortals, but that's okay. I have a long way to go, and I may not be outmatched later. At this moment, Lin Chang'an's heart was flooded with a touch of confidence that he would definitely not be inferior to these people in the future. This is the beloved grandson of old ancestor Huang of the departing Flame Palace. I'm afraid that it won't take many years for him to form a Dan. Look at the guy driving the cart. Surprisingly, they are all Foundation Establishment cultivators. Just as the crowd exclaimed, Lin Chang'an on the Gathering of Immortals building also narrowed his eyes as he saw the person outside the chuck wagon, looking like he was at the ready. Wasn't it Huang Xiaohai? I'm surprised this man didn't die on the front lines, just as Lin Chang'an was secretly saying that it was a pity. Shenlai on the side likewise saw the team from the Li Fire Palace outside and couldn't help but whisper a message. "Brother Lin, I'll poke around inside the restaurant later." Lin Chang'an nodded lightly after hearing this, and at this time the city's incomparably flaunted Leaving Fire Palace line. "Big brother, this is Tian City. Those 3 peaks in the distance are the dojos of the 3 major Jidan cultivators in the city, and that building is Tian City's Fengla auction house." The once unruly Huang Xiaohai, with a respectful look down, spoke to the figure in the car. Huang Xiaohai was nothing more than a side disciple of the Huang family, while the one inside the car was the true young master of the Huang family. Tian City? It's really imposing. Huang Tianxiao, who was inside the car, looked at Tian City with a bland expression. However, when he saw the 3 immortal peaks, his brows frowned, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Such a spiritual land, if not for the influence of the former Divine Sword sect, Helihua Palace would have taken Tian City, would not share equally with the Xianin Pavilion, and even cheaper than a loose cultivator whose lifespan will be over for nothing. Remember, this time we're on a mission. Don't give me any trouble, or else you know the consequences. The bland tone echoed in his ears, causing Huang Xiaohai to break out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly nodded his head. "Don't worry, young lord. My father and I will follow all of young lord's arrangements for this operation." Although the person inside the car was the same Foundation Establishment cultivator, the pressure he felt was not normal. Even Huang Xiaohai had some jealousy in his heart. If he had this kind of qualification, why would he be like this? Huang Tianxiao in the chauffeured car, but frowned and looked down at the other 2 peaks, secretly calculating in his heart. Old Ancestor has already broken through to the late Jidan stage, and is even secretly teaming up with the Divine Sword sect to prepare to kick the others out first, and this time, he will definitely sabotage this realist Lu's disciples conjugation. In addition to the three major clans in the Yu country, it was the force of Lu Xinjin. This time, the plan of the Leaving Fire Palace was to first join forces with the Xianin Pavilion to sabotage realist Lu's disciples conjugation, first kicking out this number 1 loose cultivator. It was followed by the Xianin court. Old Ancestor is right. The Yu country is only so big and can't accommodate too many forces. After thinking about the plan this time, Huang Tianxiao revealed a smile. When the boss and the second of Vietnam fight, it's natural to kick the third and fourth out of the game first so they don't get picked off. As the group passed by, Lin Chanan on the Gathering of Immortals building was secretly alarmed. Under the momentary perception just now, this heavenly pride of the departing flame palace gave him a sense of oppression. But Huang Xiaohai's breath, it seems that he's still injured. Lin Chanan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his heart was secretly calculating. Huang Xiaohai's breath was obviously a bit off. He should be injured. If there was an opportunity, he probably couldn't miss it. Given the opportunity, of course. Chapter 92, Auction. After disguising himself and utilizing the breath convergence technique to collect his mana breath, Lin Chanan entered the auction venue. The departing fire palace, it's better to say that it's the Huang clan's clan. As a foundation establishment cultivator, in his solitary box, Lin Chanan frowned darkly as he looked at the news that Shenlai had inquired about. Departing fire palace 3 Jidan cultivators, there are 2 is the Huang family, the other is weak. When from the Xianin divine sect split out of the departing fire palace, it would be better to say that the Jidan family Huang family absorbed part of the power to establish the clan. Only by understanding the internal structure of the Lihua palace can one realize that this is clearly the Huang family fort. No wonder Huang Xiaohai is all this rampant. Lin Chanan secretly frowned. He hadn't inquired carefully before. After all, such a large sect was too far away from him. Over the past 100 years, the departing fire palace has recruited disciples with talented female cultivators who married into the Huang family to start their own families, while the male cultivators married female cultivators from the Huang family to guard the clan. This intelligence could only be summarized and taken a look at to discover how shocking the internal structure of the departing fire palace was. However, this Huang family is not a mere bloodsucker, and never skimped on techniques, artifacts, pills, and legacies. So within the sect, the Huang family won the trust of a group of disciples like a day in the life. It is even more clearly documented in the intelligence that there are no restrictions on male cultivators marrying female cultivators of the Huang family, allowing you to find female cultivators at will. Over the past 100 years, the meritorious clans have even allowed them to establish families under their rule. At this time, Lin Chayan could not help but sigh with emotion. No wonder the Lihua Palace is so strong. People are strong as really have their own reasons. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Yun Yao and frown darkly. It seems that after foundation establishment, Yun Yao is even more divine. Under the thunder and lightning, I don't know how many robbing cultivators have been destroyed, and her cultivation has even broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Just as Lin Chanan was contemplating, cultivators from all sides of the auction arrived. Master Lu's disciple is here. There was a gasp of surprise in the venue, and many cultivators stood in awe, only to see the venue of the auction, where 3 disciples of real Lu came. At the head of the group was the false Dan realm's Wu Yen. His body was permeated with a hostile aura, and the aura of the false Dan realm caused countless cultivators at the scene to collect their minds. The second disciple, Su Miaoyin, a Taoist nun dress, excellent appearance and dignified, but between the eyebrows and through a charming cultivation has been the foundation perfect. The third disciple, Song Listening Wind, was handsome, with a smile on his face, at the foundation establishment perfection realm. These are the 3 disciples of realist Lu. Inside the auction venue, countless cultivators secretly nodded their heads, although they were unable to catch a glimpse of Lu Xinyan's face today, but they heard that Lu Xinyan will personally be present at the last auction. On the left and right sides were cultivators from the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion. Strength determines status. Lu Xinyan's status relies on the Xian Shui turtle. To call it the first Jidan cultivator in the country of Yu is not too much. Senior Sister Su. Huang Tianxiao in the direction of the departing flame palace showed kindness to realist Lu's daughter under a faint smile. A scene that caused Song Listening Wind to frown and reveal a color of dissatisfaction. Immortal cultivation world is not a fight. No one is stupid, but anyone who can be married to the daughter of Lu Xinyan. The dowry is even more generous. After all, Lu Xinyan's lifespan is not much longer. Light more than 500 years of family money, and a late third-order Xian Shui turtle. Not to mention them, even the 3 great clans are also greedy. Even if all this family money is given to his own daughter, there is no harm in it. Welcome, fellow Taoists and seniors, to the Fenglu auction house. As the crowd took their seats and the auction began, a white-haired old man from the foundation establishment stage walked out with a smile on his face and arched his hand at the crowd. This person was a follower that Real Lu had brought back, and his thick voice echoed down, causing many cultivators to be secretly shocked. The cultivation level is at least in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Lin Chanan inside the box was secretly shocked. He couldn't see through this old man's cultivation, but based on his aura, his cultivation shouldn't have reached the late stage of foundation establishment. But just such a powerful foundation establishment cultivator was only an attendant, worthy of being the #1 casual cultivator in you. The first item for sale in this auction is a first-order top-grade elixir, Qi Condensation Dan, which is very beneficial for late-stage cultivators to enhance their cultivation, of which the detailed role of the immortal will not be introduced. The starting price. The clear-looking late-stage Qi refining female cultivator respectfully came up with a tray and gestured for the crowd to watch. This opening is a first-order upper-grade elixir. It's really a big deal. Lin Chanan couldn't help but lament that when he was in the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop, it was tricky for him to find such an elixir after the late stage of Qi refining. As a result, when he came to Tian City, he was so casual. Sure enough, puddles and lakes can't be compared. Feng Le Chamber of Commerce heard that it is Luzhenjin in the Demon Beast Sea Abyss when the establishment of the force on there, and later returned to the homeland of you, but also brought back a lot of entourage. As the auctions appeared one after the other, it drew gasps from the crowd of cultivators. The lowest ones were all top-grade magic weapons, late first-order treasures, and Lin Chanan inside the box waited calmly. He had a clear goal. Right now it was nothing more than what a Qi refining cultivator needed. I'll offer 800 spirit stones. I'll give you 900. The cultivators in the late Qi refining stage were all red in the face, excitedly watching the feast. The first thing to do is to enter the auction is to check the capital. Less than 500 lower-grade spirit stones are not eligible to enter. Otherwise this auction cannot accommodate the tens of thousands of loose cultivators outside. The foundation establishment cultivators, on the other hand, did not have to use them at all, and each of them was even in a separate compartment. The next item up for auction is a spiritual artifact, also known by many cultivators as an extreme grade artifact, the White Phosphorus Shield defensive artifact, with a starting price of 600 medium-grade spirit stones. After the auction proceeded to the second half, the Qi refining stage cultivators could only watch, clearing the air as all of the foundation establishment cultivators were shouting out their prices. Too many treasures had already appeared before, and even the extremely rare foundation establishment Dan had even appeared in dozens, causing the Qi refining stage cultivators at the scene to be abuzz. Now that it had come out as an extremely high-grade magic weapon, it was also Lin Chanan's long-awaited goal, a defense-type extreme-grade magic weapon. It's understandable that the price is slightly more expensive. Lin Chanan secretly nodded his head. Don't look at the difference between an extremely high-grade artifact and a top-grade artifact, a mere difference of 1 grade, but in reality, it was already a world of difference. The materials used in the refining of extremely high-grade magic weapons had been mixed with many materials that were used by Jidan cultivators to refine magic treasures. That's why extremely high-quality magic weapons are also known as spirit weapons. The next extremely high-grade magic weapon to appear is the Divine Wind Boat of the Auxiliary Flight category, which is refined from precious materials such as the fins and tail of the second stage demonic beast, the Ink Jiao, and is compact, flexible, and extremely fast. At this time, the old man on the auction stage, even more full of excitement, pointed at the outgoing magic weapon and shouted, "The speed of this magic weapon is absolutely unique. The starting bidding price is 700 medium-grade spirit stones, 750, 800, 820. The scene was ablaze, and watching Lin Chanan was also a heartbeat away. If you have this magic weapon, even if you run into a difficult opponent, you can always escape if you can't beat them. However, after considering the spirit stones in his storage bag and his goal, Lin Chanan eventually sighed darkly and lost touch with this magic weapon. It wasn't that flying spells were bad, but he usually cultivated in Tian City as well. Instead, this was the safest place. Where would he escape to? Even though True Man Lu's lifespan was insufficient, there was still not much of a problem in stabilizing Tian City within these 100 years. Therefore, a flying type of magic weapon, for the time being, was not as important to him as a magic weapon that could enhance his battle power. However, for other cultivators this can be different. A late foundation establishment cultivators are hot up. After all, a lot of them are foreign, which later if the wind is not right, the chances of survival increased. 980 medium-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else with a higher price? 980 medium-grade spirit stones. Sold. Under the crowd's astonishment, another extremely high-grade magic weapon was sold. In the category of magic weapons, the attack power category was the cheapest, but there were exceptions, such as the complete set of attack magic weapons, which were also priced higher. However, similarly, The complete set of class magic weapons had high requirements for the cultivator's own divine sense. Next up is the flying needle category. When he saw the flying needle type of magic weapon come out, Lin Chang'an waited for his target at last under his intention. Chapter 93, The Flying Needle Arrives, Moonlight Ticket. Extreme Grade Magic Weapon Recluse Needle. A set of 13. Superfluous words I will not introduce more. I think all of you are also people with knowledge. This set of magic weapons starting bidding price of 800 middle grade spirit stone. With the introduction of the auction veteran, the crowd of cultivators present marveled. Flying needle type magic weapon is not only recognized as the most difficult to refine, the same for the requirements of the cultivator is also extremely harsh. Non-divine sense of high strength of the cultivator cannot control. 830 medium grade spirit stones, 870 medium grade spirit stones, as each one of them screamed down. This made Lin Chang'an, who was inside the box, smack his lips and secretly marveled, yet he could only look on and sigh. It wasn't that he didn't have enough spirit stones, but sets of flying needle spells weren't his first choice. A single flying needle type magic weapon, he was still able to maneuver. A complete set of flying needle type magic weapons. Obviously his cultivation was not yet able to maneuver them as if they were in his hands. Although this ancient technique is powerful, it doesn't have much enhancement for divine sense, and into a set of shaped magic weapons. It's too difficult to maneuver for the current me. Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head. I'm afraid that this set of flying needles would have to wait for him to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment before he could maneuver them as if they were his own. Certain cultivation techniques that enhance divine sense, or treasures that enhance divine sense, can also meet the criteria for use, but this set of shaped flying needle magic treasures came out. The number of shouting cultivators, a spot can be a glimpse of the whole. You can imagine how many powerful foundation establishment cultivators came to Tian City this time. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but frown. After this auction was over, he decided to go back and cultivate honestly, waiting for Tian City to pass this turmoil first. Right now it was still too dangerous out there, and his cultivation was still a bit weak. 1,100 medium-grade spirit stones, sold. When this set of flying needle method artifacts was sold, it even drew a crowd of gasps. Flying needle-type magic weapons, spirit weapons, and magic treasures, also called weapons by cultivators, specialize in attacking protective spirit light. As one after another of the extremely high-quality magic weapons were auctioned off, the scene boiled over, and countless chi refining stage cultivators were even looking at them with sighs of relief, or their eyes were on fire, looking forward to the day when they could also become foundation establishment cultivators. All types of spiritual weapons have appeared, whether it is attack or defense, and there are many auxiliary categories, and the flying needle category has appeared over 3 pieces. However, they were all set-type magic weapons, spirit weapons, which made Lin Chang'an frown. A single type of flying needle artifact requires much less divine sense, and more importantly, it is in conjunction with my spelled blood spirit thorn which belongs to the one-strike category, so this type is the most suitable for me. Right at this moment, Lin Chang'an's long-awaited single-type flying needle-type spell weapon finally appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, this single-category flying needle superb artifact gilt needle, forged from gold essence various precious materials, is superior in restraining the body protection aura. Starting bidding price 800 medium grade spirit stones, 830, 870 medium grade spirit stones. Lin Chang'an's disguised old man hoarsely voiced out, his gaze at that moment blandly looking at the auction venue. Although the scene was hot, the number of extremely high-quality magic weapons, coupled with the fact that quite a few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators were afraid that they were all running for the final conjugation elixir. So now instead, it's still not as lively as it was before. However, flying needle spells that specialized in the body-protecting aura category were still quite popular. The price climbed all the way up to 950 spirit stones before the shouting finally started to slow down, which made Lin Chang'an secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that after awakening his talent, he would also have a day when he would worry about spirit stones. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. When Lin Chang'an's hoarse voice shouted the price, after the many cultivators at the scene faced each other in secretly disgust, no one finally shouted the price anymore. After all, cultivators who could cultivate to the late stage of foundation establishment, there was usually no shortage of extremely high-quality magic weapons, and this was only the first auction. Most of the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators still wanted to wait until the last one. As for the early and mid-foundation establishment cultivators, most of them had insufficient financial resources, and there were also flying needle-type magic weapons, which were powerful but more suitable for sneak attacks. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, sold. With a hammer blow, Lin Chang'an inside the box had a smile on his face, owning 2 extremely high-quality magic weapons. Nowadays he was considered to be in a good position in the early stage of foundation establishment. But even if there are treasures next, there are no more spirit stones. Lin Chang'an shook his head. In fact, The second-order Dan Master's inheritance that was auctioned before contained alchemy tips and several Dan formulas, which he was also interested in. However, considering that the priority was to enhance his strength, the second-order Dan Master inheritance would wait for his skill to break through later. In the dark passage at the back door of the box, a maid from the Fenglu auction was respectfully holding an extremely high-quality magic weapon and delivering it. Without any hesitation, Lin Chang'an directly threw down 1,000 medium-grade spirit stone storage bag, and then picked up this flying needle-type magic weapon to scrutinize it. Good baby. The 3-inch-sized gilt flying needle was viewed carefully between his palms, and Lin Chang'an revealed a satisfied expression. The size of this extreme magic weapon was just right. If we leave from the auction now, we'll instead be targeted by someone with a heart outside. It's better to wait for the auction to end before going out. As an experienced person, he naturally knew the mind of some robber cultivators. Usually when a cultivator auctioned his favorite treasure, he would leave the field early, thinking that he had done a good job, but he didn't know that there were professional robbing cultivators right outside. It's specifically to keep an eye on these people. It couldn't be said that these people had a problem with their experience. It was fine to do this in a small auction, but it was completely unnecessary in a big auction like this. When the time comes to leave together, with so many people, who knows who? Under Lin Chang'an's bland gaze, he looked around through the box, and under the concealment of the auction's formation, even his spiritual eyes could only vaguely see a silhouette. It seems that if my spiritual eyes are graded even higher, I'm afraid that the auction's formations will lose their effect in front of these eyes of mine. Lin Chang'an nodded his head secretly. The Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, and even the great powers of Tian City could see them, but so many Foundation establishment cultivators. He was merely auctioning off an extremely high-grade magic weapon that wouldn't draw attention at all. It's not like it's a conjured spirit. Lin Chang'an, who had photographed the object of his choice, next also regarded it as an eye-opener, and as one piece of treasure appeared, he was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of it. The finale treasure of the first auction was unexpectedly an extremely high-quality material for refining a magic treasure, which was a sensation for the crowd present for a while, and was finally auctioned off by the departing Fire Palace. This is the 10,000 Herb Sutra. At the end of the auction, as the organizer was even gifted a jade slip to every foundation building cultivator who spent thousands of medium-grade spirit stones. This jade slip recorded the customs of the countries that Xin Turtle Luzhenjin traveled to, as well as the medicinal herbs of different countries. In particular, the High Yuan abundance is extremely rich. I almost forgot. This realist Lu is a genuine third-order upper-grade Dan Master. Looking at the 10,000 Herb Sutra in his hand, Lin Chang'an revealed a smile like a treasure. After all, a Dan Master like him who relied on his talent was not a little bit worse in terms of foundation, and with this 10,000 Herb scripture, he was completely able to lay a solid foundation. This extremely high-grade magic weapon is really not a bad buy at all. Lin Chang'an was full of smiles. He was just about to spend 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. However, he also knew that he was afraid that what was recorded in this 10,000 herb scripture was also on the surface, and some precious ones would definitely not be given away easily. A third-ranked Dan Master, a late third-ranked spirit pet, and a mid-Jidan cultivation of his own. Counting down, Lin Chang'an admired and at the same time some regret, but unfortunately this Luzhenran is now over 500 years old. I'm afraid that his lifespan is less than 100 years. At the same time, he was a bit thankful that even though this Luzhenran was starting to go downhill, at the very least, he was still able to shelter Tian City for nearly 100 years. I hope that the time left for this realist Lu is enough for me to cultivate to the late stage of foundation establishment. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head down. He did not ask for much. Tian City, this backer, could last until he was ready to conjugate Dan. Chapter 94, Age Without Trace, requesting moonlight tickets. The auction is over. Countless cultivators relished as what they saw and heard this time. Some people shouted the number of foundation building Dan auctioned this time, while others beat their chests and chagrined at the regret of missing out on the treasure. There are also people who have been lamenting that the trip has been worthwhile. Today, when I got to see so many foundation establishment pills, and even spirit weapons one after the other, I have not wasted my 60 years of immortal cultivation. An old man in the late stage of chi refining, under the bright smile, although their own breakthrough is hopeless, but at least it is also considered to have seen a big world. It is worth it, and Lin Chang'an had already returned inside the cave. There was a cave attached to the back of the loft, while an opening was cut out of the sky above the cave by him, so that the moonlight could just shine in. Meanwhile the surrounding dotted with spiritual plants. The environment was elegant to the extreme. Finally, I can concentrate on alchemy and cultivation. Lin Chang'an, who had returned to the cave, was full of smiles under which he finally had a few moments of self-preservation. The second-ranked spirit pet, the green-horned ox, plus the two spirit weapons, extremely high-quality magic weapons, used by Foundation establishment cultivators. He had the green bamboo sword in the open and the gilt needle in the dark. One bright and one dark. I'm still missing a defensive one, but I'm shy. Lin Chang'an shook his head down. For the time being, he would still use the 2 top-grade defense spells from the Chi refining stage. The golden silk scale armor was bought by him at the multiple treasure house, and the Xian iron shield was given to him by that rune master Go, both of which belong to the top-grade defensive artifacts. It just so happens that one is worn within the vestments and the other can be carried around for defense. At the very least, I've only just built my foundation not even 2 years ago, and I have 2 spiritual artifacts by my side already far surpassing many cultivators of the same rank. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. He was also trying to defend himself, otherwise all these resources would have been invested in cultivation. Over these 6 months, the cultivation progress has influenced quite a bit, so now I must seize every day. Lin Chang'an had no interest in the auction behind him. He once again lived his daily routine of cultivating, drawing talismans, and secretly refining pills. And outside Tian City, with the sensation caused by the first auction, the city was even more lively for a while. In particular, the cultivators who were just preparing to close their doors to build their foundations were filling up the rented caves. As a last resort, Tian City also divided dozens of spare foundation establishment cultivators' cave mansions, temporarily setting up arrays to divide them into retreat cave mansions and renting them out to the public. The wind and snow howled down while the hearts of the cultivators within Tian City were on fire. Geez, there are too many foundation establishment cultivators who closed their doors to break through this month. I heard that the Yi family has produced 2 foundation establishment cultivators. I'm really envious. Look, someone else has made a breakthrough. You guys, look, that silhouette that left with his head hanging down. Isn't that the genius of the Li family? The cold wind was chilling but could not blow away the fervor in the hearts of the cultivators. Lin Chang'an, who was standing at the entrance of the cave on the mountainside at this moment, couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon seeing this scene. Foundation establishment cultivators were already the lifelong chase of the vast majority of casual cultivators. The birth of a foundation establishment cultivator would extend the family's legacy for hundreds of years. And if a foundation establishment cultivator comes out from the scattered cultivators, they are even able to establish a foundation establishment family. Nyoer, this is the cultivator's chase. Lin Chang'an's deep eyes looked at this year's wind and snow, and he seemed to recall when he first saw the same scene after he had broken through the foundation establishment. Life expectancy, 57/208. Without realizing it, it had been 2 years since he had broken through to foundation establishment, and at 57 years old, he's considered to have lived half a lifetime for a mortal. 57 years old? For foundation establishment cultivators, the journey of cultivation has just begun. Thinking about the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal an emotional smile. Maybe that's the beauty of cultivation. At this moment, when he looked back and saw the beauty of the spiritual vein again, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Whether it's a king or a commoner, eventually they will all turn into yellow earth. Only this green mountain will remain unchanged. And isn't that what my generation of cultivators are pursuing? As if he felt something, a smile appeared on Lin Chang'an's face. Cultivators seek in addition to strong power. Is not this heaven and earth with the same life? The sun and the moon. Just then, the mooing sound of a green-horned cow came from behind him, pulling Lin Chang'an back to reality. He only saw the green-horned ox looking at him with a pleasing expression, rubbing against his shoulder from time to time. Lin Chang'an, who saw the scene, instantly smiled and gently patted the bull's head. This green-horned bull's body grew once again, and even lowering his head could no longer reach his pants leg. That doesn't bother you so much, you simpleton. Taking out a handful of spirit grass from the storage bag, all of a sudden, the green-horned cow mooed twice in excitement, and then chewed on the spirit grass with delight. Lin Chang'an, who was disturbed, was not annoyed, but instead stroked the cow's hair with a smile on his face. The road to immortality cultivation is long and lonely. With this cow's company, perhaps when he looks back 100 years from now, he will also look over his shoulder and remember what happened at the beginning. Brother Lin, the impact of this auction has created nearly 100 foundation establishment cultivators in just over a month's time. It's truly a rare event in Tian City. The business of the Gathering of Immortals building was also exceptionally hot during this period of time, which caused Shen Lai to be red-faced and couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Yes, not just the foundation building Dan in the auction. So the impact of this time is so great that it attracted countless cultivators, naturally bringing in a lot of resources. Many cultivators exchanging have scraped together enough materials to build their foundations." Li Erniu also made a rare free trip over and said with a face full of envy, "Foundation building, they are considered hopeless in this life. Thanks to the blessing of the last attack on the Zhou family, although the clan lost an important Fey beast, the same Ernia's loyal and courageous performance was also seen by the Zhou family. Special permission was granted to attend the high-level meeting of the clan, and it was even arranged to a good position. In just half a year, Ernia's injuries had not only recovered, but his figure had grown a few points richer. Tian City is in full bloom, but the same is also accompanied by a crisis. After the last auction, it's better to be careful. Lin Chang'an wasn't mesmerized by the pomp and circumstance of Tian City in front of him. No matter if it was this real loose disciple preparing to conjugate Dan, or the conjugation spirit items in this auction, this is all going to be up for grabs. Don't worry, brother Lin. We know how much weight we have. Li Ernia patted his chest and nodded his head with a smile on his face and said, nowadays he is only at the 7th level of chi refining, and he is gradually letting go of his heart for cultivation. This life has been worth it for him anyway. Even he often couldn't help but grin when he thought back to his youth. The peasant boy at the beginning of the time unexpectedly coincidentally entered the cultivation world, and then became the Zhou family son-in-law. Even more so, he has risen up the ladder, and is now mixed up in the top echelons of the Zhou family. His experience in this life might not be as colorful as that of a foundation establishment cultivator, but for an ordinary loose cultivator, it was still considered a legend. Brother Lin, the recent trade fair at the Immortal Gathering building has also been temporarily halted. After all, the city's marketplace is much more lively nowadays. The trade fair for foundation establishment cultivators at the Immortal Gathering building would stop, causing Shenlai to feel some pity, but he didn't regret it. After all, right now who knows what will happen. Everyone be careful these days. Lin Chanan nodded his head gently. This time he also came up because he wanted to take a look at the workshop market and purchase some materials for alchemy and talisman drawing outside. More still, he wanted to see the rare spiritual materials brought by cultivators from other countries, perhaps not use them, but also increase their knowledge. On the wine table, the three people look at each other, have smiled and raised their glasses. However, Li Ernio and Shenlai looked at Lin Chang'an's appearance that was different from 20 years ago. The heart still cannot help but feel melancholy. Age pushes people to grow old. Even if they were already in the late stage of chi refining, the difference of one rank with the foundation establishment cultivator was a world of difference. Lin Chang'an was in the prime of his life, and the years had left indelible marks on both of their appearances. Although the duo had not cultivated the resident wood system technique for the sake of it. However, the gap between the immortal refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage, the gap between the two has already been revealed among them. Chapter 95 Progress in the Dan Dao, requesting for monthly tickets. Winter to spring, time is like running water. Tian City's first auction. A large number of foundation building pills appear. The final finale is there are also materials for refining magic treasure. A sensation. In particular, it also attracted countless scattered cultivators from the surrounding neighboring countries, and many of these scattered cultivators brought with them the unique spiritual herbs and treasures of their own countries. For a time, Tian City became the largest trading market in Yu. The countless immortal cultivation clans that were originally watching couldn't hold back and dispatched specialists to Tian City. The hottest place in Tian City is the trading area of the marketplace. Normally rare foundation building materials appeared one after another, trading with each other. There were already quite a few cultivators who had gathered enough resources. Inside the cave, at this moment, Lin Chang'an held his breath and drew the spirit talisman while holding the spirit brush with a grave expression. With a swish, the talisman paper flickered with a faint aura in the final moment of closing the brush. At the same time, the red Dan sand on the light gold-colored talisman paper slowly converged to form a flying bird pattern. Second-order lower-grade Firebird Talisman, also a spell of Foundation Stage cultivators, extremely powerful. Most Foundation Stage cultivators are only introductory. Very few cultivate superbly. When he slowly put down the spirit pen, under Lin Chanan's gloomy expression, a 10-foot-long fire bird appeared in front of his body under the pinch of his finger, but it was circling and flying around. Sure enough, drawing talismans and this spell are originally from the same source, and the progress of this spell is also very fast. Spell, Firebird, Proficiency 12/1000. As this spell broke through from proficiency to mastery, Lin Chang'an realized that both flexibility and power had been greatly enhanced. And of course mana consumption is high. However, my mana is 3 times thicker than that of a cultivator of the same rank, and more importantly, it recovers quickly. So that means that this kind of spell that consumes a bit more is the most suitable for me instead. Under Lin Chanan's dark nod, he lifted his hand and waved away this firebird. Terrifyingly hot breath scattered down in all directions, curling gusts of hot wind. This heavenly Xian City event is also extremely beneficial to me. Not only are talismans much easier to peddle, there are also countless rare resources that appear, especially the Dan Dao handbooks created by the different flavorful environments of each country, in which the cultivators would improve on the Dan formula according to their own country's unique environment. Looking at a Dan Dao handbook that he had traded in the workshop market some time ago, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but nod his head in praise. The environment of this Liang country was hot, and the Dan formulas that were improved according to its own geographical environment were mostly rigid and overbearing. The best thing about the Dan formula is that the Dan masters all make some improvements that are more suitable to the situation. The most typical is this foundation building Dan, From the beginning of the necessity of spirit grass, to later on the demon core can be replaced, and there are even some big sex unique improved Dan formula. It's only right to buy a few more Dandao Insight handbooks before this bustle dissipates. Originally, Lin Chang'an had thought of continuing to peddle talismans in exchange for medium-grade spirit stones to buy some more treasures, but the discovery that the market appeared quite a number of cultivators from different countries, different insights into the 100 arts of cultivation under different terrains, which completely attracted him. First Order Dancer, Grandmaster 1850 of 5000. Looking at the rapid progress in his Dan Dao skills, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The fact that it has progressed so quickly is all due to the fact that it has taken the best of all worlds during this time. For other Dan masters, how useful it is varies from person to person, but for me, it's a supreme treasure that allows me to make rapid progress in my Dan Dao skills. According to this progress, he was all but certain that he would break through to a second-ranked Dan master within a year or two, and then he would be able to realize his goal of alchemy to enhance his cultivation. Use second-order elixirs to aid in cultivation and speed up one's cultivation speed, one step at a time. In the future, if there is an opportunity, we still have to look for a secret method or spiritual object to wash the spiritual roots. The use of pills to enhance his cultivation. Although it was a cure for the symptoms but not the root cause, it was also the best way within his ability at the moment. The root cause was still that his spirit root qualification was too poor. I really don't know what kind of chances of washing the spiritual roots the real Lu had gotten in the first place, that he had traveled all the way to this day. Only by personally experiencing the lower grade spirit root shackles could one know how much chance it was for a casual cultivator like real Lu to get to where he was now. Secret methods, elixirs, and treasures that change the qualifications of spiritual roots. I'm afraid that these can only be touched by Jidan cultivators, and they're still too far away for me as a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Chang'an secretly shook his head. This realist Lu's family was solid, otherwise he wouldn't have been targeted. I heard that during this period of time, Huang Tianshao from the departing Flame Palace, and the male cultivator from the Xianin Pavilion, hadn't gone to offer their services, the resources to enhance the spirit root. Lu Jinran, the number one loose cultivator's home base, was still a third-order alchemist. In addition to these, there was also a late third-order Xianxuwei turtle. After pondering over it so carefully, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but sigh. This immortal cultivation world sometimes marries wives and has children. It's also a good way to get rich, not to mention the fact that there was a stunning beauty with a conjured seed. What robbing cultivation to become rich in one day is simply weak. Now that's a great opportunity, and it doesn't have to be 9 deaths. I'd better go to the workshop honestly. At his own thoughts, Lin Chang'an smiled dumbly. Ever since he got the heavenly chance, the strand in his heart went out. Real Lu's chances were not small, but his chances had infinite possibilities. Square City, Brother Lin. This is the latest spirit herb acquired by the store. It's very beneficial to the greenhorn cow. During this period of time, Zhou Bingyan began to be responsible for sitting in on the stores within the marketplace. It is to treat some cultivators' spirit pets or take targeted cultivation. At the same time, the store also sold all kinds of spirit herbs and fruits that spirit beasts like to eat, which was considered the main source of business for the royal beast Zhou family. Yes, I'll order these several spirit grasses, as well as the spirit fruits separately. Lin Chang'an nodded gently and procured some at the Zhou family store. Now that he was a foundation establishment cultivator and a second-order lower-grade talisman master, spending some spirit stones to feed his spirit pets was just normal. Don't worry, Big Brother Lin. If you need anything in the future, I'll personally deliver it to your door. With Zhou Bingyan's face full of smiles, the price was also given a full discount, and Lin Chang'an nodded his head gently, looking at the marketplace filled with fireworks. Even a genius of the Zhou family such as Zhou Bingyan had to shoulder some of the family's industries, just like the currently Ernio and Shenlai. They were all once still bent on putting together a bitter cultivation and striving for further advancement. But as I get older, and as my children grow up, the mind of bitter cultivation was gradually put down, and he turned his head to start nurturing the next generation, and also placed his expectations on the next generation. Uncle Lin. Just as Lin Chang'an walked out of the store, he came face to face just in time to see Zhou Yifan. Zhou Yifan, who was in his early 20s, was also already at the 4th level of qi refining cultivation, far stronger than their generation. Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded his head, and after a greeting, Monday Fan entered the store with an attentive face, and from inside the store came Zhou Bingyan's unkind voice, as well as Zhou Yifan's coy smile. Lin Chang'an was dumbfounded by this scene. The next generation had all grown up, and for the first time, time felt that feeling of the changing of the years in the foundation establishment cultivator. So this is cultivation, sitting and watching the changing of the ages, but unable to leave traces on his body. And this was still only a foundation establishment cultivator, made Lin Chagan feel this feeling. Ernio and Shenlai have their pursuit of happiness, likewise I have my own. Lin Chagan, who seemed to have figured something out, had a smile on his face as his silhouette gradually disappeared into the marketplace. Chapter 96, Huang Xiaohai's strange whereabouts, requesting monthly tickets. Life expectancy, 57/208. Realm, early foundation establishment, 10/100. Inside the cave, Lin Chagan, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the Dan furnace, looked a bit grave. With my current supply of resources, I'm already far beyond the ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, but still cultivation is slow. This year's growth of 4 points of experience. Want to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment will have to be a venerable age. The restriction of the spiritual route made him helpless for a while, which was also the key to why it was difficult for loose cultivators to get ahead. However, any spirit root of good quality would usually be looked at by the big clan families. 80 years old to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. When will this late stage be? As for conjugation, I'm afraid it's hopeless for the rest of my life. Lin Chanan shook his head down. If he hadn't awakened his talent and hadn't gotten this ancient chance, perhaps he would have resigned himself to his fate. But now, isn't he getting this talent and chance for nothing? The Dan Dao must catch up with the schedule, and we must break through to the second rank early. We can't delay our cultivation. Right at this moment, the aura of the Dan furnace in front of him flickered, which brought Lin Chanan's attention back. Dan is done. As the lid of the Dan furnace opened and a dozen or so elixirs that shimmered with spiritual light floated out, Lin Chanan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Fortunately, Tian City is close to the Cloud Mist mountain range, so there is no shortage of spiritual herbs and fruits. First Order Dancer, Grandmaster 1962 of 5000. Lin Chang'an was already used to the idea of refining First Order top-grade pills, and raised his hand to fill the suspended spirit pills into the jade bottle. At this time, there were already quite a few pills in the bottles and jars in front of him. It's almost time. Take advantage of this third auction to clear out this inventory before procuring some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Lin Chang'an, who slowly got up, raised his hand and put a bottle of pills into his storage bag. Before walking out of the Dan room, habitually cleaned the smell of spirit herb alchemy from his body. And these second-order talismans. On the table of the cave, thick stacks of talismans were also casually put into Lin Chanan's storage bag. First-order elixirs were merely for practicing and were useless for himself, and second-order talismans were his true means of enrichment. As he walked out of the cave, Lin Chanan habitually put the green horned ox into his spirit beast pouch. After all, when you are out and about, this battle-enhancing spirit pet is naturally more secure to carry around. Under the night, Tian City was brightly lit. Lin Chanan didn't go to the second auction. He didn't have that many spirit stones in his storage bag anyway. Now that the third auction was about to be held, Tian City was even more lively. Walking through the streets, there were stalls hawking, as well as cultivators searching for their desired treasures. The old man disguised by Lin Chanan made his way to the gathering of immortals. Boss Shin, I came from Liang. I heard that you are acquiring pills here, and it just so happens that I have some here. Shenlai's eyes were glowing after seeing these first-order upper-grade pills, and he arched his hand with a smile on his face. Elder, don't worry, my price here is absolutely fair. Lin Chanan's old man in disguise was a bit amused in his heart, but since he wanted to peddle the elixir, he was not selling anyone. At the end of the day, the gathering of immortals is still a part of him. It also helps your buddies. More importantly, he knew the roots of this immortal gathering building, and it was unlikely that there were any powerful foundation establishment cultivators, and he was not afraid of being seen for what he was. For Shenlai's enthusiasm, Lin Chang'an feigned old and decrepit look under the blandness. Obviously a deal is about to go away. Shenlai didn't care, and took these pills with a smile on his face, changing hands so he could earn some through the channel. Turning his head, Lin Chang'an disguised old man disappeared into the crowd, followed by changing his form, as well as utilizing means to change his body aura. He utilized different disguises to make a trip to the Zhou family's store, as well as the store that Ernie was in charge of. One was the reassurance of knowing that no one could see through him, and the other was sort of a side helping hand to these close friends of his. However, most of the second-order talismans were still used in the workshop market for exchanging supplies, or looking for some obviously exotic cultivators to trade with. Pills, talismans, these are the biggest consumables for cultivators, far better to peddle than the category of magic weapons. That's not a lot of good opportunities. After 2 hours had passed, Lin Chang'an then walked out from within the alleyway with a smile on his face after peddling almost all of his inventory. In the past half a year or so, Tian City had a particularly high number of exotic cultivators due to the auction. especially the number of Foundation establishment cultivators. That's why his talismans were so nice and easy to peddle. This is a second-order top-grade flight talisman. Without the aid of a magic weapon, a Foundation establishment cultivator such as myself can fly through the air. Che, why don't you say that this flight talisman is very consuming for mana, selling it for so much? In the workshop trading area, Lin Chanan looked at the bustling streets and couldn't help but smile. This coming and going, bringing together cultivators from foreign lands, did appear to have many rare supplies. It's been kind of an eye-opening time. Just as Lin Chanan was lamenting the fact that he had seen many rare things in the prosperity of Tian City and was preparing to return to the dojo, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if he had sensed something. This is Huang Xiaohai's mana breath. The familiar feeling under the powerful perception made Lin Chanan frown darkly, but he still feigned an appearance of loitering, but secretly he was keeping an eye out. An unfamiliar cultivator with a bucket hat and wearing the costume of the wind capital country, picking and choosing from the east and west, finally looked as if he hadn't seen any good things, and was depressed as he prepared to return to the dojo. Why is this Huang Xiaohai disguised as a cultivator of the Wind Capital Kingdom for good reason? In the crowd, Lin Chang'an secretly frowned. It was reasonable to say that with the background of the Huang family of the departing Flame Palace, coming to this workshop trading area, there was still a need for a disguise? And Huang Xiaohai's breath is unstable. Why did he come out before his injuries were healed? Especially since the other party's direction was actually still in the area of the Tianqian City Foundation Establishment Cultivator's Cave. To know that Tianqian City three parties ruled together. This split Melon Spirit Vein Cave, the east side of the Li Fire Palace, the west side of the Xianin Pavilion. The middle waterfall in this area is naturally the power of Tianqian City. It was also called Tianqian Peak. It happened to be the way back to the dojo, and there were quite a few cultivators along the way. So Lin Chang'an was calm and did not change his path. It's the way back to your own dojo anyway, so let's follow it and see what happens. His own Supreme Realm's breath convergence technique, plus this ancient wood system technique's addition to the breath convergence technique. It made Lin Chang'an decide to follow along and see what this Huang Xiaohai really wanted to do. After all, with his own two extremely high-grade magic weapons in his possession and a second-order green horned ox spirit pet, he didn't think he was worse than the other party in terms of strength alone, especially since the other party's breath was unsteady and still in a wounded state. However, after following him all the way, when he saw that the disguised Huang Xiaohai had actually returned to his cave in the area of Tianqian Peak, Lin Chang'an's complexion became more and more odd. What exactly is this Huang Xiaohai doing? Is he simply looking around? He didn't think it was really that simple. As a disciple of the Leaving Fire Palace, he had disguised himself as a cultivator of the Wind Capital Kingdom, and even rented a cave in this place. There's definitely something wrong. Nope, this is, as Lin Chang'an looked as if he was pretending to pass by, the same as the cultivator returning to his cave. His pupils shrunk violently. The open spiritual eyes, however, clearly saw a thing under the soil in the distance. It's a formation disc. Huang Xiaohai happened to pass by here just now and stopped to look at the scenery. At this moment Lin Chang'an seemed to have discovered something. To bury the array disc in Tianqian City, it didn't take much thought to know who the purpose was. With the aim of making the other party feel bad and him comfortable, he simply turned away. Then within the marketplace, he once again changed his identity and disguise, and constantly began to retrace his steps in the places where Huang Xiaohai had passed by before. The difference was that Lin Chang'an had changed several identities before he finished picking up this array disc buried in the earth with extraordinary materials. Lin Chang'an was all smiles as he watched. Earning, just these array discs earned back the capital he lost last time. Chapter 97, If you damage yourself, you can still benefit yourself. Requesting for moonlight tickets. The material of this formation disc is not a second-order material at all. Under the moonlight, within the bustling Tianqian City, Lin Chang'an didn't even return to his cave with the items he found. Instead, he was inside a restaurant, looking at the items he found with a grave expression. Thanks to the blessing of purchasing formations before foundation establishment, he was still able to judge the materials of first-order and second-order array discs, and the array disc in his hand at the moment was clearly higher than the second-order material. This Huang Xiaohai secretly buried this high-grade array disc. Could it be that he wanted to? Looking through the window at the spiritual vein mountain peak that towered straight up into the clouds, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He had already thought of the other party's purpose, or so any cultivator could guess. I'm afraid that the ones who don't want real loose disciples to conjugate Dan the most are the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion. After all, a Jidan cultivator with a lifespan of less than 100 years is not comparable at all to a new conjugation cultivator. In that case, this array disc in my hand should belong to the third-order material. At this moment, looking at the array disc in his hand, as well as the two more in his storage bag, caused Lin Chang'an to frown. Let's not mention the fact that he had Tianqian City at his back. But let's talk about a very real problem. That was the stability of Tian City in order to give him a space to develop safely. If the two major sects did not want realist Lu's disciples to achieve Dan, then what all the Lu's cultivators in Tian City were most looking forward to was realist Lu having a successor, a new Jidan cultivator, and then inheriting real Lu's third-order Xianwei turtle, would then be able to keep Tian City safe and secure for another 500 years. I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover it today if it weren't for my spiritual eyes. Spiritual eyes, proficiency 456/1000. Looking at his spiritual eye proficiency, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but sigh with emotion, not realizing that this most inconspicuous spiritual eye had played a key role 3 times over. Whether it was the discovery of the Foundation Establishment Pill, or this discovery of Huang Shaohai's conspiracy of the Leaving Fire Palace, every time when the ability of the spiritual eye was thought to be underestimated, it turned out that this spiritual eye played a key role. It seems that in the future, the importance of spiritual eyes must be placed at the same level of importance as cultivation, talisman drawing, and alchemy. The price of this array disc made of third-order materials is small, and the fact that this matter is very much involved is true. Sitting in the box, looking through the window at Tian City's bustling night market, Lin Chang'an didn't move and put away the array disc with a somewhat gloomy expression, and some conversation outside drew him in. I heard that the third auction is crucial, and that realist Lu is prepared to personally negotiate with the two major sects Jidan elders. I really hope that realist Lu's disciple will be able to successfully conjugate the Dan. Who says it isn't? We Lu's cultivators live in no fixed place. It's not easy to have a peaceful place to cultivate. Other than that, at the very least, if there is a real Lu in Tian City for a day, we casual cultivators really do have a place to stay. On the streets of the market, countless cultivators are talking about the most recent topic of the most concerned about the completion of the Dan. And at this moment, Lin Chang'an, who was sitting in the restaurant's box, thought of something. The third auction will be held in 3 days, and at this time, realist Lu's purpose for visiting the Leaving Fire Palace and Xianin Pavilion is self-evident. After holding the teacup and taking a light sip, Lin Chang'an's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This might be a good opportunity. There are at most a few Foundation Establishment cultivators at the Fenglu auction, and so many cultivators have been watching lately. At this time, the one who least wants to be found an opportunity is instead the forces of realist Lu, who can completely sell this array disc as well as the news to the Fenglu auction house. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Chang'an felt it was feasible, and he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Third-order array discs. Although there were only 3 of them, the price was definitely not expensive, and more importantly, it would be comforting to him if he could make Huang Shaohai feel bad. Moreover, if Tian City was prepared and really succeeded in conjugating the Dan, he would have a peaceful place to cultivate. The damage is still done. I won't take advantage of you this time either. Consider it as repaying the debt of the previous Beast Spirit Pill. Thinking of Huang Shaohai's face when he exchanged the Beast Spirit Pill, Lin Chang'an, who had never been one to hold much grudges, was also full of smiles as he faintly uttered the same words as Huang Shaohai at the beginning. It was also a pleasant decision. This tea is really good. Serve me another pot. Lin Chang'an, who was in a good mood, immediately slapped the table and greeted him with another pot of fine spirit tea. At noon on the second day, realist Lu's visit to Leaving Fire Peak was seen by many cultivators. 3 spirit vein peaks. This one of the departing fire palace was naturally called the Departing Fire Peak. Lin Chang'an disguised himself as a burly cultivator from the Wind Capital Kingdom, wearing the unique and strange clothes of others, and came all the way to the Fenglu auction house. Senior, second floor please. Under the aura of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it filled the female cultivator who came to greet him with respect. All those who could come to the auction house at this time of the day had treasures to consign, and Lin Chang'an, who was disguised as a burly man, nodded his head blandly with a rude look and said, "All right, go and get your shopkeeper to come. This is a treasure of our Wind Capital Kingdom." Upon hearing that it was a rare thing that was unique to a foreign country, the female cultivator who received it also had a look of delight on her face. Arching her hand, "Elder, I'll take you up to the 3rd floor." During this time there was no shortage of specialty treasures unique to the country that were still popular in Vietnam. With a bashful nod of his head, Lin Chang'an took large strides towards the 3rd floor. However, this Wind Capital Nation costume was still a bit eye-catching and flowery, making Lin Chang'an look really uncomfortable at first. It was also fortunate that more foreign cultivators came during this period of time, so no one was surprised. 3rd floor. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The person who received him was actually the old man surnamed Feng who had presided over the auction before, and at this moment, he went forward with a smile on his face and arched his hand. "So it's fellow Daoist Wind." Lin Chang'an arched his hand with a rude look full of disinterest. As for this old man with the surname Feng, he was secretly shocked that he couldn't see through this fellow Daoist's cultivation. There were only 2 ways this could happen. Either his cultivation level was higher than him, or he had an advanced secret method of restraining his breath, but they had nothing to do with him. He was just a businessman. Alright, I'm not going to talk nonsense. The array disc of this material. You give a look at how much it's worth. Lin Chagan, who was seated in the hall, his rough horizontal flesh trembled underneath as he directly took out 3 array discs from his storage bag after. When this old man with the surname Feng took a look, he immediately exclaimed, "Third order array disc." Having seen a lot of things, he could naturally see the material of this array disc at a glance, and when Lin Chanan heard it, he said in his heart, "It's really the third rank. This Huang Xiaohai must be scheming." Doyle, after exclaiming in shock, the old man surnamed Feng arched his hand and wanted to say something, but Lin Chanan was roughly waving his hand and laughing. "We're a roughneck, so you can just take out equivalent treasures, or spirit stones." Lin Chanan asked for how many spirit stones you can auction this thing at the end of the day. "That's up to you." He just took the spirit stones and walked away, not participating in the auction at all. Good. The old man surnamed Feng was also dry, and after nodding his head with a smile on his face, he carefully scrutinized the inscriptions on this array disc, sometimes shocked, sometimes surprised. "Please wait a moment. My lady is most proficient in the art of formations." After hearing these words, Lin Chanan couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Hadn't realist Lu taken his disciples to visit the Leaving Fire Palace? But then he calmed down. He was confident that his astringent technique could not be seen through by cultivators of the same rank. Not to mention that right now, this thing of his was an extremely important thing for the other party. Only a few moments after the old man surnamed Feng transmitted his voice, a familiar silhouette slowly walked down from above the attic. Chapter 98, Third Order Spiritual Liquid, requesting for monthly tickets. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The person who walked down from the third floor was actually Su Miaoyin dressed as a Taoist nun. Her voice was soft, and every time she opened her mouth, she gave people a sense of ethereality. "So it's fellow Taoist Su. My name is Hu." Lin Chang'an, disguised as a cultivator of the Wind Capital Kingdom, gave a brash clasp of his fist, which was doubly pleasing to the eye. And this Su Miaoyin, nodding her head with a light smile, with a graceful and lithe body, slowly came to the table. The old man surnamed Feng, who stood aside respectfully, while Su Miaoyin could not help but lightly nod her head after picking up the array disc and examining it carefully. "Not bad. It's a third-order array disc, and the material is also of top quality, but unfortunately it's just that the array disc is incomplete." A beautiful Taoist nun image of Su Miaoyin shook her head down, looking at Lin Chang'an brightly laughed. "I was lucky and found it outside a relic cave. Let's see if we can exchange it for some spirit stones." However, Su Miaoyin, who was on the opposite side, after hearing his laughter, her pair of clear eyes looked deeply at him. However, she didn't know that her eyes, which were naturally charming, couldn't be hidden even with the best of dresses. It was also fortunate that Lin Chanan's mind was on spirit stones at this time. "I wonder what you want to exchange for. Spirit stones, pills, magic artifacts, or treasures that help with cultivation." Su Miaoyin was also very dry, and Lin Chanan couldn't help but reveal a smile after hearing this. The debt from the original beast spirit pill had finally been paid back. "Fellow Taoist, I wonder if this high-level spirit liquid can be exchanged." Thinking that this time, it was the spiritual eye that had built the success again, and that the intrinsic spiritual plants also needed the spiritual liquid, Lin Chanan couldn't help but ask for the answer in a bold manner. The essence taken from the spring of a spiritual vein is called spiritual liquid. Nowadays, most of the ones sold outside were fused with the spiritual spring's spiritual liquid, and their value was greatly reduced. However, the value of the spiritual liquid is great, in addition to being able to be applied externally to assist in cultivation, which can temporarily increase the speed of cultivation, and is also considered to be a disguised temporary enhancement of the spiritual root. There are also many wonderful uses. However, high-level spirit liquids, or spirit liquids of the second rank and above, were only circulated within the 3 great clans, and Tian City was built between these spirit veins, so it must have this treasure. Third-order spirit liquid? Without much hesitation, Su Miaoyin directly nodded her head lightly and said, "These 3 array discs, exchanging for 2 bottles of third-order spirit liquid isn't unavoidable, but if you, Tao friend, can disclose some more information, I'm willing to add a few more bottles of third-order spirit liquid." Su Miaoyin stretched out her 5 jade fingers, and Lin Chahan's heart jumped at the sight. However, looking at Su Miaoyin's calm eyes again, it was as if it was a simple transaction and nothing could be seen. Lin Chanan grinned a bright smile, hiding a hint of palpitations in his heart. This pair of eyes is at most a natural charm, bone penetrating a hint of charm, the same as the foundation cultivator. He is still somewhat confident in his astringent technique. Miaoyin Fairy is quick. Our old Hu is also quick. This array disc is actually not something we got at the relics, but last night, our old Hu was wandering around and found someone sneaking around. Surprisingly, he secretly buried something around Tian City's spirit vein, and then our old Hu secretly went over and dug it out to take a look, and that's how he got these treasures for nothing. Lin Chanan had a rough image underneath his bashful laughter, and Su Miaoyin even lightly raised her hand to hide the smile at the the corner of her mouth after hearing this, nodding her head and saying, "Many thanks to fellow Taoist who," without any hesitation, Su Miaoyin raised her hand and took out 5 exquisite jade bottles from her storage bag. The aura of these 5 bottles of advanced spiritual liquid had clearly reached third-order quality. Open. Lin Chagan, disguised as a wicked man, clasped his fists admirably, and after getting the 5 bottles of third-order spirit liquid, he excused himself and left. Yet it was as if there was always a pair of eyes behind him watching him, as if they could see through him, until he walked out of the Fenglu auction house. In the trading area of the workshop market, he changed his disguise many times, and even the jade bottle that the spirit liquid was contained in before, he changed it to a new one. That's always okay. Wandering through the bustling trading area of the workshop market, Lin Chanan was a little alarmed when he remembered Su Miaoyin's pair of eyes. On second thought, though, he was the equivalent of a telegraph. Even if it was seen through, it was completely sensible and reasonable that he was afraid of getting in hot water. And everyone is still on their own. Right now, realist Lu and this myriad fairy, their minds are still more on the 2 great sects. So this is nothing for me. After thinking it through, Lin Chanan mingled among the marketplace with a relaxed smile on his face. Fenglock Auction House. Miss, could this formation be wrong? The old man surnamed Feng had a puzzled look on his face, while Su Miaoyin, who was sitting in front of the table, was playing with the array disc in her palm if she had any interest, and laughed softly. This is the array disc of the Xianyin Demon Sect's Blood Spirit Grand Formation, Xianyin Demon Cult. When the old man with the surname Feng heard this, he couldn't help but say offhandedly as his face changed in shock, "Who in the demon beast sea abyss didn't know the evil reputation of this Xianyin Demon Cult, especially that Xianyin old demon, who was even more ferocious? How did the Xianyin Demon Cult come to you?" The old man with the surname Feng exclaimed in shock while Su Miaoyin was smiling and shaking her head. "Uncle Feng, have you forgotten the origins of these 3 great sects? The Divine Sword Sect, Li Fire Palace, and Xianyin Pavilion. The 3 major clans in the Yu country were all stripped from the Xianyin Divine Sect. Miss, does it say?" The old man surnamed Feng thought of something and was filled with anger. Deceiving people too much. His lordship only visited these 2 great sects on the front foot, and they are so underhanded behind their backs. In response to the anger of the old man surnamed Feng, Su Miaoyin was looking out of the window with a bland expression. That's how it is in the immortal cultivation world. After all, Yu's resources are just this big, and no one wants to see a flourishing Tian City. But the curtain has only just risen on this drama, and the winner is the one who laughs last. Su Miaoyin, who was dressed as a beautiful Taoist nun, looked towards the peak of the Xianyin Pavilion under a faint smile, her expression filled with calm confidence. Right now she was only guessing at some of it. How exactly? Even she wasn't sure what this master teacher of hers was plotting behind the scenes. The name of the number 1 loose cultivator could be more than just a symbol of strength. Inside the cave, after all the tossing and turning today, it's going to be okay. Lin Chagan, who had returned, was also secretly relieved. Cautious, not only did he change his identity many times in disguise, but he also went out of the city several times in a rare manner, and then changed his identity and returned. Tired, yes, but these 5 bottles of third-order quality spirit liquid are a real profit. Crossing his knees in front of the jade stone and looking at the 5 jade bottles in front of him, Lin Chanan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Fairy Miaoyin was really quick. This jade bottle was not an unusual vial, and this third-order spiritual liquid was not something that could be easily bought with spirit stones. There are so many uses for spiritual liquid, whether it's to aid in cultivation, or spiritualize, or even to cultivate spiritual plants. There are so many things to do. Having just obtained 5 bottles of third-order spirit liquid, and as a result of carefully counting what he had to do, Lin Chanan couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. It was really envious of an immortal second generation like Su Miaoyin. This third-order spirit liquid could be taken out of the storage bag casually, so it was conceivable that it was usually these high-level spirit liquids that were used to aid in cultivation. It's no wonder that people have such fast cultivation speeds with this middle-grade spiritual root. Lin Chanan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Is this the gold content of my no? 1 loose cultivator Golden Dan Master, Father, of you, the spirit I leaves a bottle. Although the Dan Dao skill will break through sooner or later, but the path of cultivation, there cannot be the slightest slack. Auxiliary cultivation must also leave a bottle. The remaining 3 bottles are used to cultivate and nourish the natal spirit plant. When the decision was made, Lin Chanan didn't hesitate any longer, so he began to offer up his native spirit plant rooted at his dantian. That was what made him the usual big consumer of spirit stones. Chapter 99, Growth of Divine Sense, requesting for monthly tickets. Inside the cave, only to see Lin Chang'an sitting cross-legged. As he ran his gung-fu, a bright green halo slowly appeared at his dantian. The withered leaf-shaped native spirit plant slowly emerged, with only a tiny white whisker at the root. Lin Chang'an moved his mind and drove the jade bottle to slowly open, and drop after drop began to start dripping while the withered leaves greedily absorbed the spirit liquid. The emerald green halo became more and more intense, and the scene caused Lin Chang'an to feel a pang of emotion as he watched. Suck it up. This is the only meal. It won't be so easy to get this third-order spirit liquid in the future. The third-order spirit liquid was also greatly beneficial to Foundation establishment cultivators, with Lin Chang'an's lower-grade spiritual root qualification. If he used an external compress to accelerate his cultivation, he would be able to temporarily upgrade to a middle-grade spiritual root qualification. It is! When the greedy benthic spirit plant absorbed 2.5 bottles of high-level spirit liquid in one breath, Lin Chang'an's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. My divine sense is surprisingly growing as well. Or perhaps this is a feedback from the benthic spirit plant, only to see that at this time, the emerald green halo emanating from the native spirit plant was even more under, and the yellowish parts had already appeared with fine verdant lines. It is a sign of recovery, and Lin Chang'an was ecstatic at this time, unable to hold back his excitement. The revival of the withered leaves of the Xian heavenly immortal vine can even feed the growth of divine sense. In the immortal cultivation world, the category of divine sense technique was already scarce, and there were many benefits of having a strong divine sense. For example, the ability to detect the enemy's movements and weaknesses in advance in battle, as well as driving magic weapons more smoothly, and the number of talismans driven at once will be far greater than that of cultivators of the same rank. There's also perception, and even rumor has it that there's a natural defense against mind demons when advancing to Yuaning. In the country of Yu, heard that only the Xianin Pavilion has a secret method specializing in the cultivation of divine sense, and the growth of divine sense. For me, the most intuitive is the flying needle's spirit weapons more smooth, and even there is usually alchemy and drawing talisman effect greatly increased. In a word, the benefits of a strong sense of God are many. Most of the immortal cultivation world is also some cultivators are born with a strong sense of God. Specializing in the cultivation of this technique is few and far between. If before, with his cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment, he could simultaneously drive 5 second-order lower-grade talismans, then now he had a vague feeling. It seemed that 6 talismans could barely be driven. Xian Tian Immortal Vine? With all 3 bottles of spirit liquid absorbed, the bottom of the withered leaves of the benthic spirit plant had already glowed a bright green color, and the vitality had become much more intense, and this Xian Tian Immortal Vine, which had just been somewhat revitalized to be full of aura, seemed to sense the other 2 bottles of high-level spirit liquid, and surprisingly transmitted a greedy desire. Although Lin Chang'an was a bit tempted, he finally suppressed the greed in his heart and reason prevailed. Under the pinch, the native spirit plant was put inside the dantian. The remaining 2 bottles are also of great use. At the very least, this one bottle can be used for cultivation. They can all support almost a year's worth. Lin Chang'an calculated. Save a little. External application at the dantian cultivation. Last a year no problem. The other bottle, he was going to use to cultivate his spirit eyes. After all, spirit eyes had performed great feats for him 3 times. The nourishment of the native spirit plant is not meant to happen overnight, and it is only when one is strong that one can find more spirit liquid. One satiated and one full, Lin Chang'an could still carry it off, and even if these 2 bottles were absorbed by the native spirit plant, the effect wouldn't be that great. It's not bad now. At the very least, I can clearly feel that the life breath fed back by the revival of the spiritual plants is not only nourishing the self-healing body, but even the divine consciousness is nourishing and is slowly growing. This thing, divine sense, grows so much that one can't even feel it, and to be able to clearly have this feeling, one can imagine how great the effect is. This one really earned it. When he thought of the beast spirit pills that he had traded with Huang Xiaohai back then, and that he had earned back so much this time, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but smile. With that, he controlled a bottle of spirit liquid and dropped out 2 drops of high-level spirit liquid into his eyes. Spiritual Eye plus 20, proficiency 476/1000. Advanced spiritual liquid was just as effective. Just 2 drops increased 20 points of proficiency. According to the gold content of the 3rd stage spiritual liquid, he was confident that he could break through another level in spiritual eyes. Fellow Daoist Lin. Just then the voice of the next-door Daoist Chen came from outside the cave, and Lin Chang'an cleared his breath before stepping out. Fellow Daoist Chen, what are you? Only to see Chen Cheng next door, carrying a top-grade magic weapon in his hand. His storage bag was even bulging, with a look of being fully loaded and ready to go. Looking at Lin Chang'an's puzzled expression, Chen Cheng looked a bit grave and intent and couldn't help but say, Fellow Daoist Lin, don't you know? Real Lu personally gave the order that before the opening of the third auction, all Tian City's guest ministers and offerings need to go and receive a mission to guard an area in peace. Even foreign foundation establishment cultivators are allowed, but they must first register their identity clearly, and after the matter is accomplished, Tian City will open up all kinds of cultivation resources. Even precious techniques and secret methods are available. With Chen Cheng's narration down, Lin Chang'an finally understood what was going on. It turned out that it was this realist Lu of Tian City who had made a move, and it was a direct hit to the vitals. Tian City was open to all sorts of precious cultivation resources, whether it was gongfa, or pills, or even inheritance. And the mission is simple. It's the so-called task of holding down an area in peace, and it doesn't let you fight for your life. When you find someone messing with you, kill them if you can, and signal if you can't manage it. Of course, anyone who was a thief or impersonated a robber cultivator would have to weigh whether or not they could withstand the retaliation of the No. 1 loose cultivator in the U country. All foundation establishment cultivators who go to receive their quests are required to leave a mana imprint on the art of drawing chance disc. As he said this, Chen Xing even revealed a gloating smile, and Lin Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This realist Lu really wasn't simple. A simple task dissolved the potential for human impatience. The art of pulling the machine magic disc. Any cultivator who leaves a mana brand on it, within a radius of 1,000 miles, can be sensed through the disc breath. Of course, this mana breath didn't survive for long, just a year and a half. But which foundation establishment cultivator dared to say that he could escape? Not to mention this realist Lu's anger. I'm afraid that by then, these offending robber cultivators will become the fat meat in the eyes of all the loose cultivators in Tian City. Good tactics. After hearing about this initiative, Lin Chang'an also could not help but praise, on this move, Lu Xinren disciples to become a Dan that is above the problem. However, Tian City was definitely able to stabilize the general situation without too much turmoil. Who says it isn't? This hand of realist Lu has directly revitalized all the foundation establishment cultivators within Tian City, and even the foreign casual cultivators don't dare to mess around. Chen Qing even spoke with a face full of excitement. After all, he had completely tied himself to Tian City. The more peaceful Tian City was, the happier he would naturally be. With regards to Chen Chang's mood, Lin Chang'an could also understand. After all, he was also looking forward to Tian City's peace and stability. Brother Lin, it's that second-order talisman master insights are also available, and even those who have performed great feats may be able to redeem the second-order medium talisman inheritance. Rune master's insights, second-order inheritance? Even Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be moved. Nowadays his second-order talisman skill was improving slowly. If he really wanted to have some talisman master tips, he would naturally be able to improve faster. Second-order rune master, proficiency 36/500. Looking at his talisman experience, Lin Chang'an secretly nodded his head. Although alchemy was needed, the talisman course should not be delayed. It was crucial to raise his proficiency first. At this moment, Chen Cheng heatedly smiled and arched his hand. Fellow Daoist Lin, we're neighbors. When the time comes, the two of us will be connected by a companion region, so we can take care of each other, can't we? Chen Cheng is also not stupid, the same as the foundation cultivator. It is obvious that the foundation cultivator who has the second order of craftsmanship is not a foundation cultivator like him can be compared to his family, and it's better to find a more familiar companion than a stranger. At this point Lin Chang'an also smiled and arched his hand. In that case, go with me. In addition to the identity of the guest secretary, the more important thing is that people this mission, and not let you play with your life, and even see that the situation is not right. You can escape. Just one standard: no hijacking or disruption. It's simply not too friendly for cultivators who want to live a peaceful life. Being in seclusion within the cave might not be enough to hide, but instead, having donned the skin of this mission, one would have to weigh whether or not they had the ability to withstand the wrath of Tian City. Chapter 100: The Situation in Tian City, requesting monthly tickets. Tian City. Foundation establishment cultivators who leave their mana imprints behind can receive identity jade tags. This time, Real Lu personally gave the order that any robber cultivator who dares to disturb within Tian City will be severely punished, and even if he manages to escape, he will be wanted. Cultivators under the sky, regardless of whether they are casual cultivators or sect cultivators, can receive a reward for killing or apprehending them back to Tian City. Lin Chang'an, who had just received his identity jade tag, heard the voice from afar, which made him nod secretly. The hearts of Tian City had sort of stabilized. Who would dare to mess around with the number 1 loose cultivator in you? A mid-Jidan cultivation, and a late third-order Xianwei turtle? Not to mention the bounty rewards that were offered. And if you were lucky enough to grab something good, you would have to face countless greedy cultivators on your back foot. family cultivators are responsible for the inner city, and if there are any messy people, they will implicate their clansmen, and those who have family members who are dispersed will be responsible for. As the third auction approached, Tian City's hearts were stirring, and some people had the idea of returning to a nearby small workshop first to avoid the storm. As a result, one foundation establishment cultivator left behind his mana breath and started to take charge of a piece of area respectively, directly stabilizing the floating hearts. Brother Lin. I didn't expect that I could receive a copy of the cultivation tips first now. Chen Shang was even more excited, and all foundation establishment cultivators who had left their mana breath behind could first receive a jade slip of cultivation tips. Choose one copy of your choice, whether it be in feats, spells, or techniques. Yeah, it's just some basics, but it's already rare for casual cultivators like me. Received a talisman inside Lin Chagan, also cannot help but nod with emotion. This Luzhinjin means really is watertight. As Lin Chagan raised his arm, a transparent disc appeared in front of him under the infusion of mana. The densely packed red dots then began to increase, so one could imagine how many cultivators were participating in the mission this time. Brother Lin, if there is any eventuality at that time, I still hope to take care of it. Chen Shang lowered his stance and spoke with a smile on his face, while Lin Chagan also smiled and returned the greeting. Brother Chen is polite. You and I are both foundation establishment cultivators. We can't deserve this. In response to Lin Chagan's politeness, Chen Shang's smile had a tinge of envy in it. Yes, the same foundation establishment cultivator, but who made him a second-order rune master? Not to mention that Lin Chagan had previously used the forelimbs of the ironback demonic mantis to directly upgrade the green bamboo sword to the ranks of extreme magical weapons, spiritual weapons. One must know that even a second-order lower-grade rune master would have to eat and drink for almost 10 years to have enough to buy one. Moreover, the usual consumptive use of a foundation establishment cultivator was not small, and a foundation establishment casual cultivator like him who didn't have a good bit of craftsmanship wanted to have a spiritual weapon. Some foundation building for 50 years may not have a piece. Of course, some cultivators go to fight for their lives if they are lucky can have earlier, but it is not easy to build the foundation. The whole family old and young are dependent on you to shelter. Many cultivators, even if they have the intention, in the end, they can only give up helplessly. Gathering of Immortals. I didn't realize that the area in charge of this area was actually Brother Lin. Turnip and I, as well as Wei Ichio, are all prepared to close the store and return to the Green Bamboo Mountain workshop first to avoid the storm. Shen Lai, who was all set to close the door, said with a smile on his face at this time, and sitting at the window table on the topmost floor of the Gathering of Immortals building, his eyes could just see this area he was responsible for. It was also a stroke of luck that it just so happened that this area wasn't being taken care of, so I was next. Lin Chang'an smiled and nodded his head. There was a choice, he would naturally choose a familiar place, and it's a place to look after your acquaintances. A more important point was that the industry in this vicinity of the Gathering of Immortals building was not expensive for chi refining cultivators, but it was not worth much to foundation establishment cultivators, so this piece is not much of a danger to him. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he wanted to see which ungrateful chi refining cultivator dared to cause trouble. Brother Lin, it's really a great pleasure. Chen Chang, who was in charge of the neighboring area, stepped on a flying sword and came, looking at Lin Chang'an's leisurely and dashing appearance. He was really envious. Greetings, Elder. In front of Lin Chang'an's acquaintances, Shen Lai could address him as Brother Lin, but he didn't dare to make a mistake in the face of outsiders. Only Shen Lai respectfully rose and saluted before arranging for someone to prepare another set of bowls and chopsticks, as well as spiritual wine and meat, which is not elegant, but I just don't want to waste this great time. Lin Chang'an smiled and raised the jade slip in his hand and lamented. I and other loose cultivators, we are not comparable to those clan disciples, so naturally we have to seize every moment of this time. After hearing Lin Chang'an's words, Chen Xing couldn't help but arch his hand in admiration and say, good. These words of fellow Daoist Lin truly speak to the heartache of casual cultivators such as myself. At the same time, Chen Xing couldn't help but feel that it was no wonder that people could have the craftsmanship of a second-order talisman master, and that this persistence and perseverance of not forgetting to practice at all times to improve oneself deserved that people could have today. And Lin Chang'an smiled and shook his head. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, he couldn't help but reveal an odd look. For others, these basic uses may be sparse, but for him, every time he puts his mind to it, it makes a difference. Second Order Rune Master +2, Proficiency 38/500. When looking at the increase in proficiency, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a contented smile. It is this sense of reward that makes him tireless and always have a heart to keep exploring and seeking knowledge. Of course it was all his gift. It's still true, Lord Lu. Look at this Tian City. In less than half a day it has once again regained its former prosperity. Looking at the bustling scenery from the window, Chen Xing couldn't help but speak with emotion. This caused Lin Chang'an to nod his head in praise as well. Letting these foundation building families be in charge of the inner city, there really is no more stable option than this. Tian City already had quite a few foundation establishment cultivator families, and with so many of these people's families here, who would dare to mess around? Unless, of course, one was greatly tempted, such as the temptation of a conjugation spirit item, perhaps. But nowadays, within the entire Tian City, how many people had reached the peak of foundation establishment in cultivation? When the time comes, if there really is any turmoil, all these stairs will also be at Tianxian peak, while on the contrary, Tianxian City will be able to be as stable as MT. Tianxian City, inside a dimly lit house. Good tactics. This real Lu is worthy of being the #1 loose cultivator. Old me is impressed anyway, no matter how the fight goes on up there. It looks like this Tianxian City won't be in chaos. Nonsense. Who dares to go and create chaos at this juncture? You know that there are hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators in Tianxian City to maintain peace and stability. Those who go to create chaos at this time aren't just plainly messing with the situation. One by one, the Xianin Divine Sex Foundation establishment cultivators spoke through complex emotions, but most of them were filled with admiration. After all, they are also scattered cultivators origin naturally understand the importance of being able to have a peaceful place to cultivate. Come on, all of you, stop bickering. The leader, Ghost 3 Blades, couldn't help but frown and then waved his hand. Tianxian City is in chaos. It won't do us much good. This time, Protector Xiang sent word that Lihua Palace secretly betrayed the whereabouts of Xianin Pavilion's Jidan elders. When mentioning the departing Flame Palace, the Ghost 3 Knives' eyes were even more filled with an engraved hatred. Of the 3 major clans in the U country, Xianin Pavilion is the weakest, with only 2 Jidan cultivators, and now that one has been seriously injured, this Lihua Palace and the Divine Sword Sect are clearly preparing for a joint effort. The crowd was not stupid. The Divine Sword Sect and the departing Flame Palace naturally knew that it would be a lose-lose situation if they continued to fight, so it would be better for the two sides to join forces to kick out the weakest force first. By then, both of them would have gotten resources and territory, and at the very least, they would have been able to settle down for another 100 years. That's why our mission this time is very simple: to protect realist Lu's disciple in conjugation. The remnants of the demon sect turned out to be protecting people at this time, but a single foundation establishment cultivator didn't have any objections. Only if this force of realist Lu doesn't fall, will the Xianin Pavilion not be isolated. At this moment, the Ghost Third Blade could not help but reveal a hint of madness. On the other hand, He Yen on the other side was more calm, knowing that the Divine Sex plan was to make the 3 major clans of Yu fight out of their dogs' brains. After the Lihua Palace and the Divine Sword Sect teamed up to divide up the Yu Kingdom, at the very least, it was impossible to fight until they had digested the benefits, which didn't fit into their Divine Sex plans. Chapter 101, Yun Yao's Farewell, requesting for follow-up reading. Moonlight. Inside the box of the Immortal Gathering building, Lin Chanan was a bit puzzled. This third auction was about to start. Why did Yun Yao come for a good reason? One must know that since the foundation building, this one has also been secretive and has been somewhat distant from him. It was the middle of the night, and it was surprising that he came to him for a get-together. Fellow Daoist Lin, I didn't expect that in the end. It would only be the two of us, you and I, who made it to foundation establishment. Yes, it's a long way to cultivate immortality. After hearing this, Lin Chanan was also a bit emotional, but out of the corner of his eye he looked at Yun Yao's dress tonight and his expression was a bit odd. A strong suit of white clothes of heavenly silk, white jade belt tightly bound to the slender waist, flowing cloud pattern embroidered with gold thread on the shoulder, and a white jade crown for binding the hair. Why does this get-up feel somewhat familiar? Congratulations to fellow Daoist Yun on his cultivation advancement. However, turning his head, Lin Chanan revealed a look of envy. He had only just built his foundation. Viewing Yun Yao's aura, he should already be in the middle stage of foundation building. That's quite a difference between people. With the qualification of this top-grade spiritual root, after building the foundation, the cultivation speed was not slow at all. And with this lower-grade spiritual root qualification of his, it was obvious that he had already shown his decline. Cultivation refinement. In the face of Lin Chanan's congratulations, Yun Yao's florid face nevertheless revealed a self-deprecating smile as she looked up at Lin Chanan, her eyes somewhat perplexed as well as envious. Fellow Daoist Lin, you know, from the first day we met, I was filled with envy for you. When you were in the mundane world, you could be uninhibited while I was locked up in the prison of the royal palace. Do you know what my first thought was when I found out about immortal cultivation? Looking at Yun Yao, who drank the wine in her cup, she suddenly turned her words around and looked at Lin Chanan for a moment of bewilderment. Fly. Yun Yao's pair of deep black eyes were filled with a longing. You can be as unrestrained as a bird. Perhaps you laugh at me, fellow Daoist Lin, and think that I am merely ignorant of the hardships outside. When she said this, Yun Yao even smiled to herself, while Lin Chanan was somewhat understanding and shook his head. It's just a different pursuit for everyone. The peddlers aspire to fine clothes and food, which in turn aspire to power, which in turn aspire to immortality. In the end, there is no end to desire, and everyone has a different identity and naturally different desires. After I became a cultivator, I thought that as long as I cultivated hard and became a foundation establishment cultivator, I would be able to be unrestrained and have a wide sky. At this moment, Yun Yao's afterglow looked at the night outside, the cultivators running around in all shapes and sizes outside, but her heart remembered her current situation. It turned out to be a walk in the park, only to realize that it was just a flight from one gilded cage to another larger one. The excitement she felt when she first witnessed the foundation establishment was so great that the moment she uncovered the truth, she realized how ridiculous it was to think that she was uninhibited before. What kind of Jidan elder's personal disciple is nothing more than a cauldron ready to be used to enhance one's cultivation? Lin Chang'an didn't say anything, just calmly listening to the other party's confidences. Everyone pursues different things, and what Yun Yao pursues is freedom. But how come the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong? It felt a bit like he was explaining his last words, and then associated it with the fact that Tian City's Lu Jinran was preparing to plan for his own disciples' completion of the Dan. And naturally, the leaving fire palace didn't want to see that. Lin Chang'an seemed to understand something and couldn't help but secretly shake his head, while at the same time being somewhat cautious inwardly. It looks like the leaving fire palace is about to make a big move. Fellow Daoist Lin, I've made you laugh. After a long period of silence, suddenly Yun Yao wanly smiled, and that icy cold face unexpectedly revealed a rare smile. No, it's just that in this life, who doesn't want to be left to their own devices? Lin Chahan shook his head down with a light smile. He also wanted to become a Yuaning great cultivator, unify several countries near you, and become a party of the old man wantonly yet. But now don't you have to be good and keep your head down and practice? Drinking a cup of wine, Yun Yao's expression calmed down. Then she took out a few things from her storage bag. Lin, big brother, I have to go. I hope that there will be a day to see you again in the future. And these things are given to Shenlai. Turnip, don't tell them this. Looking at these items, especially the mutilated jade slip that was given to him, this caused Lin Chanan to be stunned for a moment. Instead, Yun Yao calmly waved her hand and said, "It's just something that was gained from eradicating the remnants of the demon sect. It's not worth mentioning." Looking at Yun Yao's attitude, Lin Chang'an let out a long sigh and took out a few second-order talismans from his storage bag and handed them over to the other party. Under the moonlight, in the box of the Gathering of Immortals building, Lin Chang'an was the only one, as well as the cup of wine on the opposite side of the room that had yet to be consumed. This, being the personal disciple of the Jidan elder of the departing fire palace, do you also need to play with your life? At this moment, Lin Chanan was somewhat stunned as he looked at the jade slip left behind by Yun Yao. Even if the departing fire palace wanted to stop the disciple of Real Lu from forming Dan, this thing belonged to the high-level game, right? It was Yun Yao's turn to play with her life as a foundation establishment cultivator. However, when he looked down at these few things, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but fall silent. Erniu, Lu Yiqing, Shen Lai, and even Wei Ichi had them, and even he had a copy of the crippled Talisman Master's Inheritance, second-order Talisman Master Inheritance. Although a lot of it is missing, most of the insights on the Talisman path are still preserved, as well as the inheritance of the second-order Cold Ice Talisman. At this moment, looking at the jade slip in his hand, and then associating it with Yun Yao's deliberate estrangement over the years, this caused Lin Chang'an to frown. This time he could understand it, but why was it so before? What exactly is Yun Yao's secret that could make the personal disciples of the departing fire palace's Jindan elders all deliberately alienate them like this? Lin Chang'an then shook his head and sighed softly. This ed-up world of immortal cultivation, everyone had their own hardships and secrets. He could only wish this close friend a long life and immortality. The Cold Ice Talisman, however, is just the right complement to my current lack of a talismanic means of control. A second-order ice charm that freezes opponents and restricts their movement when released. And with this Cold Ice Talisman, when this bustle in Tian City dissipates, I'll be able to secretly peddle it without being discovered. Lin Chang'an secretly nodded. This Yun Yao was simply his lucky star. Always something different and fancy for him every time. This guest secretary of his, who had openly exchanged the 3 types of Vajra Talisman, Divine Speed Talisman, and Firebird Talisman from Tian City, and secretly peddled the Cold Ice Talisman, would not be guessed, and the district's second-order talismans, even if there are more of them, will at most arouse the suspicion of the foundation establishment cultivators. This small matter is always not enough to alarm the Jindan cultivators. After all, whoever the Jindan cultivator had enough to eat. Not to mention the fact that right now, the Jidan cultivators in Tian City had their eyes on realist Lu's disciples' Dan formation. There's also this precious second-ranked Talisman master's insights. That's the gem. Lin Chagan carefully put away this jade sketch. It was a gem to quickly increase his talisman proficiency. Nowadays, what he lacked was cultivation resources, and an early breakthrough to a second-order mid-grade talisman master would be valued even by Tian City. A more important point is that the higher the status, the different circles of exposure. Once the day came when he could become a third-ranked talisman master, Tian City would have to treat him as a guest of honor. Chapter 102 Stormy Weather, Request for Readings. On the day the third auction opened, Tian City's formation was turned on and the entire city was heavily guarded. The third-order Xian Shui turtle is personally sitting in the town, and whoever dares to mess around and grab the conjugation spirit will have to face the wrath of the first loose cultivator of the Yu country, Lu Jinjin. The sky exploded with mana fireworks, causing countless cultivators to see and reveal their gazes in the direction of the Feng Lu auction house. The last auction is about to begin. Under the moonlight, Lin Chagan, who was sitting on the Gathering of Immortals building at this moment, looked around with a grave expression, only to see the surrounding streets where there is still the figure of the cultivators. One by one, they have already hid in their homes. This scene, however, made Lin Chang'an secretly lament, thinking back to when he could only hide in his home when he faced turmoil. It's true that things don't always work out the way they should. He then shook his head down and looked in the direction of the auction, hoping that everything would go well. Brother Lin. Hard work. Inside the Immortal Gathering building, which had long since closed its doors and turned out the lights, Shenlai delivered a sumptuous spiritual dish and spiritual wine with a gloomy expression. Fellow Daoist Shun, you should hide in the tunnels first. Even if there is some turbulence, it won't affect ordinary cultivators. Looking at the nervous Shenlai, Lin Chang'an softly soothed him, while at the same time, these words of his were not without reason. In the entire Tian City, hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators maintained law and order, so even if there was turmoil up there, it wouldn't easily spread to the bottom, unless it was the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, the two great sects pouring out their nests and joining forces to attack Tian City. AI. In this world, it would be good if our Yu kingdom could produce a Yuaning true lord. Shenlai, who put down the wine and food, also sighed helplessly. A wine but also said the heart of ordinary cultivators. Brother Lin, I can't help much with my low strength, so if there's anything, you don't have to worry about us. Finally Shenlai shook his head down and walked towards the downstairs. Now the two of them, as well as Wei Ichio with his daughter, were hiding inside the tunnels of the Gathering of Immortals building, and on the top floor, leaning against the window, Lin Chanan looked at the silent Tian City under his pale expression. Then he looked down at the jade slip of the talismanic heart given to him by Yunyao in his hand. Although he had become a foundation establishment cultivator and was no longer the weak cultivator who could only hide at home, one thing had always remained the same. That is, in a volatile situation, one can only go with the flow and cannot influence the pattern. At most, it went from a weak mole to a slightly more powerful one. That's why now he had to seize all the time to improve himself and make himself stronger. This night was a sleepless night for almost all the cultivators in Tian City. The turmoil that all the cultivators were worried about didn't appear. Instead, they waited very calmly until the next day dawned. Fellow Daoist Lin, sitting in the attic on the top floor of the Immortal Gathering building, Lin Chagan, who had been reading the Talisman Insights for a night, when Chen Qing stepped over the sword with a face full of excitement. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm impressed by the stability of this state of mind of yours. The Tao. At this time Chen Chang is from the heart of admiration. A night he is fearful. The result is that people just sit by the window to read a Night of Jade. No wonder people were able to become second-order talisman masters while he was slow to break through. It's not just about effort anymore. It's about the natural gap between the two mindsets alone. And Lin Chang'an smiled without saying anything. He couldn't tell the other party that he was gifted. Fellow Daoist Lin, something big has happened, only to see Chen Qing's face full of excitement, excitedly talking about the news he had poked around. Last night's auction, the final finale treasure was indeed a Jidan spirit item, and in the end, you would never have thought that it would have been captured by the Han family fort. Han family fort? Upon hearing this name, Lin Chang'an froze, then revealed a look of suspicion. Could it be that it's the Han family fortress that was known as the #1 foundation building family in the country of Yu more than 30 years ago? Not bad. When this Han family fort was too powerful and offended the Leaving Fire Palace, it was not allowed to go far away from home, but this time it was out of the blue. Brother Lin, you would never have guessed that this Han family fort had actually used the entire clan to press on, and the foundation establishment cultivators surrendered 3 points of their yuanshan as the price for defecting to realist Lu. in exchange for this Jidan spiritual object. Good lord. After hearing this, Lin Chanan was also secretly shocked. There is a lot of information in it though. Lu Xinjin actually accepts the Han family fort. It seems that the talks with the leaving Fire Palace have collapsed, otherwise it would not have accepted the Han family fort's defection so blatantly. Moreover, this Han family fort has been uprooted from its home for more than 30 years, and I am afraid that it has not been living too well, which is why it chose to let go of the fight. If not, how could you fight so hard? A three-part genjutsu trapped in the hands of another person can be no different from slavery. Not only that, I heard that even the 5 friends of Mengshan came to last night's auction. After hearing Chen Cheng's narration, Lin Chang'an also imagined the scene of this last auction, more like a showdown. Through Yun Yao's farewell earlier and the Han family fort incident, Lin Chanan already had a vague guess. What about the Xianin court? At the mention of the 2 major sects, the smile on Chun Qing's face was obviously a bit stiff, and in the end, he let out a long sigh of helplessness and sat down directly at the table, pouring himself a cup of spirit wine, drinking it in one gulp. Chen Qing's face blushed and shook his head. The Xianin pavilion's attitude is unknown, but the sect cultivators already look down on casual cultivators like us, so how could they possibly sit and wait for Tian City to produce another Jidan realist? And at this moment, as the auction ended and countless cultivators who had participated in the auction walked out, Tian City was once again bustling with activity. Underneath this prosperity, however, lies a deeper crisis. Lin Chang'an, who saw the scene, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh lightly. Scattered cultivators like me can only wish Tian City long immortal fortune. Chen Cheng, who was at the side, also nodded in silence. They were all casual cultivators, and if they were asked to put their lives on the line for Tian City, they certainly wouldn't be able to do so. I have nothing else to ask for in my life. I only wish to live peacefully in this Tian City, and for my offspring to fight for something. Chen Xing shook his head down and drank a cup of liquor to leave. The Tian City auction had ended, but the crisis had not been lifted. Thus they, the Foundation establishment cultivators, were still tasked with holding down the fort in their respective areas. Everyone waited for real Lu's disciple to make his dan. Even many cultivators didn't leave, but instead remained hovering in Tian City. Time passes. 2 months later, this ice attribute Dan sand is too expensive. In the trading area of the marketplace, the disguised Lin Chanan was in front of a stall, looking like he was bargaining, and this foreign cultivator didn't have the good sense to say, "Fellow Daoist, you're a Foundation establishment cultivator. How come you cultivators are all stingy?" Lin Chang'an had no good reason to glare. Did he call this stingy? Not when the family does not know the price of wood and rice. Even though he can earn, but the same expenses are also big, naturally have to save a little. Alright, this ice attribute Dan sand is rare. Bring me 3 bottles. 2 months had passed since the 3rd auction, and they, the Foundation establishment cultivators, were still tasked with the duty of guarding the area. Real Lu did not cancel this mission, but instead increased the reward once again. For them, scattered cultivators who wanted to live their lives in peace, they were naturally ecstatic. He usually came to the workshop trading area to exchange some of the materials needed for cultivation. After obtaining the ice attribute Dan sand, Lin Chanan wandered through the trading area of the workshop market, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating the information he had probed. The vast majority of loose cultivators are trying to seek a peaceful place to survive, so there are quite a few who have joined this mission to leave their mana breath behind, and even some exotic loose cultivators have joined in. However, there are also some Foundation establishment cultivators who haven't joined, but again, secretly, they've already been targeted by quite a few cultivators. If you don't join, you'll be suspected of trying to cause trouble, and this doesn't even require Tian City to make a move. There's no shortage of loose cultivators who want to take a shot. That's why these cultivators usually keep an eye on this group. This period of time also gave the group of Foundation establishment cultivators, who were holding on to their luck, a headache, each and every one of them. He himself had clearly become a target. Some people chose to give up and leave Tian City, while others chose to join. For the scene at hand, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but admire it. This real Lu's tactics are truly brilliant. He even used scattered cultivators to deal with the robber cultivators, causing the robber cultivators to run out of space. Lin Chang'an also couldn't help but be secretly happy. And then he put the procured ice attribute Dan sand and 2nd order talisman paper into his storage bag. 2nd order lower rune master, proficiency 89/500. Looking at his rune master proficiency, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. He hadn't been idle in the past 2 months. The talisman master tips Yun Yao had sent him had allowed the skill proficiency to grow by leaps and bounds, and he estimated that he would be able to break through to a 2nd order mid-grade talisman master in another year or so. Let's hope that Yun Yao is alright, and that she doesn't get involved in danger. Thinking of Yun Yao's figure when she said goodbye, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. At this moment, he finally remembered why that attire was so familiar in the first place, because that costume, like the one he wore when he was in the royal residence. After tens of years of cultivation, Yunya was still the same little county princess who was bent on freedom. Then he thought that he was only a casual cultivator. How could he sway these? He could not help but laugh at himself. Lin Chang'an sighed lightly. It would be better to go back and make a few more cold ice talismans, just in case. Chapter 103, Testimonials on the Shelf. It's going on the shelves. Shelves at 12 noon. First 10,000 words 5. Later stabilized daily 8,000 word update. Free word count so far since the release of the book is nearly 250,000 words. From the new book in the library to start pouncing, Rounds of Naked finally beat the Resurrection Tournament. As a result of the 2 into 3, the editor informed the promotion failed. The results of the Friday out of the short station. I do not know which boss actually cut the book or on the shelves. A fluke to the last place replacement on the 3 rounds. All the way to the blood puff. From the beginning of the editor Shang Xia said that this genre needs to be simmered. The author also gritted his teeth and insisted on simmering. Survived to 100,000 words after the smart push. The result of the day up only 706 collections. The author almost could not hold on. All the way to the blood puff but it always felt more comfortable to write before. And with the encouragement of friends and editors, I took a 2-day break on my savings and regained the will to fight and keep writing. Finally, after 130,000 words, and also with the support of all the dogs, the book miraculously figures up, when the editor was surprised, all the way to 3 rounds, 4 rounds, and finally, surprisingly, 3 rivers. Speaking of luck, in the 4th round, the editor had notified that it was ready to be shelved, but the author realized that there was a bit of a problem with the recently written stock, and rushed to communicate with the editor. The final option of delaying the release for a week, deleting the stock manuscript and re-engaging it, resulted in an editorial notice on the 2nd Wednesday. You've scraped last place again for promotion. I can't believe it's a 3-river, and I couldn't have done it without the support of all the readers, and of course a couple of my good friends and bigwigs who are impatient to be bothered by me on a daily basis. So it's sticking around. I would have liked more, but again and again and again, the author realized that something went wrong with the writing again, and the saved manuscript became a scrap again. It is not that you cannot burst more, but burst more easily affect the quality of the book. Just full-time, every day 13,000 updates are the norm. The following picture as evidence. Definitely not bragging. The above is the author of the first book full-time when the crazy yardage. The same 3 rivers on the shelves. The result of 2 million words finished only more than 2,000 are. Now the author will keep updating 8,000 words a day while stabilizing the quality. And after 3 years of full-time work, he has never broken a day's work. Even when he takes a vacation, it's always a single shift. As regular readers know, it can be safely chased down and updated by the author in a stable manner. By the way, I'm begging for monthly tickets. Double monthly tickets today is the last day. Begging for monthly tickets. Please ask for the first booking. The following offerings are a few books by friends and big brothers. The Ceiling of the Gods, I Am Then Dry. The Master of Young Conspiracy, Do You Have Fireworks? Shelves thousands of subscriptions, if not the same period of time volume. Has long been dry on the 3 rivers, outside the station over the Big Brother. The collection of subscriptions than the extremely horrific, like the flood of the Ceiling of the Gods can go to take a look at. I cautiously cultivate immortality in a weird world by 9 on the sign level 5 Big Brother. It's already 6 million words long, with a big brain, a lot of volume, so if you like mortal weird streams, you can go check it out. Ahem. There is a Big Brother's book, but also dumplings borrowed from the For This opening book, although the old broken, but the quality of the aspect really have to say. I am in the cultivation of immortality in the world of the ancient world of the great god of the book. It is really loved and hated. I personally think that the quality should be the top of the handful of the past few years. Double monthly tickets today is the last day to ask for monthly tickets. Please request for the first booking. Chapter 104, The Sudden Appearance of the Conjugation of the Dan, First Order, Gathering of Immortals. As Lin Chang'an began to hold down the fort in this area, the top floor of the Immortal Gathering building was vacated for him. The same around the cultivators also know. Gathering Immortal building this foundation cultivator guard. Business instead more explosive up. Only during this period of time, Tian City was as lively and prosperous as ever during the day. But once night came, it was as quiet as if it was under curfew. At this time on the top floor, Lin Chang'an was holding a spirit brush in his hand and was drawing talismans with concentration and gravity. The brush moved like a dragon, and in the final moment of closing the brush, the light golden-colored talisman paper underneath instantly emitted a gust of cold air. A large cold character even appeared in the center of the talisman. Ice charms. Looking at his own masterpiece, Lin Chang'an couldn't help but nod his head with a satisfied smile. From the time he got it to the time he made it, he only used just over 2 months. Although my own rune master skill has already reached the 2nd rank. The search for Chapter 105 Chaos Rises, requesting double monthly tickets. Fighting. The Jidan cultivators are fighting. Countless cultivators within Tian City were in a state of panic. Not good. It's the 2 major sects, the Leaving Fire Palace and the Xianin Pavilion, that have stopped their formations. Damn it! Tian City was originally ruled by the 3 major forces, and this mountain protection array was naturally held by all 3 parties. Now that there was infighting, the formation had instead become the weakest link. However, the moment Tianxian City's formations dispersed, Tianxian Peak formed a defensive boundary of its own. Inside the city, the cultivators who secretly wanted to have a fight were in chaos after seeing this scene. Fighting. Here comes the chance for us loose cultivators. Real Lu is being held back. Fight up Tianxian Mountain, and everyone will have a chance with the nodal spirit. With the outbreak of the Great War, the small fry are wreaking havoc in the city, and it is only natural that there will be fewer people to fish in the water. Fortunately, however, thanks to the previous initiative of Mr. Lu Xinjian, hundreds of people in the city. Chapter 106 Xianin Pavilion Jidan, requesting moonlight tickets. Ha, Lu Ogui. You said that you don't give your talented disciple to conjugate Dan, and you favor assisting the untalented girl to conjugate Dan. You're not afraid of betrayal from your disciples. Under the sneering cold smile of the departing Fire Palace's Huang Jing'an, it was obvious that he wanted to mess with Jin and Lu's mind. Stupid. However, realist Lu, who had a shadowy needle-shaped magic treasure appear on his fingertips, sneered disdainfully at these words. If old me didn't even have this skill, would I have survived until now? Not only was it the knowledge of people, but more importantly, if he couldn't even control the disciples under his door, he was really living in vain as the number 1 loose cultivator. Besides, these 2 disciples are halfway picked up, compared with their own pro-daughter. The dog knows how to choose. The crowd of Jidan cultivators from the departing Flame Palace and the Divine Sword sect were scandalized after sacrificing their own life magic treasures. This land turtle is also hidden too deep. Right, so many years. The life magic treasure is recognized as the most difficult to refine the flying. Chapter 107 The winner, requesting for monthly tickets. In the sky above Tianxian City, the converging clouds of aura were slowly dispersing. Is this a successful conjugation? Watching the dispersal of the conjugation vision, Lin Chang'an was also staring. This had completely touched his knowledge blind spot. Not only him, but the scattered cultivators within the entire Tianxian City also held such doubts one by one. Lu Ogui, Xianin Pavilion. You are colluding with the devil cult to work together. Shameless to the extreme. Outside Tianxian City came the angry roar of the departing Fire Palace's Jidan cultivator. While at this moment, the crowd of casual cultivators inside the city were still bewildered. The chaos of this conjugation vision was so great that until the evening, all the loose cultivators in the city had their heads in the clouds. Fellow Daoist Lin, how does this feel? A bit off? The wind and snow were still drifting, yet Chen Qing's face was permeated with a sense of consternation. And Lin Chang'an, who was on the side, nodded his head gravely. Yes, indeed, something is not right. Looking at this situation, it seems that it's real Lu and Xianin Pavilion. Chapter 108 The new situation in Vietnam, 5 shifts. Tianxian City. As the departing Fire Palace retreated, the Xianin Pavilion only left behind a few stores and some of its resources, and the original forces began to withdraw. Since then, the first loose cultivator, Xian Turtle Lu Xinjian, became the true master of this Tianxian immortal city. Fellow Daoist Lin, these people are out of their minds, aren't they? They even dared to cause trouble, and as a result, they became someone else's bounty before they even escaped Tianxian City. Chen Qing looked enviously at some of the cultivators in the distance, and with a bit of luck he even encountered a robber cultivator who took advantage of the chaos and disturbance, and the result was self-evident. Fellow Daoist Lin, I was actually able to get 100 acres of spiritual fields. When it was Chen Chang's turn to see his reward, he directly couldn't help but get excited. As for Lin Chang'an, who saw this scene behind him, he glanced at the rest of the excited figures without a trace. I'm afraid that these policies of Tianxian City are meant to keep these scattered cultivators, for foundation establishment cultivators who have family members or clansmen to drag them down. Tianxian City gives a prize of